about DJT back to the upside this morning on an equity raise. Micron potentially moving around here a little bit ahead of their earnings report coming up this week. And AMC, GME, moving around as well with some debt consolidation potentially here for AMC being talked about this morning. Happy Monday. It's the last full week here heading into the holidays next week.
Yes, sir. Happy Monday to you as well. Hope you had a great long weekend. Yeah, lots of headlines today as well. And then a new partnership developing here between Shopify and Target. They're looking to get in bet together, I guess, here and help boost some of the online sales that Target has been trying to generate as well. EU news coming out overnight. Apple looks like they're breaching some of the new tech rules of the DMA, Brendel, and they're going to be on the receiving end of a hefty fine if they're found guilty.
I feel like this is a every other week occurrence now coming out of the EU. So yeah, we'll see how this one goes. But typically it's a speeding ticket type of situation and it gets paid and then they move on. That was Bitcoin, that chart you just saw there. I just wanted to mention Tesla looking pretty good here as well. Positive this morning in a negative environment. I'll flip back over here so you can see. Yeah, that's what I was mentioning there. Long-term support coming into play here. 60,500 held on the first attempt here, but you can see this deep pullback. Not a lot of volume behind it, but significant to say the least here, down 3%. To start the new week. Happy Monday, guys. Neil's back in the chair today. Good morning, guys.
Yes, sir. Back on board and glad to be back. Unfortunately for crypto, kind of wish that was going a little bit better. Got a haircut, actually talked some crypto with my barber over the weekend. And yeah, I don't think he's going to be a happy camper with this one headed back down. I think that 60,000 does get tested this week. So we'll see. If we get a bounce off there, there's going to be some names to play. I'm pretty bearish on Mara this week, today at least. We'll see how the rest of the week goes. Nvidia, it's getting into some key support. That'll be good, at least when you pull back like it did last week. Sometimes you go up like an elevator, down like, so up like an escalator, down like an elevator. And that's what those last 2 days of the week were. You had 8% down, but you're coming into those post-split key support levels. So I think it should be a good one. I know your boys are looking pretty good in the Euro Cup. I'm thankful that England is in a really, really bad. England's in a weak group. So they haven't played well, but they're at the top of their group. So I know we're both happy about that, at least. Other sports I'm not talking about.
We still need to win. Yeah, the Jays lost 6 in a row now. Like, oh my God. Never stops. Tonight we got Stanley Cup Game 7, though, so that should be important. We'll watch that. We got our hockey hat on today, so we'll be able to watch some of that tonight. So, yeah, look, I think there's lots of opportunities to trade today. We have Nvidia. Will be always traded on the show and continuously looked at. So if you're here for that name, I think this is going to be a good one. We also have Micron, I think. Brendan and Shreve mentioned this reporting in the 26th. Like, that's 2 days away. You know, so you're going to see if this one can continue to hold out this 140 level. We were at 150 in a break and then up to 160 now pull back in, right? Last couple of days have been bad. We even mentioned on Nvidia, remember it was like, oh yeah, you know, it's not going to pull back 20%, is it? It's never going to do that. You know, we're already back down 8%. So, you know, you add on another 2% to that, that's 10% from its highs. And yeah, pullback could be on a little bit here for NVDA. Our daily still is not correct, but you know, 123, 124. It's been a level that we've seen before. So I don't want to panic too much yet. We still have an hour to go before the market opens. Well, I got the sticky note already done, but we'll put that up very, very soon. And then we have the best event of the week, of course, is the presidential debate, which will be happening on Thursday, isn't it? And why is it starting at 9 o'clock?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I don't know. It's crazy, but anyway, I'm gonna be watching that one.
It seems a little late, but
it's must-see TV for sure.
Yeah, it'll definitely be. Look, everyone's gonna be excited for sure. I think there's gonna be entertaining. Well, definitely in Canada up here, it's more entertaining. I would say American elections and Canadian elections, which are
really, is that what you would say, Neil?
No, they come and go pretty quick.
Yeah,
it's not all. I mean, look, other
there's
places.
No entertainment at all with our elections.
No,
literally
it's over so fast.
No, but there's not even any. Nobody even really cares. It's like we get low turnout. We got low turnout.
Oh, the turnout. Oh,
we have all like Our parties are a shambles.
Which is a shame.
Trudeau, I mean, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Anyway.
Oh, he's going to lose.
It's going to be really exciting to see that debate. Apparently, Joe Biden now has gone in hiding for a couple of days as he practices for. No, I'm serious. This is what
man, you gotta.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. He's
ready.
like on a retreat or something, practicing. This is what I heard. I don't know. Should be fun.
Well, I think watch this segue too. One of the cool things I think that was discussed in the Freedom and Wealth podcast this weekend. Everybody tune in. Episode 4 was absolutely fantastic. The Freedom and Wealth podcast talked about how to get past like that mentality, procrastination, how to do something, how to get better, and it all starts with something small. But a lot of times, you mentioned there's the distraction, there's the other things that are out there. It's all well and good to say, okay, I'm going to do this one thing today, or I'm going to get something done. But it's knowing that okay, these are the distractions I have around me. You also have to be able to get around them. Like say, I know that if I have my phone when I'm going to whatever task, then maybe I want to have my phone charging and away from me so I don't have the distraction when I'm setting up to do something. So maybe Joe Biden knows that he just has to be focused, laser focused
he definitely has to be focused
on just the debate.
Laser focused? I don't know, but he's going to be focused. I'm
going to leave that one alone. But yes, I would say that is required. But it's very important. When you're trading, you want to not have distractions. I think when you have a task that's really important, you have to know it's not enough to say, I'm not going to get distracted. You have to acknowledge what your distractions are. And then from that point, you can actually go ahead on working on them.
Just be aware, Fed's Goolsbee on CNBC right now making some comments. So as soon as he started, the market made a sharp right turn and started heading southbound again. So just a heads up, now negative just 0.17 right now, but back to session lows here. The economy outside of inflation is showing signs of cooling. So that's not good. Obviously, we saw that in the last GDP print, but just be aware of some comments coming through right now affecting the overall market. This is DJT. I wanted to mention that real quick. There's the gap. We're trying to fill this gap right now. Gap higher this morning, but filling that gap to the downside from last week, back above $30, I guess. 31 was the close of that gap day, or the last day before the gap down. On an equity raise, or the closing of an equity raise, you can see some pretty strong volume coming in behind this today.
Yeah, absolutely, Brendo. The company's going to have about $40 million of restricted cash become unrestricted due to the effectiveness of the registration statement. The fund adds over $200 million in unrestricted cash that's already held by TMTG as of June 18th. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. But, obviously here, the catalyst for this is going to be that Thursday debate. So we'll have to watch how DJT trades until then.
Yeah, just watching the 10-year. Fittingly, they have the yields up on screen with Goolsbee still speaking right now, guys. Just be aware.
Yeah, we love our Fed speaker.
He says it's still restrictive.
You think?
Wow, these guys they just bring out the pain all the time. All these big hot takes. So DJT, it was up a couple points here.
Yeah, the volume's never the best on this, but I have to admit, it's done, if you look at the last 3 sessions, it's actually been trading on decent volume. I'd say pretty solid volume. So when it was heading to the downside, nothing. The last couple of sessions, Thursday and Friday, Friday, of course, had the bigger move to the upside, but the volume's been pretty good. I think this is a little more tradable when it's doing volume at these levels, and we like a round bottom. It is what it is. So you make a distinct low, you go to a daily chart. It's not a double bottom per se, because it didn't actually get to 22. But we mentioned this a couple of weeks ago, that when it broke 40, you're probably going to at least test it. Now you're rounding off this 25 level. I just think there's an opportunity here I'd call it a potential squeeze. So 29 was Thursday's resistance. If it can hold above 29, it can definitely make some moves. Up 9%. As I said, the volume isn't going to be as great as trading on Nvidia or trading on GameStop. But the movement's certainly a heck of a lot better if you're looking for something to the upside. I like when a stock has that kind of a distinct sell-off, and then you get a big volume bottom, which is what you got on Thursday and Friday. Big turnaround off of a lot of volume. And now if it holds 29, it's got a long way to go to the upside. I'm not really saying it's a great value. I don't think I don't necessarily think this is something you hold. I think it's just something that you trade, and as long as it's over 29, I think there you can look for longs.
I mean, yeah, we're sort of just been talking about that before we went over, and I think this is just a name of you're going to want to watch it for the next couple of days. I mean, we have the debate. I mean, it's not affecting the stock in in any kind of way. I mean, Truth Social, I don't know if that's ever going to really get off the ground. We don't have it here in Canada. And that doesn't mean anything. We're 40 million people here, so. But at the end of the day, a little bit of a pullback. It definitely got going here in this pre-market. I still like this $29 level. I mean, we sort of bounced off there. It was where it was hovering all morning. So I think if you can get a dip buy, which I think you will be able to into 29, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And then, if you do want to hold it for Thursday or Friday, and you just think that, I don't know, what rallies the stock? Like, does President Trump have to just win the debate hands down? Like what? Like I just don't know what really rallies this thing. They've already talked about Truth Social losing a lot of money, only getting 5 million in ads or something like that. Whatever that number was, it was really bad. And it started this stock obviously going here from $75, $80 right down to 22. This isn't a month or not even. This is like in 15 days right there back in. So I would just say you're trying to hold out for some of these levels. So 24, 25 would be great. And if you want to start the buying now, it's fine. Just understand that I think you got to punch out, breaking back down here 24, 25. So I think it's not great to buy a stock up 9%, but at the same time, it's not horrible. I think you can give yourselves that 10 or 20% worth of a shot here. And maybe it gets back. I don't know if it gets to 80. Did you see what the short
80 for sure.
Short float was?
Hold on, so let me get.
I have my trade ideas. I didn't even load it up yet. So.
Yeah, I got it up here. You know what? We still aren't getting a short float from trade ideas on DJT. I would imagine, I'll try to check another source there, but sometimes when you have something which isn't the largest float in the first place, like it's only about 44 million shares. It's really it's really sometimes just about, okay, well, you have a lack of availability of shares out there that people are essentially willing to sell. And a lot of times you can get like a de facto squeeze and something like that.
Yeah, this only says 4%, 4 or 5%. So
yeah,
5 million shares on 97 million float. So 4.5%, 5% right there coming through. So yeah,
it's more momentum than it is. Like it's not like a structural like GameStop. It's not Carvana. I think you just play when it's strong. You just don't want to be getting in its way. And when it's trending back to the upside like this, I think you look for long opportunities. But if this thing gets anywhere near like $40, like 40, 42, I'd be paying for locates for us here at Real Trading, which I'm sure we have to pay for locates. I haven't checked this morning, but if you get into that range, I'd be looking for a short if it's sniffed 40s to 42 this week.
All right, let's bring in Michael Moss here to kick off the week and get a look at, from a higher perspective, where we are in the overall market. Obviously, all-time highs to end last week. Bit of a pullback, though, and an interesting candle forming on the weekly chart here, Mr. Moss. I saw you threw that in here first off, but paint the picture. Give us the narrative you're thinking here when it comes to, is it finally time to see maybe a little bit of not only a pullback from the market's perspective, but tech and semiconductors as well?
I am thinking that finally we're going to see some rotation, but I think I should kind of outlay my bias here in that I'm bored of Nvidia and I'm bored of, I still own some and that's obviously been good for my portfolio, but as a trader, and I think a lot of people kind of agree, is that, it's not fun when the market is being led by a single instrument or a single security, and that's going up every day. And if you don't own that, then you're not having so much fun. So just to get my bias out of the way, but when I went through my weekly charts, like I always do, I did notice something that was very interesting that I thought I'd present to you guys. So this is what Brendan was talking about. This is the weekly chart of the S&P 500, and we are focusing on last week's candle. You can see a pretty big topping tail there. And a lot of this came from, we'll show the chart of Nvidia in a bit, but a lot of this came from, I just ran the numbers this morning. We have $76,000 or $76 million of insider sells on Nvidia next week. So the guys who are in the company, the CEO, the CFO, all these guys, They're starting to sell out. So that might be a catalyst for this kind of rotation. But as always, we need to see the charts confirmed. So just put that topping tail in your mind, and then we're going into this chart, which I talk about a lot, which is the RSP. So we're going to do cap weighted versus equal weighted on a lot of things. So let me quickly explain what that means. So both of these charts, the RSP that you're seeing now and the S&P 500 you saw before, have all of the same 500 names in them. However, the S&P 500 is what they call market cap weighted. So for example, Nvidia, Apple, Microsoft, all those big guys make up like 35% of the index. So if all of those companies got taken out tomorrow, then the S&P 500 would be down 35%. This RSP is equal weighted. So it means each company has 0.5% weighting in the actual index. So what they can be used for is they can show that when we're seeing a nice strong candle and a pretty bullish price action here on the RSP, and you can notice that we closed at the high of the week on the RSP last week, and then we also closed nearly the low of the week on the S&P 500. It shows that, yes, a lot of the big name caps were down, and that weighed down the S&P 500 or the SPY, the thing that we all look at. But equal weight under the hood actually did okay this week, and this looks like a pretty bullish price action to me. The same thing will go here with a little zoomed in version of the Qs, and the reason I had to zoom in here is because you can see we closed, yes, we made an all-time closing highs, and that's of course bullish, but we basically didn't move last week. We had a big spike up, we retraced, and you can see this little tiny candle with the body of the candle barely moving. And then we go to the next chart, which is the QQQE. So that is the equal weighted version of the QQQ. And look at that candle where we has a nice green full body, opened near the lows, closed near the highs. So had a really strong week. Again, if you take out Nvidia, and this looks like a pretty bullish chart to me. It looks like we have a potential to break out on these equal weighted indices. So last but not least, I want to show Nvidia. So Nvda, you can see, again, ignore that topping tail. That's some sort of weird post-split thing. I think that happened. But we had this nice push down last week and closed almost near the lows of the week, again, with all of the insiders starting to run for the door. And then the next chart we have here is XSD. I'm bringing out all the weird ETF for you guys. This is how I can say I go through 150 charts a day, because I go through all these ETFs. This is an equal weighted semiconductor ETF. So it's showing, yes, all of the semis out there, but it's not going to be entirely made up of Nvidia the way the SMH or other semiconductors could be. So not a horrible week. It closed off of its lows as opposed to at its lows, showing that, again, we may be in for some rotation. So that's the point I'm trying to make, I guess the grand point with all of this. If you look at the cap weighted indexes, they look like they were putting in some topping tails last week. But then if you look at the equal weighted indexes, they closed at their highs and they're looking pretty strong this week. What that may tell us is that there's some people like the CEO and the CFO of Nvidia that are taking some of these profits and deploying them into other things. So that makes me excited. So I'm going to be spending the day before I'm on the after hour shows with Sean. I'm going to be spending most of my week trying to say, where do I think this money's going to flow? Because I think that's the place that we want to focus the next coming weeks and months as swing traders and investors.
Yeah, natural next question is, so what do we do next coming out of this, specific area of the market where there's been so much attention? But yeah, great look. It's something that I think a lot of people can benefit from, but don't necessarily know the steps. That might be another, conversation that we can have. Know the steps and know the instruments to actually go through those steps to get that wider perspective view of certain areas of the market.
Absolutely. And part of it's brute force, right? Going through many, many ETFs. But as always, if you guys want my ETF list, we have it in Trade Ideas. So if you go use Trader TV 20 for 20% off at checkout, you can hit me up on Twitter, you see below. You can email info@trade-ideas.com. I'll put something up on the back end that will be Michael's ETF watch list that Trade Ideas subscribers can start to go through if you're a nerd like me and you want to start going through 150 charts a day.
There you go. Questions answered for you. We'll look forward to some ideas coming up after 4 o'clock tonight. Have a great day.
Absolutely. Talk to you soon.
I don't know if I trust anyone that goes through only 150 charts
what is he?
a day.
Yeah, what happened?
No, I think
slow day or?
No, I just think really 150, come on. 151's a much better number for a lot of reasons. Michael. You can get an extra one.
You should be looking at one extra one.
It's just so random.
If you don't look at Affirm, just look at Affirm. Look at something like that. Throw it in there. Shopify, some Canadian content.
Shopify.
Canadian banks, look at that.
Well, the Canadian banks.
Look at DJT,
Well, DJT, Canadian banks, they belong almost.
He doesn't
the same
seem to be
bucket
too
of
impressed with
quality.
Nvidia. I'll talk to that guy tonight about that.
Well, the interesting thing, like I see what I get that point. I get that point of, okay, well, we know the story with Nvidia. It's amazing, blah, blah. Everyone probably already owns it in their long-term accounts. That said, when you're a day trader, there's nothing boring about that. Because it doesn't matter, when you're day trading, it doesn't matter whether it's at all-time highs. Ours isn't split adjusted, but it doesn't matter whether it's at an all-time high or what the actual, how overweight the big cap tech names are. It's like, they're the only things moving the market. Who cares? We just get to trade that price action. So if you're looking for only like longs that you can find for days and weeks as a swing trader, I can understand why Nvidia might not be as appealing to you at these levels. But for a day trader, and you have so much to go off of. I mean, you have a monster 131 level, which we'll probably talk about. Big close, big on Friday, Thursday, big high on Friday. Then you also have this 127, which was like a big level consolidation a couple of weeks ago. Then a hold of that, and then a breakout. Then you had resistance and a close down around that 127 price. So you've got that for a pop and fade idea. If you're only looking for longs, you're almost getting into some big dip buy levels from when the split happened. So there's nothing boring about it from a day trading perspective. But I can understand that whole, you're looking for the next thing that might go to get to some all-time highs. Instead of talking about Nvidia every single day, then you want to see what other sectors are out there. And sometimes you might want to see what the analysts are saying. Adara.
Planet Fitness kicking off the list. You're getting this upgrade from TD Cowen up about 2% right now this morning. Also up about 2% this morning is Anheuser-Busch getting this upgrade from UBS. Exane BNP Paribas upgrading Coca-Cola here. And last but not least, recent Chinese EV IPO Zeekr here getting an upgrade from Citigroup. So interesting look for this one as well. On the downgrade side, we're kicking off Evercore ISI downgrading Liberty. And now we have 3 consumer downgrades from Exane BNP Paribas. First, we have Clorox here with a 130 price target. Then we have not one but 2 beverage companies getting downgrades here from Exane BNP Paribas, PepsiCo and Monster Energy. So lots of interesting names here, guys.
Yeah, Zeekr, that's an interesting one. It hasn't really done any volume this morning. We'll get that out of the way. I think sometimes I was just looking at Pepsi because I wanted to see where it was bouncing on the daily chart, and it's actually not bad. But Zeekr, okay, fine, you give them an upgrade. But remember what we've always said about the trend is your friend? Well, since this has come to market, I don't know if you would notice this, but I can't help but notice that it's got lower highs and lower lows, which last time I checked was still a downward trend. So upgrade or not, you show me where it's breaking this trend, and I think then you'll be a little more confident in longs. Maybe it's bouncing off 20 here. I don't know. It's held 20 last week pretty much every single day, so 20 looks like a good level to maybe play off of for dips. But if it gets above 23, so look at this, look at how clean the charts are, like 23 support, 23 resistance, it breaks and holds above 23, then you've got yourself a rounded bottom. So I've heard people say they got nice cars, I've seen that in the chat, and I've heard Sharif talk about them decently or positively in the past, but yeah, trend is your friend, and that's still in a downward trend. 20 looks like about the only place to trade off of, but the 209 shares worth of volume would suggest you got to wait for a catalyst that's better than that upgrade.
Yeah, I'm getting close to upgrading Palantir here as well because, I mean, you're going to fall right into this 50-period moving average right now. Palantir's gotten hit from 26 back down to 23 and change. I mean, this is a name that, when it was starting to go up, everyone, thought you missed it. But this has these ranges, right? 27, we sort of said that could have been possibly a top. And then we talked even about this 26. It did break the 2660, which was nice. But back into the 50-period moving average. Look, I think data is king, and this is just another one of those sort of founder-led companies. Alex Karp is still there. There's no reason why this can't continue to, make higher highs here at some point. So I think it does break this 28 in the next little while, probably on their next earnings report. So I want to be buying of dips here in Palantir, and I think we're getting close enough to that. So it's on my radar here at $23. Sticky note is now out.
Just reading an analyst note on HubSpot. Once again this morning, there's been a lot of rumors floating around over the past couple of weeks regarding Google, I've seen numerous times potentially kicking the tires on HubSpot. That's going to be a really tough deal to get through regulatory scrutiny, but huge day on Friday, worth noting. That's a daily chart, so huge day on huge volume as well. It is gapping down once again this morning, but trying to hold some significant levels here with more CRM type action.
Yeah, Brendo, like you mentioned, a lot of merger and acquisition news coming here. Seeking Alpha reporting that Amazon and Google are both, mulling this one over, interested in HubSpot after earlier reports that Google was in talks with the name. Bloomberg reported last month that Google was progressing in their discussions, and there have been reports that it could be an all-stock deal, as Brendo mentioned to me off camera. A very small float for this name, given that it's $30 billion, about 50 million share float.
Yeah, another one that might be in the running for a split here as well. I mean, it's a $580, $600 stock, depending on what week it is. So no reason this couldn't trade at $100, guys.
Yeah, I think there's been lots of talk about the HubSpot deal. I think when there's multiple players like that and all of them are of the ridiculously large cap land, one of you, I didn't catch who said it, but the regulatory issues and the holdup is probably going to be long on that deal, even when they get it going. So I don't know if that's going to be a trade today, or if there's anything, even if they announce like a deal and it's all stock, that's not the most tradable out there. But what you can look at is Alphabet. And I wanted to double check the actual price here for Alphabet's 52-week high. So I have 180 and 41 cents for Alphabet's 52-week high here. And we're at 179.80 right now. So you're less than $1 away from Alphabet's 52-week high right at the open. You could be breaking out into a fresh top. And the crazy thing about Alphabet, well, it's not crazy, because I think it's the not crazy thing about Alphabet, is I pull up a weekly chart, and I don't know why it went small there, so we'll just trusty trade ideas, weekly chart. It hasn't done anything which is terribly parabolic the last month and a half. Like, there's been some big moves going into this, but the last month and a half, it's been a pretty steady and slow grind to get to those highs, and suddenly you could be breaking it out without as much fanfare as the other stocks have had. Every time we sneeze, Apple's doing something insane, and every time we sneeze, Nvidia's making power moves, and everyone talks about Microsoft and Meta. I feel like Google kind of laying here under the radar, and you could get that breakout today. 180.5 goes, 181 being the even dollar level up there, and then suddenly you have blue sky setup here for something like an Alphabet. Anytime there's deal talk, a lot of times you'll think, the acquiring company might go down, but I don't know if there's anything imminent coming in that. So the trend is your friend as far as I'm concerned. Google looks like it wants to break this out this week. I don't see any reason why it's not going to test this 180. Maybe not a ton of volume just yet, but yeah, it's undeniable that when a lot of these names in the last couple of weeks have made these consolidation breakouts into all-time highs, your first thought is, if there's buyers above 180, to join them, not fight them. I think it's just a lot easier to do. Sometimes you get a reversal, but you can always get out of a breakout pretty quickly if you don't like it.
Yeah, we're talking about HubSpot there as well. I just think that, HubSpot, we have the grown-up version here with CRM. This is just, again, they got hit pretty badly on earnings, right? But look at the comeback from 210 all the way back up to 244. So this looks like it's starting to get some legs here again as well. But this 250 just on the daily looks like it could be a problem. So I don't know. If you did buy the dip, we've seen some, dip opportunities in PanW, went back up to the 200 period, up to the 50 period, then faded back again. I think this could be something. Obviously, you'd like CRM to get back to its glory days here, but they've sort of slipped up a little bit. No one's really paying software for service right now. So we'll have to wait to see if it gets going. I still like it. I like the name. I like Mark Benioff. I like everything about sales, getting some love. This name, probably goes as well. So, it's always nice to get some action in this space, but 250 looks to be something here. I think if you break it, then I think you can go. So, we'll definitely be watching out for CRM breaking through 250 at some point.
It was also, I was noticing on the weekend, I was reading an article about CRM products in general. There's a ton of, if not free, much lower priced competition that's coming out now. I mean, Notion has a ton of available products that are I mean, it's not going to be as comparable as a CRM or HubSpot, but increased competition too.
And I heard that their AI offerings were not up to snuff, Brendo, that we really were not as user-friendly as some of the more different offerings that we're getting from some of these traditional makers. So we'll have to see if they can pin that out, because they were talking about that originally. Remember, Mark Benioff was saying he wanted to keep AI local so you can kind of keep everything secure. Your data stays locally instead of sending it to the cloud. He was one of the originators of that, but hasn't executed yet.
Yeah, we'll see if some consolidation comes in the space as well. Let's get a look at the overall market here at 9 o'clock before we get into individual names.
55.35, guys. That's where we close out on Friday on the ES September contract. We're a little bit below that right now, 55.31. Look, if we can hold this quarter point level at 55.25, that's where we topped out between the 12th and the 17th. If we can hold that level, then that will be good area for support. As resistance, let's look at that 55.75. That's a resistance area from the 20th.
Lots to consider coming up, not only today, but this week as well. If you haven't done so, go grab that, tradertv.live, enter your email in the pop-up, and that's it. You get that every single day in your inbox, not only Monday to Friday, but the week ahead comes on the weekend as well. Gives you a whole week preview of what is to come. A couple of trade ideas from Neil and Sean in there as well. So go grab that if you haven't done so already. 5%. This is IBIT. I mean, pick one. As far as crypto ETFs are concerned, they all look like this, but gapping to the downside, big flush early on in the pre-market as well. That's 34.25, trying to hold right now. But crypto itself, as we saw earlier, I'll pull it back up here. That's not it, BTC USD. There we go. Right back to this 60,000 level on the daily chart.
Yeah, but I was watching this over the weekend, Brendo, and it kept selling off. So we'll have to keep an eye on this one. But yeah, look, some of the continued sell-off, a rough month, obviously, so far for BTC. Looks like large holder sales are exceeding $1 billion in the past 2 weeks. There's also the strengthening US dollar after that last inflation print, which has a way of hurting crypto, and the strong performance in the US economy market index. So it could be some outflows from crypto into equities. We'll have to keep an eye on this one, but a big sell-off over the weekend.
Yeah, Coinbase, I was noting, not as bad. I mean, it's still 4%, but not as bad as some of the ETFs. There goes 4% right now. Trying to get back to session lows. It's worth noting none of these really significant volume behind them at this point.
Not yet. I mean, Mara is pushing 1 million shares pre-market, so I'd like to say that's pretty decent pre-market volume for them. We can start Coinbase. I just felt like, for me, Mara is likely the one that I'm going to trade today, the miner, and it has more to do with just where it's trading than anything else. They're both exactly the same in terms of failing the 50-period moving average. I just feel like at 217 here on Coinbase, to get back up there and fade off of 225 seems a little bit less likely. But I think when you get something like this, you've been hanging out in a range for a while on Bitcoin, and that trend was pretty solid. But once you lost like 65, it started to accelerate a bit. And until you get to that 60 or maybe even the 58 level, unless I see something distinct, I want to be looking for some short opportunities. And of course, TradingView wants to show me an ad at that moment. Look, if you want to short pops in Coinbase, fair enough. I think 2/4 is probably the level, but it's Mara underneath exactly this 50 period. It's just a much tighter range that the stock has been in. $19, and this 50 period moving average has been a wall. You broke it one time, and even then you wicked and held back above. Like that day where it flushed, you come to a 15. Like this stock, I remember because we were looking for shorts at 19. We didn't get them at the open because I wasn't willing to sit pre-market, which I kind of am right now, and still I'm not getting filled. But you flushed $1.50 only to immediately recover and rehold that 50 period on the daily and rehold support. So if you're underneath 19, I'm looking short. First look is to previous bottoms. That's Friday's bottom and last week's low, this 1865. I'd short to that. If it breaks out, then I short to 19. As long as nothing crazy is happening over on Bitcoin, then I want to look initially short. If it does exactly what it did on the 11th, which is at 9:30, just drops $1.50 and you miss the biggest move, on the way back up, take a shot that it does continuation and a lower high, no problems with that. But if it doesn't work, you don't keep fighting it. because what can happen is you get that big V-shaped recovery and it gets nasty on you. So my initial look is going to be short underneath that 50 period on the simple moving average on the daily for Mara. If it plays back into 19, we'll take our shot at the open. I'm on the offer now at 45. Haven't gotten a fill, but I'll be sitting here until open.
My little note here that we put out today, just my trading watch list that we'll put out every day. I put on here Coinbase 225 as well. I mean, we talked about this last week, and I said, like, if the NASDAQ starts to go down, you're going to get Bitcoin to get absolutely crushed. The NASDAQ's not even really down that much, and Bitcoin's down from 73, 74 down to 61. You can see it right down here. So it's getting lower, and it's going to break through 60,000. And when it does do that, I don't know why my chart still says Nvidia, but we definitely want to look at Coinbase. And, you know, we write down these levels. It closed at 225. That's where the 50-period moving average is on the 200. I mean, it's just been straight to the downside. You can see we've broke it. I mean, it can break it to the high side. I mean, we definitely know that Coinbase wants to get going. Down 4%, you know, it seems like a lot for sure, but I still like this level. If I'm going to look at, besides the imbalance and stuff like that, you know, definitely created some action there on Friday back up to the upside. Looks like in Coinbase with a nice little rally there at the end of the day. Realistically, we were down here to 221 already. So I'm thinking, like, if you wanted to start a short in and around 223, 224, something like that, wouldn't be the end of the world here. Looking at a top of 225 where you know that you're wrong. So any kind of a bump up for Coinbase is probably worth it. But then again, if you watch this and you're breaking through 60,000, you might want to just punch the short on coin. So, you know, the exchange that everyone looks at is Coinbase. You know, you can't trade Binance or anything like that here. So, you know, the public markets are definitely going to hit a stock like Coinbase. So as BTC goes down, as we talked about, we sort of thought that this was going to be something that could happen. There it goes, downside right now, 217 for Coinbase.
All right, rewind back about 20 minutes or so ago, and you'll get a good technical look at Nvidia from Michael Noss, who was with us, talking a little bit about maybe we see, you know, an extension of this pullback, not only for Nvidia, but semiconductors in general. Lots of insider selling to come. End of this week and then into next week for not only this name, but others in the group as well. So what do we do here? Here comes 123, what is that, 30, I guess, session lows pretty much here already for Nvidia once again.
All right, so I've got nothing technical here. Got some quantitative stuff for you guys today. BTIG did a hell of a piece on the weekend. And when they did it, Nvidia was trading at 100% above its 200-day simple moving average. That's unprecedented for a top 3 company, Brendo. The last time a company did that, probably guessed it, Cisco, and it was trading in March 2020, 80% above its 200 simple moving average. In addition to that, Nvidia's up 4,280% in the last 5 years. The last company to do that,
not bad.
Probably a guess, Cisco. 4,460% in 5 years, Brendo. But Nvidia outdoing Cisco here in terms of the last 18 months, up 820%. Cisco, sadly, only got to 413. So BTIG saying, look for rotation.
Yeah, from the technical aspect, we've seen over the past 2 days here, nothing but a heavy selling coming in. Friday was among the highest volume days right at the close as well with the rebalance for Nvidia. Finished the day basically flat, but here we are. New lows coming into play right now.
Well, I can tell you this much. You know, the comparisons between Nvidia and Cisco, I've heard there's a lot of them because in the dot-com boom, obviously Cisco made the big move. I'll give you this much. The nicknames that they had for like the big groups of stocks that led the market, I think were cooler back in the day because the Four Horsemen is just a better name than the Magnificent Seven. Mag 7, great, good movie, probably been done way too many times, Seven Samurai, like there's just a million different versions of it, but the Four Horsemen, old school. At the end of the day, is Nvidia probably gonna have some kind of big pullback? Yeah, of course, sure it will. But as a day trader, you're never gonna, we're not gonna see that, you know, that big, massive correction to the 200-period moving average in a day. It's just not gonna happen, and if it does, well, you know, we all got bigger fish to fry. Something like that happens intraday. So we just care about the price action. And I think the good thing, we're talking about this after Michael was done, like it's just so much to look at in terms of key price levels. Mentioning this 127 area, it's just like, okay, so here's the top. And you know, go back, this is the 12th. And then you look at the next day, it's support. So you already have resistance to support at that 27. I'll fast forward very quickly. And then you even close at the 127, 126 half, but the resistance level up here, like 127 and a quarter. So that's an area that I'd look for a resistance. So you could slap a line in there if you want to. 31's kind of an obvious one. You can throw that one in there as well. So if there are pops, I think you want to be fading it in that range. You also have the post-split bottoms, which could come into play this week. That was that massive, like the first day split, 117. Clearly that's going to be something if we get down to that price, and then the 121 that got put in. So those are the levels I'm looking for on Nvidia. Decent chance we get a bit of a pop and fade in here today, only because we always talk about these in, I don't know, I tend to think we always talk about these in concert, even though they don't move together. But AMD did like a rip your face off on Thursday. Thankfully was able to get out of the way of it. And now you're failing the same levels that you were before, thinking that would be resistance, and it blew right through it. Now all of a sudden you're failing that 160. Looks like 163 was good after all, like that lower high. So if we have one of those Nvidia falls and AMD's going up, well, I want to be real patient with AMD and just tell myself, if AMD starts going and I don't understand why it's going, then don't do anything until it gets to 163. And if I short it at 163 and it breaks out from there, then Neil, don't do anything until it gets up to that 166, 67 high. And I'm not saying that Nvidia goes down, AMD goes up, but it's happened a few times in the past, and I want to be ready for it here, but very, very patient. Let it get to the key level that you like for resistance, and then take the shot at AMD. Down 1% into, right now, a flat-ish market, or down 1/3%, so AMD is relatively weak. But if it starts heading to the upside, it doesn't mean I want to fight it the whole way.
Okay, so look, I put on the sticky note here, I put 128, but it's more like going to be like 127 now. I mean, this has just been really faded out here. When we started to write this thing was 124.50 and change. I just wanted to short it into Friday's close. And then I was like, okay, well, let's get a little more specific than that. And then I looked at where Friday's top was in the afternoon, and that was 128. So I just think like that little top right there at 1 o'clock, we were fading it off that. You had that move down, then the rebalance brought it back to the upside, and then you had a huge, huge print at the end of the day, like 116 million shares or something in that last minute. So again, a name that's going to do 300, 400, 500 million shares today. It might not because it's Monday and we had that rebalancing and everything last week. So maybe it'll slow down a little bit on the volume side. But at the end of the day, this is a name that people are going to flock to buy, but right now they're not. And we've sort of talked about the winds of change. We had a Michael Noss on talking about some insider selling and things like that. So, you know, you are now getting a little bit of a pullback in Nvidia. And I don't think it's anything to worry about. We're just kind of back to where we've been. That 118 has been pretty good for it. I understand, you know, AMD, we did trade some of that on Friday. I think it was actually pretty good for us on Friday as well. But I'm just going to stay with Nvidia because I mean, it's a pretty big candle that we just saw coming back in. So you still have 125. You're going to talk about that 120. And then there is sort of that gap filled back from 118 down to 115, 116, that could happen. And then ultimately, you know, the big worry spot would be a drop into 100, 105, which I think could happen by the end of this week, right? So if you get like a couple more days today, down $5 today, puts us to 120. You come in tomorrow, you know, and then all of a sudden, you're not too far away from this, right? And it just low volume could hit the name. I don't think it's going to. Only 10 million so far, though. You know, the days of maybe 400 to 500 million like we saw last week are probably done. So if the interest starts to wane a little bit on this name, I could see a good fall happening here for Nvidia. So especially if Micron says something on the 26th, like, I don't know. I just wonder what the next sort of shoot a drop is for Nvidia, and it looks like it's inside selling right now. So.
Yeah. That
you know,
might.
we'll wait for it. But all right, DJT apparently had a raise.
Yeah, I'm just noting Micron still among the strongest here this morning as well. Still up more than 2% on the morning on decent volume as well ahead of their earnings report. Yeah, there's DJT, $30 trying to hold right now on a pullback off the highs, but 9% here in the pre-market this morning. This was Friday. They just finalized almost 70 million in funding that's going to go towards operations.
Yeah, Brendo, and so that will give them about $40 million after they pay the debts of restricted cash becoming unrestricted due to the effectiveness of that registration statement that we just talked about filed last week. That gives them about over $200 million in unrestricted cash as of the 18th. We'll have to see how they trade, but obviously I'm going to keep my eye on Thursday because that's when the presidential debate is.
Yeah, still, if you zoom out, I mean, it paints a little bit different picture. Obviously, it's been 16% kind of a month downside here for DJT.
So
yeah,
big
Patty
shout out
Ice.
to Big Patty Ice in the back. He just hooked us up with some Lindor goodness. Look at that.
Look at this bag, man. We got a CN Tower bag going on
It's
here.
fancy.
Some
This is-
Toronto.
Salted caramel right here.
This is not my new favorite bag. This is ridiculous.
I love it.
Imported by Lindor. All right. Thank you, Big Patty Ice. We have some chocolates there for everybody. And I don't know what this is. He said these are special. These are from Paris, he said. These are not the Lindor chocolates.
Hey, I don't know what those cookies are.
That's what I'm
They
saying.
look good.
You had the salted caramel over there?
I love the salted caramel. I like the white chocolate's delicious as well. The only thing, and I was telling Sharif this. 'cause,
Caramel inside of here.
Like, Sharif didn't know I wasn't going to be in on Friday. So he said he brought me an apple fritter, and then I wasn't here. I was telling him, like, my wife's been doing that too. And I have to really focus on not eating a bunch of junk while I'm hobbled up because I'm not active. I'm not working out, 3-4 times a week all of a sudden because my leg's busted up. So I got to watch out eating all these chips and all these goodies. I love them. And I know my vice. Like, if that's too close to me, it's going to be trouble because I could probably finish that bag
Man,
in a day. How was the cookie though? Was it good?
this cookie is going to ruin the tour.
See now,
Yeah. A little bit of pop culture there. All right. The $30. Fabian, you like that one, Fabian? That was good timing. Okay. And this guy's got the Oilers on? All right. I'm feeling good about the Oilers tonight, man. I'm feeling good about the Oilers. It's pretty much a pick-em game, which is going to be exciting. Crazy game.
oh my goodness.
Shout out to my wife as well, by the way.
Yo.
Hopefully she's watching. She told me that tour thing. Otherwise, I would not know. $29 right there. Look, I mean, I already said my piece for this name. I don't think this is an investment. I don't think it's anything other than a trading vehicle and looking to make a little bit of a move here, right? So here it goes. Huge move to the upside. Potential, yes. I mean, we looked at the short float. The best we could find was 4.5%, 5% on short. So I don't think that's necessarily the story. Does it have the potential to go again? Yes, it does. We've already had a huge move, though, honestly, right? Like from 23, 24 up to 30 in 2 or 3 days. That's a great move for DJT. So I'm not sure really what to expect right now. It's a nice move. I think it's worth watching. And I think it's, for this week, if you have a swing account and you like to play these kind of names, penny names, things that can go your 10, 15, 20% in a day, I mean, this has the potential every day this week to make moves. So if you're looking for it, then yeah, I think you found it. This is a name that's going to move around. And just looking back here, even if you just play it as simple as possible, this is a 50-period moving average. Look how it's just sort of, created this huge move to the downside. We've broken it finally firmly back up to the upside. So that's $27 or so. So I would think a drop down into that area with a confirmation break gets you like 26-ish. And remember, this is going to fill back up, so it's going to probably be around $28, $29 within the first few minutes of open there. And then you can use this area as your area to get out. So, I think it's worth the risk here today. I'll probably look at it. I didn't pay for shorts or anything yet, but if we could drop back into that 26, 27 area, sort of where we closed even 28, I think it's worth a shot. But definitely, I mean, if you're playing macro reasons and stuff like that, I mean, I don't think there's much under the hood here, just other than a chance to rally. So, yeah. Have your stops put in, and I think you'll be okay. I'm not expecting crazy halts, but it could. Just without that short float, I don't think it's going to be like up 50, 60%, but DJT, it's done crazier things.
Yeah, 4 cents a share. A little bit less than that for locates
that
for us.
much.
So I'm just going to go ahead. And I'm glad you reminded everybody. Like, maybe it doesn't do anything crazy, but if it does, I do want to have the locates just locked and loaded, ready to go. So I paid for the locates on DJT. We sort of talked about this. Like, if it can hold, I'm gonna talk about Affirm because we went over DJT and Sean just kind of nailed everything there. I don't think it's an investment, but if it goes squeezing, you look for a good solid dip buy. But Affirm's on the watch list. They did get the initiation of coverage from Goldman. And at the end of the day, this stock came back after that Apple news, basically getting rid of their buy now, pay later. This came all the way back after the partnership was announced. But I look at last week's top. It's up 3% on this news. It's held at $30 level a couple of times. If it can take out 32, I think this can go squeezing a little bit here on Affirm. So Affirm is 11% short float, double that, more than double that of DJT here. So I think if you can get through this key resistance level, that 32 level, I want to look for longs on Affirm. I think it plays both ways. Underneath there, I think you'd short into the 31.75 level. And then once you're through that 32 looks like a bit of a buy zone for Affirm. So it needs to get through 32, I think, for the breakout. But if you get to like 31.75, I like the fade first. But it's the breakout that I think is the more enticing for Affirm. Up 3%. It's only an initiation, so it's not that big of a deal, but it doesn't matter. 11% short flow. We've seen what happens when the stock does go.
All right, let's go on to Micron here, another one showing all kinds of strength in a basically flat market, as we were saying, to slightly negative. MU, 2.4%, trying to get back above 142, 143, or 142.80, 143 right now here in the pre-market. But another one that's been under a ton of pressure past couple of days here. Number of positive notes. Remember, earnings in 2 days for Micron. We also get Nvidia's shareholder meeting on Thursday as well.
Well, that should be another one on Thursday to keep an eye on. Wednesday?
Yeah.
Okay, Wednesday. Then we got the presidential debate on Thursday. But with respect to Micron, Citi and Baird both commenting. I got the Citi deets here. Couldn't get the Baird. So Micron being bumped up from 150 to 175, so a move up in the price target. It's based on Q3 results and above average consensus. It's being driven by higher sales and better gross margins, obviously, as well as higher demand with the AI wave. Possibly, though, Brendo, potential supply chain issues coming in as a result of the earthquake that took place in Taiwan not that long ago. And keep your eye out for this name. It's up already 65.5% year to date.
Yeah, relatively strong here, as we said this morning as well. Another one showing the same. Meta, guys, up 0.75 into a negative market here.
Meta?
Micron is strong. So Meta?
Okay, we'll look at Meta as well.
Yeah, Micron's strong like a bull. But look, that's not how it ended last week. Last week it ended up getting smoked. Like, you want to talk about the pullback in Nvidia, forget about that for a second. And Micron lost $22 from the top here. That is like 158 all the way down to, okay, it didn't close that low, but it got 158 to 136. $22, man. Like, that's a pretty hefty move. It was double digits when all was said and done for a pullback. So if you get a bounce off a wipeout bottom like that, that looks pretty juicy to me. So you close that 139.5, that puts, and this is very highly creative here, $140. I mean, if you can't see, close at 139. Before it was the level of the 140. I think you're just looking long off of that level on any kind of a dip. It might just want to break it out anyways, but I'm not bullish enough. Yeah, we were under 20,000. The NASDAQ's down. It's hard to just want a straight up breakout in a chip name. So I think this has to get down, maybe test that $140 level. But a strong name over there in Micron. And Meta, when Sean's talking, I'm going to have a deeper dive on Meta, because, that wasn't on my list of things that I liked. I mean, some Amazon looked interesting. Google, obviously, we talked about Nvidia and AMD. But Meta, I didn't look at.
So I just want to answer, probably watching right now, shout out to this, where did it go? My guy here, Mac. Yo, what's up, Mac? Right here. Oh, Mac, look at this guy. He wanted to know what was going on here. He said, fade the pops. What does that mean? So if stock gets going to the upside, that means it's popping. Then let's short sell the name into strength, which would be fade. So that's what we talked about here with Nvidia. And I actually want to do the opposite here with Micron. I actually want to buy the dips. So a fade is obviously, shorting something into strength, popping into strength. So if this dips down in, we need to buy, which is pretty easy there, the strength. So, I mean, look, Micron already broke out. It already broke out through this 135. It crushed that 150 a couple days ago. But then it just came right back down in with the rest of the market. I'm still looking at 135. I mean, ultimately, I think that would be the best buying opportunity right where that breakout happens. You always want to look for breakouts levels to hold again, so I think that's a fantastic trade. But for me, I just don't know where to start it. So I said let's look at, again, Friday's close. So if closing prints are going to mean something, that's 140. So let's just wait to see if it gets back into 140. This could be a VWAP dip buy opportunity with only 4 or 5 minutes to go now. So maybe it's 142 that we wind up taking. But I don't want to say maybe if, but like it's just the market's down right now. This is up 2%. I could see a strong name getting hit today, especially if Nvidia is going to keep going down. So for me, Micron is a hold, but a definite attention seeker for me today. I'm already bidding 140. I just don't know, exactly where to execute trades. Look at this. Nvidia right now, $1 million to sell. It's already starting here. You just had a nice little bump up for Nvidia just before this. Boom, to the downside. So here are the NASDAQ imbalances at 925. It looks like they want to buy back Bitcoin a little bit here with IBIT. They want to sell, see, so there goes IBIT a little bit. They want to sell off Nvidia. Ooh, baby, they want to sell Palantir. Arms wide open for that one. Other than that, there's your Micron buy. So yeah, you're gonna get some mixed reviews here off open. So let's wait to see what happens with Micron. No surprise for me about Nvidia, man. We don't have any buy levels even written down for Nvidia. So I am shorting Nvidia all day today, just a matter of where. So
117, baby.
Yeah, 117. Yeah, if we get down there, then we'll talk about it. But for right now, shorting only Nvidia and only longing Micron.
Just noting that ASTI, there's a huge imbalance on that ASTI 2 million plus there. I didn't see anything as for a reason for that. But yeah, let's talk AMC here. A couple of minutes to go. Downside this morning, back below 450. It was Bloomberg that reported this initially. Not much price action to support it at this point, but looking to restructure some debt.
Yeah, Brendo, they got quite a bit of debt, about $4.5 billion worth of debt. As of March 31st of this year. It's structured differently. So some of it's more near-term debt, some of them it's more long-term. There's first lien lenders as well that have the right that are higher in priority. There's other ones that are lower down with lower interest rates. Recall that they raised about $250 million in the last little bit. So trying to take care of that a little bit.
Just be aware as well, UBS with a note there on Q2 24 Tesla deliveries, 420,000, down 10% year over year, which it looks like anyways might be a little bit better than expected, even though it's down 10%. I think a few people I saw last week anyways, a few people mentioning it could be worse. So again, UBS suggesting 10% downside for Q2 24 Tesla deliveries.
So like the first thing, just for AMC, very, very quickly, this won't be any rocket science. I don't know that I'll be on this stock. There's plenty of other things to look at when we talk about the chip names, and we've already mentioned like DJT's out there. I like Affirm, there's Mara. So squeezing AMC underneath this 460 level when it's not moving, I don't know if that's going to be a thing, but 460 was support for a month. Now we're underneath 460, so I think it would short to that level if I was trading it. But Tesla I don't think it has to be firmly on your radar, but it's been bouncing off 180 like that's absolutely nothing. Like every single time we get to that price, something significant happens at $180. It's either resistance or support or a clean breakout. So you trade off that level and I want to play into it. Mara just came and filled me at the 45 level. I'm giving that to 65 at the open if it breaks that 19s. So I want to be bidding 180. If you get down to that price, then I think that's the one level that makes a lot of sense for obvious reasons, but we're now gone. You've actually broken out the top. You've broken out the double top from Friday and then a resistance level on Thursday as well. So might have to adjust the plan here if Tesla's going to be this strong, and you might not see that 180 level. It seems almost likely that you won't. So I would probably adjust to looking at the previous close, which is 83, the 82 level on dips. I just feel if you get to the 180 today, now, at 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock in the morning, when it's at 182.5, it seems reasonable. At this time, it seems unlikely here for Tesla. So we'll have to adjust and look for a higher low to bid.
All right, just getting set up for everything. So we still have a Coinbase short that we're looking at. We still have this Nvidia short. I put an offer at 124.50 just to see if we can get back up there. I don't know, 124.50 is where VWAP is. So that's something that we're looking at. We have Palantir, we did sort of talk about that, but not really. I like it down here at 23 just to try it out, to see if we can hold out for a little bit. I don't know, not for a long time, but hopefully for a little bit of time down here in and around 23. I like the shot here for Palantir. I mean, it's just been beat up, and we're definitely trading against the trend here. But at some point, there is a bump. So, that always happens. We could get a little bit of a squish down here off open. So we'll wait to see for that for Palantir. And other than that, man, Micron, Coinbase, Nvidia, Micron a low bid as well for me at 140. So let's see if that all fills in, and then we'll deal with those trades when they come through.
And we got the Monday morning. I heard someone say it's holiday short, and it ain't holiday short. It's a full week. It'll be a good one.
Yep.
But in 3, 2, and 1, ring it, Adara.
All right, yeah, no short week. Okay, I'm not here Friday, of course, but okay, here we go. Amazon 189. Micron trying to come in a little bit. Let's see if that sell imbalance did anything to Nvidia. Yes, it does, man. There it goes, traking through 123 right now. So there goes Nvidia to the downside. So kind of as expected. Wow, okay, really as expected. Now, I mean, this was the #1 look here for the day for us, but yeah, well beat up now. Nvidia off the open. Let it settle down a little bit would be my advice here before I just get right into it. But anyways, there's 123 coming through for Nvidia. Tesla 185.
Yeah, Tesla looking strong. Google just tried to make that fresh high break. Resistance for now on Alphabet. Let's see if it can hold above that 180 level. 181 is what it needs to take out for a clean breakout trade. We are in Mara off that 1865. Affirm was the other name. We're looking to break it out if it can take 32. It's not really moving at all. So not a heck of a lot going on yet for Affirm. It's Tesla, which is, yeah, now Tesla's really starting to run. Might just be one of those, hey, wait for the first available dip kind of moments for Tesla. Do not want to be chasing this name. Micron, 141
Tesla.
even it bounced off of. So 40s, no, but 141 even, it just bounced. Again, just sort of scanning these names until we get something which is coming into play. Nvidia, that's a pretty tight range there for Nvidia, not really moving a heck of a lot. And then Mara, just right in the pocket. It actually just tagged the pre-market high. So I grab more at 55. My out is above 65. We'll take some out in front of 40s first. Firm is moving, but it hasn't broken 32 yet. There's Simon.
All right, here comes Nvidia nicely back to the upside here. So we want to try to fade some kind of pop. So here comes. We were going to wait for 124.50, but we'll get into it now against 124.50 basically, and see if we can get out of this if it does continue to rip up. Let's take a little bit more. I don't mind this trade. So here against 124.50, if it breaks through 124.50, then let's get out and wait for that 128. So I feel like that's going to be a play for us here. It's getting going, and this is fine. This is kind of like, you can't get short on pops if you don't fade them. So we're going to have to wait to see right now to see what winds up happening. We are short now a decent amount at 123.85. So if we can get something like 20, 30 cents, we could do that. That's where VWAP is at 50s. So a nice little pullback for Nvidia is what I'm expecting right now. Here it is, there it is, and there it goes. A nice little, yes, sir, okay. Hey. I mean, here we go. 40 cents right now in the money for Nvidia. Let's see if it continues to work.
Yeah, good look over there. And Mara made that first move at the open. No fill. Okay, good. Made that first move off the open. We did grab it. It took it out. I was trying to get 40s on the bid. It got right into 43. Took that one like 2 cents away from my bid, and then took out the high. We did get wicked out and jump back in when we got wicked, putting it at the local top. So I'm willing to take a couple of shots at this particular level, but we do want to get back over to Adara at the desk. Also, Micron wants 141 instead of that 140 level. Looks like we might have to catch a different dip buy in Micron Adara.
One catalyst here that might explain that move up in Tesla TSLA, this initially started circulating around, it looks like just after 9 a.m., but this was circulating even further right before the open here. UBS apparently forecasting Tesla Q2 deliveries, about a 9% increase in a quarter-over-quarter basis, so they would be dropping 10% in a year-over-year basis. So they're seeing roughly 420,000 vehicles delivered for Q2 2024. So just some notes here with regards to Tesla forecast that could explain that TSLA move up here, guys.
Okay.
Yeah, that's way stronger than anticipated. Google trying to retake that 180 level. Looks like it just did. So if you're looking for the dip buy in Alphabet, that's kind of come and gone already. You're not really getting anything underneath pre-market lows, so we're just going to have to play off the pre-market low. Forget about 178 or anything like that. So this 180 level looks pretty good. 180.40 is an all-time high, and you are resisting that, at least for now. But if you break it out that top, I want to be in it by the time it gets there. So we're into the long for the first time on Alphabet. And where's Nvidia? No, still in the pocket there for Nvidia. AMD, we thought there'd be a good short opportunity in AMD, and it's starting to come up. Remember what I said to myself. Neil, wait for 160. If it's not failing through the bottom and you're shorting those bottoms, then wait for 163. So we've got to be patient when it comes to AMD.
Yeah, we are. We just missed actually. Our that's funny that you mentioned that. I just couldn't find my cursor there for a minute.
Right?
Okay.
It was weird.
I don't know. That was weird that time. All right, we just missed that, man. We were waiting at 123.50. You know what it went to? 124.40. So we'll take. Whoops. Didn't mean to put a bid there, but we just took a little piece out there at 124. Okay, here comes back up. We are still at 124.50, so hopefully that will be the thing that fills us up. I want to be pretty patient and then waiting for that 125 to break. That's 124.50, the 200 period. It looks like we had just missed it. That's too bad. We might have just missed it again. All right, you know what? Where am I there? 124.50. Okay, I'm still there. I'm going to put one at like 124.25, just a little piece again to see if we can get some there. That's too bad because we were right there. You know how there it is, 45s. So we miss it by 5 cents, and then the tank just comes through right now. So all right, there it goes, man. It's obviously a nice move back in here for Nvidia, and we've got a decent amount of shares. So let's get some more bids out right now. We're short at 93. There it is. There's the fill at 60. Okay, I mean now we're really rocking here. So far so good with this trade on Nvidia, continuing to go lower. Oh man, we just missed that reload. That could have been a big one. Still pretty decent. What's up, Abe?
Small cap on watch here. Revelation Biosciences, REVB, this one basically high days here, up about 72%. Announced that its phase 1 study of its Gemini treatment has met the required endpoint. So good look here for REVB. Worth noting as well, market cap of around $3.45 million, float of around 1.63 shares. So pretty small float, guys.
Yeah, RevB I've traded before, but I'm not terribly interested in it. I know Affirm is making that move. I'll get there in a quick second, but the 19 level is coming in on Mara. I'm going to get to Rivian when it gets to $10 because we talked about that last week, and I am liking a 10 bid there, but just not yet. So pre-market high already gone, waiting for the next level on Mara. It's that 19, not going to play inside of the range. I want a test of 19 before we jump back into that. And then Rivian in here, it bounced off 10 quarters and looks like it's going absolutely ramshot to the upside alongside of Tesla. Not something I particularly want to chase, but I only want longs in front of the 10. So we'll have to look for some kind of a dip buy in Rivian. Micron's still not giving any fills. Yeah, Micron, we're just really going to have to adjust if we want this long. You know, Micron's not giving anything.
Yeah, noticing that.
It just bounced off 141 to 142. And then it just made a bounce off 141.5 as well. So it's still trending down, which leads me to say be patient, Neil. But there's only so much patience that I'm going to be able to have with this name before we have to try to look for like a VWAP or something. But I'm still bidding 140. We'll wait for it when it gets there. Mara did not get to 19. So it looks like some weakness underneath the 19 level. We'll get back into that short as long as 19 isn't breached.
All right, we just got reloaded again here on Nvidia. Like, I don't know, it still seems like it's pretty strong. I mean, look at the market pulling back into here right now. So I don't know. We keep on reloading. I mean, it's a huge stock for me. It's a big one. It's just a matter of, you know, having to get out and not trying to be too greedy here and make sure that we do take profit. So I'm like scattered all over here with bids everywhere and offers everywhere. So let me just clean a bit up here. Our bidding, we're now bidding 58s. Tesla keeps going. Eh? Okay, I can look somewhere. I mean, I can look at Tesla too, but here as a trader, we're just going to try to find, for me, positions where, you know, we want to sit in them for a minute to see if they do work out. This Nvidia seems like it's pretty strong, so maybe we'll wait up on that
And
one.
there goes AMD.
Upside probably?
Oh, heck no for AMD.
Okay, good.
AMD,
Well,
remember saying AMD just wait for 163 unless it's breaking down? Well, it broke down. So now you're underneath support. You have room to 158 here. I'm on the offer in front of the pre-market lows on the way back up. Tried to grab it on the way down. We haven't gotten it yet. The NASDAQ does not break 20,000 either. So you did have a lower high get put in as the market's trying to go to the upside. But once again, AMD showing some signs of weakness relative to the overall market. We're going to jump into this short back underneath the pre-market lows as AMD is definitely headed down. And sometimes this happens. AMD just doesn't care what's happening in the overall market. It just wants to go its own way. Give me a fill in the 20s.
We've seen so many different...
That's the second time it just went right to my order and I don't get the fill. That happened over there on Mara as well. Adara has something for us.
Amidst a lot of weakness in Bitcoin and some of these miners, HUT is looking pretty strong here. HUT 8 dropping a little bit, still up about 2 2/3%. This one announcing a $150 million investment from Coatue, basically to help them partner for their next generation AI infrastructure platform. They also received a price target increase to $15 from Needham. So good look for Hut 8 as we have some weakness in some of the other Bitcoin related names, guys.
Like, we keep on putting damage on the board here, but then, like, I can't get... Okay, here we go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All we had to do was talk about it. There it is. Oh, I don't have my stream deck up. That's okay, but there it goes. Nice little move to the downside. We just got that 60 fill there on Nvidia. We got, 70s. We did not get... We're bidding 58s. So we got to get a little bit more shares now because we just got some out down there. So let's see if we can reload just a little bit more. Come on, bring it down here. Hopefully we'll be able to now for Nvidia. But again, it's not really dropping considering what the market's doing. And then I am actually nervous when AMD makes such a strong move and then Nvidia doesn't. We've seen that before, like where there'll be a transfer of sort of power. Like all of a sudden Nvidia will be strong and AMD won't. And then AMD will be strong. And then I'll be like, oh, people are buying up the weak one and selling the strong one. And it's just like back and forth with that. So let's just stay with what we want to do. I don't want to look at too much of AMD here, but we are short Nvidia, and here it comes into the 70s.
Both
again.
falling now.
Yeah, good. Well, yeah, I mean, Nvidia is going to be the big trade for me here. So we only have one trade on all day, Nvidia. So, and it's been a short. So we've got this a whole bunch of times. See, and just keeps on bouncing off this level though. All right, I'm going to bid out some more at 70 and then just cancel my 58s and see if we get a drop down. And now it's going to fill probably. Here it goes. Yep, there it goes. There it goes. There it goes. Okay, good. So nice little move there. I know Neil's short this one. We've got a big position here, anyways, for Nvidia. Let's see if we can get bigger.
Yeah, just gonna, whoa, no. Okay, I just got the breakout on Affirm as AMD. I just double bid it, and we're gonna end up getting out at that first 50-cent move. But Affirm broke the 32 level. I am long. I'm looking to scalp some off into 32 and a half, and then buy the first available dip. We do want to still be short AMD, but I just got double bid right here when it broke that pre-market low. We're gonna jump right back in on the first available pop. I want to still be short this name. So Affirm, we got that 32 break. It's already tracking toward the quarter. As the market's going down, this at least seems to want to go up. Dara again.
Watch out for BZFD here, guys. BuzzFeed, this one getting a nice little volume spike circulating here on X, this Axios report saying that Vivek Ramaswamy, who had previously taken a stake in the company, has now increased his stake to 8.9% and did meet with the BuzzFeed CEO last week to discuss his position in the company. So Vivek Ramaswamy related news sending BZFD to the upside with volume, guys.
Right. I just said to Sharif, we're finally getting better. All right, so there it goes, man. We held on for that Nvidia, and it just came right in, man. We just got $1 on that one. It came into 123. We got 123.05 actually. So we got a couple dollars, a couple different spots right into the close. So, the pre-market low here, just where we opened up. So that was a good level. I mean, obviously we did squash down to 122.50 off the open. So we do know that that does have the pedigree to do exactly that. So, I mean, honestly, this has been, again, 1 for 1, and we talked about one good trade and real trading and all that kind of stuff. Shout out to our sponsor, Real Trading. This is the kind of trade for me that's all day. Like if we can focus and load up and put on some shares and give you guys an opportunity to understand some of the reasonings with that, it's been a good one. And there it comes in. Let's go. Like I don't have any more bids on this name. Well, that's probably a lie. Let me see. No, I do not. So we'll have to get some bids here because if we break this 123, I'm going to put something at like 123.85 or so, 122.85. Okay, there. Okay. All right, now we're $1.50 on the money on the biggest position. I've only had one trade today. So one trade, $1.50. Let's just see if it can continue to go lower. So 1 for 1, and it's a big one here today. We can go to the beach now, but we have a show.
Well, the beach is probably going to be a little bit lame, I think, after all the rain that we just had this weekend. But like,
you know what? Toronto didn't get that much rain as much as
that's what smoked.
No, man, I golfed on Saturday. We played baseball Saturday and Sunday. I know.
It rained.
We're
like
lucky.
I
know.
Anyways, look, I'm a little bit outside of the city. I almost said something else there. You guys, well, I caught myself, but it rained. Let's just leave it at that. But the trade's heating things up. Hopefully. Look, the market's dropping right now. I took another leg out of Affirm for that reason. It got to 32.5.
Wow.
And now starting to pull back in there. So if we can dip off VWAP, we'll take that opportunity. But the breakout, certainly not going to follow the market forever. Let's be real. I don't think this one has a chance to follow the market, to go to the upside forever while this market is absolutely tanking. AMD, I jammed out and then went right back on the offer exactly where we were before. I have not gotten the fills above the 159 yet, but as long as we consolidate under there, we still want to look for the shorts. Micron is now coming into 140, so we said be patient. Well, patience is a virtue. If you went long anywhere else, you might have had some bounce opportunities, but I think it's better off waiting for the actual price at that 140 level. So back into some AMD. Meta is, we talked about Meta being relatively strong. Meta is up 2% and holding really, really nicely, but it's a firm I got to worry about for the long. That's the only one that I am in currently, and it's trying to bounce off VWAP here.
All right, we just got an absolutely huge move on Nvidia. And again, this was, the #1 name here. I'm just tweeting it out, stocks, trading, stuff like that. So we can go over this again, not trading. All right, there it is right there. So, all right, yeah. Keep it going with the best names here. I'm actually going to cancel everything else, and I'll look at other things in a couple minutes once we settle down with Nvidia. I'm just kind of sad that we didn't get that 124.50 because then it would really be some kind of a day, but it still is a great one, and let's go over to Adair quickly.
Good night, Micro Aljo here. MLGO, this is another small cap on the move today. Currently halted, up about 58.5% in that high of days. This one initially got some attention last week, trading higher. Has a float of about 3 million shares. MLGO on watch, guys.
Man, we just said wow, because we got those $2 action happening right now for us. So there goes Nvidia, and we always talk about this, man. It just takes this. Here's the sticky note. It's one stock. I'm not even looking at Apple, at Micron, at Palantir, or at Coinbase. I'm not even looking. I haven't even looked there because right now we have Nvidia. It's doing exactly what we thought it would do. And someone even asked me in the chat on the sticky note, and it was, what does fade the pops mean? And I talked about that before we went on air. This is this is fading the pops. This is exactly what we wrote down here on the note that we would try to do today with Nvidia, that we were feeling bearish today, right? And so we had talked about our plan here, closes near the low. Let's try to fade the pops. Obviously, we didn't get to 128. We talked about that not being possible off the open. So we're going to wait to see if it can get back up there now as we only hold about 20% of this trade. I mean, look at those bottoms that we just got. Like we got 122.48. So, I mean, that's $1.78 or something like that on the final piece there. So we still have some left. We'll see about reloading it maybe now, but still pretty early, man. It's only 9:47, so nice move back up to 123.50 right there.
123.50.
Yeah.
Like, I was joking. I wasn't joking. 117. I'll be on the bid at 117 of Nvidia. That's that post-split low, and the way it's trending down, I think we have a decent chance to see that this week. So it's just after the split. It bounced that morning. You guys know, if you pull up a chart, you guys know it. I like VWAP. So we bought VWAP on Affirm. It didn't hold originally, but we get wicked out. I just jumped right back in the trade, so it's trending back up. I just took some out 32s. The high is 32.46. I think if we see that again, I want to jump right back out at that top while holding the trend. This at least is strong, but the market is still down and looking relatively weak, and I want to respect that for the time being. I jumped back into AMD, but it ran VWAP. This happened on Friday as well. Sorry, check that. I wasn't here on Friday. This happened on Thursday as well, I should say, on AMD, where it breaks VWAP. I jump out, get back in on the way back down. It costs you about 10 cents, but you can still get back in the trade. 159 just took it out like last time. 158.5 is the current low. So still going to be looking for some shorts on AMD. Micron, we'll see if we get that 140. You know what? I'm not going to sit on the bid. I like that stink bid dip buy if you get it right away. When you get it closer to 10 o'clock and you're trending down, just kind of catching that fill isn't always the way to go. So we're looking long still on Affirm, but I have some caution because the market is looking relatively heavy and AMD continuing to work into that downside. Definitely Meta is relatively, it's got a lot of strength in it, but I'm not chasing this at the high of the day when the market's at the low. I think that's way too far gone in this moment.
Now Nvidia's $2 in the money. Oh man, okay. I'm bidding in the 20s here, like 21. So here we go, 122.21. See if I can't believe we're actually getting this. Like I hope everyone's having a good time. And I hope everyone's following. Watch at Trader TV, Sean Sticky. We have the watch list.tradertv.live. We've got all that stuff popping off again here for you. But I mean, you guys can clearly, we have one trade on. you know, and that's enough. So we're going to wait to see if we can get some more actionable trades here, but so far so good, man. It does. Oh man, Nvidia, what is going on? Enter the gates, my friend, because it has happened right in front of everybody's face right now. As there goes Nvidia, just pumping to the downside, down, 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 down. So yeah, this has been a good one. This is definitely not ruining the tour. This is extending the tour today. 121.60, 121.50 coming into play. You know what? Can we get it, Neil? Can we get $3 on this one? Travolta's asking what exactly is happening. Why are we doing this every day here? There it comes down to the downside again. 250, 260, 270. I mean, a big trade alert. We have one trade on. I love being focused here, looking at the best names I possibly can. And look, does it cost me opportunities? Yes. Yes, it does. Who knows? Who would have thought the market's doing this and Palantir be doing this? Remember what I said Katina Capital was close to doing? How about upgrading it? I mean, right here, Palantir, long, long, long all day. Look at this, man. Just keeps on going to the upside. The one long that we have on here, nicely done for shareholders of Palantir there today. Fortunately, we did not buy that dip. I'm bidding 23.15. It only got down to 23.30 before it's still going straight up. Now the question remains, though. Forget about what's happened in the past. It's what's going to happen in the future. That's what we care about for trading. And then right here, $24. We talked about a possible break for this. It's just been such a good move to the upside right now. If you play the break, you could, see what's happening right now. You could get that huge wick, breaks through, and then pulls back. So I feel like let's see it break through, and then if we can get some longs back around 23.80 on a potential pull back in right now. But maybe we'll just sit here and take $3. But hey, I mean, if Nvidia wants to keep doing what it's doing, man, we're completely fine sitting in this trade and waiting for it to continue to go lower because we're already out of it. I mean, we don't have too much left. We have about 15% only. So we'll see if it can continue to go down. But this is what, that's right, Jay Lee. This is when you kick yourself for covering so early. But you know what? At the end of the day, you have to look down at the numbers and be pleased with the numbers that you're putting up. Or if you're not, change your ways. And I mean, that's exactly what we've done over here. The last little while has changed. And I hope you guys can all see that. I mean, it's 9:51. We have one trade on. I mean, that's, you guys are always like, oh, how many trades does this guy have on today? And today one. And it's a trophy day. So we'll hold it. We'll see what happens. And if Nvidia continues to make this move up, we can cover. But for now, 15% left. Let's wait, man. GameStop is the one that's motoring.
Yeah, GameStop probably doing what I think everyone hoped that DJT was going to do today. So, put some respect in. I'll get there in a quick second. But I didn't want to interrupt. But I always do what works for you. And I think that's one of the best things that I hear Sean constantly say. Like, stick to the strategy that works. And for this on AMD, it gets to that big wick bottom from last week, and I'm taking it out if it bounces off that level. Take the profit, go back to if it bounces off VWAP, in this case bounces down off VWAP, we'll go for a reload. And then back over to Affirm. It's trying to hold VWAP here, but another lower high. We took profit at 30.20. If this doesn't hold on to 65s, I think we just jump out of that trade and accept that maybe the market could be a little bit weak to try to hold on to. Yeah, GameStop is flying. And it's starting to break out and continuing to break out. I'm not chasing this move. It's a little bit early in the day to start buying highs on GME, but I don't mind jumping into some kind of a VWAP trade if it wants to present that a little bit later, and only because we haven't said anything about DJT. Nice bounce off 29. Congratulations if you had it. We talked about opportunity cost. 29 was the level I would have looked for, but look when that happened, right at 9:30. So the chances of getting, you had to be on that bid, you had to be locked and loaded right away to grab it, and now it's at $31. Another stock, there's just no chance that I want to chase DJT up here 13%. It had to be a dip buy. It was a dip buy or bust as far as I'm concerned. So with the market trying to bounce in here, it will be AMD that I'm looking for the reload off of VWAP. And if we get this fail at VWAP again, I'd like to see it maybe punch through and then get it on the way back down, because that's another hammer wick bottom that it's put in. So a little bit of strength coming into the stock. If it fails VWAP one more time, we'll go for the reload again. Apple, I've seen a lot of people talk about that one. I don't have Apple up. I haven't looked at it outside of doing some levels in the pre-market, but AMD's at the reload spot.
Yeah, we knew we wanted Apple long, but again, we haven't looked there yet either. I'm looking at Palantir right now. I mean, it looks like it does want to break through. So we do have it buy to go long if it does break through that level. So let's wait to see if we can get some love on a breakthrough 24. So that should hit in, or we'll try to go long here around 23.80. We talked about a possible pullback, right? So if that does come through, then good for that, and we'll see if we can take advantage of it. But for right now, it is trying to pull just a little bit. So we'll go back over to here. If and when that does go through, you'll see me putting some, some respect on that name, and that's going to be Palantir if and when that does come through. All right, so here's a nice move, like Neil mentioned there. Of course, we're going to be looking at some of the similar names as they're the ones moving around. So again, I don't really, this is where we've already put on a big share size. We've already taken some out here on Nvidia. So it's just like, do I really want to reload here and make sure that we are 100% right? Like the market's back up to VWAP. That could be a good short, 123.50, and then we just change our outs to 123.50. Let me just cancel my current one there and just to see if we liked it. I still like that 124.50 area for Nvidia, but I could see why we might like what we're doing right now. 124, yeah. I mean, okay, 123.50. If it can get back up there, let's put on a little bit more for Nvidia. Not try to give everything back, obviously, if this doesn't work out, but 123.50 should be good back to 124. That's VWAP at 123.50. And then 120, I mean, it's a little bit lower than that where VWAP is, but 123.50, and then 124, 124.50. Yeah, just anyways, as I'm just trying to go through stuff that I'm looking at. Yeah, there goes Micron now. I canceled Micron. 123.50 offer, long story short, that's where I'm going to put it at.
Well, if you let Micron kind of just fall into the 140, you saw I canceled my bid on Micron.
Yeah, I like that 140.
Instead of letting it fill me on the way to the downside, I kind of played the other direction when the market was trending down, which is to look for the bounce and then try and catch it on the way back up. It's the conservative route. Now you're going to see it start to go into VWAP. So, no, we can still be patient with it. It's still trend down, even though it's up 1%. And if it's trend down, you can wait for that 140 to come back in. Amazon failed the high break, coming back. It's Apple and Tesla that look, we talked about Meta already. It's Apple and Tesla holding these breaks. So 208 on Apple, but Tesla was one that was actually part of the plan here today, and it's about to hit VWAP as we speak. So 187 on Tesla is currently VWAP. If it wants to bounce one more time in here, I'll look for that long. The NASDAQ is tracking back. I mean, off of the lows, I should say. We're still down like 0.25% here on the NASDAQ, but Tesla coming back into VWAP for a bid. And come on, hold that 187. It's still a heavy offer right now, so I'm not really hitting that buy. I want to see the buyers step up here, and you're not getting any of that yet here on Tesla.
Yeah, I was a little bit silly with that Micron. I mean, we wrote down 140 and I pulled it because I was only looking at Nvidia, and that's the problem. Sometimes we talk about that when you look at different names and you miss out on them, right? So Palantir still not doing much. This was another name that we missed out on. We had just sort of talked about that. Amazon trying to take out all-time highs of 191. What was it, 191.40, something like that on Amazon was the all-time high. Come on, let's switch over charts into that. We got pretty close to that right there, 190.40. It was 191.70, checks notes. 191.70 all-time high there for Amazon came just last month. So you could watch out for that again coming in. But nice little bump back up. We're still red on Amazon here today. So if the market can't get going, this is, again, so many of these major cap tech names that are right in near close enough to VWAP. So you could see a little bit of a fade happening. The big name, of course, for us today on the long side that I've seen anyways, Apple started to go nicely up here near day's high. So this could be a name, again, if it does come back into 208 or so, a good little long there. I wrote down as the trade of the week, Apple down here near 202. So if that can get going, I think that that's a buy for sure. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye on Media Alpha here, MAX. This one dropping down about 5% right now. Wolfpack Research is doing a short report saying that their investigation reveals they believe that Media Alpha is participating in consumer fraud. So MAX to the downside, guys.
Max.
MAX.
Now Tesla's already breaking the highs. So I'm going to leave the bid. We waited for buyers off 187. I'm just going to leave the bid in there and see if we can get picked up again. It's traveled this path like several times in here. I still think there's a chance we could get it. Apple could end up being the breakout that I think everybody wants. Affirm, we're still in the long in Affirm as it's making the bounce off VWAP now. So there we go. And I talked about the concept before, but I think you guys get it. When your stock is a 3-minute chart, when the stock is on the way back down, a lot of times I'll just like the price and bid it. I find it works out a little bit better if I wait for the bottom to get put in, see it actually hold VWAP, which sometimes is like a wick underneath it, and then see if it can continue that trend. The trend for me is from the first dip, that's 50s and a higher low at 60s and a higher low at 65, now a higher low at 75. As long as the firm holds on to this trend, I want to be buying dips out in front of it. So I put the trend line in after right around 10 o'clock. If it's making a trend. If it's not, you don't have to be in it at all. What else we got going on? Apple breaking highs. Tesla, we still like longs on Tesla, and it's pulling back into VWAP. So we're sitting out in front of 187. Looks like we're going to get it now. Adara again. Oh, it's happening now.
It's already 10 a.m. Pretty interesting morning here. Nice pop up for the SPY off of the open. Slightly higher than the NASDAQ, which is slightly red on the day right now. Nvidia continuing to be weaker here. This is third straight day to the downside look set for that. ARM trade first day on the NASDAQ 100. Micron on watch ahead of its earnings. So lots of semiconductors still on watch, so some of them a little bit weaker here. Other names to keep an eye on include DJT. This is Trump Media and Technology Group. This one near high of days right now, up 14%, announcing on Friday that they had $69.4 million in initial proceeds from exercising warrants. So nice look for DJT. Tesla on watch here as well. This one up about 2.5%. This UBS forecast coming out saying that they see 420,000 deliveries for Q2 2024. Would be a slight decrease in a year-over-year basis, but it'd be a quarterly increase. So UBS Tesla delivery forecast. And last but not least here, Apple. This one up about 0.6%. They got a price target increase from Milius Research, and they're also on watch after facing this EU antitrust probe from the DMA. So lots of things to keep an eye on here, guys.
Oh, the EU antitrust. Like, it's just, they always try to keep themselves busy. You know how it goes. But it's always the same thing. Every single big cap tech name is under their crosshairs. The fine gets paid, and then they move on to the next one. Oh, there goes AMD through VWAP. So we had it waiting for the wick, came back underneath. We shorted it, broke that high. We'll jump out of the trade. I'm not holding it from one level to the next. If it wants to break out VWAP here, I think 161 is the next level into the upside. As, wow, Apple is really starting to fly. And Tesla, come on, Tesla. No, still not getting VWAP on that name, so we're trying to be patient, preaching some patience with this name. But man, this sucker is strong off that bid. I mean, well, I'm looking up at Apple while I'm showing you Tesla. Yeah. It's Apple. Apple, this sucker is strong. There's one red candle since it broke past VWAP, and even then, like, that's a 3-minute chart. Like, that was still a pretty big hammer candle. Like, it wicked the bottom and then went higher. Like, that's even a bullish red candle, if you even want to call it that. So I think you got to buy dips in this. The only thing we recently bought dips on in this market strength was Affirm off of VWAP, so that's continuing to hold trend. But I've had to cover every time in these low 32s because it's starting to run out of steam. The problem with Affirm, and this has done this before, is you get those early gap ups. It goes pretty far, and then it stops running with the market. If it gives that trend up, a lot of times it falls all the way back. So it's tight stops on the trend underneath 31.75. I'm getting out. I will go over this MLGO stock. It's going absolutely ham. I'm expecting halts out of this, and yet somehow there haven't been any. So it's holding a good trend, but its spread has opened up several times when I've been pulling it up. Sorry, it had one halt, but the spread opens up pretty quickly here. So if it does dip into VWAP, I think you want a consolidation and not just catch the falling knife. For a $6 stock doing 25 million shares, it almost never has a 1 or 2 cent spread.
So we got short there on Nvidia at 50. We got some out at 25. Took 25 cents right there quickly. We still obviously are waiting for more. And then it came into 123, and then we didn't bid it. So we have a bid there now. And remember, if this gets going, man, we want to get out. So 124 break. We're going to get out of this one. We do not need to be sitting in anything. And we do have a new trade alert finally. So we do have our second trade on the board right now. Let's wait to see now what happens with Palantir. So there's the break. We talked about it going long at 23. The lowest it goes was 23.30 right there off open. And now it's trying to go. And I'm just going to get out if it breaks through 90 again to the upside. It doesn't look like it even really wants to go now as the market is trying to slow down just a little bit, it seems like, right now. But hey, 20,000 on watch now again for the NQs. By the way, there it is. What a successful reload that was. We just reloaded Nvidia, took another 50 cents. So right now, guys, I'm in stack mode. So what that means is we've already made the big play, this one. We'll look for others. I mean, if they set up, I mean, I got, again, notionally probably the second big position here in Palantir with this trade. But, I'm only trying to give this one 10 cents. So if there we go, we'll get some 06s out. Now hopefully it can go back up to the upside. Right there, also waiting at 08. Come on, let's go. We're long at 01s here, 01 change. So it's rounded up to 2s, which is fine. So let's get another piece out here at 08, and then maybe we can rip up. The one thing about this is we are noticing that the 200 period and the 50 period is at 24.30s. So something like that would be pretty good if we're able to get out in and around the 30s, maybe the high 20s, something like that. As look, can't even go through 7s right now. Let's go. It's just tried and failed right there. Like, look at the amount of shares here on reserve here for 07. So I'm going to take some 07s right there, cancel my 08. So there it is. We take some 07s as it had a problem. Now it blasts through, so that's good. Let's go, man. Here comes 08 again for us now on Palantir. So getting into that 1-to-1 now, we are out of 20% of it. So let's keep going for Palantir. Put another offer in and around 10, and we'll see if we can get this back up to the upside. But man, what a great day it's been here today. 2 for 2. And all bangers, man, all bangers. This Palantir one's been good. Nvidia's been huge. And let's just keep that story rolling. 124, we're out of Nvidia. We ain't giving anything back on this one, guys.
Yeah, that's the plan. You never want to give anything back, but you always got to put something new on to try to take something again. So as long as the trend is favoring your trade, I think you want to be reloading it. So trend down Nvidia, trend up Apple. Affirm just bounced off VWAP here. I took some out when it broke 32. That 32.5 has been a problem. So if it fails again at 32.5, I'm jumping out of that trade and then working something again off of VWAP. We talked a little bit about GameStop, but I do want to go over to a new name. That's going to be ARM. ARM, generally speaking, I never trade ARM off the open because it's not the most liquid name. I always let it set up, and if it sets up, I've already paid for the locates here. High of the day is exactly the same as Friday's afternoon support at 158, so it's shown me a level now that if it can't bust through, I want to look to fade on ARM. It's a strong stock in a general sense, but the pullback is kind of like Nvidia's the last couple of sessions, I should say, ending the week off relatively weak. So 158 I like on ARM. Just got to let it get in there. And then we'll try to get the short. You have to pay for locates at real trading, but they are like pennies per share. So essentially nothing. Finally get VWAP here on Tesla, 187.22, because that just happens to be where it bounced. 188 half is this local top out here. It hasn't been able to break that just yet. So let's see if Tesla can join the party back into the upside with the rest of these names. But Affirm, I do want that long if we get it off VWAP, but it has to hold the trend line. So I've reloaded it a couple of times. If it can't hold, like Apple right here, so Tesla right here, if it doesn't bounce off this 187, I'm only giving it underneath the quarters. And I want the same thing on Affirm. As long as it holds, we're in it. But if it can't, you just got to jump out.
Yeah. Guys, honestly, I don't know. So we're 2 for 2, and they're big. Like this Palantir trade breaking through 24. I mean, we take some 12s there. We get some 10s as well. We are waiting for 13s. I'm just trying to like layer it up. And then we are out of, actually we're out of right now about 35% of it. Let's just wait. Let's wait for a little bit more on this one. That is 20, that's 24 30s, 24 20s. I mean, we're getting into that level right now. So we're getting pretty close right here. I mean, this is the benefit of using more shares again. And like we talk about it, you got to look at what's been happening and then try to figure out the best way to trade. So for me, it's trying to hit more shares and being accurate as much as we possibly can. And I mean, I think we're doing that 2 for 2 here, and explain to you, that we were, going to go on these trades. So I think if you guys are looking for like definitive trades and things like that, that's where I'm getting, in my opinion, better at doing those kind of things. So let's just see. When they don't work, they don't work. You got to have stops. But when they do work, you definitely want to let some of these start to fly in your favor again. So let's see what happens now and go to the desk with Adara.
Some comments coming here from President Xi in China, just to be aware of. saying that, as reported by Reuters, President Xi saying that China is going to be stepping up its R&D here in certain areas, including circuits, industrial motherboards, a lot of tech-related spaces. Also saying that China will be accelerating its scientific tech innovations in fields including information technology and AI. So just be aware of some AI innovations and R&D, tech R&D increases, as reported by Reuters. President Xi looking to increase in China, guys.
Yep, he's looking to increase that over there. All right. Yeah, guys, look, I'm not going to have too much to say. I mean, I'll look at the chat to see if there's anything else going on. We've already sort of made our bed here today. It's a monster open for me. And I just hope that everyone's enjoying the show. I'll look at the chat for some more names. We did miss Micron at the bottom. That could have been our 3 for 3 opportunity there, but again, we just weren't looking at it, but we were writing it down. So if you are a member of Sticky Note Nation, you would notice here that we had Micron 140, but just did not notice it, first of all, until Neil brought it up and it was already at 140.70. So we definitely missed that opportunity there. I'll say my bad, but honestly, there's like Palantir right here. We just broke. We gave this one. We as this was breaking 24, we said our stop was 10 cents lower. So it's now 2-1. So that's going to be a good trade no matter how many shares you have on that one. And then here comes Nvidia, man. We're just letting this thing climb up. If this takes 124, take 124, man. You know how much we're going to give back here? About 4% or so of what we've made. So that's completely fine. And we've already gotten out of more than half of this on the way back through. So this last reload will probably be about a flat trade. We could take this again against 124, but with the market up here, 20,000, we're already in this Palantir trade. Let's just see what winds up happening with Nvidia. I mean, let's put on a little bit more then, because we just turned off of that. Now that we saw that, let's put something off in the 70s and 80s. And if it still breaks 124, we want to get out. But we'll try to go back in here and see what happens.
Yeah, speaking of getting back in, the plan will be the same thing on Affirm. I did say if it gets up to that top and you see the same nonsense that it did before, which is get to about 32.30 off of 30. The bounce is not 32 even. The bounce at VWAP is underneath 32. So you're really getting longs in the 80 to 90 range, and then you're getting like a 30 to 40 cent move to the upside on a $30 stock. So it's giving you like a 1% bounce, but it's rejecting underneath. So as long as that happens, it's going to jump right back into the well off of VWAP every single chance that we do get. Apple seems to want to only break highs. Unfortunately, that just continues to run. Tesla, we went for the dip, but it did not hold on to support, so we got out of it. I would have hunted back for like 185, but that's like to me, I'm always going to have a stop. But the way I look at it, I'm not going to get into this off 185 at 186. It needs to trade a little bit tighter into the 186 level or the 185 level to try to catch a bit of a dip there on Tesla. It's still trending into the upside, but I don't like that big reversal that you just put in there. Whereas Affirm, which is a strong stock like Apple is holding the trend line pretty successfully. So jumping back into this until it breaks trend is going to make a heck of a lot of sense for me. I said ARM would be the next target in terms of a setup, but it just didn't. By the time I see it getting up here, you know, it's set to trade up. It comes back up to the top. It gets to 157. I'm looking 158. Didn't really tick too much above it. So I'm not chasing ARM, but I do like when ARM is weak like this relative to the market to look for a VWAP trade as well. So this could start to put in a bit of a VWAP low, down 3.5% when the market is flat, when Nvidia is 2.5%. And Nvidia is above VWAP as well, so I think this is a relatively weak name. Unlike that AMD, which was a good short early and then broke VWAP itself and could still be trending to the upside. That's why I move. If a stock that I like short is showing me a bullish trend and it's above the levels I want to short, then I'm not shorting that stock. I'm looking for a better opportunity.
All right, and in continuing with the good vibes and the good feels around here, we'll go some clap. We'll go fire up a hot dog cannon because I just looked. About half the traders here on the floor today are positive, and that's fantastic. So I want to say congratulations to everybody there today for that. So that's really good. We don't, often we talk about how hard it is to be a positive trader, and you could sort of hopefully be able to see that every day. What we're trying to show you guys, sort of how we're trading and things like that. But much like what you see, half of the floor. So that's really positive. So shout out to Real Trading right there. You guys can join at realtrading.com. All right, so look at this, man. We started getting out. Like we got some out 11s, 12s. Palantir just takes a little bit of a dump in right here into these levels. the stop is still in if it breaks through 90. I think I'll try. I mean, I don't know. I don't like when things retrace like this, obviously. Let's put a bid at 95 just to, I mean, okay, well, here it is 95. I was like, maybe it doesn't get to 95. All right, well, maybe it doesn't. Let's put a bid here at 96 then and see if we can capture some more. There it is, and maybe now we'll get those 95. So here we go. Let's see what happens now to the upside for this move on Palantir. If it breaks back, which it looks like it wants to, breaks below 23.90, we are out of this trade. So that's the trade for me there on Palantir. We are out of, ooh, what? Okay, that just fell back in for us. Again, this is why we stay the course with what we are doing. I mean, there's Nvidia. You know, I second guessed getting more up there. Then it just fell back in. Remember we said, like, we don't have a huge position, but we'll just continue to trade it. All of a sudden, boom, this thing drops $1 right back into 123. So just when things work out, it feels pretty good. Nvidia with the rhetoric that it was going to be a downside day. We talked about being bearish today. We picked on a name that's probably the most bearish as far as, you know, big cap, unless Meta's down more than 3 or 4%. I'm not sure.
Meta's strong.
Meta's strong. Okay, so there you go. Okay, Palantir. Here we go. Man, this has been a day. I just hope everyone's enjoying the show. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, check the podcast, check everything. We're putting out a lot of work for you. Come through again today. We'll be doing 2 podcasts this week as well. I'm off all next week, so that should be a lot of fun. We don't have too much planned right there. We got a lot of baseball this weekend. I'll be in Brockville. So shout out to that. Yeah, another tournament, baby. We putting up digits. We're doing that, and then
I don't know where that is.
Oh yeah, it's east, so kind of near Kingston-ish.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so we'll do that. So everyone's really excited for all that kind of stuff. So
Canada's
it's
kind of big.
Canada's a little big. Yeah,
It's just a little bit.
A little bit big. But yeah, should be fun times there, and then of course Obi will be filling in.
Yes, sir. Make sure you check out that podcast when it does drop, because one of the things that was talked about was like discipline and getting away from distractions, and I think that's important, not just in trading, but also in life, and I think that's a good message. So I'm trying not to get distracted by this market flying up to 20,000 and possibly breaking while all these big cap tech names are gone. But Affirm, it's still holding that trend. I just want to look for it getting back in. It's a little bit higher up on this dip than I would like, so I'm not buying the dip just yet. And then we'd mentioned GameStop had started going, and I'm like, yeah, well, if GameStop can also hold VWAP in here on a dip, then that's a setup I would like. It's there now, so this would be the opportunity. I could draw you. I don't think it's established a second dip buy to give me a trend yet, but if it holds VWAP here, that does look good. We are not short ARM, unfortunately, as ARM is breaking the low of the day. So we have to, sometimes you just want to adjust your plan. I don't want to stray too far away from it at this point. There's no obvious flat bottom break here. So let me look at the 155 and also look at that VWAP for the retracement. I only want to be short this name, so I'm not going to fight the trend on that. AMD, I'm still looking for another entry into AMD. If it's not going to be the top, which is up here, like 161, 161 quarter was a close on Friday, then it's got to be failing back underneath VWAP. So these are the ones I'm looking for shorts to set back up. And you're in the middle of nowhere. We're no man's land for AMD, so I'm not jumping back into it yet. I just feel like you got to be patient. I don't mind sitting here flat. Apple just continues to run. There might be a 210 break on Apple, which I don't want to forget about. If that's how Apple wants to be, 210 was on Friday. I wasn't here at the close, but clearly it broke 210 with some gusto at 350. You can see the support. Well, I mean, it's ridiculous. I wasn't here. You guys can tell me what that looked like, but it looks like there was a huge buyer on Apple all afternoon at 210, and then at 350, it just died underneath $210. So if it gets to that price, I'm expecting there's probably a decent offer there. It's a big even dollar level, and then you can take like a scalp breakout trade or something along those lines. But it has to get there first.
Yeah, we might have had one of the best moments. It's too bad you weren't here for it. One of the best moments in Trader TV Live by shorting that Apple trade. It really, if I can find where it was, we were short there. Oh, I mean, I don't know if I have a picture of it. It just fell like crazy. Now we don't. Oh yeah, here it is, right here. Yeah, so this was a whoopsies. That's golf. This was a great Great trade, just boom, fell right down. Let's just have a quick look at this trade there from Friday. There's that 210, 211, and then we were talking about, guys, we want to get short Apple, and then boom, fell into 207 from 210, $3 straight down. That got everybody jumping there. So again, that's another example right there of sticking with your guns, sticking with the trade that you wanted to put on, and just hitting pay dirt right there with Apple on Friday. So yeah, that was a good look there for sure. Came through, and then Nvidia, same kind of ways. It was a great trading opportunity. There wasn't. I mean, that's the thing. Everyone was so hyped up about the imbalances, and then it didn't really turn out to be too much. There was some good trades that were had. You guys saw one right there with Apple.
Yeah, it looks like crowd was nothing, obviously.
Yeah, it was really just overhyped and not much to deliver unless you traded it. So that was a good trade there. There wasn't too much on the close, but and then we had another crazy one on, was it KKR? I don't remember what it was, but we absolutely. It was like a clinic there in rebalancing on Fridays. I want to thank everybody for watching that, and a big shout out to my guy Obi as well for taking the wheel on a lot of that. So that was great. Thanks, Obi, again for that. I was looking over there. Obi again today, man, on the leaderboard. Congrats, Obi, for that one. Yeah, you didn't know I was a lefty. Yes, I am, Adam, but I'm not really. I just golf left, shoot hockey left. I am right-handed though. I just do everything left. All right, so. Look, Nvidia is still a dollar club. It's a dollar right now, and it just bounced off of 122.50 again. So that would have been that dollar. We did get something out when it came back into 123. So here we go. Nice little push back down in for Nvidia. We still got this one on, and we just took out some more when we popped up. Remember, we were buying these 95s, 93s. Well, we just got something out at 03, something out at O's, and something out at 98s. So Palantir looks pretty weak here as it does want to come back in. It's a good move for Palantir today. It was down a couple percentage points, had that move down into 23, and then now the retracement all the way back up. So far, so good there for that. We're not going to get Micron. I know Neil was already on Tesla there.
I don't want to say never.
Oh, no, you could get it.
Pulling back right now.
Yeah, and then I know that you tried this Tesla trade. This is also pulling back into the 200, so that could be something again for us here. But like I said, we are very, very positive today, and we don't really want to slip up too much. So there it is. We got it at 75% of that Palantir trade as it just broke through 90s. Let's hold on to the last 25% just in case it does want to hold VWAP. Palantir, a positive name, but it did come back in there, and we wound up getting out of, I think, our last 25% or so for that bottom take there. So not as great as it could have been, but it was fun while it lasted. Palantir. We have outs up at 19s and 20s, so that was good. It was a good day for Palantir, but it's not a good day late. Let's hold on to the last little bit. We could still make it back. All this has to do is get to 24 again, and we'll make it back, but looking for a little bit more. We'll hear from Neil when we get back from Madeira after this, something that we haven't traded at all, I don't think. Small cap recap.
IWM definitely outperforming the SPY and the NASDAQ as of right now. Having a bit of a bull flag formation, up almost 1% on the day. So nice look for the Russell 2000, and lots of these small caps running around today, including Micro, Aljo, MLGO. This one has been moving around the last few days, currently up about 50%. No catalyst on this one that I could see, but we have a float of about 3 million shares, so smaller float for MLGO. Next up, we have Teladoc, which is a bit of a smaller cap here, $1.65 billion market cap for this one, up about 10% right now, announcing at this diabetes conference that their predictive AI modeling has led to increased engagement among diabetes members. So just showing some positive research at a conference, TDOC here. Last but not least, we have Altimmune, ALT, this one presenting some data at the same conference for its obesity treatment. So good look for ALT here. Quite a few small caps on watch, guys.
Good look for Altimmune there. We haven't really been involved. We talked about MLGO, but haven't really traded any of those just yet. I am in the ARM short. It just wicked up to VWAP, came back down to 155, so I got in 15s here, 155.15 that is. With ARM, I always like to be cautious isn't the right word, but if it makes one move into VWAP, generally speaking, it'll sit around here for a while. I'd have to go back to last week to show you exactly the last time we had that trade. I think it was. Yeah, if you look at it in here on Thursday when it trended down, like it lost, so there's your break of the high, loses VWAP, upside and then kind of takes it again. To look for that short, you need to hold underneath. And sometimes it does that wick above and then a consolidation under. So I want to give it that chance to make a wick above VWAP or at VWAP before I add anything. And then low of the day first target is going to make some sense. Apple is tracking toward that 210 break. It's a scalp trade for me if we get an Apple breakout. It's at an obvious. I usually say I don't want to punch long in overhead resistance. So I acknowledge there's 210 and then there's 211 up there. But if it does a quick move breaking 210, you get 5s long, you can scalp 25, 50s, 75, 100, then I'll just go ahead and do that. When I say 100, I mean the dollar on Apple. So I will take the 210 break if it does make that move, but just got to wait for it to happen. AMD, we'd like that reload, but remember I said be patient. Suddenly AMD looks strong. That's higher lows, that's trending up. That means we wait for the next level up. So that could be $1 away on advanced micro devices, and suddenly that looks relatively strong. We've seen it before where Nvidia tanks and AMD is a strong one. So we got out of dodge at VWAP and we're patiently waiting for another entry point. I said we might still have a chance at Micron. This could easily track back down off that 140 to give you a double bottom entry. If that happens, I'll look for the entry on MU, and then Affirm, which has been the good long. There's the hold again of this trend, dipping, getting kind of to VWAP, but it's getting a more steep trend line in here. So I'm now following the trend line and not VWAP. I'm going to jump into this. If it loses 32, I'm out. It's a very, very steep trend line now.
All right. Yeah, talk about trend lines. Again, we should have just, sometimes you're going to question, like, based on how the market's moving at that moment, and you're going to try to make, decisions that are maybe shorter term decisions instead of longer term decisions. And for some reason, we did not short Nvidia there. We were looking at it. We said, well, if it breaks 124, we want to get out, and it came close to doing that. But we should have been reshort into this level. I'm not saying that I'm like missing, like, oh my God, I can't believe we're not short 124. I don't think that was the right play there. It was more just the look at the stock and then to see like where we were. We could have gone short like 70s or 80s and just added to the position and still use that same stop. But for right now, obviously you can see we cannot complain about this one. $1.70 now in the money, and still remains, top there today for Nvidia for me. So we'll stay on that. We only have Palantir back in as well. I've wanted to buy Apple all day. So let's have a quick look at this. It's only 10.25. I mean, there's lots of opportunities. Wow, 209.50. Like, we wanted this name. And we talked about it. It is on the trade of the week for me to buy Apple. It's just, trying to figure out what levels is another story altogether. So Apple right there, 209. I guess pullbacks into the 50 period. That's something that we've always noted. So 208.50 could be something. Amazon was another name that we talked about trying to get long. That's at a high of the day.
Yeah,
so that's another one, 189.50. Again, on any kind of pullbacks, shorting the. I'm just trying to give you, like, there's been so many opportunities to trade today. It's been actually quite crazy. Shorting the NASDAQ up here as well at 20,000 was a monster opportunity that, like, quite frankly, I'm surprised I don't have that trade. So that's something there that, not too happy with that. Not being able to have that trade. So that's something there for the NASDAQ. And here comes Palantir. So we just got long right now. We're 75. I mean, VWAP is right here. I had marked down 75 as our out. It looks like, I don't know what I was looking at, because I guess maybe that should have been 85. That's 82 right there. So I think like maybe we should have got out of that, but we are bidding it right now. We are long at 81s. So let me just get a piece out here, because we just took probably too many shares there. Downside, not too many, but Palantir's not looking great. All right, we'd rather play super strong stocks to the long side, which is why we switched over to Amazon and Apple. I thought this was long, doesn't appear to be. So Palantir right now breaking through 23.75. We are going to get out of that trade. So if that does come through, we're out of Palantir, and it looks like that is what's going to happen. The trend just changed up here. I don't know why. The market definitely turned. So that's what I was going to say. It's possibly something to do with that. But we just get our 81 there. We're starting to get a little bit more out here on Palantir. I really don't trust this name down here, guys.
Yeah, speaking of down here, another bounce off 154. You're going to see I'm out of ARM. It just bounced off 154 a third time. So we're going to get VWAP again if it pulls back. I'm still on the offer where we wanted to add to it the first time. This is trend down. It's obviously weaker than AMD, but that's why we pivoted over to it. I was first looking short on AMD trending up. So we went over to something which is actually setting up to the short side of the trade, and we'll jump back into it if we can. As you said with Palantir, kind of the same thing happening here on Affirm as, let me show you. I lazily drew that trend line over here, but I have it drawn a little bit more cleanly on my 3-minute chart over in black. Should have hit save to give it to you. But if we got to hold on to the trend, I said 32, it's actually 31.90 where you put that trend in. So I'm long at 6s, it's about 15 pennies worth of risk. And if we get to that top, which is 32.40, we're going to be taking profit going back into that. Apple is still cruising for the highs. So you don't have to, it's like the only, I shouldn't say that. I haven't looked at every single stock in the market. So it's one of the only things which is pressing the highs as the market tanks, which leads me to believe it should still be a long breakout if it gets there. But the market is now pulling back into the lows. So I'm not going to be sitting there expecting that breakout to happen anytime soon over in Apple. It is ARM I want to jump back into on any kind of a pop. As long as it follows the trend down, this is the name I want to stay short. Down 4% when the market was trying to go green.
Yeah, we have Micron on alert here coming back in as well. So we'll start the bidding now for Micron. We don't want to hold this too long. We do want to take a much bigger position if it comes into 140. So let's just try to buy a couple dips here. Palantir gave up that bottom, so we'll get out of Palantir now. We're now $2.50 in that. Like AMD, Nvidia, like these. The more and more I look at other names, the more it's like, why? Like, we already have this trade. This is already such a huge trade. And it just continues to get better. Like, now we're at the bottom of the day. You know, the number one idea was to go short. You just stick with that, and you don't get screwed up or screwing around too much with some of these trades like this. Okay, so we did get out there. We take a 20-cent hit on Micron, which is fine by me, as we come back in a lot more than where we are right now. Nice little drop into 19,000 right now. Sorry, 19.9, not 19,000. For the NASDAQ. All right, Nvidia is now $3 in the money and going lower. But so is Micron coming back into break 140. What's up, Abe?
We have the crypto update. We also have the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Index for June coming in here. Previous 19.4, forecast of -13. Let's see what the number is here for this index. Just waiting for that print here. As we wait for that print, we can take a look at crypto here. Bitcoin having a further drop after last week, according to this Bloomberg report here, its second largest drop of the year, fell about 5%. This is its second largest drop since April. Was the next largest drop at that point. So lots of weakness here in BTC, especially these BTC ETFs. Some outflows here as well. Interesting look here for the weekly chart for Bitcoin. We're hanging out just above the 61,000 level. Looking at a bit of previous support here on the Bitcoin weekly chart as well. So this could be an area worth noting. But this looks like we're set for our third straight week of downside here for BTC. Definitely keep an eye on that. In terms of the other cryptocurrency related names here, both Ethereum and Bitcoin down about 5%. Ethereum just holding on to this 3,300 level here. BNB, Solana down about 3+%. Dogecoin down about 4%. Cardano down about 3%. Very little positivity here across the board for this crypto. Generally, a lot of downside. Let's see if we got that Dallas Fed manufacturing number here. Coming in at -16.1 versus the estimate here of -15 or -13. So slightly lower than the expected, guys.
Man. There's Micron. Like, I was just like, what are you even doing, Micron, honestly? Damn, it's too bad that we didn't hold all of that. It came right into 140. Again, the exact level that we had talked about came in again. Thankfully, we were sitting there. And that's where we talk about it, luck and opportunity. You know, just being able to see a stock. We didn't see it the first time. We saw it the second time. We took a shot early. We should not have. We waited for 140. We loaded it up, and there's Micron, a positive name for us today. So, yeah, that was good, man. We almost slipped up there on Micron. Like, I was like, oh my God, here it's coming right in. And then we do get saved, I guess, a little bit by that number as the market kind of goes back up, but not really. 20 handles. But look, when you play the strong names to the strong side, look what happens, man. We're now almost $1 in the money again on Micron, and we just looked over at this thing. So there it is, another hopefully good trade here for a lot of you there on Micron, as we like that 140 level, and this time we actually got it, 140.05. So right there, a nice little 80-cent winner off the sticky note.
Yeah, good look there. That economic number coming out, it wasn't necessarily expected to be the biggest market mover, but you are bouncing off those lows. I'm going to acknowledge here, I went over immediately when you had that move and it started to go. I'm like, let's go to Apple because Apple's trending to the upside, and Apple about to press the high of the day again. I'm still looking for the 210 breakout, but I am on the dip here for Apple at the 209. It's just way too strong to ignore it. If it gets to that price before we get a dip buy, fair enough. I got no issues with that, but we're at least going to try it. ARM is coming back into the pocket for me, starting to bounce off 153. We're looking to get to VWAP in here again, where I think this should still stay a short. If it breaks out 55s and breaks out VWAP, we're going to stay away from it. And then Mara came right back into VWAP, flushed underneath. There's the pullback. I'm short at 60s, right at VWAP, giving it to the 75 level. And one last one I want to jump over to, if we can, is going to be AMD. We said we'd let AMD set back up for a short. I was very, very close when that was under VWAP to looking to actually hitting the key and jumping into the short trade, and the market bounced on that number. And AMD right back up at the high. So we probably dodged a bullet there, but it was the fact that it was, that 1030 hit, and AMD went boop down 150, looked like it was setting up the short, and then right back up at the top. I'm going to stick to ARM. AMD looks way too strong. All right, relatively speaking, I should say. It's down 1%.
All right, what's for lunch? Okay, not bad. I mean, if you're looking for some pub food today, not bad. Maybe you have a little hungover from the weekend. You're doing your own thing here. I didn't have one drink this weekend. Pub-style chicken fingers. Not bad.
What makes them pub-style is my question.
Fabian like that. Who knows? Roasted red pepper wedges. So not bad. It's a little bit of maybe a higher level French fry with the roasted red potato. Ooh, red potato. That's nice. So right there, we'll see what happens now with our salad. I'm going to say tuna again. We had a couple eggs on it last week. That's pretty. I don't like just a half egg there. I'd rather have the egg salad or something.
Yeah, the egg salad's better than when they just do the hard-boiled egg.
Yeah, they were doing some hard-boiled eggs last week.
Hard-boiled egg on your salad is not a protein.
Yeah. All right, so that will be it. So shout out to Sebastian. You are right. It is what's for lunch, and it was chicken. So today, that's completely fine by me because today's been sort of, the theme of the day has been chicken dinner winners. We haven't said it yet, though. But if you have been trading alongside, then you're hopefully having a good day because we're having a pretty good one here as well. And really, my whole day has been carried by Nvidia because Palantir turned out to be a nothing burger after all, as it did fall back in. Now it's starting to bounce. Again, we could always have used that 200 period right there. We missed out on that one. Come over to the screen here, Fabes. Right there, 2360, 2370. We could have used a 200 instead. We used VWAP. That didn't work out. Okay. And then Micron. I mean, come on. So we've given you two trades today, right? This Micron trade is obviously $1 now in the money. That's straight off the sticky note. The Nvidia is $3 in the money, so we've already talked about that. And then the Palantir break of 24 was huge. But we did, wind up losing as it came back in. So that's, that trade is not going to be the belle of the ball by any stretch of the imagination. But we will end the day positive and in the spot that we need to be with one of our best. I mean, I know I sound like a broken record, but without showing you P&L, I can't prove it other than just telling you this is one of the best mornings I've had for the month. So right there, and you can ask us, either of us, any of those kind of questions at any time. Even the midday show, I actually gave Adara kind of crap last week and again, she appreciated it, so I appreciate that, Adara, as well. Just saying that, it's about having a more positive talk. It's like, you don't always have to say, although I'm not having a good day, this is what I'm looking to do now. It's like, you could see by the trades. I mean, you could ask, right? Like right now, I'll be 2 for 3. And it's just, instead of saying, that one trade on Palantir, I wish it worked out, we'll focus on the ones that are working out. And then that's why I'm here to tell you that, from what we've been showing you on the show here today, it's a very positive day, and it's been really good for myself. So I feel like that's the way you want to talk, and then that way, when you're starting to see better opportunities, they'll become more clear to you because you're looking for them, and you have confidence in what you're looking for instead of sort of always dwelling back on some of those bad trades. And when I look at trades that sort of you sometimes mess up on, I'm like, good thing I kind of got out there because if not, then I would have maybe lost 30 or 40 more cents to the downside if you don't get out. right? My biggest problem is like, okay, we have these great trades, but to be able to hold them all to get that, or hold them all to get here. So it's about getting in and out of some trades. But again, thanks for watching. I'm sure you guys can see what's happening, and it's been a good day. So Micron still up that dollar into VWAP. Let's take a piece out, 41.35, if we're able to do that there on Micron, and then look for some other names that we can try to find some strength in. But hey, man, so far so good here today.
That's hilarious. Someone just said, what's that guy trading behind you with the absolute V shape? That looks like an Apple chart. To me, only because I have the Apple chart up right now, so I'm assuming you're looking in the middle. That is Apple, and that's not a V shape, because a V shape goes right back up to the other side of the V. That's the other side of the V, and that's another $3 up. So it's much stronger than that. Apple is. This wasn't necessarily on my plan of stocks to trade, but the 210 level, it just got to 209.96. I thought the break was imminent, so I have an order for the breakout. I also have an order for the dip buy off of 209. So I want to be ready for it when it does happen. Always move on to that next trade. And the next one looks like Apple to me. But if you shorted it off at 210, congratulations, because you could have been short like 95s there, risking 5 cents. I'm looking for the only direction that I like on it when it's trending up. It's up 1%. It's a strong stock as far as I'm concerned. So we'll jump back over to that one when it does come back in. Looks like ARM does not seem to want VWAP. Now all of a sudden you got this 154.5, which is turning into pretty clear resistance on ARM. So I'm waiting here at VWAP, $1 higher, and it looks like it wants to go off this 154.5 level. So the stairs are headed into the downside on ARM. Just want to stick with, again, like ARM has been a good stock for me, shorting it, even though it's been a generally long trending stock, as you can tell, but the short has paid off when it fails a breakout of the high. It hasn't been the best for me because I didn't get everything in like we usually do. But if it comes into VWAP, we'll look to make that one more time here. And then before we go to Adara, Affirm lost trend to the upside, but has held on to 31.50. So it's held on to that original dip price, but once it lost the trend line I got out of it, it could always bounce. As long as it's above 31.5 or maybe back above VWAP, I'll look for opportunities to get back into the long. But I am now out of it for the first time of the day. Firm up 6%. It was up double digits at one point, and worth mentioning, it turned right at the 200 period on the daily chart. So I want to put that one in the back of my mind. 32.50 is a big resistance level for Firm, at least for now. It could always break that one out in a heartbeat later on in the day. Let's get to Adara. It's 10:40.
32.50.
Time for Sector Watch.
31.50.
Lots of green here to talk about on this board. Finance, pretty much green across the board here. We actually have bank earnings starting in just a few weeks, so this sector could definitely be on watch. Health technology, pretty green here as well. Consumer services, commercial services, energy, minerals, utilities, health services, consumer durables, transportation, communications. A lot of these sectors could be really strong. A bit more mixed here in retail, trade, and producer manufacturing with AMAT. A little bit to the downside here. And of course, we have to talk about these tech sectors. This chip weakness continuing in electronic technology. Nvidia, Qualcomm, Broadcom, all pretty significantly to the downside here. And then as well in the technology services space, a little bit weaker. Worth noting, though, IBM pretty strong, getting a price target increase and analyst upgrade there. So IBM on watch, but we have some weakness here in Netflix and CRM amongst others. So a bit of a more mixed day for these tech names, but pretty strong for the rest of the market, guys.
Ooh-wee. Yeah, market trying to come down a little bit right now. I mean, we're good because we got Nvidia, but we also have a little bit left of Micron. We have about 10 or 13% left of Micron. So I was so surprised that moved up for us. So we'll try to buy a little bit more down here in and around 140 flat again. We'll see if Micron wants to hold that bid. We got 05s last time. We didn't get any out at 141. We will do that next time. We will get some out here at 141 if it does come back up. And then we're going to hold against that bottom. So, we can't hold the dollar. I mean, we held the dollar in the money. We're going to try to hold it back in here again as well if it does fall back. So, I mean, Micron, we want to try to stay long these names. So far today, it's been a Micron, Nvidia, and Palantir kind of day for us. So I'm pretty happy and proud of all of those names. Palantir did battle back. So that was one other thing that I wanted to bring up to everyone's attention. Palantir did make that, did make that move back in. So right back up to the 50-period moving average. So could have been held probably, but it broke. And again, other than using the 200 period, we'll wait to see if that comes back in again. Bitcoin and IBIT. quickly, just to look over this. Doesn't look like we're happening much right now. We're back near those lows. Right when the market opened up, Bitcoin was sort of trying to get near that 60,000. So that was IBIT down here, 34.70. Looks like it's trying to lose this bid as well. Oh, if you want to trade this thing technically, like I haven't really looked at it, but you're under the 200 under. Like to me, this is a short right now in crypto. So if you like this short, there it is, even going lower right now. I think you can just push the short. We're now $1, $2, $3 in the money on this Nvidia trade, and yeah, doing pretty good. So we're about the same level now as we were before when we said that we were going to go to the beach. So we have spent that's been about an hour here just entertaining, and I hope that's what it's been for all of you. There it is, man. Nice move down for Nvidia. Fire off the hot dog cannon, because if you are on the beach, maybe you want to enjoy some dogs. Nice move in. There it goes. Keeps on going. Bye-bye, Nvidia. See you later. It's at 120 already. We're short 123.50 here on Nvidia. 350 now in the money on this trade.
Great trade over there on Nvidia. Some opportunity cost has gone to the wayside here. I'm going to get to DJT just because a lot of people are talking about it. It's breaking out the high right now. There's zero chance of a chase of this move, and the trend is like clearly your friend. I did say this, and I did pay for locates. If this thing gets to if the stock gets to the $40 range, I'm looking for the short. I just want to point out why. It could happen in the midday. I think at this point you're trending towards it. 38 to 42 was a big wide zone for this in front of the 50 period on the daily. And at this point, it seems pretty decent chance that with a couple more pushes, it gets to that price. They were not free, but they were 4 cents per share, and I'm more than willing to pay for the locates on those. Now AMD is starting to look a little bit weaker. We wanted to wait.
Wow.
I said be patient. Either it's breaking down or giving us the short off the top. Suddenly AMD working back into the downside. Just needs to break trend in here, and then we're going to jump back into that. ARM is way too far gone at this point. If we had gotten the reload, again, we didn't get the reload off 154.5. It's already at 152. So I want to look to a move that I can join where it has to play some catch up, and that would be AMD if it can hold underneath VWAP. That would be the next trade unless we get some kind of an Apple break, which is still pretty close. 30 cents for an Apple break. I'm still taking 210.
Wow. We are now almost $5 in the money. Nvidia's at 119 change right now. So this is starting to go. We did take a hit on Micron. We actually will go red there on Micron as it does take out that 139.50. But wow, look at this drop. I'm bidding one up there. That's still Micron. Hold on. Look at Nvidia right now. Look at this. We have this short. I'm bidding 119. So maybe we fall in here off of that level, maybe we don't. But right now, let's give it a shot. 119, we're trying to buy that level. This was the bottom so far for this, so let's buy that. We'll try to pick up maybe some Micron down here as well, just in case. Ooh, it doesn't look like it wants to bounce. That is Nvidia off of 119. That's too bad. All right, we did get some Micron back in at 50 there. I tried to punch 30s and change when I saw that kind of bounce, so we are still bidding down here in and around 33s actually. For Micron, I just canceled it. Let me put it back in there. There we go. We got it back. So hopefully we get that bid as Nvidia does bounce back, and here comes Micron. It's really coming in now. So watch out for Micron breaking through 138. We'll get out if that does happen. Right now we're long again on Micron and short on Nvidia. So looks like the short is what wants to print here. Wow, just to have been in this name only would have been real nice. We did throw some money back here on Micron, so watch out for a 138 take here on MU. I didn't think we'd get this low, but we are. I'm not hearing anything about the market, but we are starting to break lower.
Yeah, I've heard nothing. I'm just going to restart my new service. I haven't heard really anything. But the thing that could be bouncing the market, I'm going to make an assumption that if the market is bouncing, it has something to do with the high of the day here on Apple. It's back to the 210 again, so same drill. 210 break. I thought this would be the next trade. The market tanked, and it's still the 210 break here on Apple. I do want to short, like I said, I want to short pops if we get them in ARM, but the next thing coming in seems to be, while the market is lower, Apple continues to go higher. It's not the only name that's strong, but it's the only one testing a big, massive level that we want. Before it happens, I have a level 2 dedicated to it, so if it breaks, it's not like it's going to do it without me, but there's also this trend on AMD, which it's a steep one, it's higher lows. This breaks underneath 159.5. I still want to be short AMD. But I want to be short on my terms, which is either at the top, or when this thing breaks that trend line. So if it starts, it's starting to go right now, so that's why I drew this for you. It's a bit of a steep trend. It's kind of nasty. lazily drawn, I would say. But 159.50 is the level
I mean, no,
on
of course
AMD
not.
where I'd be short. 5 cents away from Apple breaking 210. That could still come into play. Just if you were shorting off that level on Apple, you could be scalping it, but I'm only looking in one direction, and that would be the long. It's too strong. There's plenty of other things we can get into. Here comes AMD to 159.5, needs to break, and then we're in.
I mean, we're still trying
Apple
to.
does not want to break.
Yeah, we're still trying to find out with Micron here. It looks like it is going to try to break lower here and not be a very nice trade. There goes Micron again. Oh man, that sucks to give back on Micron here. We like this trade, but I guess all the chip names, starting with Nvidia, we're still $4, and that's still going lower and lower and lower right now on that name. We don't necessarily. I mean, this is. I still like Micron strength, even though it's red and the market's red. I still thought Micron had a chance there. They get that upgrade. They have earnings, but hey, maybe this is like really spooking those earnings right now, right? So that's 138.50 coming in on Micron. That could be a level right there. So let's figure that out. Okay, well, here it comes in again. Like, wow, the whole thing is falling down, man. There's your 118, by the way, on Nvidia. So
117.
Yeah. So we just got filled right there for $5 as this plane comes crashing in. And there it goes, man. There's breaking through 118 on this name. We are still going lower on Nvidia. And it is just coming in.
And dragging everything with it, by the way.
Yeah, dragging absolutely everything with it, as we talked about what's been happening here with Micron.
Even Apple just gave up again at 210.
Yeah, even Apple. I mean, if Apple is going to be a good buy opportunity at some point. So, all right, well, I guess I'm not getting those 124 and changes there, but I just hope that everyone did enjoy this trade. So here's Nvidia. You know, basically one idea. We were able to get one reload. That's too bad that we didn't do it there. But there's the downside move here for Nvidia. Honestly, it is what it is. And this is a nice downside move here. The market is really giving it up. And here comes that 117 on Nvidia. 118.50 just got taken out. The bottom is 118.30s or so, 118.40, coming lower and lower and lower right now. Nvidia, there it is, man. Now you're down 15% from its highs and going lower.
Almost that 2-0 spot, the 20%, which has been the standard pullback for Nvidia.
Yep.
I'm not saying you bounce off 20% automatically. 217 is the post-split bottom. I'm not thinking long until that price. If I see a monster bid and it tries to catch a bid there, I'm going to be looking long. I'm not standing in front of that one like a freight train. But we're about to go to Adara. I want to point out the trend break did happen on AMD. We waited for that to set up. It broke the trend. We got short 44s underneath 50. We've already scalped out halfway to that low of the day. Low of the day is the 158 level where we'll jump out of that trade. So AMD had to wait for the setup, at least for myself. I wasn't looking 161. I would have looked closer to the Friday afternoon highs, and it never got there. So we waited for it to break the trend line, jumped right in the second it did, and now we're headed to the desk for Money Talks with Adara.
Yeah.
The XY to the downside here pretty significantly, but finding a little bit of support at this 105.50 area, which has been a little bit of resistance in the past. This could be an interesting level, this 105.50 for the DXY. Not a ton of economic data today, though we will get lots more later in the week, but we did get this Dallas Fed Manufacturing Business Index coming in for June. A little bit higher than expected, so negative 15.1, or sorry, lower than expected because negative 15.1 versus the estimate of negative 15, but higher than the previous number for May, which was negative 19.4. So bit of a month-over-month increase here for the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Business Index for June. We also had some comments from Fed's Goolsbee earlier today on CNBC saying, amongst other things, that the Fed's policy is significantly restrictive, that he's hopeful that we'll get some more data to get that confidence that inflation is heading back to 2%, really just echoing what we've heard from a lot of Fed speakers as of late. We also have Fed's Daily coming through at 2 p.m., so that'll definitely be on watch. Tomorrow, a bit more Fed speak. Fed's Bowman set to speak twice, and Fed's Cook set to speak, so we'll have to see what all these Fed speakers have to say ahead of the Fed meeting minutes coming in next week, guys.
Well, they're really relentlessly buying every single dip in Apple. Despite what the market is doing, if you can't tell an upward trend when you see it, well, I mean, a trend is a trend. It doesn't really matter. Like higher highs up in here, and every time I try to jump on the bid when this thing dips, it's probably algo buying. Most things are algo buying, but it just flies back upside, and you could end up chasing it. But I'm just trying not to do that. So the 210 break could still be the play here. As the market continues to go lower. I'm just chuckling because that's exactly what happened on the last dip on the 3 minute at 1040. I tried to bid in front of 209.20. It then shot up. I tried to bid in front of 209.40. And again, this thing just continues to shoot higher. So I think it's the 210 break still coming into play here on Apple. Just going to have to cancel the dip buy and go back to the breakout trade here on what is, I hesitate to say the strongest name, but I mean, it's probably the strongest name out there. It might be. I haven't looked at my quote board in a hot minute, so I don't want to tell you that it's the biggest and strongest of the big cap tech names. I felt like you had given some back there on Meta at least. So there's the Apple 210 break. It needs to work right away as far as I'm concerned, because I've seen this party before when Apple makes a big breakout. So a quarters first, and then work into the 50s, and then we'll see if it goes into that 210, 211 level. Remember, the 211 on Friday, I wasn't here on Friday, but you can see 210 to 211 was a pretty distinct range. So I want to play this station to station and scalp into that 211 level and only have a small piece on if it ends up breaking 211. Apple defiantly breaking the high of the day and continuing to go higher as the market literally just made a fresh low. You got to be, look, relative strength and weakness matters end of day.
Yeah, for sure. We're long Apple now as well, so it's going to be a good trade hopefully for that one. We're back into the Micron long and Apple. That's it. So we did get out of that Nvidia. Probably got out of it a bit too early. I don't know, 119. It does make that move down. So let's see, man. Let's go Apple right now. We'll put Apple right back in the pocket. We like that call. So here it goes. Nice move breaking through 210. And there it is, man. This is a good trade. Let's go Apple. Here we go, baby. Breaking through now. So again, these are the trades. These are the levels that you look to put some shares on. Boom. Breaking through 211. Now it's another 50-cent winner. We'll hit that hot dog cannon there for Apple as it starts to go back up to the upside. Okay, Apple. 210 50s. Let's go. 210. We gave this was going to be the trade of the week, but looks like it's happening already early here on Monday. We'll wait for 210.65. We're out of 40% right there for about 40 cents. So now let's wait to see what happens next for our friend Apple. Nvidia's trying to make a move down. That's okay. So right now we're long Micron, long Apple with only 5 minutes to go. So yeah, great job, Aaron Smith. We'll spin the money for you as you are still in Nvidia, as you say there on the chat. And congratulations, man. I think that to have the Nvidia trade on today was pretty standard, and yeah, glad to have that. Let's just see if the rest can work out, and by gosh, there it goes. It is Apple, and let's spin it off right now. Good trade there. Neil's got this trade. We've got this trade, and I hope you have this trade as well. Apple starting to get going here again. Good move on this name, AAPL. 210, man. We like that. And again, the top two trades today, Nvidia short, Apple long, and they are print factories right now.
Yeah, absolute print factory. But remember, I still think this 211 on an Apple can be a thing. Rebalance day was what it is. If I see a stock sell off like this, off a key price level, then I want to take profit going into it. So we set into 211. We would hang on to a piece of it for the dream. If 211 breaks, I'm not adding it a 211 break. I'll look for a failed break, dip back into 210. Apple is clearly the bell of the ball at this moment. Man. And I said maybe there were some other things going and looking pretty good. Meta gave it all the way back and bouncing off the bottoms. So Meta was strong. It's still up 1%. But Meta all the way back to where this started. It is an Apple story at this moment. And AMD, AMD trying to track off this 159. The market's making it turn because Apple's making it turn at this moment. So you want to be careful. To me, I want to be careful reloading anything at VWAP, which is making higher lows. So I'll wait for some confirmation before getting back into any short in AMD. And that goes same for ARM. ARM is weak and much, much weaker than AMD, but I got to find an entry here. It could be VWAP. Maybe it is 154.5. But in the middle of the day, you don't want to give it all back or anything like that. You want to be very, very patient with your entry spot. So if it's 153, the previous low that it curls, I'll take a shot there. If it busts through that and gets up to VWAP, I'll take a shot there on ARM. But ARM down 5% and not looking very good at all. DJT, we only have 3 minutes to go, so just want to go over some of the names here. DJT, there hasn't been a solid dip buy that I like, so I'm not in it. If I see 40 or above 38, I'm looking to short DJT, but it's still a ways away. I think it could get there, decent chance of that. And then the other squeeze name that we haven't paid too much attention to, GameStop. A little surprising to me that it's up because there wasn't really any kind of a catalyst for GameStop, but when it's trending up, I think joining the trend usually pretty good, starting to pull back now. So VWAP sits at 24. That's where I would look for GME. So here comes Apple. If we get back to 210 and bounce, then we look to go long on Apple one more time here at the 210 after the break.
I just want to show you guys the benefit again of scalping out, right? I mean, we just got a 210.70 fill there on Apple. So we really just made 50 cents again because we could reload that position again down there, right? And so take it out, get an opportunity. I still have 40% of this trade, but you can reload it again down here at the downside. We have just done pretty decently here on Micron, being able to buy that dip. It just went to 139.50. Micron, battle back. We did lose it at 139, but a nice move back up to 139.50 there for Micron, trying to get some of that money back. Apple, I'm not going to reload it right here. I'll wait for a little bit lower than this level, but it could be definitely something to look at as you look for the strongest names in the place, and Apple definitely fits that. $1.50 now. I'm thinking on Micron. We're not back to 140. I do have an offer at 139.90. We're getting close enough to that level right now. I didn't realize Micron moves like this insane. Wow. Okay, that's $2 now on Micron. Honestly, I haven't looked at these things in a minute. But that was a monster move back there for MU. So MU is a friend of mine today, as there goes Micron, nicely done back up to the upside. No idea that it moves this insane. But Micron, great job, back up to 140 as the market really starts to rally. And you want to talk about taking profits there. I mean, Nvidia really slipped up to the downside, but we already got that back in. So we are now out of Nvidia. Congratulations to anybody that bought the dip. $2 in on Micron, 40 cents in on Apple. Today is a good day.
It is a good day, and I want to answer the question by Jesse Munson. I did go over where I wanted to get back into Affirm, but it just hasn't happened yet. 31.5 had to hold, and if 31.5 holds, then I want to look for a long consolidation off VWAP. So there's 31.5 holding. Now I want strength. It just broke VWAP 2 seconds ago, so if it can hold above there, maybe go sideways and consolidate. This is the time of the day that I think you let something, simmer for a little bit, right? So let it simmer here at VWAP, and if it wants to show me that strength, then we get into the trade. Apple, I am still on the bid here. I was trying to get a reload in front of 210. I can tell you that clearly you can see I didn't get filled, so I'm just going to go ahead and cancel that order. We scalped out as well when it got to that mid-70s, but I was looking for the dip buy back at 210. It got as far as 210.13, so not quite filling me. I was sitting at like 6, trying to get it in front of 210. So Apple's still trend up. Wow. I do want to get this back in the long. If the market gets to green, and I'm talking about the NASDAQ, if the NASDAQ gets to green here, I know it's 11 o'clock, but if we get green on the NASDAQ, I think Apple trends until we get to Friday's highs on the NASDAQ. So I still want to be long this name and adding to it, but I want to be buying dips instead of taking a 211 break. I think we'll get 1 or 2 shots at it, but it's 11 o'clock. You know what that means. We'll be back at 2. The market is trying to go, and Apple's doing everything in its power to try and hold this thing off of the lows. Let's see if it can do more heavy lifting as we send you to Sharif and Adara. Go get them.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That is your girl, Adara, and I'm Sharif, and I got to close this chat so I can start shouting out everyone on the other one. We already have a couple of the early birds hanging out with us. We got Big Kyle Burdett talking about Nvidia and coin short. Shout out to him. Chase Bands. We got Salim Khan. We got the Skips 8 and the Piper, the OG. One of the OGs in the chat. Darwin and Killer Cam 20. Pitch Bull, we got Lionel Martinez. I was about to say Lionel Messi for a second there. Trader Revolution, Sixto V. Coin, Clockin, Doggo, Big Michael Lloyd. What's up, my man? Good to see you again. We got Francis. We got Bora Hut. We got Adam Deleuze. Visit Highland. Okay. Diamond Realty of Miami. Haven't seen you in a hot minute. Welcome back, my friend. We got Dogo, Zach Griffith, Cass M, and Blue Arrow. Michelle Meir joining us. The Pawns, the Fawns. He's in the house as well. Anurag, we got 1320. We got everybody, baby. And we got Apple at day's highs as as we speak now. You saw the Katina man in it. You saw Sean in it, Neil in it, Raymond, as well. Here comes 211 as we speak. 210.95 on AAPL, Adair, 1 2/3 to the high side. Really going here. Good morning.
Good morning. And I think the funniest part of that Apple is how Sharif brought up this Apple to me was, did you see the dead one today? And I was like, its action is not supporting that name. But no, yeah, it's an old habit calling Apple the dead one. The intraday moves on that one have been crazy lately. But how are you doing this fine morning, Sharif?
I'm good. I had a decent weekend, baptism, birthdays. Yeah, it was good. The weather obviously didn't hold out. We know that. It was kind of like iffy in Toronto. There goes 211 on AAPL. Big move up today. The Katina man's yelling. Randy's here. He's looking at the screen. Neil's involved. It's a great day. It's good to be with you back on a Monday, baby. AAPL, as Neil called it, the bell of the ball today, up 1 almost and 3/4 right now. Great move. We'll talk more about some other names that are moving, but in terms of mega cap or Meg 7 world, we should say it is this one. It is AAPL. It is the super cycle potential holder. There it goes into a new high day. Katina man, 211.25. Big moves here. Not you, Big Kyle. Big Apple to the high side today. Anything you want to cover before we get into the lesson?
Yeah, I want to talk about Nvidia. Jay Lee was saying, yeah, Nvidia's making some crazy moves. I don't know if we'll get to this in the lesson, Jay, but I will talk about what I just saw in the book at Nvidia at 120 because in a word, chaos. So I took that short, breaking that 120. That worked out, but then I wanted to see what we did in the book. I basically just scraped it the second we got below 120 and a little bit lower. I was going to risk into 120.30s, got into at 120.15, so it worked out there, but not the point. The point I'm trying to make is we get as low as 119.50 and then we pick right back up. And we break above 120 and immediately jump 15 cents. That 120 area on Nvidia, just watch out for it, guys. I tried to get in the long. Nvidia said, no, ma'am, you will not be taking this this party to the upside. So I respect that. But Nvidia really struggling with this 90 MA. Just watch what we do at 120 because that's a doozy and a half, that level over there.
Did you see this earlier or not?
I did not see that.
Okay,
earlier.
so this is a headline coming in here. It just came in right now. It's on AAPL. It's speaking about the dead one. Here's a headline. Look, I don't know if this is market moving or not. Apple has instructed its managers to reduce the number of workers on the iPhone finally assembly line by 50% in the next few years. Okay, so that's going to help margins, obviously, here. I don't think it's probably precipitating this move. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. It isn't for me to decide, but looks like Apple wants to increase the margins, I'm assuming, here on their best-selling product, maybe because they're going to get in trouble with the EU, and there's going to be billions to pay there. We saw with that 10% of global revenue is the maximum fine by the EU, which I think is, but that's neither here nor there. Let's get to the lesson du jour. We're talking about average true range all week. We're going to be talking about ATR from many different perspectives. Today, we want to introduce it for those who don't know exactly what it is to kind of get their beak wet so that they can follow along the rest of the week. So welcome, traders. Today, we're diving into average true range ATR for short, a powerful tool for gauging intraday volatility. Let's get right to business. So what is ATR? We always do this. So imagine a ruler that measures the market's typical daily price movement. Essentially, that's the ATR. It considers the highs, it considers the lows, and it considers the closing price to capture an instrument's overall volatility, and it's on average. The average period is over 14 days. So it'll take the high, it'll take the low, and it'll take the close for a 14-day period, and it'll give you the average true range. What is it expected to move intraday? Okay, so why is the volatility assessment here using ATR important? Well, volatility is like the market's heartbeat, right? High volatility means rapid price swings, while low volatility indicates those calmer periods. So you have to know if you're running a marathon or you're half asleep, right? Understanding this rhythm is crucial for intraday trading. If volatility is high, you should have higher expectations for profit targets and more expectations for rapid price swings, while if volatility is low, it's the exact opposite of that. So using average true range as a volatility meter. How do we do this? So first and foremost, you got to find your comfort zone. Are you a high volatility trader or are you a low volatility trader? So high volatility can be thrilling, but of course it can be risky. Conversely, low volatility might offer fewer opportunities, but it can be a bit more secure. So analyze your own risk tolerance, understand yourself and how your personality is structured. Do you like low volatility or high volatility? And that there's no right or wrong answer there, right? ATR will help you, though, identify the market that suits your specific trading style. So if you're one of those low volatility guys, look for things with lower ATRs. So spotting that high volatility, if you're one of those people that likes that high volatility, most day traders are, a rising ATR will suggest to you a volatile market, right? This might be a good time for trend following strategies. They do a lot better during volatile markets. Usually they're trending higher. If you like riding trends, increased volatility can present bigger potential moves. However, be mindful of the increased risk that comes along with that. And if you're a low volatility person, a low ATR indicates what we call calmer markets. This might be good time for scalping. For example, low volatility can offer frequent, smaller price movements that are suitable for quicker entries and exits, as well as the breakout plays. Breakout plays stand out more during calmer periods. When everything is volatile and everything is breaking out, it doesn't stand out, the name that's breaking out. But in a low vol environment, a breakout definitely stands out. So in calmer market, a breakout, which is a price past resistance, might have a more follow through, offering potential gains because so many people are fixated on that one stock that's breaking out as opposed to spreading themselves thin over multiple stocks that are moving. So beyond the basics, right? What ATR is, while ATR, is a great starting point, you got to remember a couple of things. It's historical. It's showing you the historical volatility. Usually we look at history as, rhyming, maybe not necessarily repeating with the future, but it gives us an indication of what this one has done in the past. But that's specifically it, the past. It cannot predict the future, although, it helps shed some light on what it's tended to do. And you should also be using it with other technical tools. You should be looking at support and resistance. What's going on over there? Oh, I thought something. It's all good. I just checking with the Katina man. You should be using it with other tools, support and resistance, moving averages. We'll get into that later on this week. But you should not rely on it exclusively and be looking to use it with other technical indicators. So how do you put this whole thing into action? So you're gonna obviously get yourself a trading platform that has average true range. Most of them do now, and they mostly run on 14-day averages. You're free to change that if you want. If you want to switch to 10, 21, whatever you want to do, but the standard default range for ATR is 14 periods. And then you want to analyze the ATR. You want to look at the current ATR value and see how it's been trading. Is the ATR elevated for the particular instrument that you're looking at, or is it within its historical range, or is it below? And if it is higher or lower, what are the reasons and how can you profit off that? And then number 3, adjust your strategy here, right? Based on the volatility reading for the instrument that you're looking at, you're going to adapt your trading approach. We talked about how volatile markets more favorably look at the trend following system, while more calmer markets look better for scalping and for the clear breakout trades. So you can keep that in your mind. And remember, guys, always ATR, definitely a valuable tool, but nowhere near a magic formula. Always practice sound risk management and combine it with other technical strategies for informed trading decisions. And you can try using ATR on a paper account, just to kind of get your feet wet and know how it works in with your style.
Yeah, because like ATR, sometimes things aren't perfect. Sometimes it can be AFR, average false range, instead of average true range. But so you have to figure out what works for you, and always take your time with that. Thank you so much to Sharif, as always, for preparing those lessons of the day. I have been messing around here with Nvda to mixed to mostly negative results. Basically what happened here I did the profit of that first short. I tried to go long here because, like I said, there was something fishy at 120. It looked like a long. We had higher lows. I said we'll risk into the 120 breakdown. Got the 120 breakdown. I got out. Then I got back in, or I got into the short again because I was like, we're having these lower highs on the book. We had this at the time a topping tail candle, and then that candle, of course, ended up closing higher. We got above that 120.30 area, which had been kind of a sticking point. So I had to make my exunt. I tried to get long here at 120.30, and Nvidia AMD was like, no, Dara, I'm already on my way to the upside, so you're going to have to wait there. I'm really hesitant. I always love the 90 MA level. This was massive resistance earlier. Now it's forming a support. That's spicy to me. There's something here for me in Nvda, but right now I'm not sure which way the wind blows on that name. So shout out to Sharif.
I love that.
AMD of range if I've ever seen
Pushback.
one. Yeah, I think AMD has warranted this pushback, Sharif. I tried a bit of a short here earlier because we were, also bless you, because someone just sneezed there.
Ram.
We had, I love the way you say bless you, Ram, with like just such a straight face. It's amazing. But no, so we clearly had a little bit of support here earlier at 159.30s, right? So I said, I want to try this short. If we break above 159.30s, we'll get out. We also had that doji-ish topping tail candle that supported that thesis. And then AMD was like, Adara, no. I am not a short, but thank you for playing. So that's okay, AMD. Lost 20 pennies, left. I'm not going to hop my way into this short right now. I think it could be a range. I think it looks a bit rangy, but I want to see a little bit more confluence before I get involved. Shout out to Obi there, and shout out to Confluence. Also, I'm going to look at a couple charts here. Shout out to Kyle Burdett for mentioning some charts here in the chat. We have DIS here, Disney. Oh, this 90 MA rejection is nice. Disney is not a stock that moves in a way that I usually like. I like my stocks that move a little bit faster, a little bit scalpier. But that DIS kind of bull flag fake out is an interesting look. DIS going on the side chart. Oh. Because, I think, I don't want to diss this name, but we're below the 90 MA. So I think there could be some opportunities to have a short in this here House of Mouse. So thank you, Kyle Burdett, for shouting out that one. Also, take a look here at Etsy, because I know you mentioned that one as well. Let's see. I always read Etsy's on.
He's been all over Etsy and the Dixie for a while. He's been sending me charts of Etsy and the DXY. The dude's a charting extraordinaire, by the way.
This Etsy chop and turn around the 90 MA is a great look. Let's take a look at the daily chart here for ETSY. We're running into some resistance here on the daily chart on Etsy around that 61 area. Look at that. Support and resistance can flip-flop. We had a bit of a wick above later. Now we have a bit of a bullish candle forming. We'll wait and see. But yeah, we'll wait and see what we get in this. I'm still looking. You guys know I look at Nvidia, I look at Tesla, I look at AMD, and I look at IWM and SPY. I'm going to be sticking with those names for the foreseeable future. But if there's something else that really tickles my fancy, I'll get involved.
The Katina man's yelling about Apple right now as it just broke back into today's high. So shout out to him. AAPL on the way to the high side. I see you, Asta. Let's go, Apple. I see you. I see the other dude there in the chat that just said he went long Apple as well. Hope you print, goes without saying. But what I want to talk about right now are the small cap gappers de jour, Ram. And we know that Donald John Trump, DJT, big move today, 20 1/3 percent, just printed day's high not that long ago at 34.37, hanging out right now at the 10 exponential. It's been a love affair today with Donald John Trump and the 10 exponential on the 5. That is the green line right there. As you can see, there is no candle that closes below the 10 exponential on the 5. As of yet. They've been all bouncing off it and then moving right back up. So eye on DJT. Another one that's big today, 91%. This one was above triple digits ever so briefly, MLGO. Big move today, 91 some odd percent, 38% since the bell has rung. $56 million market cap. It's done 60 million shares on the day. And the float, a hot 3.7 million. Let's go to the short float, find out what the deal is there. Shout out to the NOS boss and his crew. Use the code TRADERTV20 for 20% off this software here that you see on your screen. 2% short here for Micro Algo. Come on, you're not French. Good. That's a decent, I don't want to say it's decent. It's definitely not something I'd base a trade off. 2% short float, not much there. But 794 high, definitely had trouble with 8, but very much like DJT, this one has had an awful lot of respect for the 10 exponential on the 5. Keep your eye on that MLGO. There's more, guys. There's more. There's like a lot. The first thing Adair said to me when I came back from my walk today was, there's a lot of small cap gappers.
It is.
He's right.
A factual statement.
It's absolutely factual. NXL was one that we knew about from Friday. It ran in the pre-market and well after the bell, as well as the aftermarket on Friday. Look at that recovery off a $1.60. In the aftermarket there. It actually broke the intraday high in the aftermarket. No halt parameters we know after 4 o'clock. Touch of that 290. Below that price right now. It is very much an inside day for NXL. We're ensconced by the highs and the lows of Friday, but decent day nonetheless. 43% above Friday's close, dancing with $2.50 right now. Let's see how this one does. That's not the only one that's moving with an N. NNE printing days high, just got into that $21 area, $20.88 is NNE. This one, you got to be a little suspicious of this one though, because the volume is bupkis. 2.5 million shares on a $20 name and not going to cut it for me, but the chart pattern looks very good. Another one with an awful lot of respect with the 10 exponential on the 5. There has not been a print below the 10 exponential since 1020. That's going on an hour up and to the right. NNE. Let me give you the deets. This one's not a small cap gapper. It's about $600 million market cap. Like I mentioned, 2.6 million shares done on the day. The float, not small, but not large, 15.3 million share float. Let's find out what the short float is on our friend NNE. NNE does not have one here according to Trade Ideas, or they just don't have it. So we won't base anything off that. So that one is going. And then the last but not least, one that was running on Friday, another second day play, much like what was that one called? NXL. GRDI, decent day for it as well. 14% and change, was up higher at the highs. This one's definitely having trouble with that $1.50. We saw that Friday morning when it got into 147. Today got into 149. So breaks a high, but still not able to break through that $0.50 level. Decent look here. Volume definitely a little bit lighter. It looks as if though crests flipped resistance, and that seems to be the pattern. That's the pre-market high. We break that level after the bell. We use the pre-market high as support. Does the same thing over here. Prints that 135 high, breaks down, breaks it, then uses 135 as support again. So look for that pattern to continue on GRDI until it doesn't. So those are the 6 small cap gappers I'm looking at today, Derek.
There's so many small cap gappers. And I think one thing too that you had to say with regards to patterns holding until they don't, I realized that's what's going on with Nvidia, so I flipped the style up on that one.
Nice.
Basically, Nvda, I was like, oh, we're going to bounce. Like, we're going to basically do what we did now. We're going to bounce off the 90 MA, get involved at your 120.30s. And Nvidia said, actually, I'm not going to do that right now, Adara. So we broke below 120.15s. I got out. I was like, cool, Nvidia. But if you make a higher low, if you keep resting at that 119.80s area, I will take you long again. That is a promise and a threat. So I did. Yeah, I know, I'm being a little strict.
Let it know, Derek.
But yeah, that did work out. I said I'd risk it into 119.60s because we've had higher lows on a wick basis. I don't even think broke below 119.80s. I was like, Nvidia, I'll take that. I have no problem with that. So got long, stayed long. I scalped out I got the first part out 120.15s, got the rest out 120, I believe 22s. The reason I didn't stay longer is because I didn't think we'd get this high. Nvidia surprised me a little bit here. So we're gonna have to wait and see if we see what we've generally seen and we break down here at 120.40s. Nvidia, I shall take you short, but I'm watching to see what we do in the book. Right now, 120.40 holding pretty well on the book basis. So I'm gonna wait and see what we do with this name. I'll take it either direction if I see things that support that either way. Right now though, Nvidia is having some, as Sharif sometimes says, a love affair with the 90 MA. And I don't know if they have a love-hate relationship or what. It'll hanging out below, it'll briefly bounce above, it'll come back below. There's something going on here. There's a thank you to Day Trader Cut for the $2 super chat there. Affirm squeezing through high of day, says Chandler. Yeah, the Affirm. Shout out to Neil earlier who had that. Affirm having a price target affirmed by Goldman Sachs. So nice look here. We dip briefly below VWAP. But yeah, shout out to Neil for saying as long as 3150 holds, Affirm's all good there. Affirm gets to 3160 and bounces right back. So shout out to Neil. Neil and his lesson of the day and that insight there, because that was a great look here for Affirm. Affirming Neil's prediction with where it held. Elon tagging me saying, hi, Adara. The Zon is saying, let's catch up with Apple. That is just a really funny comment there. So I had to read that out. Yeah, Amazon, definitely not. I will say the difference between Apple and Amazon is Apple up on the day, continued uptrend. Amazon, bit weaker here, trying to break up. However, I do see you, Elon. I think if we break above this previous area of resistance at 188.30, that could be a nice little long here, but it has to break above that resistance and also this VWAP area, this 189. Those to me are the areas that Amazon has to break above to be a bit more of a convincing long. Amazon, if you don't break below long, I usually don't trade you, but if you keep rejecting this 188.30, I will short you. Just a warning, Amazon. I think though, Elon, I think you're probably right. Just what I'm seeing here, it looks like we're continuing higher in Amazon. But if that resistance area does prove to be a resistance area, that might be something I'm interested in here. Kyle Burdett is short Boeing, so that could be a nice look as well. What are you looking at over here?
Hold on, there was a headline on Boeing today that I heard in the morning. Let's find out what it is because I totally forgot to report on that today. Give me a second here.
I think that there were prosecutors urging.
Yes,
yeah.
exactly. Thank you. Exactly about that. Here it is. U.S. prosecutors recommend the Department of Justice. Hold on, aren't U.S. prosecutors part of the Department of Justice?
One would think.
Charge Boeing as deadline looms. Again, criminal charges here doesn't mean Calhoun and the boys are going to end up locked up. No, it's going to be usually a heavy dollar fine for it's going to be a big boy fine. We know that it was $2 some billion. I think it was $2.5 billion last time they made that deal. In 2021, I believe it was, and this time they're talking about being a bit more. Yeah, it was a $2.5 billion to settle the investigation. That was in 2021. If they get convicted, it's going to be a lot more. They're actually seeking $25 billion, according to this reports Reuters. $25 billion, no joke. What is the market cap of the company? The market cap's $110 billion. So yeah, just do the math right there. Obviously, none of this is a done deal or anything like that, but it's obviously the threat of sanction. So I was looking at going short here on Nvidia as it was dancing with the 10 exponential, doing topping tails. I don't know if I missed my entry. We're just a skosh below that 20 or that 120 area. So this one could theoretically move down quite a bit more because it has that 118 the third low there, but yeah, I'm just going to wait on this one. Shout out to DayTrading Cut, $2 super chat. Shout out to you, my man. Sharif's shirt is tighter than Sean's stop losses. Hey, man, I promise you it's stretchy. Look at that.
Yeah, he loves the stretchy shirts, guys. He talks all the time about the stretchy shirts.
I can't deal with anything not stretchy. There freaks me out.
I know you said like it's not a fun time.
No, yeah. It actually kind of ruins my mood. But there goes Nvidia down into 199, high 50s, low 60s right now. Good look there. I'm also keeping an eye on Apple because it's been very strong, 2 1/5. Topping tail right now at 212 and 2/3. So keeping one eye on that. I'm also keeping an eye on the recovery that we just had on the Mag 7. With the exception of Apple, we've been very weak on the Mag 7. But look, lo and behold, the future comes into the volume weighted average price and finds a red candle, and that's precipitated this whole ascent here that we've been having on the Mag 7 to kind of pump the brakes a little bit and start trending down. So it's going to be about where or which one I want to get into. I feel, missed my entry on Nvidia, although I should have had that. Don't know why I hesitated there. But we go down below 19.9, rejecting the volume weighted average price, now below 19,900 on the future. So we'll keep an eye on that topping tail candle on Apple as well. Don't forget though, guys, that the newer segment starts, or the voting for the newer segment starts now. You can vote anytime from now until 1:50. Vote for your favorite tickers of the day, and we'll have Neil and Sean look at them for you during the afternoon rundown. They'll give you their look, and any trades they had on it, they'll analyze it. If they didn't trade it, they'll give you their look on it as well. So keeping an eye on that. I'm not sure what I'm going to trade at the moment. I'm going to pack my patience here, but I want something because there's a lot of stuff going. I just want to get in at an appropriate entry.
Yeah, and if you want to vote, you just have to go. If you want to enter your ticker, or if you want to enter that vote, go in the chat right now, ! Join space, $, whatever ticker you want to look at. So Nvda, AMC, MSFT, GME, I don't know, whatever ticker you like, you put that in the chat. Also, Nvidia, I totally echo what you were saying that short, because I tried to get that short and Nvidia also said no.
I'm really mad about
Nvidia shut the door in my face. Nvidia pulled a Jerome Powell and closed that door. I was like, how dare you? I liked that 119.30s. That was 120.30s. That was the area I really liked, right? And Nvidia will not let me have it. I was like, how dare you, right? I was like, Nvidia, I'll even take 120.15s, which is the other area I liked. Nvidia was like, yeah, I can't give you that either, unfortunately, Adara. I was like, are you serious? Then I was watching, because I know earlier we were seeing a lot of bouncing at that 119.80. Nvidia doesn't give you that. I said, fine, I'll try to go short again, Nvidia. This is still a level I want to short at. And Nvidia said, no. So I've just decided I don't want to chase any further. There were levels I liked that I tried to get short of that Nvidia would not give me. That's fine. That's valid. Whatever. Where's the next trade? As Obi always says, shout out there. If Nvidia's on the book, though, is doing something interesting here at 119. If this bounces, I'm not going to go long right away. I'll just watch for the areas for the shorts that I like. But 119 will either break down here or bounce. I think something spicy could occur here. Also, AMD was another one I mentioned earlier. I wanted that short at this, what is this, like 160.80s, and AMD bounced. But if it keeps, it keeps bouncing, now it's sold off a little bit here. If it bounces at 161s, you know I'm going long. I mean, maybe you don't, but I will. That's what I'm doing. I like these support resistance flippity flops. And shout out to Sharif as well, because I definitely learned that style from sitting here at this desk, because I know that's something you look for a lot. I like this. We are going long here. AMD. Okay, there we go. I was like, AMD, how dare you? How AM dare you? But yeah, so right now we're filled. If we break below here into this 160.80, that 25 penny risk, I'm totally okay with that. It looks like we could get to like these 162s if this pattern holds. I like this because it's higher highs and higher lows, and it's also doing that at a previous area of resistance. This is not as scalpy as stuff I would normally like, but given the speed at which AMD moves, I'm more comfortable staying in this one for the type of move I want. It's like 2 5-minute candles. Again, things don't always hold out how you think they will, but that's something I'll be watching out for. I also, we know I have no issue scalping out earlier if needed. That is always my vibe. So we're gonna start getting out here at 161, just shy of 50s. We'll do 48s. Pleased as punch, and now I actually punch, so we're gonna see if we get that. I'm still watching you, Nvda. Nvidia did have that 119-ish bounce. We're getting to that 119.50, which was another area I liked. Tesla was really strong here. Now we're coming to bounce off the 90 MA. That's another long I think I shall be taking, and then I would risk that. I just need to figure out where I would risk that, so I'm not hopping into that right away. Happy with my AMD. Looks like we're about to get our first beak water there in AMD, so hopefully that duck will dip its little toe into or its face into the water.
Yes, got short softy. I could have covered quite a bit here as it did dip right into that 20. I chose to be a bit more greedy and wait for the $0.25. I was really waiting for that 25 penny area at the, well, the reason I was waiting for that 25 penny area is because it was a 200. So if I get stopped out through the break of 450, that's fine. Looks like it will stop me out here as a hammer candle is coming in both on the Fuchs and on Microsoft. So if we cross 45005, I'll get stopped out for a 50 penny loser, and that's all right. It looks like I will get stopped out here. Here comes 455, and there we go. Now we're out of that. So that's all right. I'm going to look to get back in if this one shows me more weakness. So looking for the weakness on the Mag 7 names, really except for Apple, because Apple just printed another high a day right now, 212.70. So I'll keep my eye on that one. But I definitely like some of the weakness that I'm seeing here on the Mag 7. It's just about getting it in at the right price. But we're right back almost into the volume weighted average price here at on the NQ, excuse me, September contract into 19.925. So it looks like, you know, the Fuchs picking back up, but still below the volume weighted average price. If we stay below VWAP, I still have a bias of short against some of these names. So we'll pack our patience here and see if we can get something on these names. I'm going to go back short here again on Microsoft, and I'll look to cover everything through the break of the $0.25. So we'll go like that, and we'll sit like that, and then so we'll sit like this, and there we go. So that's what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to find the weakness before we get all the way into the volume weighted average price short at 01s. Let's see if we can get something a little bit lower than that. The other names that I'm looking at Tesla rejecting at that 185.50. It was kind of like near VWAP, didn't quite make it up to the volume weighted average price, and then heading right back down. Also, we got a 20-period rejection on Amazon at 188.50. 502 seems to be a bit of a tougher target here for Meta as it rejects that level as well. So keeping my eye on some of these names here. All right, we're nicely 20 pennies in the money here on Softy. Let's see if we can get a little bit more to make up for that L that we just took. So we're short 01s and we're printing 79s right now on the Fuchs, but I think that, you know, if we reject here, we can curl down a little bit more. So I don't want to cover too quickly on Microsoft. And if I get stopped out, I get stopped out. I want to hold for the larger move. That's going to be kind of like I'm trying to hold for longer. We'll see if I can actually execute that IRL there.
Yeah, hopefully you can. Hopefully there that Microsoft works out there, and it nice.
Hopefully.
Nice increase. I was trying to think of a pun and I couldn't. Kyle Burdett, thank you so much. for the $2 super chat. BA losing the doors, baby. Spin that dollar club. So let's spin that dollar club there for BA.
Is it the money or the dollar club? What does he want? We'll do both.
We'll do both.
There you go.
We'll do both. But yeah, let's take a look at that Boeing there. Boeing flying to the downside. Oh, that's a great short there. Shout out to Kyle Burdett. We had that rounded top there. Coming into VWAP, interesting look. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what we do with this VWAP level because, of course, VWAP is not always going to be level, but we are there. We did bounce that VWAP last time as well, so that could be interesting. It'd be a higher low. So shout out there to Kyle Burdett. Also, I want to talk about my brief Tesla short or Tesla long. I want to flip short and I didn't. And you know what we're actually going to get. As long as we stay below 80s, I'm cool with this. We're going to try to get 74s. Which looks like I will. I wanted to go long because we had this, look at this, how we sat all pretty at the 90 MA. I was like, yes, I want my long. And I was going to risk it. I got involved 86s. I was going to risk into mid 60s, but then I did not like how we kind of careened to the downside on the book. So I said, Adara, get out at 78. I lost 8 pennies. I'm happy I got out where I did though, because I don't really view that as a panic sell. I said, if I see something in the book that I don't like, I have to trust that. And I did, and I did see something I didn't like, and I trusted it, so I'm happy with that. Flipped short, because I said, if we're not going to bounce off the 90 MA, we can always reject here. I'm aware of the bottoming tail candles. That was also part of my impetus for the long in the first place, so the bottoming tail candles do still exist. I will be cognizant of them. I want to see if we break above into this 180, like near the 185s. I'm not even going to give it all the way to 185s, because I watched in the book what we did there earlier. That'll be kind of where I have to leave. And also, we know what I'm like. If I see anything in the book that gives me the heebie-jeebies, I will have to depart. But right now, no heebie-jeebies. We're below that 184.80. Let's see what we do here. No stress in Tesla. It's going to be my new motto. AMD. I got out of AMD, which I'm happy with, and I forgot I was in. So let's talk about AMD. Happy with how I managed this. Like I said, this was always a plan to get part out at 160, 150s. Did that. Took my next out. This is just purely based on the book. I noticed we were slowing here at 160, 170s. I said, Dara, get out like 160, 165s. That's where I did. We could have gone to 162s, but I just didn't trust what I was seeing there in the book. If we keep seeing these higher lows with these beautiful bottoming tail candles, I will continue to play this AMD range scalp. I have no qualms with that. I am qualmless, as I often am. But let's see what's going on here. Tesla getting into my danger zone around this mid-90s, so I may have to hop out of that Cybertruck like I'm in a Jason Bourne movie. Let's see what we're going to have to leave here. How are you doing over here?
We're good. Still flat on this trade. I mean, it could have printed 40, but I'm just trying to hold for longer. And if I'm trying to hold for longer, that's usually, it's gonna get you in trouble sometimes because you'll be in the money and then you won't cover, and that's the way it is. So I'm gonna try to pack my patience with this trade. I'm trying to get at least 50 pennies on it before I take anything out. So we'll see if we get that or not. So keeping an eye on some other trades though, because it looks like maybe the winds of change may be coming in on some of the names, not all, some of the names. It looks like Nvidia's putting in a bit of a higher low here. So the current low is 180 and a third now. We put in a low at 180 and 3/4. Sorry, 118 and 3/4, not 180. Get it together. Still below the 20 exponential, but above the 10 most notably. Meta also, one hell of a hammer candle being put in here on META as it finds multiple bounces off that 550 area. Now looking to take that 502 area out. A bit of a local top here for META. So we'll have to see if this one keeps running to the high side. That's a good look. Goggles though has been quite weak. I'd have to say, even though it does look like it's done nothing on the day, any pop into take your pick, the 20 or the 50 really has sold off. So it's below the volume weighted average price, is putting in lower highs and lower lows. And we're just a skosh above that IB low, Anyway, so keep my eye on that. I'm not cover my Microsoft trade here. Again, still holding on to this one. But looking to see if the winds of change are coming on some of these Mag 7 names, because I don't want to be holding softy when the future starts turning right back up. Tesla, as we were kind of talking about earlier, below the volume weighted average price, but again, most notably, like some of the other Mag 7 names, they just put in a higher low. So the low of the day was at 182.60. Last time around, 184.50 was as bad as it could get. Tesla has a bit of a range today, at least $6 worth of range on this name. So let's see what we get. with this one. Not going to jump into anything there too quickly here. Right back down we go here on Softy, but it looks like it's a bit of a range here that's being established sideways. So if it's going to be a range, I'm going to have to play it as a range, not a breakdown trade. So here we go. I've got a beak wetter at 60s. It's showing me there we go. Am I going to get filled? Can it cross 60 over here? There we go. Nice. Okay, so I did pack my patience there. Took that one short, still holding a piece. We're about 50 pennies in the money on this Microsoft short, but I gotta tell you, it looks very sideways. And so if that's gonna be the case, and this is not the one that you wanna take for a breakdown trade, if it's gonna give you this kind of range. I saw these topping tail candles, I saw the lower high, and I figured it was gonna curl. I figured, we're gonna get that rounded top, shout out to the NOS boss and his crew, and then, kind of curl right back down. That's not what we're getting though. We did get the lower highs on the wicks, but we're not necessarily getting those consistently lower lows on Softy. So the fact that I've de-risked here helps me a little bit, but I have got to rethink how I feel about Microsoft because it's not breaking down in the way that I anticipated. So keeping my eye on the futures, the Mag 7 names and the future. And yeah, that's the look there. Now, let's get back to some of these small cap gappers because I see a whole bunch of topping tail candles on NNE. Yikes. I saw you guys there in the chat talking about NNE breaking out to highs, and you guys are absolutely right. $22.28 is the high of day, but look at that. 4 topping tail candles in a row. I mean, it's a small cap gapper, so you don't want to place too much emphasis on one thing here, but it looks like this one could be a possible short coming in. Let's put this up on the side chart over here, NNE. So we can see its movements at all times. We talked about this one being a bit of a volume dud, right? 22 some odd dollars, only 3 1/5 million shares done on the day. Ain't gonna cut it, baby. We need more. But from a technical perspective, if this breaks down below 21 or wherever it's trading right now, look for support at 20. It is not by accident that we crest at that $20, tank into 18, then break 20 on the second attempt. If we come back into 20, look for possible support. Or if you're going to short this, if you're able to get shorts on this, I'd be saying look to cover at 20 because I anticipate support at 20. Not saying it's going to manifest there. Back into the Mag 7, not much happening here with the soft one. Right back into that 44990s, so 10 pennies. From my entry, it doesn't look like Softy's going to break down today. I'll have to look for a different breakdown trade.
Yeah, nice look there. Tesla, speaking of breaking down, Tesla just dropped a cool 10 pennies. If Tesla doesn't want to hold that 185, I will go short. I have no qualms. I am qualmless. It looks like Tesla is trying to tempt me here. I'm like, come on, Tesla. I don't know how we play this. We're still bouncing off the 90 MA. Yeah, I'm not picking either direction. This name is too waffly for me right now. I'm like, Tesla, you got to let go of the ego here. You got to pick a direction on this 90 MA before I make a decision. Speaking of decisions, I made arguably too many on Nvidia. Look at all of these trades I had in this 1 5-minute candle. Basically, initially, I thought it was a long what order did I do this? I think it was short. Yeah, it was short, long, short. It ended up being a long period. So first I went short because I was like, that 120.40 had been in a level earlier. Then I kind of panic sold, I'm not even gonna lie, got out. Then I flipped long because I said, Adara, we have that bottoming tail candle. Then Nvidia dropped. I should have waited to see what we did at 120.15. I didn't. And then I flipped short because I was like, Adara, we keep breaking below the 120. But the winds of change had come into Nvidia. Shout out to Sharif. So I should have been more cognizant. Then I said, if I see a higher low in the book, I'll flip long. We get to 120.22. That is a higher low in the book from what we had seen on that candle. I try to punch long. Nvidia moves without me and pushes up higher. Now you might be like, Adara, if you're struggling with Nvidia, why do you keep looking at it? Because I think you learn the most from doing things that do not come naturally to you.
100%.
Right? I feel like I have a decent read on the book. I just don't think I ever play it appropriately, which is why it's like I think I need to work on that. I'm not going to be able to do that unless I'm sticking with it. Right? I think if you want to learn a skill, you have to continue to work at it. You have to be disciplined. And that comes from learning. And that comes, you learn through doing. I'm very much the type of person. So Nvidia, you want to keep bouncing one. Okay, yeah. Nvidia is being really bamboozling around this 120, 30, 40 area. But there is something here that I think could be interesting. If we keep bouncing off that 90 MA, we're gonna try for 37s. I like 37s. smaller-esque position there. Let's see what we do. Because I think you really do only learn from having these practical applications and from going in and from trying things. If we break below 22s, which, like I said, is an area I watched in Nvda, that is where I will have to say goodbye. Nvidia adieu to Nvda. It worked better in my head.
Are you riding on 22s?
I am not, no.
Okay.
I'm not in that, well, I guess I'm waiting. If we bounce off 22s, I'll stay. I don't think I get that reference, no.
22 rims. Riding on 22s,
well, I don't
right? 22.
drive.
I know, but you're all about the rap.
I do. I should
And they
have
always
known
talk
that.
about that.
That
right?
is my bad.
Okay.
I took an L on that.
That's all
but
good.
hopefully not taking an L in
Nope.
this trade. Looks like if we get back to that 120.47s, that's where I tried to punch out here, we will be a few pennies in the money, but Nvidia getting kind of weaker here, so I just want to get out. Took an L on that reference, but took a small W, a baby W, a lowercase W on my Nvidia trade.
Nice job.
Lowercase, but thank you, appreciate it.
All right, I was able to, I saw the range on Softy, so when it entered my area, I'm like, I'm not gonna get back into the top in the range and not add. I added literally at the top. Did get top wick at 19s and then cover right at the whole dollar again. So we'll take another little mini dub. So 2 for 1 right now on MSFT, 1 loss, 2 wins, but believe it or not, still negatory on it. So we'll have to work our way out of this. Right now though, what I see on Softy and based on what I see on the future, if we break above this volume weighted average price on the future, eek. Okay, Meta right at that volume weighted average price. Softy starting to put in a rounded bottom. These higher lows are not lost on me. Neither are the higher highs that are coming in. So in fact, it kind of ended up being the exact opposite of what I saw in Softy. I saw lower highs and a newer low, and I said, okay, it's going to be a rounded top, and it's going to break through that closing print from Friday. Friday's closing print, 449 3/4. We've been dancing at 450 the entire time, so I figured, okay, it's going to be down. No, it kind of looks the opposite of that. It looks like a rounded bottom. Shout out to the NOS boss and Big Kyle Burdett for their affinity for rounded bottoms. But yeah, look at this one. Coming right back into that 450.5 again. If it breaks it on a closing basis and doesn't do one of these umpteen amount topping till candles that it's done on the day, then I will definitely change my attitude on the soft one. We'll take this one long, but we'll have to see something concrete here rather than just this range that's been established. Anyway, Meta, I was yapping about this one being initially strong, then very weak, and now it's kind of somewhere in between, all right? Right back into the volume weighted average price, kind of the midpoint of the day. $503 is where we're at right now. We've shown some propensity here to respect VWAP. There were some candles bouncing off it at around 10 o'clock to about 10:20 when we broke down below it. So let's keep an eye at this 503, 503.5 on the META. It looks like it wants to recover here. I know I haven't mentioned Apple because Apple's been at highs, and I won't punch in highs on something. It'll have to retrace into a key level for me to get interested. But I'll talk about some of the other ones, the AMZN. This one's been rejecting off 20 multiple times, but most notably, look at these higher lows that it's putting in, right? Coming right into that 188 and a third, 188 and a quarter. That was the low end trough that we printed right at the open. We broke down below it at around 1045 or so, and now we're right back into that area top and can't break through it. So I don't know if it has a lot to do with the 20 as much as it does this price action previous support now acting as resistance between 188 and a quarter to about a half, more like a third is a bit of a range there on AMZN. So keep your eye on that. What else we got? The Cybertruck still below VWAP. Google has been very range bound on the day. Google is the dead one on the day. But anyway, it just broke above here, VWAP. So Google waking up, getting back above the volume weighted average price. Still south of 180 though. It's been very subdued on the day, up 0.06%. So not much to mention there. NVDA still above 120, but south of the 20 period exponential, and very much looking like a similar look to Amazon in the sense that it's coming right back into that area trough, now using that earlier trough from around 1030 as an area resistance level at that 120 3/4 or thereabouts. So look at this area over here, bottomed out there. Now we're using this area for a while now. Rejection 1110, another rejection 1115. another rejection 35, another 140. So all off that 120 3/4 on NVDA. You know, a bit of a tougher look today for Nvidia. It was over 6% at the lows. Yeah, what can you do? I mean, the thing's up a zillion percent on the year. It's just healthy retracements here. Okay, let's go back into Meta because we're getting a red candle here at VWAP south of that 503.5. We mentioned VWAP as an area of possible resistance. Looks like it's using it as resistance right now, dropping about $1 off that 503.5 into 502.60s, high 60s that is, META at VWAP, encountering some local resistance.
Yeah, I tried a thing here on Tesla. It did not work out, but I would like to explain why I did it because I knew this was probably going to work against me, but I had a lot of confidence in the short, so I said, you may as well try it. Got short Tesla. I knew we were bouncing off the 90 EMA. I said, Adara, this can definitely go against you, but I've seen patterns like this as well where we do end up rejecting, and I felt more confident in that rejection. We did push below that 185. We're pretty decisively below it. I said if we get a decisive push above that 185.20s, that's where I'll get out. That's where I did, in fact, get out here. And look, now we're kind of even selling back off again. So we're going to have to wait and see if we keep bouncing off these 185.15s. Maybe it was a long, but it looks like I did get a little bit skirt out of this trade. Unfortunately, I had to leave where I had to leave. But yeah, I still think Tesla's a short here. I stand by that. Because, and you might be like, Adara, what is your impetus for that? Well, sometimes we see these kind of we have some weakness on the name, we push up, have a little bit of a bull flag breakout, and it fails. To me, we're kind of a little bit skittish. I should have gone with the long off the 90 EMA, but I didn't feel comfortable with it. I felt comfortable with the short. So, alas, Tesla, not the best love for me right now, but just got to keep pushing higher. Wanted to address that trade, but I also have lots of other comments here in the chat that I would like to address. Someone in the chat was asking, how do I vote for the ticker? Well, we'll tell you. You go in the chat right now, you go exclamation point, join, space, $, I don't know, TSLA, MSFT,
Bang.
NVDA, DIS, SPY, IWM. You guys know what tickers are. You go.
Yes.
You pick your ticker. You go in the type,
Yeah.
and put it there. Also, thank you so much to the £5 super chat from Adam DeLuce. You learn by doing, totally agree, tagging me here. 9.5 years in this industry, and you learn the most by doing. Continue to have that mindset always. Thank you so much for the kind words, Adam DeLuce. Always trying to learn a little bit from every trade. Courtney Blake as well with the super chat. $5 super chat there from Courtney Blake. Throwing down some coin for big copper. That's positive support for the group and to Ponzi Fonzie as well. You guys make this chat thrive and my wallet fat. Shout out to this chat. Shout out to such a positive community. That's why I always like to stay positive. I like to say, maybe the account's not green, but I'm always bullish positivity. Yeah. And my mindset is always definitely I'm trying to be positive, which I think is it's just such a fun community to be a part of. Shout out to all of the positivity. Also, Nvidia, you want to keep doing something around 120. I will take you to the upside if you would like to come to me. Well,
yeah, shout out to the Fawns, obviously. Always asking for that Lambo trade. What are you trading today, Fawns? Let us know. Tag me in the chat. Let me know what you're trading. I'm keeping an eye on the Mag 7 here as we got yet another rejection off the volume weighted average price on the NQ September contract. And that had Meta turning down as well as Amazon. And yeah, maybe a little bit of Nvidia as rejects again off that 20-period exponential on the 5-minute chart. I see you guys yelling about NXL, and you guys are absolutely warranted in yelling about it. HOD on NXL, 65% in the clear right now, $2.75. Believe it or not, we're still below the Friday aftermarket high. Look at that candle right there at 410. We all know why this run ran aftermarket. There is no halt perimeters after 4 o'clock in the same way that there are no halt perimeters prior to the bell at 9:30. So sometimes, not always, these small cap gappers will run afterwards because traders know that they can take them as high as they want without volatility halts. Now, you can still halt after hours if there's news pending, but volatility halts are suspended before and after the bell. Anyway, so that high of this candle over here at 4:10 p.m. on Friday got us into 290. So we are at 275 HOD right now. So that 290 obviously being done on lesser volume because it was being done in the aftermarket. However, this one hasn't skipped a beat. As you can see, it's really held its highs. It's maintained that level at 1 2/3 for whatever reason. That held on Friday. During regular market hours, it held this morning generally in the pre-market as well. And then up we go again. Here comes 275 yet again. I don't think this one's done. Let me remind you what this one is all about. It is $20 million market cap. It's done 14.3 million shares on the day, and it's got 5.7 million share float. The company is engaged in designing, developing neurostimulation products for the mental health epidemic. So you got to love that kind of headline. You just hope that it's legitimate and it pans out. But $2.75, printing 272 right now. It's been an absolute dalliance with the 10 exponential on the 5. Every single closing print has been north of the 10 exponential since this one over here, 9:55 p.m. We broke down below it super quick there on a wick basis, and then up we went again, printing 270 right now, having trouble with a $0.75 Adara, as is NXL. But that's not the only one that's running, guys. There's plenty. MLGO just printed day's highs, about 20% off, or 20 pennies, excuse me, off day's highs. DJT still hanging out with that 10 exponential. There goes NXL through 275, and here comes that 290 print that we yapped about. It's going to break here, looks like. 284 now, 285 now, HOD on NXL. This one's really going, guys, and the volume is picking up on the small cap gapper. It's about to break that pre-market high. If it breaks it, sorry, not the pre-market high, the after-market high from Friday, if it breaks it, it's got that whole $3 looking right at it there, but alas, it is getting extended off that 10 exponential on the 5, and usually when it gets extended this far, it's a bit of a mean reversion before we can get back into it again. There goes that high, guys, 294 now, HOD, and now it tanks a little bit, 10 cents, not tanks, wrong word, retraces 10 pennies off that touch. Still looking at 3 though. 3 is going to be that whole dollar level we're going to be looking at for the break. Let's look quickly at the daily. Is this a former runner? Yes, it is. So this one had a lot of action back in March. As you can see there, sold off aggressively in April and in May. And now it's back, baby. And it wants to take out those highs that we printed back in early April, late March. That's $3.40. So that's a whole cool 40 pennies from where we're trading at right now, 294 HOD.
Yeah, I've been trying to, so many small caps. Literally, that was the first thing I said to Sharif today when he came back from his walk. I said, you will be so happy when you see these small caps. But yeah, so I am not so happy with the SPY over here. I was trying to short this. I was like, oh, we have all these red candles. We're going to test, I don't know why I'm doing a Valley Girl voice, but whatever. I was like, maybe we'll test VWAP and then I'll have to get out. And the SPY was like, no, Adara, we're not going to do that. I was like, that's fine. I respect that. I want to see what we do here. If we break above the 90 EMA, I am out. This is my second attempted SPY short. I took smaller size with this one. My entry point for the first short was not it. About 10 pennies on the money right now, risking, like I said, into this 546 area. If we keep rejecting, I'll be pleased as punch. We have been rejecting this area viciously. This probably, again, would have been a better entry for the short. This is not, the entry might not have been a vibe, but you got to learn, you got to live, you got to try. And I do think, as Gretzky said, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. And so I'd rather take things and have them not work out than, not take it and wonder, what if? And that's where I think the confidence definitely needs some improvement. There's stuff I see that I like, but I'll waffle on it too long and then you miss it. So especially in trading, especially if I'm trying to trade some of these more volatile things, you will miss things in an instant if you don't go after them with that aggression, with that swiftness, with that viciousness, and you owe it to yourself to do that. So that's just, a little bit of a note to self there. I think always, I consider myself to be a positive person, but I think you want to be, want to have that positivity and that honesty there as well. And I think those two married together can make things happen. So that is my take there. We're going to be getting out of the SPY here though, because I think the SPY and I will have to say goodbye. But if you want to vote for the SPY or any other ticker, go in the chat right now. Exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever ticker you want. MSFT, Meta, Microsoft, NXL. Small caps too, they deserve love.
Oh yeah,
Wow.
so
Google,
many.
Anything. Put that in the chat right now. And then you will get to vote for your ticker of choice. So SPY, if you want to flip long, don't mind if I do. How are you doing?
I like it. Neil said he looked up the meaning, the definition of dalliance. And so the first one, the first one that we get is a casual, romantic, or sexual relationship. That's not obviously what's being meant here. But below that, there you go, a brief, say that again, Neil? Yeah, a brief or casual involvement with something is the definition that I meant. And that's right below it there. So Berkeley was my last dalliance with the education system. Yeah, come on, it works. It works, guys. Let's go. So Dalliance word, we haven't hit this one, of the day. Guys, Apple just got into the 10 exponential in the first time in a little bit, and it's finding a bit of a footing right now. Where's my Apple chart? Okay, so we'll have to load one, no big deal. I'm hesitant to punch long on Apple at these levels here just because it's so extended, but it did get into the 10 exponential. It did wick below it super quick, held it, and now we've got a green candle forming a last. We have multiple lower high candles on the 5 minutes, so could we be getting a bit of a rounded top? Well, what do you expect when you get extended off the 10 period? You've got to put in lower highs and lower lows at least to catch up to the 10 period, so that wasn't, all that surprising. And right back up we go again above that 212 into 15s. We go here on AAPL. I feel like I don't have a really great read on the market, to be honest with you today.
I feel that.
Yeah, well, you can't do it every day. Ponzi Fonzie, I was asking Pons what he was trading. He says goggles off 179, this AM dollar banger. Shout out to you, Pons, because right now, goggles, Google is what we mean by goggles, just got above the volume weighted average price at 179.90. It looks like it may be on its way into that 180 area. It had trouble with that area this morning, despite the fact that it almost got into 181. 180.89 is the IB high there, but keep your eye out on that. Great trade, Pons. Let me know how it goes. Goggles is headed up. But Meta, Amazon, and the Cybertruck all headed down, all showing some red candles on the 5-minute chart. And this makes me feel real bad here. I think I have like gun shyness today because I had a proper read today on Meta, but I didn't pull the trigger. I don't really know why. 503 and a third rejection all the way down into 501 and a half. So a VWAP rejection on Meta. However, higher low still in play. That hasn't changed. Keep your eye out for a possible 503 and a half break on a closing basis, and we could easily move up into 508. I wasn't really understanding why Meta was so strong today. The only real headline that I saw on Meta today was this possible relationship that there could be developing with Apple. Is this it?
I'm seeing some speculation that is the reason Meta.
Yeah, I mean, I guessed as well that it could be with Apple, but as I said to Brendo today at the big desk, that's not news for us. We already knew that Apple wanted to get Gemini, Anthropic, Llama. They want to have multiple different large language models as an option, not just ChatGPT. So to me, that wasn't news. The only kind of news part of it to me was, these two companies doing business again after what Apple did to Meta a couple of years ago with the privacy restrictions. That absolutely tarnishes business, and it had to basically start anew. So yeah, that's really the only headline that today on Meta that I saw. Anyway, it had it breaking through 507, 508, right back down now below 503. So keep an eye on that. What else is moving here? Let's go back to some of these small cap gappers. Oh, GRDI. Okay, so let's just take your pick about which one wants to break out. NXL broke out. GRDI now breaking out. MLGO had its moment in the sun like about 5 or 6 minutes ago. So these small cap gappers, they're getting continuity today, Adair.
Yeah, you know what else is kind of getting continuity is this Tesla range.
Ooh.
Kind of a weird transition, but I stand by it. So I tried to go short Tesla. That happened, whatever, it's fine. We lost in that trade. I stood by that. I saw some stuff on this that I've seen in the past that sometimes indicates like a fake kind of triangle. And then the Tesla bull flag said, actually, Adara, I'm real. Unfortunately for your short, I am real. So I said, apologies, Tesla. I'll leave. I'll get out of the trade. It's all good. I was like, now maybe this is where the range really kicks in here. We bounce off 80s again on Tesla. This 80s area, for whatever reason, has been kind of odd. We've been rejecting it. We've been holding it. It's been a whole vibe. Right now, though, looks like we are rejecting. If Tesla, I'm not going to get involved in this right now. I was like down to get the long at 80s. Then I was unsure. Now Tesla is bouncing. So Kelpazar, we're going to wait. We're just going to wait and see what happens here. I'm going to look at some other charts for some people, and then we'll see what we get on Tesla. Someone was mentioning IBM. IBM has been strong today. IBM had a nice little upgrade in a $200 price target. This is a nice look on this one.
I know that company. Did they used to make computers?
Yeah. Are you being sarcastic?
No.
Well, I know IBM, but I'm not good at.
I know you're not.
It's because he's a good actor. He should get an Oscar, okay? Because I look at his face, I'm trying to study it, and like I'm doing like Larry David and Curb. I'm like studying his face, like what's going on, and then Sharif just sells it. But yeah, IBM bouncing off the 90 EMA and previous resistance here. This is gorgeous on the 5-minute chart, this 177 area. This IBM, this was resistance earlier coming back to 1005. Then, support at 1005. Then it's resistance here at the start of the show around 11:15. Then we're trying to bounce. So actually, I love this IBM look. Shout out to anyone involved in this. Only 4-penny range, which for IBM, not a bad look at all. Kyle Burdett, thank you so much to the $2 super chat. Big Kyle Burdett. BTC year-to-date anchor at 592. AMD 163, look left. Let's take a look here at this AMD. Shout out to Brad Gober, who earlier said he got that 163 here at AMD. Shout out to you. That was a nice little short. I've tried to get this long bounce here at 162.40. I was not confident or confident enough. I waited a second too long and it bounced like 25 pennies. But yeah, I see what you mean here. Being Kyle Burdett, we certainly had that sell-off earlier at 163. Now we're bouncing around this 163 area. If we break below 163, there could be some scalp opportunities. That is for sure. But right now, this AMD has just been a gorgeous uptrend, up 1 1.1/5% right now on the day. Also, Tesla. I said Tesla, I'd revisit you. I am still in a state of perplexity, not perplexity AI, just perplexity. I want to wait and see here Tesla at this 185 because this has been a spicy little area. There's something here. I know there's something here. I don't know what it is, so I owe it to myself to study it until I figure out what move I want to make on this TSLA.
I respect that.
Thank you.
I'm putting a short here on Nvidia at 121.50. It's about $1 away from where we are now. We're putting in higher lows. The reason I'm doing that, there's a couple reasons. One, I like this area trough right over here. That was the 945, 950 trough. It also is jiving with the volume weighted average price. So if we get into that, depending on whether VWAP is still there, I'm going to leave that one hanging out quite there. I'm also looking at Apple finally, and I'm looking to take a trade here on the dead one at 212.25. Generally that area. Why? Because that's where the 20 period's hanging out. We've been doing the dalliance today with the 10 period. Finally, we're breaking down, at least looks like for the moment, below the 10 period on the 5 on a closing basis. If we do, I like my chances with the 20. We'll see whether, number one, it comes in or it does one of those like bottoming tail candles that doesn't quite make it down into the 20 and I end up getting shafted. So we'll see. Those are the two trades I'm setting up for right now. Short on Nvidia, long on Apple, both retracement trades, but that is my look. Shout out to Big Kyle Burdett. BTC, that 59,200 is year-to-date anchored VWAP. Thanks for that, Kyle. AMD 130, look left on a bigger time frame, 30-minute multiple days. That you already read that one. My bad.
Yeah,
I didn't
look at it. I didn't realize what you meant. They're like on a wider time frame, so I can look at that AMD in a 30-minute here.
Yeah, it's at high days, no?
Yeah,
Isn't it at high days?
Oh, I have that.
I'll pull it up. Don't worry about it. You're
yeah,
trading.
no, it is. It is at high of days here. Yeah, I think this 162. What is this? 162.75 level is kind of interesting. Right now, though, AMD is at high of days. We've generally been on a bit of a downtrend, though I think we're trying to break it here with this push up into high.
Fair.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So, Brendo just sent me a message. Zoom, OpenAI buys video conferencing startup. How? No way. Brendo, is that for real?
What?
What? Hold on. Let's pull this up. ZM. Okay.
Zoom into the downside on this.
Yeah, it is.
Volume.
I don't have it yet, but here's what Brendo sent. Here it is, guys. ZM, OpenAI buys video conferencing startup Multi-Information. Okay, we're gonna have to load that up because it is coming back down now. Say that again, Katina Man. Katina Man thinks it's a competitor of Zoom. Yeah, you're not wrong, Katina Man, because I don't see it on my blotter yet, but if Brendo says it is what it is, then we'll take it. 58.90 right now, HOD on ZM, all the way down into 57.83. It looks like it's selling off on the news. Again, I don't have eyes on this myself, but let's put in the ticker ZM right there. The volume being done on Zoom, 1 1/3 million so far, so not a ridiculous amount of volume. What is the 5-year rolling average? I don't have it for whatever reason. That we are at day's low as we speak right now on ZM. So big move down here, and we're below Friday's low. Keep your eye out on the IB low from Friday. The IB low from Friday is at 56. Sorry, 57.75. We're very close to that level right now. We printed 57.83. That low is the IB low from Friday. Keep your eye out on that. The closing print from Friday is 58.88 or thereabouts. I believe Neil is ready though, so we can.
Yeah, we're gonna have to switch to the lesson of the day.
Welcome to the lesson of the day. Time of the day matters, and I think when you're looking at trades at different times of the day, you want to have a little bit of a different approach. And I want to sort of discuss like the dip buy at the open versus the dip buy a little bit later on in the session, and how you might want to approach things a little differently if you are looking for those key dips. And when I say the open, I don't mean necessarily in the first half an hour. I'm talking about that literal first couple of minutes. Maybe that even, if you have a 3-minute chart up, which I use, you could be talking about that first candle. If you're looking at a 5-minute, maybe that first 5 minutes. Anything past 15, I think you're starting to establish a bit of a range, and I think there can be a little bit of a difference. But if you are making trades based on key price levels like support and resistance, the time of the day that it approaches it could matter to your execution strategy. Now, this isn't going to be true for everybody. I can promise you it's true for myself. And I'm going to use the example. I'm going to use a couple of examples. I feel like they're all going to be in the chip space. So if you're not into looking at charts of chip names, then look elsewhere. So Micron today, there were several good reversals. When you talk about a stock going into a dip buy and eventually catching bids, it's trend down, but it was gapping up. Certainly a strong name. There's a lot of places to look. I mean, the previous close sits in here at the 40 level. The first even dollar was 41, where there was actually a lot of pre-market resistance turning into support. So let's look at those two levels and examine the difference between them, because I think it's going to be obvious when you just look at this chart. The first 3-minute candle, this dip, is a single wick to that first key level at 141. When I talk about that initial first minute or the first few minutes candle, off your level, sometimes you're just looking for rubber band action. I feel like that time for the complete rubber band trade, and I'm talking you get in off of that bid with a tight stop, and it should work right away like a breakout trade almost would. That's the initial dip buy to me. The one where it's going into the first possible level. If buyers step in, you ride that first coattail. It's usually a lot of scalp trade. Maybe you hold on for the dream in case that's the absolute bottom. But you're not looking for it to hang down there too long on that first move. Because if it's consolidating down there right away on the initial candle, a lot of times that can go against you. I want it snapping off of that. And if you get it, great. If you don't, I don't usually like revisiting that level. Unless later on in the session, I'm going to want some consolidation, right? Like later on, I think I want to look a little bit longer for a confirmation move, like when it comes down to 140. This is now close to 10 o'clock. You actually get a break of the 140 level that holds on to what was Friday afternoon support, gets about 30, 40 cents down. You have 5, maybe 6 or 7 minutes down beneath the 140 before you reestablish that to the upside. That's a very different trade. And if it does that same thing right away in the first candle, a lot of times right up here, I'm going to be more patient. Like if it's hanging around and consolidating, I might look for a higher low. I want that to work right away. But when you get a little bit later on in the session, I'm going to allow it to come into the level and try and catch it on the way out. Now, I made the mistake, in this case, of canceling my bid, but then not being fast enough to get it on the other side. So it broke the 140. I'm looking for it to hold the higher low. It puts in the higher low. I tried grabbing it on the way back up. When it broke this local high, didn't get it. But that's a very different trade from just sitting out there, maybe 10 cents in front of an even dollar level, and then your stop is if it breaks 141 right in that initial candle. So it's a little bit of a difference. I think the longer you get in terms of how far you've gone from the open, the longer I want to see some consolidation or confirmation of the trade. And it bodes right back into the next level that it takes out to the downside. And it's just another example here. It makes a fresh break of the low, comes into the 138, there's your break, there is your consolidation one more time. You have to give it a little bit more time. I don't think past that 10 o'clock or open range, that you just want to sit there, unless it's a ridiculous level. Sometimes you get like a $100 level on a stock or a $10 level or something along those lines, where maybe you just stick it out in front of the even dollar with a 2-3 cent stop and say, so be it. But that's not the kind of thing here when you're in the middle for Micron. I think you want to let these levels set up later on in the day. Be willing to not sit on the bid. But when it reestablishes itself, you get confirmation on the second candle. On the third candle, it can break it back out here, or you can try taking it when it holds a higher low on the third candle, and then you're working to the upside. So it's not always about, I like the level, I'm just going to sit at it. I think your execution strategy can matter. Another example I want to use here is AMD. It's a very similar thing. AMD's been a strong stock, but I've actually been shorted, and thankfully we're shorted at the right levels. I mean, obviously, you can kind of see that. We set it out when it didn't hold VWAP. We waited for it to make a high up here at 62. But it's the actual dips I want to look at. Early on, first initial dip right at the open. It wicks the pre-market low. This little tiny wick in here, and then breaks out the top. So immediately, you have that rubber band action the first time. It tries the consolidation the second time through. And if you were looking long here, there's your consolidation bottom. Breaks the bottom. I was short at getting some out at the bottom, but it breaks the bottom and then holds for about 5 or 6 minutes before coming back into VWAP. The next wick, a little bit of a failed breakdown. Thankfully, I was able to get out. But again, look at the higher low consolidation. On a 3-minute, that's 1, 2, 3 times you're able to, on a 3-minute chart, get that higher low. That's not happening usually for you at that open. But if you're patient enough looking for that long, you have a wipeout bottom there. There's your consolidation bottom. A similar thing happens at the absolute low again, another high low, but 1, 2, 3. Later on in that session, be willing to sit there and stare at that stock. If you like the dip buy, be willing to sit there. It gets to your level. It could take 5 or 6 minutes to give you the confirmation that you want at 11 o'clock or at 12 o'clock. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think when you're impatient at those times of day, you're going to hurt yourself. And I'll give you one that isn't a chip name. And this had nothing to do with impatience. It just had to do with me not being at my seat. I want to look at Affirm, because Affirm was dips, but not into lows. It was after that opening breakout. So this one broke it out. But each dip after it made that move, like look at how long comparatively, this is trending up, not trending down. So it's breaking out and consolidating here. But that's 3 bars, consolidation. That's 2, that's 3. When it breaks VWAP for this curl, look at the level of patience you almost need to find that long. It holds from 10:27 to just past 11 o'clock. That's over a half an hour it makes a rounded bottom before consolidating for 15 minutes to then break out. So the later in the session, the more patience you need for those plays. Early on at 9:30, rubber band, great. Take that quick snap trade, no problems. But later on, when it gets to your price level, be willing to wait it out for that confirmation. Sit there staring at the stock for your trade to materialize, for your level to hold, or for your level to break. That patience is going to reward you in the long run. So early, you can have a little bit of quick in and out if you're a day trader. But as the session goes on there, you've got to adjust to the way the market is slowing itself down. You slow yourself down, that's your lesson of the day.
Shout out to Neil. Thank you very much, Neil. Informative, eloquent, and yes, the most important one, awesome. As always, Neil Roberts, every day, guys, around noontime. There it is. There it is. He's pointing at his brain, too. I like it. It's indicative of what's going on. Yeah, it is. Seriously. Shout out to Neil, guys. No, seriously, every day he's dropping his lesson around noon hour. If you're into that kind of thing, catch Neil every day at around noon. All right, I'm long Apple. I'm long Apple off 211. I've got 91s. I wet my beak there for a 20 penny winner at 10s. I'm holding the remaining amount. Let's see if we can bounce a little bit here on AAPL. It's been by far the strongest name in Mag 7 world. However, there's another competitor coming into the foray, and it goes by the name Meta. It's up now 1.43, Apple down off that 2% into 1.7, so getting close there percentage-wise with Apple and Meta. I'm long, gonna hold my entry essentially into my break, gonna hold my long into my entry. I'll get it right. If it breaks down below 91s, that's really gonna be the end of that trade. on AAPL. Not much going on in my world other than this trade. I'm keeping my eye on AMZN though. It's getting back into the low of day at generally 187, 186 and change, or sorry, 186.90 and change, I believe, is a low. And if we get into there, I want to see if we find some support at that level. That is the IB low. Or is that the IB low? No, it isn't. That's not the IB low. It's an hour after the open. So, yeah, that is the low of day, though. Let's have a look quickly at the small cap gappers before we check and see what Adara is trading and then start the lesson of the day. GRDI off highs. MLGO has been fantastic off that 10 exponential. So if you've been into that thing, good for you guys. Here it is. Here is the multi is joining OpenAI. So there it is. What is this? Okay, so multi is joining OpenAI. What if a desktop computer were inherently multiplayer? What if the operating system placed people in equal footing to apps? Those were the questions. Okay, I'll have to read this after Brenda sent me this. I thought it had something to do with the Zoom acquisition of the acquisition by OpenAI of Zoom. I'll have to read it a little bit more right now. But yeah, that's the look. What are you looking at?
I'm an AMD, and I don't. Okay, so basically this AMD, I want to start out Kyle Burdett because you were definitely right about that being a short there, Kyle. I wanted to get involved because initially we rejected this 90 EMA. I like that look. The issue is we had a rejection. I got on the retest of the rejection, which is why I now think my timing on this was highly suspect. I think the level was fine. I think if I wanted to scalp 10 pennies on that initial move down, that would have been fine. Now, though, I think I have made an error. I wanted to get, if we wake up the 70s, I'm out, it's fine. But the timing has just not been my friend today. But you know what is my friend? Positivity and finding new opportunities. As Obi always says, where's the next trade? I don't know, but I'll try to find it. I've made a bit of a mess of Tesla, but Tesla's still chop and churning. I think there is something there, that 185.20 area. Tried to take it long, and then Tesla said, no, Adara, not yet, or not right now. So I don't even know. We're just keeping an eye on some stuff. That is for sure. But you know what else? If you have a ticker you're keeping an eye on.
Yes.
You're good. Sharif always knows I'm going to do the transition here now.
Yes.
But yeah, Sharif will help. Sharif is there if you want to look at tickers on the green screen.
Yeah, guys, just get into the chat, hit that exclamation point, type in that word join, hit that space bar, baby, then shift 4 for the dollar sign. And then, yeah, choose a ticker of your choice. If you're into small cap gappers, go ahead and vote for those small cap gappers. If you want to see the banger that the Katina man had on Micron and Nvidia, go vote for Micron and Nvidia. If you don't vote, you don't get a say. It's that simple. We do that every day from 2 to 2:30 on the afternoon run. Now, go Apple. We're 40 pennies in the money here on the dead one, AAPL, as it's moving into that 211 and a third. I'm looking for the $0.50 because that's where the 10 exponential is hanging out. If we can get anywhere near that $0.50, we'll just cover the remaining amount that we have left. Into the 30s it goes. I'm waiting for the mid 40s, and then we're gonna flatten out on AAPL. Decent recovery right now. 2 green candles, nothing to write home about on this trade. The market also right above 19.9. Not like that's really a level that I was charting, but it is the 100-point level. We need to be cognizant of it, even though on a day like this where it's been very sideways, zigzaggy, you're a little bit above 19.9, you're a little bit below 19.9. Let me show you exactly what I mean here on the chart. This is the NQ September contract. We've had a downward slope. You don't need to be a super chartered market technician to see the lower lows or the lower highs. However, intraday, at least since 11 o'clock, we've been very zigzaggy. After troughing out there at 19.821, it's been zigzagging a little bit higher, a little bit lower. So nothing really to write home about there on the futures and the Mag 7. But MLGO is going, guys, and really we need to start pulling up MLGO here because, quite frankly, it's been one hell of a day for it. And Donald John Trump is very close to day's highs right now, up 25%. 34.80. We just printed that high, and here it comes again. Look at this bottoming tail candle on the 5 into 34.50. Donald John Trump is going here, breaking through that initial high that we made at 1040. Obviously, we know that there's umpteen amount of resistance levels above this because it was selling off for close to a month. This is what I'm talking about over here. There's been an aggressive sell-off essentially since the end of May. And it looks like we bottomed out a skosh above that 23 area that we bottomed out in mid-April. This time we held 25, so it looks like that's possibly another higher low there. DJT doing things, Adara, up into that high day, 25%.
Yeah, I wish it was JDT so I could say just doing things, but it's doing something. Also doing something, I love what you said about the Qs being top and turn sideways. I had just hopped into a short on that impetus. On the TQs, we're below the 90 MA, which I know, charting levels on the futures is not always going to be a thing. I understand that, I respect that. I was like, okay. But I saw in the book, I was like, we're having a heck of a time trying to hustle above the 73.70 area. So I said, Adara, risk it into below VWAP, but also these lower highs. So if we didn't break above this 73.75, I was fine. That's risking like 11 pennies. I can live with that. What I want to see here, you might be asking, Adara, what's the end goal for this? What's the Avengers end game for this trade? Well, the end game for this trade, okay, I like this. I'm going to take out some just above 50s. I can live with that. I will have all that smoke, but the smoke I really want, if we make a lower low below 73.40s. I'm aware that might be a tall order, might be a bit of a tall glass of water there, tall sip of milk for, I don't know what I'm saying, for TQs, but that's what I'm looking for. For some reason, it really wants that 73.60s area. I'm like, TQs, I will take 5 pennies if that's all you'll give me, by all means. But I'd like a little bit more. So I'm looking at that, still looking at Tesla, happy I did not take that Tesla short because that pushed higher. Yeah, just waiting to see what my options are, but right now, happy in this trade.
Where's your bag?
Oh, yeah.
Want to shout Big Patty Iceman and his brother Anthony. The dude, just brought a whole, I don't know how many chocolates, Ram. There's got to be hundreds in this thing. They're all Lindor. There's some other stuff as well. Shout out to Anthony from Liquidation Event. Check him out on the gram. He got some for the Katina Man. He got some for Brendo, Neil. I know, Neil obviously trying to watch what he eats a little bit because of the injury, this, that, and the other. So I might have to take it off his hands. Who knows? Maybe he's got kids at home, obviously, probably want it. So shout out, Anthony. Thank you very much, my friend, for that gift. And I'm sure I speak for the entire floor when I say that.
Yeah.
So.
Also, there's a super chat from D. Westermark directed at you.
D. Sharif, I'm up 10% on Donald John Trump. My rule is sell at 10%. Can't offer any criticism of that. If that's a rule that you follow, kill it. Shout out to you, D. Westermeyer. We miss you around here, man, and hope to see you soon. Shout out to the Midwest as well, because I know you're from there. So kill it on that. It behooves us to load up Donald John Trump, maybe, beside one of these names. So let's load up DJT over here in case it starts squeezing. Again, guys, we know that the presidential debate is this Thursday. So look, for some volatility in this name as we inch closer to that time. Definitely recovering a little bit today, or much more than a little bit, 25 some odd % there. So we'll keep an eye on that. I'm very close to getting out of my Apple trade here. The recovery here looks awfully anemic. In fact, it looks as if this was a 2-candle pullback that you'd want to get in short on, right? So if you miss this initial short entry, this is where I would get back in. So I think this is a short now on AAPL. It's about a bit of a counter trend trade here because definitely Apple is strong on the day. So I'm going to end my Apple trade if I can find the trading screen for Apple right here. We'll end up break even on the remaining amount. Actually, we'll make 10 pennies on the remaining amount there. But what I'm looking for here on the dead one Apple is a break of 82. 210.82. That is the local area low that we printed at 12.05. We get a break below 80.82 on a closing basis. I'm taking the short, and my profit target will be around 210 where VWAP is. So we're not going to hold this thinking we're going to make it all the way back down to low day. But the point of the matter is this looked like a very anemic pullback. It doesn't look like it's a trend up at that point. This looks as if the winds of change have come. And then you get a 2-candle retracement on the way down, and then you print a newer low. So all we really need to wait for to get in is a newer low. So I'll be looking for something below 210.80, and then I will be looking to short AAPL at those levels. Not much else going on here. I know you were talking about 185 on Tesla. How's that looking?
Yeah, Tesla, I've kind of been letting Tesla chop and turn. Because I've gotten a little bit too chop and turn in Tesla. Tesla is by far winning the contest for worst name of the day for me. So, and like, we know that doesn't bother me. That does not faze me. If I see stuff I like, I'll get involved. Right now, though, I need to wait for Tesla to sort itself out at that 185, because you're right, I have been talking about that 185, and for good reason. It's been bamboozling as heck. Like, look at this 185. We chop, we churn, we go up and down. It looks like it's going to go one direction. It goes the other direction. Shout out to the band One Direction. But yeah, so it's like, I don't have enough of a rate on this right now. I think we're curling up on the 90 EMA, but every time I try to take a long, Tesla says, no, no, no. I do want to shout out Kyle Burdett. Thank you. It's not a super chat, but thank you so much for that. I will say thank you for the super chat. It's a chat. Thank you so much to Kyle Burdett, as always, for your support and your participation in the chat. He's saying, Disney, I got stopped out in the short and a pullback before it went really well. It doesn't just happen to you. Got 15 cents. Looks like I left a buck on the table. Thank you so much for saying that. I appreciate all your participation, all your honesty. I appreciate everyone's honesty in the chat. And that's why I always like to be 100% upfront and honest, because I think that's, everyone's going through the same struggles.
Oh, yeah.
So thank you so much, Kyle, for sharing that opinion in there, and for all of your participation in the chat, and for everyone's participation in the chat right now. And again, I want to shout out Kyle as well, because he mentioned that AMD short earlier. I had an AMD long earlier, tried to go short. The timing on that was bad on my part, but now I'm taking the short because we're decisively below the 90 EMA. I said if we break above 162.50s, that's where I get out. We get to 162.49s, and we can't get above it. So AMD, I'm not AM done with you quite yet. I got involved at 33s because I was watching in the book. That was a level I was okay with. But it looks like now this actually might be flipping from resistance to support, as happens quite frequently. But yeah, I really want to shout out Kyle Burdett for that comment, because it reminds you, these things happen to everyone. Like, you have ideas, they don't work out, and you just got to keep going and finding new ideas. That's one of the fun parts of trading. It can be really frustrating, but it's like, how do you deal with that setback? And I think this chat is one really cool way of doing that.
No question about it. And not just that, too. Like, we've got a bunch of trading screens. You have your side charts. I have my scanner, my side charts, my watch list. There's only so much we can see. And that's what the other beautiful thing about the chat is. They're constantly putting in things that you don't have eyes on. So can't agree more. I got to echo that sentiment. Shout out to the chat, undefeated. And yeah. So just took a nice 15 penny winner there on AAPL as we got short right at the break of 82s as we talked about. I'm holding this from 77s. We're down into the low 60s here. Look, call me crazy, but I'm going to be waiting for that low 210s. I want some sort of VWAP touch, retracement, this, that, or the other. Breaking down below the 20 exponential and 211 in no man's land there with really nothing to hold us up. So we'll see what we get. We won't get upset, but I'm going to try to pack my patience here. Where's my out on a stop? So you know what my profit target is. It's in the low 210s. Where's my out on a stop? So it's a really good question. I'm going to be out if it breaks 211 again. It's really got to trend down here. It already had the 2-candle retracement, 2-candle green retracement on the 5, and if it pops back up, then this trade is not right. So if we get a 211 break, that's it. Going to cut this trade, but already de-risked for a nice 20 penny winner. But look, right back. So now 10 pennies out of the money as Apple puts in a hammer candle right there. An inverse doji. Sorry, not an inverse. What am I talking about here? I'm talking bottoming tail candle. I'll get it right, guys. Bottoming tail candle through that 210.63 and into the 90s we go. So we're already 13 pennies out of the money for the last little bit. Breaks 211s, I'm out. So keep an eye on that. What else we got over here? Google has been inching its way into 180 for a little bit of time now with no success. It obviously broke 180 a little earlier on. Since that time, though, we've been having a lot of trouble closing in on that 180 level, but getting one rejection after another. The highest point we've been at since the opening balance high was 1220 when we got into 98s, I believe. So awfully close into that 220 area, that 180 area on Google. Sorry, I'm just a little bit distracted with this Apple short that I have. So I'm going to pack my patience with this one. The stop is already in place through the out, through the break of 211. That's the look there. Let's flip back into some of the other small cap gappers. Okay, MLGO finally taking a bit of a breather. Geez Louise, it was rocketing to the high side. Now, look, you've had wicks below the 10 exponential on MLGO, but they've all been on a wick basis. If this closes the way it is right now, it's south of 8. It's going to be the first one that closes red south of the 10 exponential. So what's a move? Well, you could try to, test your luck, I guess, with 7 2/3. I do happen to like that 7 2/3 area. It is a 20 exponential as well as this crest top over here. So if 7 2/3 comes in, you may not have to wait long because we're in the low 80s. This could be an interesting long here. 3 red candles in a row right now on the 5-minute chart on MLGO, but it's been very strong on the day. All right, ever since Apple put that bottoming tail candle in, it put another lower high. So I'm going to pack my patience with this one. We're break even on this one, and I'm seeing lower highs come in, especially if that 211 rejection holds. I'm going to pack my patience for at 210. Obviously, I don't want it to come to 210 as a long-term holder, but this is an intraday trade, and we're going to have to take what we get.
Yeah, sorry for the intense staring there, guys. AMD is being deeply fascinating. So I like the short. After a couple tries, I realized that maybe not. Lost a couple pennies on each. It wasn't like crazy losses or anything. Then I was about to flip long. I was like, let's flip long, right? Let's flip long. Then AMD jumps like 20 pennies, and I said, thank goodness I'm not in the shorts. You gotta always find that the silver lining in things, right? And then I was like, okay, great. I'm not gonna get the long. Then AMD sells off and then comes right back to 162.70s. This stock is it's an AM doozy. That's all I have to say to you in the book and on the chart. So I'm going to leave that be. It looks like there is a lot of support here at that 162.40. So we're going to have to wait and see. This is not one I'm comfortable getting involved in right now, again, unless I see something else I like here, because there's just so much wiffle waffling at that 162.60. It's reminding me of Tesla around that 185 that I'm like, I just want to wait and see it sort itself out. Tesla continuing to dance on this 90 EMA beautifully. You know what? Last time I liked this and tried to get involved in the long, I got burned. But last time does not have to mean this time. Where's the next trade?
Ooh.
Where is the next trade?
I like it.
Tesla, it might be you. It might be a long. I'm always short biased, and I find I feel like where my trades get dicier is where I try to take long sometimes, which again, that might be a manifestation of my short bias. But let's wait and see how this goes. I've noticed that 185.20 has been a really weird miniature intermittent support resistance area. So I want to be cognizant of that. See what is happening here. Because 1320 Wolf saying Tesla looks like long if you like the moving averages. So I think that could be a look. I just want to wait and see, because every time I feel that, Tesla's like, no, Adara, I am not along here. Just wait. I don't know why I gave Tesla that voice. I'm going to look at Lilly here as well, because a couple people mentioning Lilly in the chat, including, I believe, IK. A couple people there looking at Lilly. Lilly's beautiful. Last week we had that news with, I think it was an update with Lilly and that tirzepatide, which is their weight loss drug. So great look here. Dancing on the 90 EMA beautifully. Volume over a milli. Spread of almost $1. So I don't love that spread. But Lilly looking gorgeous on this 90 EMA. Pushing above the 904 area. Cool, $19 right now. So far up in the day. Getting a gorgeous volume candle bounce. Shout out to anyone who's long this name. Eli Lilly. Volume above a milli. Lots of volatility in this name to the upside. So
upside
there. I miss making Eli Lilly puns. So thank you guys always when you give me the opportunity to look up my old pal. Lilly.
Of course.
How's Amazon going?
Good. I don't know why I'm not showing on the board that I'm short the Zon. I'm short at 81s. I'm not sure what's going on, Ram. It's got my Apple one properly, but not showing my Amazon trade. I'm short at 81s. I'm looking to cover at 69s. It's a simple, well, it's not a simple trade. Well, maybe it is. But the precipice for getting in was a 20-period exponential rejection. It's been rejecting all day on AMZN. The 20-period has been kind of a line in the sand. You saw initially when we got up into the 20-period for the first time on the day, big topping tail candle there. Then you get a 3-candle rejection, and now we got another one over here. So we'll see if we can print at 69s, and yes, we do. We get that print, and down we go again here on the Zon. So covering a little bit there. Let's see if we can get some continuity. All right, go Apple. So Apple back into the lows again. I was kind of confident in this trade, but you never really know how these are going to go. Let's see if we can get something at the 50s. I think maybe, well, I don't want to change my goal. No, I set 210. I set lower 210s. I'm just thinking out loud over here. I think lower 210s is probably a little ambitious because it's up a lot on the day. So we'll see if we get that. Amazon right back out of the money on this one again. So 6 pennies out of the money as it comes right back into that 188 area, still south of the 20-period exponential. So don't want to cover this too quickly. But if it breaks 188, I already have my stop amount there. Looks like, some of these shorts on the market just don't have follow through. That's just kind of my feeling today. with some of them. So gonna hold both these positions, see if I can extract a little bit more profit. Both profitable so far, the Zon short and the Apple short, both printing at the moment. But yeah, Apple right back into my entry again, my goodness. So yeah, gonna have to pack the patience there. Ahmed, my only long-term OKLO is dancing. That's your only long-term? Okay.
I love that.
All right. Hey man,
Shout
if
out.
the dude's printing, he's printing, right?
A
Shout
print's
out.
a print.
Yeah, it is. Let's show them what Oklo looks like, Ram. Here is OKLO, and here's a daily look on it. So this was obviously a SPAC. You can always tell when the price hugs $10 like it did here for a long time. Then it de-SPACed. You can usually tell when it de-SPACs based on the price action. So OKLO. Let's look at what this one has been doing as of late. Highs at 19. Lows at, say, 7, defended 7. Double top, obviously, at 19. Bit of a seller there. Lower highs since the Huadunk. It's been putting in lower highs, 13, then 12, then the 11s. Bit of a range, higher lows, but lower highs as well. I hope you print, Ahmed. No question about it. Tell me where your position started, and we'll shout you out. So, hope you print.
Yeah, shout out there. And thank you very much for the super chat. Tesla, I had a long. The whole plan was I was going to try to take this even longer here. I got long 185.05 because we had these higher lows. But then I was going to get 185.16s. That was going to be my out. We can't get to 16s. I say, Dara, take your 13s, then try to flip short. The second I punch in short, little Miss Tesla here goes up to 185.30s. I said, why? How? Yeah, I mean, the bamboozlement is real. I'm happy I tried. I saw stuff I liked. I had a reason to try. And honestly, be getting another topping tail candle, the impetus for the short for me is still here. I just want to make sure I'm making trades that also, honor the buying power, risk management, all that stuff, right? So we might have to chill out a little bit on this Tesla as much as I do really, really like this look. I've been saying this Tesla was a short here off this level for many moons. So it'd be a little bit depressla if I don't get to take it. But you always want to make sure you're taking things responsibly as well, right? So let's see what we do here. This has just been deeply bamboozling. I just want Tesla to pick a lane, pun intended, because it's a car. Accidental pun. That was real. I always really enjoy those. Those are good. We're gonna have to wait and see what Tesla does, because every time I think I have a read on it, Tesla's like, no, we're reading a different book over here. Nvidia. This is really fascinating. I'm seeing a lot of different opinions on Nvidia in different directions.
The Katina man just shorted more.
Oh, I was gonna say I like the Nvidia short here with that little topping tail candle. That's a nice look. I want to see if we get back to 121, maybe 121 can do something for me.
The Katina man just shorted 121.30 like 3 minutes ago.
Nice.
He added more, I'm assuming, on the VWAP. What was that? Brand new position.
Nice.
He still got Micron $3 in the money, by the way, guys. Micron, big day today. Like one of the only green names in chip world at an AMD.
Yeah, I mean, Micron also does have earnings coming up on Wednesday, so those could be spicy, along with Levi and BlackBerry. So those Wednesday earnings are if you like semiconductors, you're in luck. If you like former meme runners and Canadian companies, you're in luck. If you like jeans, you're in luck. So that could be a fun earnings day for everyone. I got short Nvidia 120.88. I want to see what we do with 121. Yeah, I appreciate it. I hope we all get down, because you and I are all in the Make 7 shorts. Let's hope we get down here. We're gonna do the dance here for that.
The get down
Nvidia
dance.
is not. Yeah, Nvidia does not like the get down dance. I'm flat in the position now, but hopefully Nvidia will grow to love this dance, because I think that we could get a little bit more downside. I really like that 90 MA. The way I trade, I'm going to be watching to see what we do at the 90 MA. I know this is like not a massive trade or anything, but I have to honor myself and also just honor risk management and buying power and all that. So we'll have to see what we do here. I still want to take trades I like. I think I owe it to myself to do that. So let's see if Nvidia ends up being a trade that I love.
All right, just covered the rest on Apple as it broke down into the mid 50s, covered at 54s, decent short off that 211 drop. So keeping an eye on the dead one Apple. I'm still short on the Zon. We're about 10 pennies in the money on Amazon. I've already wet my beak on some profits at 69s. I'm now going to wait in the low 50s. I think Amazon's not going to reject as swiftly as it rejected earlier on when it moved into the 20. It is a less liquid time of day. It's 12:30, a little after that. So, you know, the rejections as well as the ascents not as aggressive. So I've already put my stop in. My stop in is the break of 188. It breaks out on a closing basic. Gonzino. So we'll keep an eye out on that. John Del Segno, OVV was the second largest hedge fund purchase across all 13 Fs. It's building a big technical base RSI and an ugly-ish bull flag, but looks like a possible nice swing. Let's have a look at OVV for our friend John. Let's pull it up over here. OVV. Just to give everyone an idea, likely spam. Thank you for calling me spam. All right, OVV. You're not the spam. All right, daily chart. Here's the look on the daily OVV. Not far off, you know, local highs. Local high 63. We're printing 47 today. It's not one of those ones that topped out in the pandemic. Then it was bam, wham, bam. See you later. Here's the 4-hour look. A bit of a sell-off, obviously. That local high at 56. What was John's look on that? So 13 Fs. Okay, big technical base RSI and ugly-ish bull flag. What are you looking at, John? What time frame? Let's look at the 5 over here. Okay, so he's looking at the intraday time frame. Yeah, that's not an ugly bull flag, dude. I would say that's nice. You know, the only thing that I could, you know, want a little bit more on this look is for support to hold that VWAP rather than the 20. But you see over here, it definitely bounced off the 20, broke the IB high, and printed new highs, 47.12. Great look. There's a headline on this today. Not that I see, and nothing really. They're all technical breakouts, so nothing really to talk about there. Look, John, it's a great look on the day. If you didn't take that 20-period retracement off the yellow solid line, then what you did, or I don't know if you did, but what you could have done was take a 10-period retracement because it really respected the 10 subsequent to that. So goes without saying, I hope you break. Get down, Apple. All right, here I'm waiting in the low 50s. Come, there we go. Nice trade. All right, they're on, sorry, that's not Apple, that's Amazon. Sorry, I don't even know that. Yeah, whatever. We just took 30 pennies there on AMZN on another 20-period exponential retracement. It comes into that yellow line, and then wham, bam, thank you, yellow line, and then we head up down again. So one rejection, 1120, 3 rejections between 1135 and 1145, and yes, another 3 rejections here, 1230, 1235, and there's the breakdown candle that just manifested right now at 1240. Get down, Amazon. This is one hell of a bear flag there, guys, in case you're wondering. This is what a bear flag looks like. Flip that upside down, it looks like a bull flag. So yeah, great look for the bears today on the market. Now, the dead one is coming. Apple, excuse me, because no one's gonna understand what I'm talking about when I say dead one about Apple anymore. 210 incoming, 42 pennies away, and it's not just the $10 level that's there. VWAP hanging out at 210 on Apple. We initially had a couple of candle rejections here at 210 to be expected at the $10 level. That is until we took it out at 10 to the hour there at 1050. We broke well above that 210 level, going all the way uninterrupted into 210 3/4. We're right back into that 210.5, a skosh above the volume weighted average price. If we get into 210, decisions have to be made here as to whether you're taking this long, because it is strong on the day. It's stronger than the bunch around it for whatever reason. And, you know, we'll see if it can catch its footing at that volume weighted average price 210 level. Pack my patience, find out. John goes on to say, yeah, only thing I didn't like about the flag was that it looks blown out, AKA didn't blast. Yeah, look, John, I mean, it's not a bad look. Here's talking about OVO. It's not a bad look. And besides, you just printed above 47 again. You're 2 pennies off high at days. Off high a day, excuse me, not days. You know, and the fact that you didn't blast probably has something to do with the fact that it lacks a catalyst. But the fact of the matter is it held up off the 10 exponential, so there was buyers there. So I like the look, John. I said irregardless, and people are like, that's not a word.
I fought for you, though. I said it was a word, and we were right.
And it depends on which dictionary you look at. Some say it is, some say it isn't. But anyway,
it is.
It's immaterial.
You reloaded.
There you go. What do you reload at, Katina, man? Nvidia or Micron? He just took another 50 cents in 13 seconds. Shout out to the Katina man. We all saw the banger. What? Yeah, he's short at 121. So let's look at Nvidia over here because it has been doing the dance with no pants with the volume weighted average price. 121.36 is where VWAP is hanging out. And as you can see here, it has not been above the volume weighted average price since 10:10 this morning. So it's been a short the pops kind of day on Nvda as it struggles to maintain its price above 120 Adara. Anything you're looking at before we start the lesson?
Yeah, I have. So I got out of the Nvidia short early, obviously. Then I tried to flip long. That did not work out. I only got part filled, so I lost more than I wanted to. But you know what happens in these situations? You just got to keep going, got to keep climbing. I need a little bit of a moment to get that confidence back because I do not think I have it. But we know I will be coming back at these markets. Watch out, markets. If you see something and I think that's the issue is I wasn't taking things I was in love with. I was taking things I liked. What? If I see things I love, watch out, markets. You are in for a rude awakening. The bear is here. Rawr. But yeah, as you were saying, it's been a bear market. And Sheree was literally calling me a perma bear, kind of jokingly, kind of seriously during the break. So in all seriousness, though, if there's stuff I like, I will take it. I'm a little bit upset at myself because I was ready to take that 121 Nvidia short and then test again, and I didn't. But you know what that means? That means I come back at it harder. We have some coffee. We take a moment, and you vote for tickers you like. If you have tickers you like. Go in that chat right now, exclamation point, space, $, whatever ticker you like. Space bar, shift 4, because Sharif likes to make sure we all know what the computer keys are for everything. But yeah, all jokes aside, please vote for your ticker. We are a democratic system here. There's a presidential debate in the U.S. on Thursday, but we don't have debates. We just have straight up democracy over here. The only debate is over which ticker you'll choose because you only have one per day. Yeah,
look. Ford's up to almost 3%. So I don't know what's going on here with Ford, but it just got into the volume weighted average price. It's 1 penny above that. Here's what I'm seeing. Major automakers target lithium supply from American battery technology. Why is this coming as a hot news? Interesting there, and it's citing Ford as one of the benefactors possibly to this name. Keeping an eye, just want to make sure that this is the right catalyst here. What is this? Car parts supplier could take hit from slower long-term EV market. Okay, that's not it. I'm not really sure what's going on with Ford, but anyway, it's at the volume weighted average price, 12.25 HOD. I just saw you guys talking about Ford, so I thought I'd mention it. It's not, one of those ones that we cover a lot because it's not a big mover. Anyway, so lesson of the day. Let's get right to it. We're talking about average true range all day. Today's lesson is a little bit boring. We get a lot more nuanced with it, with more graphs and pictures and stuff like that later on in the week as we talk about specific trades. Today, we just want to explain what ATR is so you guys have a good foundation. So welcome, traders. Today, we're diving into average true range, ATR for short, a powerful tool used for gauging intraday volatility. So what is ATR exactly? Right? So imagine a ruler that measures a market's typical daily price movement. Essentially, that is what ATR is. It considers the highs, the lows, and the closing price for a particular instrument. And it considers a 14-day running average of all three of those. We don't need to worry about the mathematical formula. The software will do it for us, but that's basically what it's based on. The high, the low, and the close, and its typical standard time is 14 days, all right? So why is volatility important now that we know ATR is a volatility gauge? So volatility is like the market's heartbeat, right? High volatility means rapid price swings, while low volatility indicates those calmer periods. So whether you're running or resting, right? Understanding this rhythm is crucial for intraday day trading because if the market's hot, you can take bigger positions, be a bit more aggressive, look for things to run a bit more. While things are calmer and less volatile, you don't look to see as much follow through. So you scalp more, maybe look for specific breakout trades. We'll get to those in a bit. So using the ATR as a volatility meter. So first and foremost, right, what you want to do is find your comfort zone. What do you trade better in? What kind of environment do you trade better in? Are you a high volatility trader or a low volatility trader? So you got to basically look and reflect within yourself to see where you do better, or look at your data to see where your trades really flourish. So high volatility can be thrilling but risky. Conversely, low volatility might offer fewer opportunities. Analyze your risk tolerance, how much you can lose, and look at your own personality and what kind of a trader you are in different markets. ATR helps you identify the market that suits your trading style. So if you're a high volatility trader, here's how to spot the high vol. So a rising ATR suggests a volatile market, right? This might be a good time for the trend following strategies. If you like, taking something long that's going up and to the right, but you like it on a pullback like me, this is where you're going to want to shine, where there is the ATR is higher. If you're a low volatility trader though, and that suits your personality better, you're going to be looking for calmer periods. And what kind of trades do better during calmer periods? Scalping. Low volatility can offer frequent, smaller price movements suitable for those quicker entries and exits, but breakout plays also really important. Funny thing is, you wouldn't associate breakout plays with a calmer market, but it actually makes sense when you think about it, because if everything is volatile, everything is up and to the right or down and to the right, a breakout trade kind of will just get lost in all that, noise. Whereas if the market's really calm and you have an instrument breaking out, it can definitely stand out. So that's what I kind of want to say there. And beyond the basics, while ATR is a great starting point, right, guys? Remember, it is based entirely on the historical prints, right? It reflects past volatility, not the future. And it's also really incumbent upon you to mix it in with other technical tools, whether it's moving averages. You want to see maybe the fanning between two moving averages. For example, it's a volatility gauge, right? So you're looking to see what the ATR is printing. Is it 1, 2, 3? What is it specifically for that name? And then you look at the moving averages. Well, if they're really fanned apart, if the 10 is really far away from the 20, it can kind of, add that next check mark there. Yes, this stock is very volatile on the day. So how do you put it all into action? Obviously, you're going to get yourself a trading platform that has average true range. Most of them do these days. And then you're going to analyze the ATR for the instrument that you're interested in. So if I was looking at Apple, for example, what's Apple's typical range on a day? Well, it's probably a lot different now than it was 2 months ago when we called it the dead one, right? Because it wasn't moving. Now, moving a lot more. So the ATR on Apple, I'm willing to bet you, is a lot higher than it was 2 months ago. And then you need to adjust your strategy based on the ATR, right? So if the market or the instrument that you want to trade is with a higher ATR and you like calmer periods, then stay away from it. But if it fits your modus operandi with the higher vol trades, then go for it. So that's what you need to do. You need to get yourself a platform with it, analyze it to see if it fits within your framework, and then you can adjust your trade accordingly. And remember, ATR is a valuable tool, but it is not a magic formula, guys. Always practice sound risk management strategies and combine it with other trading technical indicators to help kind of gauge the overall market.
Yeah, and I like what I like too, the aspect of that is understanding your style and understanding what you're comfortable with. Because if you understand yourself as a trader and what you do, that'll obviously help you to find strategies that make sense. So if you know you like volatility, then maybe this is the type of thing you want to have a better understanding of, right? So I think that's a really key point. And it also, something I remember that Sharif said to me when I first started was like, "Are you a patient person?" And I was like, "Not in the short term." And Sharif was like, "Maybe try these strategies that are shorter term," which is something I've been trying to do. So I just want to shout that out because I think that is kind of emblematic and reflective in this lesson as well. Is just like finding things that work for you and understanding.
Yes.
And that's what's great is we're going to get and shout out to Sharif for preparing these lessons. There should be a little bit of something for everyone. If one week there is something that maybe you're not as vibey with, the next week we'll have something completely different, which is what's really fun. And so I think, today, basically what I've been trying to do now, because like I said, we are, some mistakes were made earlier, so we a little bit less risk to work with. So what I've really been trying to work on is trusting my instincts. When you have less wiggle room, you have to have a lot tighter leash on yourself and you have to trust yourself a lot better. That's what today's exercise has accidentally and inadvertently been. So right now with this AMD, I was very patient for this. I wanted to see us not get above that 50s area. Now that we haven't gotten above 50s, I'm much more comfortable taking, and now we dropped like 10 pennies. So I think there needs to be some combination of the confidence and waiting for those moves, because right now I do think I missed that opportunity in the short, but I was really proud of what I did here with Nvidia. I took 1 penny on the short, obviously not the profit of anyone's life, but I said, you know what, we had a lower high here. We were below that one. We had that 121 initially. Now we're getting to 121.80s. I said, try the short. But then I got short 120.62, so not the best place ever. I said, if I can't see a nice decisive break below 60s, you're going to have to get out and trust yourself. I took 1 penny, got out at 61s, and I was fine with that. I didn't flip long, so I didn't feel comfortable enough flipping long, but I really think what I'm trying to do right now is just trust myself a lot more. And part of trusting yourself is just being in these positions and having the impetus and trying to make sense of these moves. And I think hopefully that'll translate into some better trading and better trading decisions going forward, because the issue is just haven't had confidence in the trades that make sense and then getting way too overzealous in the trades that don't make sense. Yeah, the Piper saying, what did you video with Nvidia? Yeah, I've tried to make that kind of pun before too. Shout out to you on that. Yeah, it's always, Nvidia is a fun one in terms of puns and words that make sense. But if you like Nvidia, if you like Microsoft, if you like Apple, any of those tickers, what you do right now is you go in the chat and you type in that ticker. And, but you have to go first, exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever ticker you're interested in. Do that right now, and then you can have your voice heard and vote there in the chat for the ticker that Sean and Neil will talk about, and Sharif will show you guys on the green screen. So that segment is in just 1 hour, and you have 55 minutes left to vote. Voting closes at 1:50. So shout out to that. Yeah, Nvidia kind of curling down a little bit here. I should have gotten back involved in that short. That's so good. Tesla really fell here. Tesla coming, oh wow. Tesla coming to Resla at this 183.85 area, which is interesting because look where we had a little bit of a baby trough earlier in the pre. We come and bounce here at 10:30. Then we come back up here right now. Be an interesting area. If we break up below 184s, I am tempted to take this short, small position. Stop console wars saying use the force. I definitely want to try that. Thank you for the kind words. UV, the great hip hop recording artist. That's cool that you're a range trader. I definitely enjoy ranges as well, trying to get better at that. So yeah, shout out to just an awesome community. I feel like it's a great community to learn in. Let's see, Apple also definitely on the move down here. Shout out to Sharif for his Apple and Amazon trades. Oh, Apple curling below VWAP. This could be spicy. This could be a caramel apple spice. Could be what this is. Caramel apple spice.
Oh, I got popped out.
I'm sorry. Take it. But yeah, also,
I tried it.
Clarify, so why do we call Apple the dead one? Because I was seeing someone in the chat earlier was like, oh, it's because it wasn't doing very well like earlier this year. So the reason we call Apple the dead one is because it used to not move on an everyday basis. Like I told Sharif once that he wasn't there that day. This was when I was still in the sim. I was in an Apple trade. I was in this trade for half an hour, and I tell you, it did not move more than 5 pennies in either direction.
Nuts.
In that half hour. That's the type of movement Apple used to have. Yeah. Now we have where Sharif was 40 pennies in the money on Apple, that Apple trade earlier. Sean took a cool $3 on Apple at the close. So that's why we used to call it the dead one. It wasn't because it wasn't doing well, it was because it wasn't doing anything on an intraday basis. But now Apple has certainly given you that nice little spice. So good look there.
Yeah, that was exciting on Friday. I hadn't been at a rebalance on like in a while. Like obviously we used to do those a lot in the beginning when I first started here, because that was like a floor trade. Wow, that was quite exciting there. But it didn't end up being as aggressive on some of the names I anticipated. There were some huge names that moved though. In case you're wondering what we're talking about the quad witching that took place on Friday. There was also an S&P rebalance. Some stuff was going into the S&P, some stuff coming out. CRM, Workday, I believe. Was it Workday or Monday?
It was GoDaddy.
GoDaddy,
and
neither.
KKR.
Yeah, I knew it was KKR. Neither. Workday or Monday. It was GoDaddy. Yeah, I'm keeping my eye here on the future. The future's taking a big nosedive here. Everything on the way down. Nothing being spared at the moment here on the Mag 7. Google included, Meta. Meta just broke down below 500 again. I'm hesitant to use 500 as a level off which to base anything because it's been zigzagging through that level a lot lately. 120 is also coming in again on Nvidia. It did hold up last time. So the last time we were below 120 was 10 after noon. And as low as we got there was 119.77. We're 99s right now. So coming back a little bit into that level. It's been a rejection of VWAP over and over and over again today on Nvidia. Here we go, low 90s, high 80s incoming here. So let's see if we can break down below that 77's local area low. Shout out to the Katina man who's been short this name all day, and he's short right now as we speak. And let me tell you guys, the Katina man Neil's positions are discoverable by you guys, even while Adara and I are on. And that way you can get on over to More Trader TV. More Trader TV is our second stream. It has everything there for you. It has all the headlines, the tickers, as well as Neil and Sean's positions and everything they've been trading all day, their entries, their exits. And from what it looks like the price is getting more accurate on More Trader TV. It just needs a little bit of time to update.
Yeah,
that's what I understand. Fabian was like, it just takes 30 seconds. So sometimes when Sean or Neil get into a position, it doesn't quite reflect their newer price, but it does after 30 seconds or so. So you guys can rely on that. More Trader TV there for you anytime. You can run it simultaneously with this stream, but it is a different channel. So go into the link description at the bottom of this video and you will see the link there. And I'm sure Bears versus Bulls put it already. There it is. Nightbot just dropped it. So keeping an eye here on Apple as we did break down below 210 and the volume weighted average price. I'm looking for any sort of quick recovery and taking back of the level. Otherwise, just staying put here, Dara.
Yeah, I'm proud of myself. I tried to take that Nvidia 120 long because I saw stuff in the book I liked. We get to 120, we bounce. I say, Dara, you owe it to yourself to attempt this. I attempted it, didn't work out, got out. That's the type of stuff you have to be doing. You know what I mean? I'm proud of myself for just trying the opportunity. Was it profitable? No, but it was an attempt. And I think, like, if you have that confidence in something, and I did like the look, you have to try that. So there you go. Tried that. Like I said, there's really no room for me to take trades unless I'm absolutely obsessed with something right now. So we're just going to sit and wait, sit on our hands, be very patient here. Nvidia, I still think this could be a short. We did have that topping tail candle. I just wanted to try that 120 long because as Sharif said, that was definitely a level earlier. And I saw stuff in the book that reflected that being a level right now. Alas, it was not one. But you got to make attempts because you learn nothing from sitting and waiting. I may have done a little bit too much not sitting and waiting today, but there were some things learned. And I think I want to shout out Kyle Burnett as well for putting that earlier about his Disney trade. You know, things happen. No one is going to have 100% perfect trades. You just have to learn from those trades and understand that things are not going to be perfect. It's what you do to try to make these trades, to try to make those opportunities happen. So, yeah, really shout that out. Always trying to be a positive force here because you know what I'm always bullish on? Positivity. I might be perma bear on these markets, but I am not a positive.
Let me try to change your attitude a little bit here, Adara.
Okay.
So we know your affinity for Taylor Swift, how much you like her, and how much
Are you trying to change my attitude and make it bad?
Yeah. I'm going to tell you this because I think you'll find it funny. So we know that the costs for her tickets are quite high. They can be prohibitively high, right? Yeah. So thousands of dollars. But that's for the actual entry into the concert, right?
Yeah.
What if I was to tell you, Adara, that one of her concerts, specifically in Miami, the parking is going for over $1,000?
Is she trying to bankrupt people?
No, so... It's not her. It's not her that's charging that.
She
Yeah.
released 4 versions of the same album on vinyl and make her fans collect a set. So
wait a Daryl.
The woman likes
so on StubHub, a parking pass for one of the shows in Miami starts as little as $56, and then the prime parking spot, the king of them all, the one that's right beside that front door, is going for over $1,000. So there you go, Taylor Swift.
I like that. I was just talking about positivity. Sharif's like, we're gonna take the mood to
Come on, I just saw it on my Instagram. If I had to give it to you, right?
I get a kick out of that. So thank you, Sharif, for dropping that knowledge on us. That is a shocking.
That's insane.
That is deeply
That's a lot of
shocking.
money.
That's a lot of coin. In addition to the Taylor Swift concert and the merch.
Right.
What are you looking at?
Let's have a look at some of these small cap gappers because they're definitely running a lot better to the high side than the Mag 7 are at the moment. The Mag 7 definitely a better short, no question about that, than these small cap gappers because all of these small cap gappers are looking, well, not all, EPOW a little bit different, except for the exception of EPOW, they're all looking up and to the right. DJT continuing to hang out at highs. If you took anything off the 20 on DJT, you're printing because both of the dips into the 20s all got bought up. They were all bottoming tail candles. DJT seems extremely bullish today. MLGO, Look, this one the winds of change may be coming on this one, right? Look how closely the moving averages are looking together now. The 10 and the 20 I'm talking about, the 10's looking down, the 20's looking sideways. So we'll see if this price action support at 7.25 holds up. A bit of a range now established between 7.75, 7.25 on MLGO the last 20 minutes or so. But GRDI knows no bounds to its ascent on the day. Still within last week's highs, that would be $1.70, but we're above Friday's highs now. Friday we topped out south of that 150. Now we're at 159 HOD. We've been holding really well off the 10 or the 20. Take your pick here. GRDI continuing to run up. Maybe I'm going to have to switch to these. NXL definitely off the highs. Did reject 3. We were yapping about that one when it did because it broke the aftermarket high on Friday. This one was running aggressively in the aftermarket. This one broke it by a couple of pennies. We got to 290 today, 294. But you can see what happened since then. We've been down and to the right. NNE continues to go. What a hold up at VWAP here on NNE. 1950. Now it's printing 21s or just thereabouts. Look, on NNE, I got to tell you, I would have been bamboozled because I wouldn't have taken VWAP. I would have been going for that consolidation area high at 20 since you cleared 20 by some distance, 2.25. So you figure you come back to 20, you hold it. Nope, not at all. So this one did make its way down into that 1940s, though, at the volume weighted average price. NNE continuing to run here, guys. Been a great look. Pawns, fawns. See if Google gives us the 179 again. You think so, Pawns? You're about 68 pennies from there. Look, I got to tell you, Ponzi, because Google's just been so consolidative on the day. The range is really hasn't been there. Maybe say 180.50 to the high side. I know the higher is a little bit higher than that, but for the most, 180.50 and the low is 179-ish. So $1.50 worth of range on a $180 name. You could. We're right at make or break here, Pawns, because that 179.62 is Friday's closing print. So looking to bounce off it right now, I guess. Higher lows, though, Pawns. Don't forget about that. Higher low, higher low, higher low, and another higher low over here with a bit of an upward channel. In fact, if you were to draw parallel lines, that is. Let me just drag this. A bit of an upward channel ever since Huaduking on that 180 and 2/3 pop that we got earlier on there at around 10 o'clock. So that's my look. Nothing really for me at the moment. I did get stopped at Apple through 210. That was my last trade. It's right back at 210, 210.04, 210.03-ish area. If it holds this area here and starts printing higher high 5-minute candles, I'll get back long. But right now, it's kind of a inflection point deciding whether it wants to break down or head back higher there. I want to mention one more thing over here. Meta broke down again at 499s. Last time we got into the 200 exponential on the 5, we did hold up somewhat. So keep your eye on 499. Otherwise, it's been incrementally lower highs, even though it's a lot wider of a picture here on Meta. If you don't take this area short, look for support at 497.5. We did hold up there on this crest at 10 to 11, and it was a consolidation area low in the pre-market. So breaking down below 499 now, I'd be looking for a long at 497.50. Let's see if we get one on Meta.
Yeah, 4 words, where's the next trade? As Opie says, I've been looking for the next trade. I've been searching high or low, but like I said, I don't want to take anything right now unless I have something that is screaming at me, Adara, take this trade. Don't know why I did it like that. I tried to take the Nvidia short, and Nvidia said, no, thank you, ma'am. I will drop 50 pennies on my own. I said, you know what, Nvidia, shout out to Sean, shout out to anyone short Nvidia. That's a great look. You just gotta see what happens. Gotta keep going. Gotta keep pushing forward. Yeah, shout out to Opie with the where's the next trade. That's something I've been definitely trying to embody that lifestyle a little bit. I think the next trade is a Tesla short. Why, you may ask? Look, okay, A, kind of topping tail candles, and B, look how we are rejecting this area. Adara, do you want to go? You know what, Adara, you do. I think you do. I will be risking here into, where's the top of these wicks here? We're going to risk into 22s. I can live with that. That's about 10 pennies of risk. You know, you don't want to take too many trades. I think that's the issue. Is I think I was taking some, okay, and I missed my short. That's all good. But I pressed the entry. I made the effort, and Tesla decided it would not like me in that Cybertruck. Thank you very much. So you know what? What matters is I did my part. I tried to get involved in that trade, and I'm always ready for the next trade. Hit me up, Tesla, if that is you. And if not, I shall keep searching. Yeah, we did that. I'll wait a little bit for the lesson because I think we did
No,
it,
we're good. Yeah,
recently
we're
there.
good. Yeah.
But yeah, DJ, I have a question for you with regards to DJT. If you could name a ticker after yourself, what would you know how DJT is like obviously stands for Donald John Trump. What would your ticker be?
CRG.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's a cool ticker. But I mean, like, if you could name, if you had your own little ticker, because you could do like 4 initials too.
Look, I don't think I would be. I don't think I'd name it after myself.
That's fair. But if
Look,
you could name any
he loves to do that though.
Yeah.
He's been doing that since the 80s.
Like
do you know
Trump
that there
Tower.
was like an early model Cadillac that was called the Trump model, and it was like insane. Yeah.
Oh my God,
I just saw this the other day on like a random YouTube video. So the dude's been doing this for years and years and years,
yeah.
right? So I'm not like that. I personally wouldn't do it.
Yeah. But what? Yeah. What would
No,
you
man,
name
that's a
your
good
ticker?
question. I think I would like something that doesn't reflect my name, but rather reflects my personality. So
Like
it's short
Gemini
for something.
Holdings?
I don't know. Well, that's a name. That's not a ticker, though.
That is true. Well, I guess that you're right.
I
That's
need
not
to
a
think
ticker.
about this one. I need to think about this one. But speaking of Donald John Trump, DJT is going 35 1/3 HOD. There you go, that big zooming candle. And I had a dip trade set up off the 10. Silly me thinking that I can weasel my way off the 10 exponential. I'm sitting there at 55s. Now the 10 exponential on the 5 is at 2/3 of a dollar. I'm not going to chase it at these levels. It's just, I'd rather be in it when it jumps like that. I don't want to get into it once it jumps like that. I'd have to be already into it. Let's keep an eye to see if it holds a 10 exponential on a closing basis. Even after this big move, I doubt it'll hold 35 even. Yeah, and I'm right about that. There we go. Below 35, printing 99s. Well, there's a bit of a fight right now between buyers and sellers at the whole dollar level. I'll need to reset my entry on this one. I was looking at getting in on the 10 exponential on the 5, but that's not going to set up the way that I wanted to after this big breakout now. Donald John Trump, 26.83% right now, is up more at the highs right now. They're great look. DJT headed back to $50, says DJK. So,
Coincidence? I don't know.
yeah, DJK, DJT, I don't know, I guess.
I'm joking.
Yeah, no, I know, right?
It's just funny. It's just really funny.
Yeah. Anyway, we're not talking fundamentals about DJT. This is a trade. Obviously, we're talking intraday here, not anything else. So when we talk about Donald John Trump's company, we're talking about trading it. I'm not talking about buying it. So that's the look there. Nothing else for me at these levels there.
Yeah, that also reminds me, there was a small cap earlier, I forget which one it was, there were so many small caps today, but one of them had some treatment called Gemini, and I immediately was like, I know you're not fully a Gemini, but I always, because I know like Sharif, you're always like repping the Gemini energy. Which is why. 'Cause I think Geminis get a bad,
We always get heat,
Yeah.
man. We always get heat. And then as soon as anybody finds out, oh, you're two-faced. It's like, look, man, there's one face right over here.
that
It's just
voice
like
came
right
from,
there.
like, the depths of somewhere. That was like, I can tell this haunts Sharif the way he said.
Do you want to see depths of hell, though? Meta on the way down to the, no, not the hell, but it's going down, guys.
Yeah.
Big move down for Meta. You heard me talking about 497.5 would be an interesting area for a long. 495.85 now the LOD, and this one breaking down aggressively. Meta was, challenging Apple today for the #1 Mag 7 name on the day, but that's got to be put back now. It's Goggles. That's #2. Goggles and Tesla fighting back and forth right now. Apple's still #1. Well down off that 2 1/5 that it was at. Now Apple down below 1%. But so is Meta. Breaking down below 496. Let's zoom out a little bit here. Figure out where we could find some support. Well, this is actually the afternoon high on Meta, exactly where we are here. Look at this area, 495.91, essentially 495.96. That was as good as we could do right before the bell as we tried to recover a little bit after that big sell-off that we had on Friday. So Meta holding up at the afternoon highs right now, 496-ish. Big Kyle Burdett, $10 super chat. He says, Leo or bust. Let's get low. Drop the door spy. BTC Daddy is going fishing this week. Shout out to you, Big Kyle Burdett. It's cancer season right now, but right after cancer season, we all know what kind of season it is.
Get Leo.
It's lion season.
Roar.
Shout out to
They'll
Big
be
Kyle.
roaring. Yeah, bears roar, lions roar. Coincidence?
Yeah.
Lions,
Yeah,
tigers,
they
bears,
both
and
roar.
lions.
There you go. Oh, I like that. I didn't actually think about that.
Yeah, I was making that joke a lot as well when you were in your Safari. And everyone in the chat was like, there's not going to be any bears in the Safari. And I was like, I know.
There's
I'm
none,
like,
but there's
"Forget it.
lines."
It's a song." Yeah, right, there's lines. I don't
And
know.
that was my favorite part of the trip, bar none. Forget about walking with the gorillas.
I know
It
you were
was-
very disappointed about the gorillas.
Well, because you had to be super quiet. You couldn't talk to anybody. You had to wear a mask. You couldn't look them in the eye. It was like all these rules. And it took like 3 hours to find them because they're just foraging, right? They're out and about. But the lion walk was just unforgettable. That I'm never, ever going to forget. I still haven't shown you pictures. So I got to bring some of these pictures, man. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Shout out to Big Cal. So excited over here. Printing everywhere. I'm not surprised, dude. The SPY just printed, well, not the SPY, the NQ September contract LOD. We barely held on to 19.8. So 19.802 and a quarter LOD at the moment. We're just barely above that, trying to hold on to 19.810s. Something tells me we're going to retrace a little bit here. And that's not a bad thing. You saw the topping tail candle that the NOS boss showed today on the, I believe it was the ES. It was the SPY. You know, a lot of times when we get these healthy retracements on an uptrending market, they are preceded by these topping tail candles. So I think we're going to sell off, but I don't think the actual larger trend is done. There's just too much AI tailwind, in my humble opinion. So we'll see. What are you looking at?
Was that a pun intended for bears?
I don't know.
Because I mean,
I don't know.
I don't know if it was a pun intended, but it worked, and I'm down. Also, AMD get AM down because I am in a short. Like I said, this is, you know, I was really trying to be very cognizant of any positions I was taking because we had a few fumbles earlier. But you know what, I'm always very positive, and I like to use when I have my back against the wall. I feel like I trade harder. That being said, AMD going against me right now, so we have to get out of that. All good. We're ready for the next attempt. I just have to put the risk a lot smaller, just the situation we're in. But we know that I love these types of situations where I have my back firmly against the wall because I will continue to kick at the face of, I don't know, this is a weird analogy. But I'm really happy. And I'm really proud of myself for getting out where I did because I would have been a cool 20 pennies out of the money instead of where I got out, risked like 4 pennies, right? So you got to take, silver linings are everywhere. Also just realized there were a couple more super chats there. Ahmed clarified what happened with Oklo. Bought on drops, average 931, long-term 30% cover call for that OKLO. So thank you, Ahmed. Sorry, just looking at this now. And Coppernet also another super chat earlier, $2 super chat. I need more cowbells, or I mean blood. Get low, SPY. Yeah, SPY certainly low. Shout out to you, big Coppernet. Yeah, Leo season on the horizon. The other thing I was watching, and I think I have now, I mean, I'll be honest, my read on Tesla around 185 was but my read on Tesla right now has been solid. We get to these 80s, and I should be getting short every time we get near 80s, because every time we get near 83s, Tesla goes to the downside. So I need to be ready to hop in that Cybertruck on the downside with it, because like, why not? If Tesla's gonna go take that little trip on Bear Express, why am I not coming with it? There's no, I think the issue is I'm just not fast enough because we just dropped a cool 15 pennies. Yeah, the point is I have my eye on a couple things. I'm mostly zeroing in here on Tesla, AMD, and Nvidia. Those are kind of my favorite stocks to trade lately anyway. So we'll have to see what we do. Nvidia is coming into an area I find very fascinating, and that area is going to be 120.85s. Why that specific area, you may ask? Well, look at all of these wicks we had earlier. This was a massive area of support on a wick basis earlier. Then we get into support on a chart basis, like on a closing basis. We wick up into 120.40, then we sell off with a viciousness, with a swiftness, with an aggression. That is the type of area I look for a short. Also, yeah, I could knock it over the pricing for those Swifty parking lots.
That's insane. Yeah, it was just nuts.
Yeah, that's wild.
I'm long Nvidia at this level, looking for a bit of a retracement. We're about 20 pennies in the money here. Let's see if we can get 30 pennies in the money. Let's see. Come on, Nvidia. Give me a little bit more. Let's go up a little bit more. I'm going to cover in the mid 90s if we can. Here come the high 80s.
I think you're going to get it.
Yeah, hold on. Oh, we'll see. We'll see. No, I don't mean to say that to you. I was just talking to myself. Let's see if we can get up a little bit more. We're hanging out in the mid 80s. Yeah, I'll just pack my patience. Man, why don't I just put the actual out there at 90 so that I don't need to worry about it. So we'll see what we get, and we will not get upset. Shout out to Neil. Apple recovering as well through 210. The future did get a bit of a bounce there, not much through that 18.8 touch. But yeah, we're going to probably have to pack our patience on Nvidia because that big move up looks like it's fizzling out a little bit here. I did see a doji candle form at that 119 level, followed by another candle to make a new high. So I said, look, realistically, you could get a 120 touch here, which precipitated me to get into this name. We'll have to see if there's any follow through. Big seller at 70 there. Look at that. about 200 lots. So there's a big seller at 70 right now. Obviously not a huge seller, but here it comes again. If we can get closer to it, I want to show it to you. There it is. No. Okay, so we get away from it again. But there was a seller at 70 there, about 300 lots. Nothing really to stop Nvidia on a permanent basis, but it did stop it in its tracks there on the way up. So we'll see if we can get something a little bit there. Should have maybe covered it in the high 80s, but greed comes into play. So keep an eye on that. I want to jump into some small cap gappers, specifically Donald John Trump. I think that this one would be a good one. Let me just put my out on Nvidia. Did I already put my out? Let me just double check real quick here. Do I have an out on Nvidia? I do. So let's get both of these a little bit different. And now let's put our out, which will be 119. We'll go 48. So we'll really defend our entry, and then we'll go 11940. So that will be the line in the sand there. Hopefully we won't get stopped out. We'll start trending and print in the 90s because that's what I'm waiting for there. But yeah, Donald John Trump, unbelievable move to the high side again. I was just about to get into GRDI because it did touch the volume weighted average price. I'm not far away from it still. 141, 140 was where it dipped into. We're printing 144s right now. Nothing really in terms of parabolic retracement. There's nothing parabolic about this retracement, but respectable hold nonetheless. So if you sized in, possibly you could have got printed nicely there. MLGO though, wow, right back up again. Doesn't come into any, specific level that I was looking at. 7.25, we were getting bottoming tails. Looks like 7.25 held, not a level that I had earmarked. And I definitely would not have gotten long with these moving averages being as close as they are together, especially not at a key area of support. So MLGO continuing to go, but I don't have a proper read on all these names. So I'm going to have to kind of leave them as they are. Let's flip back to Nvda here. At 70s, we're 20 pennies some odd in the money, but definitely looking for a bit of a higher move here on Nvidia. Let's go mid 90s. Hopefully we can get a print here, Dare.
Yeah, I'm just gonna cheerlead for you, Nvidia. Rah, rah, Nvidia. Rah, rah, Nvidia.
Rah,
yeah, shout out there to Sharif. I took about 10 pennies here at Nvidia's cousin AMD. Please just punch. Like I said today, my focus this afternoon is really on being calmer, waiting, and being patient. Was I calm this morning? Was I patient this morning? Not really. So that's what we're trying to work on. Like I said, I always want to be positive. I always want to look for the upside. And I think in order to be positive, you have to be honest.
100%.
Right? So I think, in all honesty, there were certainly some oopsies made today. And so in order to not make these oopsies, you have to work, you have to be focused. That being said, AMD, I will short you again. I have zero qualms. I am qualm free. Again, this qualm continues to be my favorite word. But let's see what we do here. We had a lower high here on the book and the tape. We could not get above that VWAP. So I said, you know what? If you're not going to bump above VWAP, I will take this short. And will I get the short? I will not. But we put the order in, and that's what matters. Let's see what happens here on AMD. Let's AMC on AMD. AMP. Shout out to AMP and AMD. But let's see what happens here. Actually, speaking of AMP, AMP did have its little story with its potential debt situation. So let's take a look at AMC. Let's AMC what we're seeing here. Not much, gotta say here. We're down on the day slightly. We had this pop into 458s, massive wick up here, then continuing to go lower, a little bounced off VWAP, then pushed a bit to the downside. How did Nvidia go?
It went well, took it out in the mid 80s. I didn't get my 90s a dare, but I felt that maybe we were counting a little bit too much resistance there, especially as the future came back down. I could have been wrong, but profitable trade nonetheless. We'll see if we can get something else. I see the Zon starting to curl a little bit here. A little bit of, possible area of support coming in on the Zon and Meta. They're both very much near day's lows right now as they both printed, I believe, new day's lows on that last little move down. Why do I want to get long at these levels? Well, that's a good question. I don't know why. Yeah, good thing I asked myself that. No, with respect to Meta, it really has to do more with like a pre-market consolidation area low. This was the sporadic nature of the pre-market trade on Meta, but as low as we got was essentially 496. We defended that level. So if we come into 496, do you want to get something off it? Well, you already did. You already got a nice little move there, almost $1.20 off the low. So maybe that was all it was going to give you. It got to 495.79 and it got back up into 497. But quick as you like, all the way back down into 496.50. So maybe I should stop trying to catch falling knives as Neil likes to say, with both these names being a little bit weak on the day. So I'm going to pack my patience there, and we'll see what else. Oh, we got soccer to talk about, Adair. We're in the middle of the Euro and the Copa America.
Let's talk about soccer.
Yeah, yeah.
Segment.
Okay, so today, only 2 games, but very good games.
Oh.
Italy plays Croatia. So shout out to BPI, shout out to the Katina man, both of Italian heritage. They're going to be cheering on the Azzurri.
And Italy
right?
and Croatia are neighbors.
Yes,
so
they
that's also
are.
really
Absolutely
interesting.
are very
I have
much
like some
neighbors.
family friends from Croatia.
No way.
So, yeah, pretty interesting stuff.
I like how all their names end in ich.
Yeah. Or
Modric, Rakitic,
Yeah.
Mandzukic. Who else? What's that guy's name that plays on City? I forget his name anyway. So Italy, Croatia today at 3, then Spain and Albania. That's going to be another good one. Spain beat Italy last time 1-0. It was on an own goal. This is the same group. So now we are in the final game of the group stages. So the group games are going to be played at the same time to avoid match fixing. Anybody who knows about the West Germany game knows exactly why they do that. Oh yeah, we're not going to get onto that on the show because it involves huh? You know exactly what I'm talking about, Neil. Neil knows exactly what I'm talking about. So yeah, that's why they do these, so that you can't match fix. Tomorrow, great games. 4 games tomorrow in Euro. These are, again, the last game of the group stages. We got France, Poland at noon. We got Netherlands, Austria at noon. Then Denmark, Serbia, and then the one I really want to watch, and I'll be available to watch, England, Slovenia. Go England. Obviously, with all my connections to that country, I'm cheering for England, no question about it.
Yeah. I mean, someone watches the Prem a lot as well.
Yeah.
I figured.
Neil is cheering for them too. I gotta say, that's my horse in this race. I'm always cheering for England. They always somehow disappoint. Cause a lot of pressure. It's like the Leafs, right?
Yeah.
You're under constant pressure as a Maple Leaf player. It's the same thing as being an England player. You're just under the microscope. So yeah. Guys, Donald John Trump, HOD, Ram. This thing is on its way to 36 bucks. Ram, did you punch long Donald John Trump? She punched. How much are you in the money, Ram? You're long 31s, aren't you? I just knew it. She's $6 in the money. Shout out to Ram. No, but for real, 35 2/3 right now, high a day, up 28.85%. Big move up after, multiple days move down. Here's a 4-hour look. So you can kind of see exactly where we were at. That $55 level was a line in the sand, at least locally. Couldn't break through that $55 level despite, 3 attempts. Maybe you can make it an argument for a triple top. And then down we go. Getting back into the 50 here on the 4-hour. The 50 exponential on the 4 hours hanging out at 36 1/3 a day.
Yeah, shout out to Ramin in production. I love when Sharif brings Ramin and Fabian in for along for the ride, because we do, we have a great community behind this group, we have a great community off screen, we have a great community behind us. Everyone is awesome, and yeah, I'm always very grateful. So I always try to shout everybody out. But like you said, England's gonna be under a microscope right now. Nvidia is under a microscope for me. Tried to take that long off 199.1940s, and Nvidia said, you're not going to get filled. And I said, that's okay, Nvidia. On to the next one. Shout out to Jay-Z. Dirt off the shoulder. Another shout out to Jay-Z. But right now, we're going to do that lesson one more time. I don't know. So we're going to do that right now. Oh, I accidentally closed the tab.
All right, let me just cover a couple of things while you get ready. GRDI just absolutely dumped. This was another one of those small cap gappers that we were talking about. It had a healthy respect today for whether the 20 period or the 10 period, depending on where you got in, and it just tanked right down below the volume weighted average price, hanging out at 141. This is the one I was just telling you that I want to get a dip trade off VWAP, but the retracement off it looked awfully suspicious, and I was happy that I didn't get into this, because look at that move down. So let's load it up here, see where it's at right now. GRDI at $132. Oh, sorry, $133 right now. Definitely off that low at 127, but keep your eye on this one. It could continue to sell off. I didn't expect, this possible support here at 127. Not really an area I charted there.
Yeah, lesson time over here. We are going to talk about our lesson of the day, which is going to be average true range. Also, I did take like a 5-penny AMD scalp just barely. I just wanted to explain if you guys saw that. So yeah, please just punch with that, but also please just punch with average true range. Today we're going to be diving into the ATR, which is a really powerful tool for gauging intraday volatility, which is day traders we always want to be aware of, right? So what is ATR? Imagine you've got a ruler and it measures the market's typical daily price movement, and that's going to be the ATR. So with the ATR, you're going to be considering the highs, lows, and closing prices to capture overall volatility. But why is volatility so important? So volatility is like the market's heartbeat. Like, you know, sometimes it's going to be a more consistent heartbeat. Like, let's say you're running a marathon. You're going to have these consistent kind of moves of volatility, a bit more of a slow and steady wins the race type pacing there. Shout out to the tortoise and the hare. But then meanwhile, low volatility, let's say you're napping or something, or just chopping, like, boom. It's a little bit slower, right? So you want to have an understanding of that rhythm that's going to be absolutely crucial for intraday trading. So how do you understand volatility? The ATR is a volatility meter then, now that we kind of understand volatility and understand the purpose of ATR. So first you want to find your comfort zone. That's essential for trading in general, but it's also essential for ATR because high volatility can be thrilling. It can give you the time of your life, but can also be a little bit riskier. So do you want to risk it for the brisket? Shout out to the Freedom and Wealth podcast in which they mentioned that a little bit. So shout out to that podcast. They mentioned brisket and risking. But yeah, so definitely high volatility can be thrilling, but it can be risky. Meanwhile, low volatility can offer fewer opportunities, but it'll be a little, the risk will be a little bit different, right? So you want to be cognizant of that. You have to really figure out your own risk tolerance before you figure out how you want to trade. And so ATR can help you identify markets that suit your trading style. So spotting high volatility is so that can be, a rising ATR suggests a more volatile market. So this can be a good time for these trend following strategies. So if you like riding the trends, if you just like riding that wave to the upside or downside, shout out to the bears out here in the chat. Increased volatility can present bigger potential moves, but you want to be mindful of the increased risk. But how do you spot low volatility? Well, a low ATR can indicate a calmer, more subdued market. And this can be a good time for scalping. So these low volatility can offer frequent, smaller price movement suitable for these quick entries and exits, these ins and outs. Breakout plays are also really important here, and these can happen in low volatility. In a calmer market, a breakout or a surge past price resistance or below price resistance or price support, this can give you more follow-through potentially, and that can offer more potential gains. I mean, we always say potentially because each situation is going to be different, but it's just things to be aware of, right? That's what we're trying to talk about here. So let's go beyond the basics. Let's go deeper. ATR is a really great starting point, but you want to remember that this is historical. With a lot of indicators here, it's going to be based on historical action, so it reflects past volatility and can unfortunately not predict the future. You also want to use it with other technical analysis tools. We love, you want that confluence. You want to see confirmation, multiple tools working together in harmony. That's what you want to see, right? So maybe you want to combine ATR with confirmation signals like technical indicators for better trade entries and exits. Well, how do you put it all together now that you have all these individual pieces? First, choose a trading platform. Some trading platforms, or most, will actually have built-in ATR indicators. So you might want to add that to your repertoire, add it to your arsenal. So have ATR as part of your trading toolbook or your recipe book. It's just one piece of the puzzle. And you also want to analyze the ATR now that you have it open to you. What is the current ATR? How has it been trending? What's the vibe? What are you feeling like? How does it suit your style? Those are things you want to be aware of. What's the trend to ticker today? I thought.
Yeah, of course.
I had to.
Same.
But also, you might want to adjust your strategy based on the volatility reading. You might want to adapt your trading approach accordingly, fix it, see how it's going. But ATR is a valuable tool. It's not a magic formula, and unfortunately, cannot predict the future. You always want to practice sound risk management and combine this with other tools. Like I said, have it as part of your arsenal to help make informed trading decisions. But also, if there's any ticker you want to vote for, go in the chat right now and vote for your ticker. Exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever ticker you like. And if it is one of the lucky tickers chosen, there's 5 tickers selected, then we will chat about, or not we, but the big kahunas will chat about it on the afternoon show. And Sharif will stand there with his mustache, which is unfortunately not a ticker. And then we will talk about those tickers. Sorry, I had to. But yeah, exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever ticker's your fancy. How are you doing over here?
I just love how you gave me a lot of credit. Sharif's just going to stand there,
I didn't
right?
mean
Like,
it. I'm
just going to be like,
I didn't mean it like that.
No, I know.
He talks about stuff.
I just thought it was funny. The market just absolutely quadunked Adara.
Oh, yeah.
Big move down as we break through today for the first time on the day. 19.8 has given way on the NQ September contract. Now we are down 0.93 on our way possibly here at 1%. Negatory day. We'll have to drop a little bit more right now, but as you saw, Diffuse, prefacing essentially what's happening everywhere in the Mag 7 world. Everything is down and to the right. Not everything is at low of days, but everything is really obviously a bit weak at the moment. We just got another new low on Meta, 495 held right now, but barely. 06 is showing up, but nice bottoming tail candle coming in on Meta. Softy, absolutely tanking, making me feel very silly for having covered this one. We had this short on Softy earlier, and I was pretty excited about these higher lows, but patience, not my middle name, and definitely did not, extract as much as I could have out of that trade. But MSFT down into pivots now. Initially, we broke through pivots at the IB, like right at 9:30, but that's to be expected because the volatility comes plenty at the bell. But look what happened at 10:40. We did end up holding the IB. The pivot point, the green dotted line, not the solid line, the dotted line is the pivot point. So we did hold that level at 448.25. We're right there again, 448.25. Let's see if we can close above the pivot point. If we do, I could be persuaded to take a bit of a mean reversion here. But yeah, Tesla on the way down. Now Apple really giving up the ghost at 210. It's been dancing a little bit above 210, a little bit below. The lower lows keep getting lower from the 210 dance. The higher highs, not really. 210.20 seems to be the high, but the lows keep getting lower and lower. You can see that there with the lower lows on Apple. Sorry, Ram. I kept saying low. Yeah, what do you want me to say, man? Everything's at lows right now, Ram. They're all very low right now.
You're trying to troll her now.
It's a 3-hour show, Dara.
I know.
Right? But yeah, Meta catching a bit of a bounce there, guys, off that 495.06 touch. And a hammer candle comes in there. And look at this one. You're $1.50 off that low. So META trying to get a bit of a mean reversion here back possibly into 497. But definitely still lower lows.
Yeah. Low.
Donald John Trump just took a bit of a dive there. Now holding up at the 10. Oh, sorry to interrupt you, Dara, but this is important. Okay. Look at that move down off 36.09. We dip into 35.03. But most important about that dip is that it held the 10 exponential. So the trend is still there, guys, even though we did get a bit of an outlying move. We come back and we retrace now 35.50. If you took 35, you're a lot better trader than me because I should have been looking off that level on Donald John Trump. Still pumping 36.09 HOD. It's up 28 1/3. Was up more at the high. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was just singing low by Flo Rida, so that was definitely more important than what I was doing there. But yeah, shout out. Thank you for the DJT coverage. Also, I have to say, I am proud of myself in these Nvidia trades. I took 2 little baby shorts. Like I said, some decisions were made earlier, so we have a little bit less wiggle room to work with. So it was really, I'm only taking trades that were like screaming at me, take them. So that's what happened here. This NVDA, again, neither of these were profitable, but I'm happy with them because I trusted myself and got out before they went massively against me. So here's my thing. If I can do this, if I can make these decisions when my back's against the wall, why am I not making these decisions when I got all this wiggle room? That's a really serious thing for me to think about. In all seriousness, I like that. I like to make my puns. I like to make my jokes. I like to sing my rap. But I do take trading seriously, and I have to think about this because Strafe and I had this conversation a lot last week as well, where I weirdly make the best trading decisions when I have a lot riding against me. So why can I not? I have to, I guess, adopt that mindset where I have my life has to be an action movie 24/7 in my head, and that's the only way we can make these trades. But yeah, like I said, I love to stay positive. So right now, I am very bullish mentally. If there's something I like, I will take that with a viciousness. But honestly, I'm proud of myself for having this realization today, because again, these trades that I made with my back against the wall, it's not like they were great trades, but the decisions I made in them were a lot more solid. They were both of these, I thought both these Nvidia flat bottom break attempts were solid, and I got out of them for reasons that made sense. So I cannot be, I know I'm kind of like I sound aggressive here, but I'm really happy. I'm really proud that I figured this out. So shout out to that. Right now, not really seeing anything that tickles my fancy or tickers my fancy. If there's a tickler that you like, go in the chat right now, ! Join space, $, your ticker. But yeah, I'm going to stop talking now and start looking at some tickers. How are you doing?
Absolutely, yeah. who was it there in the chat? Joe 095 wants us to look at NNE. Good eye, Joe, because it's on the side chart over here. It's been a good ticker on the day. However, my only beef with this one, Joe, is that the volume has been a little bit suspect. 4.5 million shares on a trending name. It's only $20. It's not like, it's a multi-$100 stock, so you could anticipate a little bit lower volume. No. That aside, the chart is fantastic. Now, we haven't loaded up on a trading screen to be able to discern what the spread is. So let's do that, because the spread will factor in a lot into whether we trade it or not. So let's go NNE, and I believe it is on the NASDAQ, and I am right. Okay, so as I suspected, 24 penny spread. That's not going to cut it. That is not going to cut it. Who does this thing it thinks it is? Meta? You know what I mean? Like Lily?
Lily?
Like, come on, bro.
Thank you for calling out the two spready tickers.
No, seriously, though.
Yeah.
It makes it a lot harder to manage risk. Right now, 13 pennies, not 24, as the spread tightens. That's been my only beef with it, Joe. But if you want to base it off the chart and really not a whole lot of tape, you could just put resting orders at levels that you like. Case in point, you could sit at $20. Like right here, it did defend $20. Now, you may not get filled because of spread, right? So the bid could drop below your offer, or sorry, your order, but it may not get filled depending on where the ask is. So that's a problem. The other thing is, it did very much respect the volume weighted average price. I do like that about a name, because it gives you, something off which to, say, well, if it's above this, I'll do that. If it's below this, I'll do that. Not, the one that zigzags a little bit above and a little bit below VWAP. I base my small cap trading system really in large part on the pre-market high and above, and on the volume weighted average price. If it's not above the pre-market high and not above VWAP, I don't trade it as a breakout trade. I can try to take a range on it, but that's few and far between. Anyway, make a long story short, it's got to be at a key technical level for me. Like, I have to be getting it off 1950 right at VWAP, for example, or short off the high, or to come into a key area of technical support that's been tested multiple times on the day, if it's so spready. Otherwise, I just don't bother, especially on a day like today, Joe, when there's just so many other ones running. MLGO is still in play. NXL is still in play. DJT, goes without saying, still in play. So I like NNE. I don't like the spreadiness on it. So that's my take there. Donald John Trump absolutely held the 10 exponential on both candles. I will not be convinced otherwise. This, whatever algo was trading this, is trading it off the 10, the 20. You don't hold up that many times by accident. So good luck today for DJT and whoever's trading it. Sadly, I haven't had one trade on it. Let's go and do that now. I'm going to put a resting order. I'm sick of not participating in this name. So let's go ahead and see come what may. So right now, the 10 exponential is hanging out at 35.25. I'm going to front run it by going 35 1/3. Let's see if we can get something there, Adara, and try to play off that level we've been talking about all day.
Hope you print, as you always say.
Thank you.
Yeah, Shree's participating. I'm trying to participate. So
Get it.
Look at that. I like a level. My brain trying to go off there. I like 183.45s. I'm just trying to be really, really sure. Why do I like that level? You may ask. We're below the 90 MA, Adara. That's your favorite level. It is my favorite level. And we did have these rejecting candles. I need to be cognizant of these topping tail candles. However, we have a little bit of a bottoming tail candle here at that previous little top and turn area. I like this as a long. Like I said, that we do not have all the risk in the world to spin around. So I'm only taking trades if my brain is like, you must, right? Ignore the weird face I just made. But that's how confident I have to be in the trade. I think it does its job. So we're gonna have to wait and see here. We are drifting a little bit lower, I think, because Tesla had a pop here into 60s and then rejected. So I want to be, we did reject earlier. So I want to be cognizant of the fact I might not get what I want here. But I'm very happy Sharif got what he wanted here on DJTs, because I know you were trying to get involved in that earlier. And Donald John Trump was not, I was trying to think of a DJT acronym, and I couldn't. But yeah, we're going to have to wait and see here. Tesla's doing, I'm going to participate. I just don't know in which direction I will be participating. Gaurav, shout out to you. Amazon putting in a hammer candle in the 10-minute. Might get a bit of a bounce. Let's find out if what Wazos we're going. Oh, this is really similar looking to Tesla. So I'm going to have to say the same thing about Amazon that I just said about Tesla. although I think there's more confidence for Tesla in terms of levels, but shout out to Obi and the bank button. But this Amazon here, I think we could, you guys know what I like. I want to see us break above the 90 EMA. The other thing with Amazon, much like what we have with Tesla, is there are a lot of topping tail candles here. So look at all of these wicks with that 186.75. For me, I think Amazon needs to break above 186.75 for me to confidently say that package is being delivered to the upside. But I do see what you see here, Gaurav. We have a really nice base here with that topping tail candle. So I want to shout you out. I totally see what you're seeing. I just think for like further upside move, I would like to see us break above that 186.70 level. And we just got a nice pop up this area. So it definitely looks like you had the right call on that. Shout out to you. NEE, says John Del Sano. Let's see. Next Era Energy. That one had, I took this short last week. That one had a little bit of a move to the downside last week. I know Cal Burdett, I believe, was involved in that one as well. So shout out to you. Recovering very nicely. Yeah, Next Era Energy found its energy, and it's on its next era to the upside. Look at this bounce here at 73.75s, which is where we had those wicks earlier. This is the type of stuff I love to see. But I also love to see Sharif print on DJT.
All right, here we go. So now we just got in front of 35, so it's going to have to hold that 34.75 area, and it's coming down. So this is trouble for me here. We're going to have to hold, that $35 area. Buyer at 80, though, that's a little unusual. So I'm going to have to put in my stop. 34, we're going to go 69s. And then we're going to cover everything there into 50s. We've got, pardon me here, just have to organize this. There we go. So there we go. And right up above 35 we go again. We're long at 24, so we're still out of the money on this. Stop is in play. So it holds the 20 on this occasion, which is what I was looking for on the worst case scenario, but it's going to have to hold this level. So if it doesn't hold this level, that's it. That's the end of the trade on DJT. It can't break down below the 20. It hasn't broken down below the 20 on a wick basis all day. If it does it now, I don't want to be part of it. Simple as that. So back above into 34.15, the spread. Okay, here comes 25s again. So nice recovery there off the 20. I'm going to have to pack my patience here because my long is at 34s. So definitely can't take anything out here. So it's going to have to really recover off this level, but I do like how it held that former area of technical resistance, that 34.80, which also happened to be the 20 period as well. So now we're back break even on this name, and now we're in the money on this name. So let's see if we can get back a little bit more. I have a beak wetter at 55s, but like I tell you, when we were at 50s last time, I was seeing a whole lot of selling in front of 50. So even though I didn't see the book reflect size at the $0.50, I did see it IRL. So we'll have to see if that ends up happening again once we retrace. So Donald John Trump, 35.25, long, about break even at the moment as it dances with this level, not wetting my beak until the $0.50. Let's see if we can move up a little bit here. Some buy orders coming in there on the tape. So bit of a seller here at 30s. Line in the sand's already been drawn. Let's see what we get it there.
Yeah, I am very proud to say I got 10 pennies on Tesla. So I said I wanted to participate, but I said I wanted to be careful before I participated. So I waited, I watched, I sat. Of course I sat, we're here. Shout out to Sean and his coffee. And I should have participated again when we got to 183.72. I only took 10 pennies. Like I said, I was really just trying to take scalps here. Took that scalp, please just punch. Where's the next trade? I think it might be this Tesla, but we just dipped a little bit lower, so I'm gonna have to wait. We're getting a bit of a topping tail candle. I mean, if Tesla wants me to participate to the downside, I have no problem. And we only have 3 minutes left to vote for your ticker of choice. You go in the chat right now. You type with a viciousness rapidly, exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever ticker you want. You guys know what tickers you like. Sharif will go on the screen and he will talk about the stock.
Sharif will stand there, as you said before.
Yeah.
Sharif's just going to stand there.
That's what I said before. That's why I said Sharif will discuss the stock. He will discuss the story. No, but in all seriousness, I want to shout out Sharif because he's always like making sure he had the story right in every single stock.
I always run back.
He is doing the most in a good way, to use a Sharif. Also, I was thinking about this recently because this was like a tired thought for me because I know you talk about a lot about doing the most in a good way. I think usually doing the most should be a good thing.
Well, yeah, but that's not how we use it,
I know
right?
the connotation is bad, but it really shouldn't be.
No, it shouldn't.
It should be, you're doing the most. You care, you're passionate.
Well, it's kind of like an extension of like reaching, if you're reaching for like that, definition or like that, whatever.
Yeah.
Right? So I kind of get the whole thing, but hey, we'll always mention it.
But so shout out to Sharif on the screen there, who is not just standing, he is doing things. I promise you. He is standing while he does the things, but he is doing things in the green screen. Yeah, I did not mean for that. I apologize for that earlier. But yeah, shout out to Sharif. And if you want to hear the big kahunas talk about those tickers, just go in the chat right now.
Yes.
You have a couple minutes. More.
minutes remaining,
There.
yep.
Also, yeah, shout out to Tesla, waiting to see what happens there. Amazon, I said to Gaurav, I said I wanted to see what we did here. Amazon could not. Unfortunately, Tesla had its move above the 90 MA. Amazon did not. So, but if it bounces here, that could still be an interesting area. So we're gonna have to wait and see.
NNE and NXL both kind of just jumping off here midday, both at the same time. I don't want to say they look alike, but both of them kind of rounding here at both the same level. They both have topping tails at around the same time, 1150 on NXL, 1130-ish on NNE, and they're both breaking out to the high side almost at around the same time, both of the middle area as well. So I'm kind of looking at these and being like, are they being traded here by the same algo? So we'll see. They're not at high day, excuse me. NXL 294, essentially at $3 area is the high of day. We also have NNE, the high of day is around 22 and a quarter. Last time around, we just got to 22 and rejected. So this one's up 37 some odd percent. It's a good look. It's been curling up all day. NNE had a bit of I don't want to say an easier trade because it's much more spready, but it really did respect the volume weighted average price. So it didn't break anything below it. Whereas on NXL, you got a perfunctory break, even though it was not by that much. 228 was where VWAP was at. This one dipped into 221. Could have stopped you out depending on how close your stop was to the volume weighted average price. So that's what I'm looking for there. Go Donald John Trump. Let's go. So I'm waiting here at 55s. Back into 40s we go. Let's see if we can get the print, man. 50s, there was a seller there last time. I saw it. I didn't see it reflected on the book. But I'm looking for a 20-period hold and a curl near high a day. If we can get that curl at least through the $0.50, I'll be looking to cover some there. I have my out in front, on the other side, the north side of 55. So I think I'm going to have to adjust that and be a little bit more aggressive with where I cover. So we're going to go ahead and try to cover into 50s. I'll say that 47s for Beakwetter. We'll see if we get it there. But yeah, definitely topping tail candles for whatever reason into 35 and 2/3. And that wasn't the only time we've got these topping tail candles into that third of a dollar. We did it earlier too, before we broke it. These candles were all coming into that third of a dollar and retracing. So I do like the 20-period exponential hold. I like the 35 general retake, but yeah, this looks like it's gonna break down. So yeah, here we go. 35 being tested again now. Two topping tail candles, both through the $0.25. My line in the sand is gonna be exactly where it is, and I'm not changing anything. So if I get stopped out, I get stopped out, but this one looks like it's gonna break down here. Donald John Trump coming all the way down to 34.75, and then right back like that into above 35. This one is Bamboozlement City. Bamboozlement City. What is the volume on this thing today? 17 and a quarter and a fifth. So it's not ridiculous by any means. It hasn't done ridiculous amounts of volume, but yeah, that's the look. 35 and a third. Seems to be a local resistance level. We've been above it sometimes. If you get above a third, the $0.50 is trouble as well. And we'll see if we get printed on this. Domingo, Chewy, past 27 runs. Let's look at CHWI, something to divert my attention from DJT.
I like that.
CHWI.
It's been
Have a look.
lately.
Yeah, great look today for Chewy. What is it up on the day? CHWI, I hate when my chart doesn't tell me. 6%, who can say bad to that? 5.97 to be exact. It's done almost 15 million shares. Barclays maintaining coverage with an overweight and a price target of $32 today on Chewy. So I don't know what they had it at before. What else we got here? Nothing else really other than that headline today on Chewy, but I know they had a headline last week.
Yeah, there was a rumor that Ryan Cohen was going to.
Yeah, here it is. Chewy trading volume spike drew to Cohen speculation, says Gordon Haskett. What was the exactly? Saying Ryan Cohen could be buying a position of $3 billion on Chewy. That was on the 20th, so that was quite some time ago. So we'll see if that actually ends up happening. Back to Donald John Trump here, still hanging out at 35s, not doing anything, a little bit above, a little bit below. This is going to have to resolve here because I've only got 5 minutes left to trade. I've already got my stop through, so I can realistically leave it and get up. But, you know, with a stock like DJT, I don't feel comfortable getting up and relying entirely on the stop because the bottom could absolutely drop off this and the liquidity could dry up. So I don't want to be in that position where I'm doing that. Also, MLGO just pamped again through $8 up into that 8.25, 8 2/3 high day there. Good look here for MLGO.
Yeah, I figured out what the GO and MLGO stands for. Apparently go.
Oh.
Because that one keeps going. Also, I want to explain this AMD. I took a short 160.01s, dropped a little bit lower. I said I'll get out if we get into like 160.05s that, you know, we had to get out. It's all good. Then I know Sharif talks about this sometimes when you leave like stops in and then they end up triggering. So I did end up getting long, took a couple pennies on my accidental long. So that ended up actually really being profitable.
Nice.
So, I mean, good times, but again, still not proud of that. Got to be more patient. Like someone was asking me if I'm up or down in the day. I'm down in the day, but I have to say, like, I said this to Sharif a lot. I always feel like I learn the most in the days when my back's against the wall because you have to learn to trust yourself when you have nowhere to run. It sounds really dramatic. It's just trading, I swear. But trading, it's such a huge metaphor, I think, for life sometimes. But you have to trust yourself. You have to commit to yourself and your ideas. And so I've learned a lot. I'm ready to come back tomorrow with the confidence, the heat. Watch out, markets. That old 1-2 punch. Also, I was just thinking, because you said, you know, Bamboozlement Central or Bamboozlement City in DJT. I wonder what stock would be the capital city of Bamboozlement Nation. Because there's a couple contenders, AMD or Nvidia, Tesla, DJT, some of these small caps.
Bamboozlement Nation?
Yeah, which stock would be capital?
I think we might have to give it to small cap gappers in general.
Just all of them. They take turns. They take
yeah. Because, you know, the bottom can drop off at any time, right? And we always say they're around for a good time, not a long time, right? That's kind of what we say around here. All right, Donald John Trump back into 3.25 again, but not breaking out above that $0.33 range. Here's $0.33, and I guarantee you won't break, and it didn't break. It dropped right into 35. There's a seller at $0.33. I won't be convinced otherwise. There's 4 topping tail candles now into that $0.33, 3 of them after 140 and 2 of them prior to that. So whether or not we broke it, it doesn't really matter because that whoever was shorting it there is shorting it again. And all the, you know, it's not at exactly the same level, but they're all like 1 or 2 pennies off each other. And now I'm going to get stopped out, it looks like, as it comes right back down into that. Every time I think I get stopped out, it gets bought up again. So I'm just going to let this one go. I've given it about 25 pennies worth of room on my stop. So even if the bottom drops out, I should be able to get filled here. Right back above 35 into 35.10 again. I picked the worst time to get into Donald John Trump at the moment. It was trending all day, and the second I get into it, it wants to like bamboozle me with a little bit above, a little bit below, but that's trading. You're going to get what you're going to get, and you're not going to get upset. NNE, right back into that near high a day again. It's at 22s. This time, they ain't no topping tails, though. This time, they're consistent, and they're definitely, you know, closing much near the highs. So earlier than that, we were getting these topping tail candles into 22 with the majority of the closing print. So I did get stopped out there, I think. Yeah, I did. I just got stopped out of DJT as it breaks down below that level now. So sucks to be me. We'll have to figure out a different trade on that one next time, but DJT coming down. But back to what I was saying about NNE, they were definitely wicking through that 2150 level, but this time definitely a lot more consistent of an ascent. Still, though, below that 22.28 HOD Adair.
Yeah, I do want to shout out because I know with DJT, because I know you said you wanted to get involved, and you did just that. So I'm very, I got it.
How did you figure out that one? That was a good one.
I just thought of it, but in all seriousness, I want to shout that out because you said you wanted to take it and you took it. So
yeah, we'll take
that's something I'm trying to work on myself as well. So I just wanted to shout that out. Also, I have a question for you, which is just something I've randomly thought of and I think could be interesting. So let's say you've got a couple small cap gappers that are all setting up beautifully in the way that you like with your system. How do you choose which one to take? Or do you
that's a tough one. No, I don't take all of them.
I figured you wouldn't. That's why
I don't. Yeah, I just, you know, whatever looks the best, to be honest. That's kind of like what or whatever is offering you like in the least amount of risk. So if you're getting a VWAP or a key technical level, a high day print from the previous day, whatever it is, as long as it offered me a little bit more security, I would choose that one over the other.
That makes sense. Or if it's like a previous runner, that could also be a thing.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I was just curious because I was like, I always like to get different insight and stuff, and I know there's a lot of small cap traders as well in the chat, so I was like,
absolutely.
Why not? Question time. But yeah, so this Tesla, 184 rejection, wow. Yeah, it got to 184 and said, no. And it closed the door to the Cybertruck, like unfortunately happened to Sharif when he was not able to get to the Cybertruck.
No.
The doors were closed. Yeah, this Tesla rejection is quite nice indeed. We're going to have to wait and see. We're bouncing off 70s, that is for sure. Cannot believe time flies when you're in these markets.
All right, guys, I will see everybody in 2 minutes at the big screen. Kill it, Adair.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Kill it, Sharif there. Shout out to Sharif. Thank you so much for putting together the lessons every day. And you will see him in 2 minutes. He will be talking about those tickers on the green screen. And you will see him doing that promptly. So, yeah, shout out to that. Let's take a look, see what else is going on here. Where did I cover my AMD short, says Kanye East? Yeah, AMD, I was just scalping. I scalped in and out. So a couple scalps there on the AM Dizzle there, or AMD, whatever you want to call it. Basically, this 162.50 area was a level. I just was not able to play it properly. Where I had this short, it's actually the place to short it. I got out too early. It's all good. I'm just so excited to come back tomorrow and reflect a lot. Like I said, I think it's always important to reflect, learn, and grow. Ready to come back to these markets tomorrow with that confidence, and with that knowledge, because I do think you learn from doing every single day over here. BA hitting turbulence says, says stock there. That's a. Wow, shout out to Kyle Burdett for calling this short earlier too. This rounded top, this was such a look here. BA definitely making a lower low and careening to the downside. What a day we've had. Lots of stocks moving here, lots of small caps, lots of DJT, some mega cap moves as well. But right now, we're going to have to move over in just a few seconds here to the big kahunas there. This will continue to be ATR week, so we're going to see you guys tomorrow with that. Same bat time, same bat channel. Right now, though, we've got Sharif at the green screen, guys. Have a good night.
Mike? Let's have a look at the overall futures on the day. 475 right now, very much near low of day on the triple Qs. Not much really to talk about. We broke through that 19,800, the Mag 7, all really selling off here except for a couple of them. First ticker, as selected by you guys though, Nvidia. Again, no real catalyst for this one today, but it's been very volatile ever since its 10-to-1 split. And today, a bit of a tough day breaking down, guys, at the lows right now. You guys both traded this one. What's the look?
What's up, everybody? Yeah, thank you, Sharif, for that one. Yeah, look, Nvidia's been an absolute monster today. Down 6%. I mean, the catalyst was just the pre-market. I mean, you could see that there was obviously some downside push there. It's your number one trade of the day. We're now $1.50 in the money right now. And we've reloaded it. Like, we just reloaded it. We sat back down here, we reloaded it, we went for another walk. Like, sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's tough. And Nvidia play the trend. It's now down about 14 or 15% from its highs. I still think it goes lower here today, hence why I'm short. $1.50 in the money. This is, to me, the right way to trade. So I'm going to sit in this, wait out for it. We were able to hold for big winners. It's making my day. And, it was pretty easy short right off the jump. Just didn't get as high as I wanted to, so we just used some of these pre-market levels and shorted against 124, 125. I mean, again, to me, not rocket science. The number one trade idea today was to go short on Nvidia, and we did, and it's the number one P&L name. So hard to complain when things go according to plan is what I would say.
Yeah, the only issue for me was that it never got to my level. So, sometimes you have a target and you don't get to it. I like 27 or 31, either one of those two plays. Looked for some shorts off of VWAP in there later in the session. I got up and didn't take it the second time. I'm sitting at the 120 for the lower high in here. I am in AMD. And, you know what? This morning, AMD was its own category, but, no one wants to talk about that one. So NVIDIA, I'm not in it. I am in DJT, and I want to get to AMD in a quick second, but I have to say this about Boeing. Only because I think it was Kyle Burdett was in it, and you guys were just talking about Boeing. Boeing broke this double support. I can't call it a bottom because it's not a low. It's a higher low at 178. When it broke, I didn't get in, and I'm looking to pick some up underneath 78 to give it to 178 quarter. So that will be the new trade. AMD, thankfully, I've always said it's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. So I've been looking short all day long on AMD, and I probably had 6 different stop outs on 9 trades. That said, it was super frustrating when that 163 came in at the top. We had it multiple times, eventually gave it up, got up, took a bit of a walk, came back, ate the lunch, and then missed it on the way back in. But you just got to be able to put on the next trade, which to me was the short underneath VWAP, which I'm sitting in now. So I'm in this one off of VWAP. I want the low of the day again on AMD. It's down 0.8%. I don't see any way that the NASDAQ holds underneath these lows down at 1%. And this holds under VWAP. We don't at least test whether it's 159 or the 158.5. The chips are starting to come back. Not all of them are weak, as you will see, but the vast majority are being dragged down by Nvidia.
Apple was leading the Mag 7 on the day. It was up about 2 1/5 at its highs, definitely selling off now. A couple of headlines today for this one. One good, one bad. The good one is looking to create some sort of deal with Meta here to use Llama as their large language model in the same way that they're offering ChatGPT 4.0. The bad news, though, the EU really looking to put pressure on Apple to help democratize its app store. They're looking at finding it big if it's found in violation of the Digital Markets Act. Guys, what's your look on Apple?
Be very similar to the look in the morning, and I still have a stop order for a potential breakout trade in Apple. It might not happen. I mean, the market's coming back in here, and we always talk about one of the best things about a breakout trade is you don't have to take. It's a very defined why am I getting in, right? Like at 210, we waited for the 210 level multiple times. Might have to cancel this Boeing order if I'm not going to get it. But yeah, we waited for it multiple times when it was the 210. I didn't have dips set for the stock. I knew I was looking long, but I didn't really have any obvious levels. I wasn't here looking at this thing when it created on Friday, but I knew 210 was kind of a big deal because obvious. I mean, if the stock holds 210 all Friday and then at 350 on the imbalances drops as much as, and then Sean was describing how fast it dropped down, I'm going to like that the other direction. So we had the breakout long. The only downside is I thought we'd have a second chance at it. In fact, I'm still bidding for a breakout over VWAP over 210.25. But I think it could be time to stick a fork in that idea because Apple's suddenly heading into the downside. Just very quickly, DJT, I'm on the bid in front of 34. It couldn't seem to get past that 36 top to get to like that 38 to 40. So I shorted it once it failed the 34 level. I'm on the bid now. It's not on the list, but this 34 and then VWAP are the next two targets for Donald Trump Jr. or DJT, whatever.
Okay, yeah, like we liked Apple long. I still like it long. We've tried it, broke down through 209.50. We had that first long there. We held a little bit up to 212, actually only the last 20%, fell back in. I still like this long, man. I mean, I don't know. Apple still, I mean, it's a matter of where. We're $2 in the money on Nvidia. A lot of consolidation here on Apple. I mean, we could be coming into a level where you might want to start to pick us some up, but you're still so far away. I mean, we are already down here already today. So I think you just got to wait for 208 at this point, which is coming in quicker than we thought. Someone said, what's up with that Siri trade? Nothing. So in order to show our positions, I need to get into position and get out of position. It's just the way it's coded. So I just choose a stock where I'm not going to lose anything. So I punch in and punch out of Siri. So, want to show everybody the positions we're in. You guys want to know. So there it is. I'm in that position. And for those of you that asked, why did it show up? Because I got in and out so that it would register the Nvidia trade. Nvidia right now is $2 in the money and going into the low of the day. I mean, you could probably just short Apple now against VWAP if you do think the market's going lower. I don't have any bids here, so I was going to buy Tesla. Do we have SPY on there? No, we do not. Well, my next trade idea was to short the market. But the thing is we almost got there. Like, it was this 244.50 area. I was looking at that just now, right? This is just a 1 minute chart. So I was thinking about shorting into here. We just got to 244.40. So we just missed that trade. So if it comes back up to here, would be almost $1 in the money now. But that would be one that I'm looking at. I mean, I'm getting a headache right now. All right, let's throw it back to Sharif.
Super microcomputer today getting crushed 9% in the lows, recovering a little bit right now, about 8.5 in the negative. Really down with the majority of the chip stocks today. There's only a few guys that are green. Sean's in the short right now on Nvidia, guys. And Neil's also short AMD. What's your look on chips?
Well, they're all different. I mean, Micron's not the same as any of these. Intel's not. I mean, Intel's down, but Intel's chart doesn't look anything like the others. It's been pretty much like straight down relative to what you see in like a Micron. So SMCI, it might be a flat bottom break this afternoon, but there's no such thing as a flat bottom break if it holds this 8.25. So SMCI, it's not SSR, it's about 8.5% into the downside. This is 8 24.50 or 55 is the current low of the day. Go back to last week, it managed to hold on to that twice. Obviously, this is a name with a pretty big spread. If you're taking this, if you take a flat bottom break on SMCI when it makes a fresh low, you could get slipped 50 to $1. So you might be getting filled at 23.5 or something like that if it breaks that lower 24 even, and then you're giving it a couple of dollars as well on the minimum. So it's a very different style of trade, and it's very close to SSR. So I'm not going to be looking for this one. If we break lows, I want to continue to short AMD, maybe look for ARM again. But if you're long this stock, if this low gets taken out, it's under a lot of pressure and could be dropping pretty heavily, because underneath the 50 period and on the daily is also what's happening for SMCI. And the last time it was under here, the bottom was $750. That's another 7 or 8% from this level.
I mean, Nvidia is now. Look, the only thing I can tell you about SMCI is if you want to trade it. But I think it should be like the only name that you trade. I mean, it's a $2 spread at some points. So if you're going to look at some of these individual names, the best idea would just be to look at those names, right? There's a reason why we have Nvidia, Micron, Palantir, and Apple. Those are the only 4 names we traded today, and we'll talk about sort of the successes of today and whatnot as the show goes on. But honestly, it's like you don't need to jump back and forth. So this down 8%, if you were on this, there's some great opportunities off VWAP there. For right now, I would just say I would trade this the same way I trade everything else. And that is just off support and resistance in some of these funky lines here. So, I mean, I'm looking at this 843, 845 as a possible area that you want to let it retrace to. A breakdown lower than this can't be very nice. Looks like Bitcoin's about to break 60,000. We haven't been here in a minute. You do have some support, obviously. So that is a great short, actually, right now, breaking 825. Like, that looks to me almost as good as anything else I'm going to be able to find. So it goes back into here, nice little support break. Yeah, this is looking good. Whatever that bottom is now, 825 flat, something like that. That's a great break. So again, if you have the sort of ability to trade this thing short, I don't even know if it's shortable or not. It
usually is.
You have to pay for shorts or not. So $829 name. If this one reverse split, it still wouldn't be my number one name. This is the thing about trading stocks. We can go over this list and we appreciate it because it's given by you guys. But 3 weeks ago, before Nvidia split, I said Nvidia will be my number one name once it splits. It's been pretty much the number one name every day. Both on the downside and the upside for myself. So I feel like you want to stay focused in the stocks that you're looking at, and jumping over to one like SMCI, unless you're just waiting for like big, huge moves, I would say that you could just play any name to whatever way you want. Just make sure that you follow your rules and you stick with them. For me, this looks like a good break. I might even take this break. What is it today? So it's 124.55. So I just take a break then of 124.50, basically. And you might have a short of 10. I don't know how far, but that bottom right there is 760. I don't know how far this thing can go. But anyways, SMCI looks like it's a slippery slope right now. Still $2 in the money on Nvidia. I'd rather short more Nvidia than short a starter position in SMCI. So that's where I am right now on that one. MLGO, people like that name.
The weakness continues with Amazon, as it does with the majority of the Mag 7 names, at least in the afternoon, down 1 2/3. No real headline today on Amazon, but we got wind last week that they were looking to make adjustments to their Alexa. They want to have a more conversational tone. That's after doing mass layoffs in that Alexa division, though, guys. The market making it pay today, 1.7 in the negative right now.
I don't think you need a catalyst. To me, it's pretty. I just call it technical. What happened to Amazon today? You broke out a local high at 189, which was a good level. It carried all the way to 191, which was the actual, essentially the 52-week high. So it broke out locally and got to the 52-week high. And when it couldn't push through, you got a fail breakout. And when something has a fail break, this is what happens at 191. It doesn't look like, a monster level on the 3-minute chart. But when you pull back that daily chart and realize, hey, when it fails a level like that and then loses the lower high, you can get some serious dumpage on Amazon. So it was a good break from that 89, which was the local top early, into 191. Unfortunately, this one just looks like a bit of a dog. Trades this afternoon. The levels I would want to play it off of, usually for an afternoon short, would be like the 187, like your opening range bottom at the in the morning, something like that. I just don't think Amazon's got the legs to get back there. That's why I was over at Boeing. I've just moved my order down into Boeing. I want to be short weak stocks, and Boeing is a good setup, one I'm usually pretty big fan of. Support turning into resistance. So there's the top from Friday, and the reason I'm on the offer, and then 178, it just broke it, consolidation underneath there, short it, give it a little bit above the 178, and give it to like 178.25. So I'm going to be sitting on that offer, trying to grab it here in the 60s, give it about 50 cents worth of risk. It's got $3 to the bottom, and it's got from here about $1 change until the previous close. Those will be the big levels on the way down for Boeing. But Amazon, a little too far gone to chase.
Yeah, I just want to look here at, SMCI is about to break again. I was just looking, there's probably been about like 30 or 40 names traded on the floor behind us. These are the positive names today. Apple, Affirm, this DJT traded in Nvidia. So, it just goes to show you trading, and because I know there's some people in the chat who are like they're negative and stuff today. Out of 30 or so names traded today, maybe less than that, maybe 20, I have to figure out how to do it, 3 or 4 positive names. And I just gave them to you. Apple, and we're running them down, so it's good. Apple, Nvidia, Affirm, and DJT. So again, names that were on our watch list, names that were on sticky notes and things like that. Very important for me to let you guys know that. All right, Amazon, AMZN. Here we go. 185, 186. I talked about this name earlier. Remember, we're like, oh, there it is. 190, 191.70 is its 52-week high, or all-time high. It made it there, and then boom to the downside, right? It's been going straight down. I don't know if there's a news story about retail or what, but the market's been downside as well. We've been feeling bearish all day. We wrote that on this sticky note. My biggest trades have been short. Unfortunately, this Amazon one, that just collapsed all over itself. 191 at 10:30 down to 187 by 10:50. 20 minutes of straight downside right there. I would say this is the level to short, 187 for Amazon. So for me, I'm looking at that right here. So hopefully that will be able to come in 185, 187 or so for Amazon. Those will be good buys, 185, but I'd rather short 187, especially with the market being down that 1%. And then I wanted to short the SPY, and the reason why is because this was only down 0.17 as opposed to NASDAQ 0.96. So I thought that there could have been some more pickup happening at some point there in the broader market with the S&P as opposed. But look what's happening right now to Bitcoin. We just flushed 60,000. So I'd hate to say that we were, or at least I was right about this, because I hate being right about something that I'm long in. But we said this, the NASDAQ's not even really falling down, and Bitcoin's already down about 13 or 14% from its highs, and the NASDAQ is just trying to get back in. So, all right. Let's go talk about one more name, and we're going to talk about another positive one, Affirm.
Great day today for Affirm, Sean. Goldman giving them the nod with a buy rating today. That's after Apple introduced them as a new partner for their buy now, pay later. So Apple going to cancel their own buy now, pay later service in favor of Affirm. And as you see there on the multi-day time frame there, big move up for Affirm since that announcement, guys. What's your look here?
The irony is, last week, this was actually my pick of the week last week for a short trade, and it kind of fell every single day. But it was essentially that it had failed to break out on all of that good Apple news, which, it's obviously a good thing for them, no question about it. But it tried to break out a big channel 2 weeks ago. It failed that channel, so I was looking short pretty much every single day last week, just as a general strategy. It ended up bouncing off 30, and then it held this 50 period, broke out the 32 level, so I was long all morning. I gave some back shorting it when it broke trend to the downside by shorting it the second time. The first time was actually fine underneath 33, but it's still going up. It's 11%. I even started to doubt this thing when it failed the 33 level that second time. I'm like, okay, well, it failed 33 the second time. If it breaks trend, I'll go into the short. It's still flying. It's probably one of the strongest names out there. As the market's at the lows, the stock is at the highs. So until further notice, it's a very steep trend line. If you were to draw it, I think you're looking for buy the dip situations here in Affirm. It just keeps on taking those highs. It held on to 32.40. The morning high got held once, twice, thrice in the afternoon. So let's see what happens at 33. That was the last place it consolidated at all on the way up. So if it bounces off 33, it's probably still a bit of a long here on Affirm. Whether you like the business or not, or whatever you want to say about it, it's up 11% today and still trending higher.
All right, you guys want to talk about MLGO? Let's just do that. I don't have any Affirm trades. I mean, I like the stock, but I would short all the pops that you can. So we'll look at that during live trading. Yeah, MLGO right now at day's high, up 140%. Like I said, I haven't looked at this yet. I mean, it looks like a great base here at 720, but forget about that. You know, you want to know what the next trade is, not what's been happening. I mean, that's the whole point, right? These are trade reviews, so that's one thing. But looking at MLGO right now, up to 980, wow. I mean, that $10 mark is going to be something else. So let's see if we've been here before. Yeah, so a lot of consolidation between 10 and 12 bucks. So I feel like that's important there. It looks like we did have a reverse split, so that's going to create that kind of a jump up, and then right back in, and then again, right back up. So I don't know. We know this is a short flow candidate. I think breaking through 10 is probably a punch long. So was there news on this thing? I mean, hold on a second. MLGO. All right, here it is here. MLGO. Like I said, it's not a positive name or anything, but it has a short float of 2%. I think that's probably wrong. It feels like that could be a lot higher than that. 73 million market cap. So I guess the problem is if you look at the market cap and then you look at the price, I guess there's like 7 million shares or so outstanding on this name. So that's definitely creating a little bit of an issue here for ML. No, that won't load now. Oh no, now this is frozen. Oh no, oh no. Now this is frozen. I can't move it. Okay, close. All right, yeah. So, end of the day there.
Flow, right?
Yeah, this is just part of the feeling here.
Yeah,
so,
4.5. It's like, it's super
I thought it was
small.
near 7 million because they said the market cap was 73 million.
Okay, well, I
So
have
if it's $10. No, because it's moved so much today.
Yeah, I have
Yeah.
4.5 as a
Yeah.
float, but it doesn't, like 4.5, 7.
That's
10,
right.
It doesn't, 100 million in volume, it doesn't really matter. It's gone through that like multiple times.
Yeah,
I think,
4.5 would be right because if you add 152% to that, it'd be 7 or so.
yeah, actually, yeah, that's pretty much, yeah, exactly. But again, when the float's that small, I tend not to want to look for shorts unless it's at an egregiously good level. Like egregiously would be here. Just to give you an example, like what's a level that if it got to, you'd think about a failure, like $15. Because look at the daily chart, like $15, yeah, $20, sure. Look at the wicks on this thing. After it reverse split, oh yeah, look what happens when you reverse split. Crazy wick and then tanks. We've seen that story before. Just think about this every single time the stock reverse splits, what your course of action would be on the first day. It's up to you. But yeah, $15 would make sense, but we probably have to pay for locates in that sense. I was long it twice. The first time, I kind of scalped out of it. The second time, I think I had the right level, not the right stop level. And sometimes it's just better to take breaks. I always look for that dip buy on the weakness, but there's other times when you should just take the breakout trade. And this was a case of the breakout being better at like $7.80 right in here. That just should have been a breakout trade. So I'm going to check the price of locates on the off chance it gets to $15 or $20.
Why is
I'm guessing I don't pay for them, not at this time of the day where this is trading.
All right, I'm definitely doing something wrong here. All right, 182.79. What is Tesla's price? Okay.
180.
Okay, fine. I want to go long now. I kept punching in and punching out, so like I was not setting my stop right there. So, all right, we're in it now. So we're in Tesla now. New position alert. Oh, we have to hit this. I don't know. All right, so it just came in. Look at the 20-minute chart. It just came in into the 200 into the 50 period, into the 200 period. I like these levels for Tesla. We know it's a relatively strong stock today, although about to turn red. I never like to be on a stock when it's just about to turn red because I know there's so many quants and stuff out there that are looking for stocks to go green to red, red to green, and then try to push them that way as well. So we'll see if they can hold out for Tesla. But for me, not much volume going through now, so I'm not super concerned about these levels. But I was trying to look down here at where I'd get out. So I actually just set the wrong price. See, that's my problem. 182, okay, so 59. I was setting 79. That doesn't mean why I was punching out. But I want to give this to basically that low of the day and average back into this. So let's do a 182.50. This is a starter position. Okay, so we have right now about a third maybe of what we want. And this one could fall out. Normally in the afternoon, I do not like. This is a counter trade, so I have to let everybody know that. I don't necessarily like getting in and out of trades that are going against the market at this time of day. So generally I'll be looking for shorts, especially down 1%. But Tesla being a little strong, wow, we just really got going there. I would have taken that, Phil. 50s? Okay. So let's go back over to Tesla and put something there at 50, because if that happens again, we need to get something out. Again, it's not a huge position. It's just if my stop is going to be 65 cents away and it instantly goes up that 30, 40 cents, we should at least take, I just put 20% out there. Let's see if it gets going. I mean, honestly, the target for this, if the market goes, then we can get to VWAP. So that would be 250, okay? But that's not the idea here. If we can get something to like 184, so get something out if that happens again, because I don't know what's up with that. But we could almost get a piece out. Yeah, I know. Like, what's up with that? There we go. We'll take a piece out there at 36s. Now I'll put one in the mid 60s or so to get a piece out for here. But we just put this on, and right there it is for you right there. It's a little small chicken dinner winner. It's 35 cents. 35-cent winner right there. Go enjoy some boneless wings. If you bought 100 shares.
I don't like boneless ones.
I did that for Ramin. Ramin, there you go.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, that's cool. She likes boneless. It's a taste difference. That's all. You know.
Yeah. I just did it right out. I mean, I have wings. We had wings the other day at my house. Yeah, they sure as hell. They
had wings for Father's Day.
I'm saying no shit.
My daughter picked. I said you can pick what you want to have on Father's Day.
Yeah.
And
she picked wings.
She picked. And
there you go.
Honestly, this is how sweet she is, because she knows I like wings, and I had talked about it. So, and that's part of why I could get away with being like, "Oh, you can pick," because I know she's just gonna flat out pick something that I love. Speaking of which, I don't love DJT, but I do respect the fact that it's higher lows and doesn't want any part of VWAP at this moment. So if you look at, we talk about consolidation. What does a consolidation look like? If you've never heard that term before, here's an idea of what consolidation looks like. At $33.50 for about 50 minutes, it went from like a wide range around that price to a very, very tight range around that price. So if it holds here, I'm going to, I went to 60, okay, whatever. I went to like 65 and not 55, so there you go. I'm trailing out if it bounces off that consolidation support level. It doesn't seem to want to get to VWAP, so we shorted it when it flat bottom broke this 35. It actually sideways went here, so when we came back on, like it was just sitting there underneath that same level we got in, and then flushes into 33.5. I'm gonna take the buck and run on DJT. It's up 22%, and it's actually trending higher. So like Sean was just sort of saying, like that's a counter, it's a counter trend trade to be short DJT on a day trade. Now, obviously, you could make an argument on the daily chart that it's not really a counter trend trade on the daily chart, because in theory, this is the first bounce it's had of any significance since, like back in like late May. So in late May, it had a 3-day rally or like a 4-day rally. It's got a 3-day rally, but it's still a bit of a counter trend trade in my estimation. So we'll get the heck out of Dodge, look for the next opportunity. AMD's starting to bounce. And I have this down at the low. If it breaks $160, I don't want to fight this thing at this price level. The reason I think it's either like a deep flush or we get out right away is on the higher time frame. It's holding the 50 period on the daily at these levels. And if it's going to do that, then I got to respect its hustle. Like it always seems to chop around that price when you zoom it out on the higher time frame. So if it continues to push down without actually flushing underneath 160 while the market continues to make lows, like the market's making a fresh low right now and AMD's bouncing at this random level. So if it wants to do this, I've seen that party before. I'll get out at the 160 level on AMD. My stop was at VWAP before. I'd look for a re-entry up at 161 in VWAP.
Yeah, I hate having some of those wicks. Like it's so much trading on some of these names. There's like,
but I think it comes down to your style. Like for myself, I don't mind because I'm going to take small hit, small hit, small hit, small hit, small hit, and don't worry about it. Like at the end of the day, like I always like to say, for myself in my style of trading, it doesn't matter what my hit rate is. Like one for 7, 3 for 8. It doesn't matter as much because I'm way more likely to have like smaller hits relative to when it does work like a bigger win. Like ARM for myself today, like ARM could have been a big stock today, but the way that I tend to trade ARM, like it's either I get a home run on ARM or I'm close to flat on ARM if it doesn't work. We took multiple shots at it, but I really liked it, like I had 2 for 4 on ARM essentially, right? But the thing about this, if it trends all day long, I'm up ARM 5 times what I'd be on any other stock. if it ends up working the way I want it to. So everyone has to have their own style. That's one of the reasons why I'm not an SMCI. Like I just feel as if
Oh yeah, did that break? That was probably a great trade.
it broke. I mean, it went down to this is.
It didn't go down that far.
I don't know where you're filled if this breaks. It's the other thing with SMCI. When it breaks that low, are you getting a 50-cent slip? If you are, then you're actually, that's a solid win in there. You get like $2, $3 if you have no slippage or small slippage. But it's tough to judge what the slippage is going to be on a breakout trade or a breakdown if you've never traded that stock. So I've traded a couple times, and the only strategy I've ever had is the trend down VWAP trade, which when I look at it here, I don't know whether that would have worked for me if I take this at 10 o'clock. Like maybe you give it some room. It looks like it probably would have worked, but that's tough to judge. Like when it breaks this high, how far does it go? Like what does the spread look like when it breaks 870? Is that like one wick in there that's just gonna run everybody's stops? Does it actually print above the 70 other than like some dark pools? And if it's coming back down, like are you even able to get back into the trade down here? Because to me, when it does this, I need to be entering here. Well, if you can't get shares there, you almost have to take it against you. And that's my problem with SMCI, is that a lot of times, you know, when you're trying to get it with the move, you're chasing it more than I want to chase a stock.
All right. No, I wasn't saying anything about AMD about your trades, just how much it's just up and down today. It's really quite wild, that stock.
So,
Tesla's been okay. Nvidia is still $3 and going lower and at the bottoms, right? So this has been a pretty clean trade for us here so far today. We don't have any luck on Palantir, although Palantir is at the highs. We had taken that 24 long and we let go of it right there. There's a chicken dinner winner. I see Randy got a haircut, so that's real nice to do that. Hopefully I'll be joining the haircut crew tomorrow as well. All right, so we will find out here about Tesla. It's just like it's bouncing off the 50-period moving average. I mean, I don't know. We could take another piece out here. You know, this stock is really not like us at all. Okay, so we're gonna wait to see here. Micron, 139er heading to the downside right now. So this name, again, we were lucky enough to grab that 138 and get them out at 140.50. Like that was a big trade right there for Micron. We tried to catch that falling sword and man, that chopped us up quite a bit there until it didn't and we were able to get it back to the upside. And then look at that final out right there. 140.50. That was the final piece out, and look where we are now. 138.60, 138.70. So always feeling pretty good about some of the outs because you save yourself some cash.
there goes 10.
Shout out to Adam DeLuz, everybody else like that. So right now, yeah, man, we are at the day's low. This is Nvidia, and it is fantastic here today. Again, 250. I just upset that we didn't reload more, but we got what we needed right there on the reload. And again, Adara talks about this. She coined this term, but you have to have confidence. And didn't coin that term, but you have to have confidence in the trade. So when Nvidia came back up here, it's like it didn't matter. The price I wrote down was 28s, right? There's no way we were getting to 128, but we also knew that we wanted to fade any pops. I want to say thank you to Adam, thank you to Rome in the chat and everything like that, that put on the shorts here as well. It did exactly as we wrote down. You know, here's the pop in Nvidia, there's the fade. Here's the pop again, there's the fade. You know, it didn't even really pop there and there's the fade. So it's not about just having an idea of what stocks to trade. It's also about understanding the strategy that you want to implement in those names. So obviously this was never getting up to those levels, so you got to sort of say, okay, well then what's the idea, right? It's like when we wrote down Apple long 202, that was like, okay, we hope Apple can get down to 202 and get the long. Apple only goes to 206, but then we waited, we saw the momentum, and then it busted through 210, which would have given you, again, the only trade that you would need, 210 all the way up to 212.50. Like a huge monster trade, and then look, it even gives you the tops there before falling back down, and then we did the same thing that we always do. We buy VWAP retracements of stocks we like. You know, so the same thing, it just keeps happening over and over again. Find your method, find your style, and try to go for that, whether or not your retracement. I mean, I can tell you right now, we talk about this all the time. Obi will be on the show next week. This guy's killing it again today. You know, he's going to be on the podium. He'll be on the podium with you guys here as well. So there it is, right? It's about your different style. He's traded 2 names today. So it goes to show you, stick with what you're doing, you know, find what's comfortable for you and put up those, hopefully those numbers for yourself and just try to figure it all out. And by the way, check out our Freedom and Wealth podcast as we're looking for guests. We're going to have some guests coming on pretty soon. So we'll keep quiet on who those are. But it should be fun as we get ready to book a couple in. And, you know, we've been having some fun times with that one. Talk about getting some freedom and wealth. I mean, if Apple dips down any longer, I was thinking of that $200 level or so to get a little bit more. Did MLGO finally just break 10?
So it broke 10. It's in a halt. You couldn't get the halt price. I actually tried. I mean, I went for it, but you know, it's actually tapping down right now. So it broke 10. There's your 1070. It has a decent enough spread when it broke out there. And actually now it's down to 1007 is the tap. So the theoretical auction price is right back into the 10 level. So be careful with this. If you're in it, no one ever went broke taking profit. But the tap value doesn't matter as much in the first couple of minutes. It's not going to open up for at least until 2:36 and change. So you still have like 2.5 minutes to go. Now continuing to fall, that tap is 10 even, I just saw. And now back up to 10.55. So it might still have a continuation. I would check back. I'll let you guys know what the tap is like 30 seconds before it opens because that matters a heck of a lot more if it's going to hold out. $15 does look like a decent level on the daily chart. If it got to something ridiculous like that, it was like 3 cents a share for us to get locates. So I paid for them just in case. I expected it to be much more expensive given the nature of the movement of the stock. The stock moves that much and you're only paying 3 cents for locates. And that's the ability to go short. I think you take a chance at it. DJT is bouncing off VWAP here, so showing some signs of strength. I'm still thinking after that pullback and fail at 35, I want to look for a short setup here. I don't see an obvious flat bottom break unless you look at the 33 level. So I'll let this one go into some kind of a pop, which is what I'd like to see on AMD as well. We got out of AMD, broke 160, trying to track back up into VWAP. I'm just looking for a lower high here. If it gets to VWAP, great. If it puts in another fail underneath 60, I might just jump in at that price. I feel the same way about ARM. ARM just doesn't seem to want to give. It gave you VWAP when I was trading AMD. AMD worked, so can't complain. But ARM's still hanging out at these lows. I might flat bottom break ARM. Just want to look at how clean this looks at. I know 151 has been a big level in here. It's not super clean. Because back here, it actually broke 151, got to 150.70. It might need to take a 150 even to be a true flat bottom break. So we're not there just yet, but I only want to be short ARM. I'm not looking for longs off this level at 151. I'm just looking to short pops, and if it loses 150 today, I'll take that break, unless it's like 350 in the afternoon.
All right, there it goes again. We'll see if we can get a piece out for Tesla, just realizing now that it goes right back up to the 50-period moving average. And this is, again, for me, another benefit of trading less and fewer names is hopefully I can focus on them a little bit better. Noticing that we just got up to the 50-period and we just put an offer there at 48s or 49s, and then it drips down against us. Okay, that is fine. So we'll find out if it does come back up and hit those levels. So. Oh, Nvidia, new position alert, and it's a stop out. So if we do get stopped out, we are going to wait for 119.15. If we can break through there, we are going to get out of that trade. So we'll have to watch out for that. Okay, so Tesla, there we go. Get it. One more penny upside right now. We will get that. There it is. Yes, sir. So there it goes, man. Tesla, again, back up, right? So we'll just add another name. We've now traded 4 or 5 names. So get going back up to the upside. And I think it's pretty simple. This Nvidia trade, just so everybody's on the same wavelength as myself, this was 30 cents or so worth of stop. And we're in the money $2. So this is 7-to-1 trade. Almost stopped out of this right now. Reports that Amazon's trying to work on a ChatGPT competitor.
Yeah, exactly. They're an assistant that competes with ChatGPT. It's codenamed Metis? Whatever. METIS, however you want to pronounce it. I didn't hear the guy pronounce it in my ear, but it doesn't matter. Amazon went like 20 cents on that, maybe like 30. I'll zoom way in so you can see what happened here. So it was already in a bit of a bounce, and then it went like another 20 or 30 cents. Like if it wants to go on this news, then let's have it break the consolidation to the bottom. So if it breaks 159, 185.90, I'm going to jump into this on that news. It doesn't seem to be moving that much, but at the end of the day, if it's going to go on news, I want it breaking into a new range, not just retracing the range that it was already in. So if this can get above 90, My order is for a breakout that just crosses the evens. I know you saw like a green that went up to 186, but that was just aggressive order. So 90 broke. I got 91s. You're going to get priced to whatever the offer is when a breakout happens, and I'll just give it to the support. It was at 185.70 that it was holding when the news came out, so I'll give it to 185.70 on the way back in. So that was Amazon just now. I mean, as if every single big cap tech name is doing something that in this space. Let's be real. So I don't think it's huge news, but it was making a pretty decent run at the low, and that's a pretty big volume reversal candle. So I'll take a shot. If we get to 186.40, that would be an easy out there. 187 is a huge level. I said that's a level I would actually short this afternoon. So I'd be out if it gets to 57, 87.
All right, I just want to say, we always talk about this over and over again, and here's a comment here from Adrian. He says, Sean goes long, Tesla, really? Out, 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 out. Tesla now one of 5 positive names on the floor today. So, I mean, it's just, this is what I'm saying. Like, Adrian saw something different, I saw something different, and there it goes right back into a positive name, right? And so, sometimes you got to be careful on what your symbols look like, and then how you're trading them. There it is. Let's spin the money right there for a $2 winner on Nvidia and just get out of that trade there on positive news again. Look, man, the more large language models that are built, the better it is for Nvidia. So, I mean, let's just wait to see what winds up happening now as we'll get out. We've closed out pretty much all of our positions. Tesla's still that $0.50 now in the money, but we only have 20% left. So we'll still hold on to that one and then see what is happening. Man, I have this crazy headache right now. So I don't know. I took 1 extra strength Advil and having this iced coffee. Hopefully it gets better. What's up, Adara?
We had this push higher with Amazon here. Saw this story as well coming from Business Insider, just to kind of maybe explain a bit of this move up here in Amazon. Reportedly, Amazon is working on an AI chatbot to compete directly with OpenAI's ChatGPT. So that's the story coming out here for the Business Insider as we get that move up on Amazon, guys.
Yeah, and MLGO opened up. It didn't really do much of anything, and I was like, if it had moved up, I would probably say something if it had broken $11. But dips into 10, trying to break out the 11. You're seeing it really consolidate at that halt price of 10.70. So I don't know, like an 11 break, that could be a little bit of something on MLGO. Amazon, the thing about news-based plays, if it doesn't work right away, I don't want it. It's trending to the downside. So I waited for a breakout trade. So I'm going to risk that 25 pennies in there. It technically was a little bit less than that. It was actually like 21 or 22 cents in here for a move into that 187 level. So tight risk on a trade like this based on that news. If it was bad news, I'd probably have looked short, but it was seemingly good news, unfortunately not going anywhere. MLGO, I'm asking myself whether I want to take the next breakout. The reason I like an 11 break is the halt price is 10.70. So if you stop underneath that previous halt, you don't usually get that kind of a risk to reward. A lot of times, if it's going to make a breakout of the next level, it's going to be a lot higher. And as a matter of fact, there it goes off that 10 level, but no buyers above 10. I mean, instantly, not a single, so it broke 10 even. Every single print that was above was someone hitting the offer. There was nobody on the bid above 11 just now, and you see it immediately shoot back. If I see buyers on the bid above 11, I'm going to take the high break at 11.15. Still no reshort in AMD, trying to be patient, waiting for VWAP. It's trying to go, just got to wait for it to get there.
All right, I'm going long on Apple. Let's just see what happens on this one. I mean, we keep on bouncing off the same levels that we've been doing, and we'll see if we can hold it. I mean, our last out was right here, 209.50. We didn't even give it down here to 209. The market's trying to take the 50-period average right now. It looks like it wants to do that. So let's just go long and give this, a little bit more room than maybe is necessary. But again, you don't want to be wrong and the market completely turns around here as Apple's fate turns around. So what is that level, 85 or so? I was just looking at, hold on, sorry, I didn't zoom back out, right into here. So the level that we've held is, 88s, 89s. I don't know, man. I'd hate to lose, like Neil was just showing you that loss there on Amazon for 25 cents. I mean, it might be something similar where I'm long right now at 05 and just trying not to be too much of a part of this. We're under view up, under this. Just trying to play relative strength right now. Don't want to give back everything that we just wanted to making there in Tesla. And by the way, see what I mean? Like, you go long on Tesla. Tesla right now 60 cents in the money, and Apple can't even get going. So yeah, it's just like a tale of two names right now. Apple continues to go to the downside. I don't know why, but there it goes. It just broke that 80. We're looking at 83s. So let's average in right around now, and then get out. Like, why is my computer, I keep flickering all the time. What is that little level there? Yeah, so we're right here right now. 50, okay, Apple's really coming in, so maybe 50s. So we will have to wind up taking an L on this one. Apple coming in against the market. The market's going up, you know, Apple coming in. So looks like for right now, Nvidia's catching the bid, which is fine by me. We're out of that one, and Apple's catching a little bit of a tailwind, or a headwind, I guess, to the downside now for AAPL. Here it comes in. I don't know if there's news on this or not, but Apple's coming in for sure.
I wonder if maybe, I was about to say, like, maybe there's some kind of, like, move down on that Amazon news, but that doesn't actually make any sense. You know, I think sometimes if you search too hard for a reason, you're just going to come up with a BS one. So I don't know why Apple's coming down. I do know, so MLGO made that breakout. Halt price is my stop. That was like 1069, just for anyone that's curious about it. And I said AMD at VWAP, we're going to wait for it to get there. It's pretty close. It's getting to that price. VWAP's actually at 160.85 here on AMD, but it's getting into that spot where it makes a push up, and then I want to jump into the short in the 70s here on advanced micro devices. So I got out on a trail with the intention of looking for a failure again at VWAP. And now that it's at that price, you want to look for it. Doesn't mean it has to work, but that was the plan. The plan was to trail out and then try to make a different trade back in here. So I'm going to get the order there in the 70s. Just make sure I still have my stop from before. No, I canceled it. Because sometimes I'll get out and then I don't have my stop from earlier above VWAP, so I have to go put that one back in on AMD. Sometimes you just use the stop you already had before on the previous trade, but in this case, I just put a new one in. So MLGO just got to 1180 and then pulled back a little bit here. It's a blue sky setup, so effectively like every 50 cents is a thing for me. Holding 11, I got in just above the quarters, so if it breaks 12, I'll trail 12, offer 1230, 1240. Let's go to Adara.
Some more comments coming in here from Feds Daily, who has been speaking since 2 p.m., saying that excess consumers' saving has largely been exhausted, so there apparently should be a slowdown in spending. Earlier today, Feds Daily also said that one of the things that the Fed is looking for is maybe less demand, so that could be a good sign as well. Interesting note, also saying that the economy has been incredibly resilient and the policy is sufficiently restrictive. So just be aware, Feds Daily is still speaking as we see a bit of a curl up here in the SPY, guys.
Really?
Oh my God.
Just having fun. Apple. Remember, I was like, what is Apple doing down here? Well, now it's 50 cents higher. So we will take some out and then just say, you know what? I don't understand what's going on right here with Apple. So it's just like, look where we are right now. We're only long at 90. And honestly, man, I'm going to take out 10% right here at 96. So let's go back up to the upside here. It feels silly like taking that 6 cents on that. But we already took a hit of 10 cents. Now we're taking a little bit of profit back up as Apple just kind of gets all the way back to the upside here into 209 again. So we're lucky enough to get a 75. So put the average where we needed it to be. But hey, we took this trade, we showed it to you as we were in it. Just lucky that we come back from Adara and Apple just shoots up. Like, I was literally just saying, I don't know what's going on with Apple, but do we really need to? I mean, here comes the move back up. It's about trading off the levels. I was looking at 80, so when that broke a little bit lower than that, it was like, okay, let's slow down on that kind of thinking right now. But now Apple's in the money, 30 cents now in the money. Let's just put an offer and hit out some at 14s, and then let's wait. Maybe we do climb back up into VWAP, but realistically, the high rate there would be something that we'd want to look at, would be like 44, 45. So let me just offer there. They'll offer in the 30s, get a piece out if we're lucky enough to get that, but a nice retracement back to the 50-period moving average. I mean, we're already higher than our first in, let alone our better average in right there. We have no outs underneath where we're in, so it's good. Let's see if Apple will continue to go higher. And by the way, this is not to troll anybody that was saying that, hey, maybe this Tesla trade was not the greatest trade, but guess what's happening right now? There it goes right now. Tesla just in one trade, and we always talk about it taking one or two good trades, right? We nailed the morning with Nvidia, and then here's $1 trying to get $1 in Tesla, and let's see what winds up happening with Apple. Oh man, we'll just sit here. Fed's Daily is speaking now, so we'll see if he can rally this market just a little bit more. I'd like the long. I mean, we're in 2 longs here.
It's definitely putting in the market.
Pretty good.
The market's looking pretty good for a curl. I'll get to that in a quick second, but an adjustment here on MLGO. It double tapped 1180, and then immediately, there was, I don't want to call it like a spoofer, but there was a sizable enough seller that when they trailed it down, I just jumped more out in front of 1150. So someone was selling it at the exact same high that it had before. If it breaks 11, I'm getting out. If it can break through that top, I might look for another entry on a break of 12, or maybe on if it does like a second halt or something along those lines. But I just wanted to give you that update. There was a seller here at 1180 for a second time through. I took some out when it failed that 1150 on a trail, but not all of it. We do have AMD at VWAP. So that was the new trade. We said wait for it to get to VWAP. It got there, so I'm short at VWAP. I mean, it should be relatively obvious, but you guys can see where this was a top before. So we just want to respect said high on AMD. Doesn't mean it has to hold. Wait a minute. Nope, I put the wrong stop in. I feel like I've done that before. I'm back in effectively at the price that I got out, but this is a level up here, that 161.15 on AMD. We do want to look at Affirm for a trend trade to continue to go to the upside. That was one of the names I wanted to dip buy in. Wow. Doesn't really come anywhere that I wanted it, unfortunately. So Affirm could just be a breakout. But no, I'm not going to be looking at Affirm on a breakout. It's a little bit too far to the upside. So it's going to go back to MLGO. If it can hold this 11, I do see an opportunity that it could break out one more time. I think 15 is like the absolute I would short it level, but it's showing some signs of weakness up here. So we got to keep some eyes on it. We're long just above 11.25.
Piper, I don't know if 12 losses in a row. Yeah, I think if you have 12 losses in a row, you might want to go the other way with some of those trades. So shout out to the Piper there in the chat. Look, Apple right now, man, 70 cents and going higher. Look at Tesla's now $1 in the money as well. So Tesla's getting close. I just wonder if we should just get it out here. We are at the 200 period moving average, 184.20. But the thing is, maybe this market wants to go back to the upside. So I don't know. We could get to VWAP again, can we not? I mean, this is just a matter of time. Right there, 184.20. Now that I'm looking at this might just be the thing for us. I mean, Apple is almost $1 back in the money anyways off that bottom, so maybe that can get going back up to the upside, so that could possibly be something. Here we go, 209.50, 209.51, let's go. Let's take another piece out on Apple. Why not, man? Into the 40s? If bang, right there, let's go. Let's fire a hot dog cannon off. So far today, this afternoon, the 2 trades that we've given you, Apple, 70 cents in the money. Tesla, $1.04 in the money. And not only that, we got out of Nvidia down here at 119. So saving ourselves another 70 cents. So that's $1.72, $3 right there so far this afternoon. I want to thank everybody for watching. Make sure you do hit that like and that subscribe. I mean, we're doing this. These are the trades that I'm clearly showing you, where I'm getting in, where I'm getting out. We talked, especially this trade, we talked about Tesla, why we liked it. We even gave our outs. Do you know where our out is on Tesla? I mean, it doesn't matter. This now is 4 or 5 times risk to reward on that one, so we're pretty happy with the way that one's looking. And then the Apple trade is just, we were almost stopped out of this one, right? So we're lucky that one wound up holding. But like I said, I love Shopify. Shopify was,
news.
Again, some of these breakout things that we've had, obviously this one's been up to 68. Now it's coming back down a little bit there, down 1.7%. So I think you can even pick up some Shopify. This is when we upgraded it, and then it went 14 or 15 straight days up, which was very lucky to have that happen. But then it runs into the 200 period and then straight back down. So Shopify right now, I would say it's probably in the penalty box for me right now. Let's get it back above the 200. We'd hate for it to fade off of that and then retrace back to these lows, which could happen. That's generally an indicator for me when that happens. So for right now, let's just stick in the pocket with our Shopify and wait to see if anything else does happen. I saw some of you talking about that on the in the chat there. But again, thank you so much for all the kind words about the trades that we're showing you. And next week it'll be Obi and Neil, as I'll be taking the week off. We'll go up, visit the in-laws, play some baseball, hopefully do some golfing with my father. Should be some fun time.
Nice. That's the best.
We're getting, well, I mean, time is, thing is, you don't do things now, you run out of time.
There's a good stat. I don't know the exact math on this, but like if you think about it, when you talk about the amount of time, it's like the time that you have like with your parents and like the generation above you. It's like you've spent like 80 to 90% of
by the time
you
they're like,
get to like a certain
it's
age.
like 11 years old or something.
Yeah, and you're at that like everything past when you're a teenager is that last like sort of salvo. So you really, really cherish it, man. Like
Crazy.
Like, you know, it's absolutely crazy because like I'll sit there and my dad and I will have like conversations, and I would be. When I was younger, it's like, oh man, I want to sit here talking about cricket for an hour with you. But like, we'll just sit there talking. I'm not even that big of a cricket fan. I just enjoy having that conversation. I'm gonna get to AMD when I get to MLGO first. Look, MLGO did the wick out at the 11 level, but on a momentum stock at a level I like, where I already know I want to be the long going into the high, it wicked it out. Immediately there was buyers back above 11. I'm talking instantly, so I just jump right back in. That low is 1190, so 1090. Second I get in, my stop goes right to that level, scalp to the 40. If that same seller shows up at 1180, I would jump out of the trade, but the stop right underneath that 1090 level as well for MLGO. It's starting to slow down. I feel this is getting close to DJT territory. In terms of like it got parabolic, it was parabolic, and then suddenly it just gets to that one high, it tries a second time, but if it puts in like consecutive lower highs, especially underneath that breakout price, DJT was 35, in this case MLGO, it would be that halt price. Like if it puts in a lower high here off this bounce, and then puts another one in underneath that halt price, I'd start looking for the shorts. And I know I had to pay for locates here. Not everybody can short the stock, but here at Real Trading, we have the ability to. So I would wait for it to look weak underneath that $11 level until I went short. For now, still looking at the long and looking for a place to add that isn't the 11 even level on, what's the name of the company here? Micro Algo Inc. I don't even know what that means.
Micro Algo Inc.
It just broke 12, so now trailing to the 12 level. If it goes into a halt, I'm holding through the halt.
Nice, yeah. I mean, good. You take that to the long side, baby.
Should have had a stop order.
What's up? Yeah, I saw. I mean, I was like, oh, I'll take that 10, and I didn't even put the order in. It's so crazy. Thank you, Aaron. Big brotherly love from Philly. So shout out to Philly. Everywhere I go, I tend to get a Philly sandwich. So the next time, Mr. Aaron Smith, I am in Philly, we will be having a proper Philly cheesesteak. I'm sure you know where to go for that there in Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love. Talk about it.
They got great fans, man.
I was going to say, yeah, their fans are a little aggressive for sure.
Well, that's what I kind of mean. Like they're
Yeah.
they're great if you're cheering for the team. If you're
right, yeah. They're the fan base. Talk about loyalty.
Oh my goodness! You ever heard the JD Drew story?
No.
No, it was. JD Drew was a superstar in high school.
Yeah, and then the flop.
And essentially, he was a pretty good player, but he was drafted out of high school by like Philly, and then he didn't sign with them, and then he ends up eventually getting signed a couple of years later, whatever it was, or the next year by St. Louis. Like he makes the big leagues. This is now like 3 or 4 years from the time that he didn't sign with Philly out of high school, and his first game, they did not forget that. I mean, not even a little bit. Like most fans had no clue. We drafted this guy out of high school. He didn't sign with us. They booed the living crap out of this kid. And it's like, I don't know if it was his debut, but it was the first time he played there. So, you know, sometimes I love fans that know that history. I just think it's cool because a lot of times a casual fan wouldn't have remembered something like that, but I love that kind of stuff. The Jays did that with a guy named Tyler Beede. So MLGO, I missed the 12. I didn't have a stop order. As I just said, you would have heard me say under my breath, I should have had a stop order in there. I just didn't even, I was about to put it in when it was breaking 1150 and it already broke 12. Every 50 pennies was a trail. When it failed 1250, I just got out of the trade. I think we'll just look for the next available dip buy. I'm still thinking 15 is going to be a short on this thing. But for now, ring the register on it. If you're looking for longs on parabolic movers, this is probably the only thing going. I'm just thinking it's getting a little bit top heavy. And speaking of top heavy, if we get anything in DJT, I'm still looking for an opportunity to jump back into a short there. But no halt for this on a break. I guess it didn't come close enough to the halt band. But it could easily halt again. And I will not be involved in a halt to the long side up here. It gave one halt in the afternoon. We went long after that. I wouldn't do that again. A little too close to 15.
Close for comfort. All right, so I almost got longer on Apple. I'm waiting at 208.60. It just fell back in again. So we only have 20% left of all of this. We talked about getting it out when it hit the VWAP position right there. And that's exactly what we did at this top. So we got out multiple trades out there. The only thing that I'm a little bit, not embarrassed about, but we could have taken that out. We probably should have done that. 184 and change. So let's just do that right here on Tesla and end the trade. So I just offered 183.99. It went to the spot. You know, like I said, I don't need to be, okay, there it is right there, props it up. We are now out as it takes out 183, and now we are out of our Tesla trade for basically $1. I mean, it's not, it's 90 cents. So if we would have waited, but we don't really care about that dollar club. That's something fun that we do. So anyways, we'll take it out ahead of 184, get that out, spin it up, and see what happens next. Apple, again, I will put another offer in and around 209.40. Maybe that comes in, maybe it does not. But someone that is ready to come in right now is Adara at the desk.
Some news here for DuPont, Dana and Moore's, which just got a nice pop up here. DD on the NYSE. This went up 2.5%. Nice volume candle here. Bloomberg reporting that the company's water unit has attracted some interest from some potential buyers here. So this report just coming out here. DD up on news, guys.
Yeah, it looks like it's already.
I made a water play a long time ago and it got bought out. It was actually one of the better trades I've ever made.
Which one?
I can't. Was it Westwood, like West Water something? I have to look it up. This is honestly like 10 years ago. It was a very long time ago. It was when my wife was like so against Nestle because they were just bottling up water and trying to sell it to everybody, and then as well as rape Africa with all their giving the pablum and all that stuff that. So really bad stuff there. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. Apparently I just made it something, but so I was into water and then like a water for purification thing, and it got bought out. So, but yeah, DuPont there, DD I believe is what it is, to come have a quick look at that. So yeah, I guess they have, I don't know if it's water purification. I don't know what kind of thing they're doing here, but I like that. So maybe I'll have to look into this story and what exactly they could catch for that, because I do like that story there. Anything to do with fresh and clean water. It sucks to make money off of it, but it doesn't suck, but on people's lack of resources. But that is something right now, especially in this world, all that fresh water with the population getting out of control. So
it's one of the, it's a weird thing because the technology for desalinization it's old technology. It can be done effectively. You just wonder why it's not done more. But I don't want to get all tinfoil hat on people, but Elon Musk had a pretty good interview. I'm trying to remember who he was talking to. He's done a bunch of.
Oh yeah.
No, but he had I'm trying to remember exactly who it was, where he was trying to school them on the whole notion of resources not really failing us as much as we tend to think, or it gets made of. But once again, here comes. So I want DJT, but it's nowhere near. It's not breaking down through VWAP, so I guess it's just. Whatever. There might not be a trade in DJT this afternoon. It's 3 o'clock now. MLGO just did a wick shimmy. Here I use your term there, Sharif. He's not here. Oh, he's gone. So 13.
Is it past 2 o'clock?
Yeah, it's like 3 o'clock already. Yeah. It just made a fail of the 13 level. So the whole price still pretty obvious. Like the $11 area there could be a bit of a dip. I don't want to look short yet. I think you got to wait around for that. It's not quite at the price where I'd be looking for a short on MLGO. It's probably still along there. It might have been Rogan. See the Cav in the chat. I don't remember. I don't want to say it's Rogan, and you guys go look for Elon talking to Rogan, because it might have been somebody else where he was talking specifically about resources and how there's a bit of a myth that we don't have enough resources out there. The will sometimes, or the ingenuity. Sometimes it takes somebody with an idea to start a business where the incentive is there to push the envelope, and profit sometimes is a good thing, because it drives people to do better. But MLGO pulling back a little bit. I'm out of it. I'm looking for the next available bounce. Got to show me something. ARM, nothing happening there. There was something else I wanted to look at. It was Affirm. I don't know. Like Affirm is just it's super strong. I guess like next available dip is probably the only thing. Previous high 33.5. It dips into 33.5. Look for the long there. 13% up today. It's so hard not to want to just be short at 34. Like I'm going right back into like this level. When this failed the breakout of this channel, which had been around for like a year, 34 was the top. It is very tempting to short 34. That said, a long bouncing off 33.5 there's still 50 pennies in there. You risk 10 cents. It's like 50 cents till it gets to that high. 33.60 is not 34. So I think there's one more push it can have before I start thinking short on Affirm. Huge move for Affirm. Didn't believe in it enough. I flipped to the short. That was a mistake. We should have stayed with the long. Because if I stay with the long and Affirm, I'm probably going long off these levels instead of covering shorts off of those levels. And that, it seems like a small thing, but it's a big thing. Because when you like a long in an idea and you're buying the dips, you're probably going to stay more committed to the direction that you were biased to in the morning. That's just human nature. So I think I would have done a lot better on the long sticking with it than even getting a successful short, which we did have. Adara, what's up?
And Walmart here. Neither stock is moving too much, but this story coming in here from Chain Store Age, which is a news outlet focused on retail-related news, saying that Walmart is expanding its digital marketing efforts on both TikTok and Roblox. Sounds like they're doing some AR-related updates, but here's Walmart, WMT not moving too much, RBLX, a little bit of a volume spike in the last couple candles, but keep an eye on both those names with that in mind, guys.
All right, we just got a new position. Let's go. We're back into Nvidia. I don't know, man. It's 30 cents in the money. Wow, sorry. We're long at 120.08. It's, yeah, 30, 20, 25, 20 cents in the money right now. Not trying to take it out. I just put an offer at 50s. I mean, I always like to take something out if we can get to like a bigger level. So we'll wait for 120.50, kind of where we were before. We've been up here before and stopped on a dime. So we'll see if it can get going. I mean, here's just another 25-cent winner. I told you, man, there's a handful, less than a handful of positive traders, right? It's not, trading is not something that's like you can just like pile into. You got to be specific. You got to wait for your trades. That's why like MLGO, people are saying it's making their month and things like that. That's great. Like that's the kind of stuff. When you find good trade, you want to have confidence to be able to put on some shares and make the right decisions and make the right trades, right? And I think that hopefully, you know, I'm helping and we're helping you guys get to that level of your trading careers, right? And so, you know, I feel very proud to have watched Obi and talked to him about all that kind of stuff. And I know that he's a disciple of that kind of stuff. So let's just stay with everything. We'll take a piece out right there again. And that would be, you know, just for entertainment purposes. Another one. So we'll drop it down now. And there goes Nvidia breaking back above. Let's just hold on to this. I mean, we got out of that. We got, like, look what we have so far. Here's Apple. Boom. Right, we talked about that. We've got Nvidia trying to go. I don't know if it will. Tesla was a really good one, man, but unfortunately we didn't take it to the highs. We got a little nervous on that fade. At least we got 184s. We just missed out on, like, you know, realistically 185, 184.25 probably would have been the best. So I do feel like we've given something up. If I were to exit out of these trades, we'd be close to our high of the day. So we've given some back messing around. We showed you some Apple trades. We could talk, I mean, it's unbelievable that where Palantir is right now, that we had this break of 24 and then wound up losing when it came back through. So yeah, lots of fun stuff happening. And Dara, give us some more fun.
Feds Daily is still talking. Really interesting note coming here. I just wanted to put this out there as well. Feds Daily is saying that, according to some contacts, AI could actually be a deflationary force because I guess Feds Daily's contacts have been saying that there is some cost reduction through AI. So interesting note in AI coming from a Fed speaker here, guys.
Yeah, well, the notion would be that a lot of products and services get more efficient through AI, and the other part would be when you get a rotation, like some jobs might go away and turn into other jobs, and when that rotation happens, it's bad for labor short term, and you know costs go down because you get more efficiencies, and on top of that, if the labor market suffers in the short term, that also drives costs down. That makes a lot of sense. I don't know that he's saying anything that, I mean, whatever. Like, that's probably the most I've used an economic degree in the last 20 years, just saying that last sentence or a couple of sentences for you guys. But yeah, I don't think there's anything too crazy about that. ARM is at VWAP. Affirm, I just tried to grab the long here off. Affirm just started to go. Like, there's that $33.50 level. So it started to break back up. Let me zoom it in for you. When it started breaking above the 60 level, I jumped in at like 65, did not get picked up as it's continuing to run higher. So I'm trying to grab this 65 with the stop at the 33.5 level. MLGO, my goodness, that was yeah, it's still trying. Still trying to make the break of the next high. So if it makes another break of the high, like the last time it took out a high break, there was a consolidation over that worked. So I think maybe the same thing at 13 here. If it can break out like the 12 break, was pretty clean. The 11 break wasn't quite as clean. I think the 13 break, look for a consolidation pullback off of that on MLGO, one of the strongest runners that we've seen this afternoon. I just want to look for the next trade in this stock. It just hasn't broken that top yet. Now it's like 15 minutes since this thing has made a high, as it's failed the 13 level like 3 times already. Check that 4.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we can look at, it's a good call. We can look at some AMD for sure as well. Or sorry, some GameStop as that continues.
Is that going?
I don't know if it's going or not, but people are saying like, who doesn't want to trade AMD or GameStop or Nvidia? So we are in Nvidia, so that's going to be the one here that we're hoping that can get to the upside. So we're already in the money now, 50 cents. Let's see if it goes. Apple's trying to go, so let's look at GameStop because it has been something that we've left. At least I've left for dead here and sort of stopped looking at it. So yeah, I thought we had a good move early. Yeah, we did. So 24.50. I mean, last week we wrote down every single day how much we liked 23, and then today it came right into 23, and we didn't even trade it long. So that's a mistake for sure. I mean, forget about it. You can look to see where it is right now. It's only at 23.80. It's not like it's a huge trade. But that 23 level on the daily, that's it right there. I mean, it's been bouncing off of it. It was good back in May, all of June. So, despite what Roaring Kitty's been talking about, that 23 level has been holding. So it's been a really, really good trade right there on GameStop. So just off the 20-minute chart, yeah, looks good. And then so does the short too, right? I mean, the short at 25.26 also. So right now stuck in a $3 range. So there's the last time it broke, and we did gap into 18. So that's the worrisome. But this is all of June right here. Right, and so we haven't been there since the beginning. So, you would watch out for this because a break there of 22.70 or so, maybe you gap fill back into this 20.50. So I would just say watch out for that. Yeah, Adrian, thank you so much for gifting that that membership. So I only have 10% left of Apple, which is why you are right. I mean, I just got a piece out at the 50 period. Like I'm like 21 cents or whatever, 23 cents in the money. We'll take it on Apple. It doesn't look like it's overly strong. So I do agree with you. I'll average back into the 60s. If it breaks the 50s, we're out. So we'll try a dip buy opportunity in Apple later on. Nvidia is still in the pocket. I don't really care about that. It's 30 cents in the money. We'll try to look for something else. It's too bad we didn't buy Starbucks off some of those bottoms. GameStop.
Nike was in play. Just very quickly, close to, we're not at VWAP. We just got our first salvo into ARM as it just popped the 153 level. This local high is like 154 even. 153 like 90 something, but close enough to 154 even. If it takes that out, we're jumping out of the trade, but we're short into that. MLGO starting to slow down a little bit. I don't know, man. It's every single time it breaks 13. Remember when I say there's not a lot of buyers above the 13 level? This right here is the first time that I'm seeing like stacked bids above the 13 level on MLGO. So it's looking a little bit stronger here off the 13 level. I'd like to see those buyers get tested now that they've stepped up, like fill them. And if they refresh at 13 even, look for a long in that regard. Just sort of something here. Like at 11, it was the same thing. Like it broke 11, it came back. The buyer stepped in above 11. We're able to get 11 and a quarter. That's what I'm looking for. So now you're getting a bit of a retest of 13 even here, where I'll look for an entry. It'll be a relatively tight stop. I mean, that local bottom is like 12.70 or so. So ideally, you risk under 30 cents if you can, but it might not give the entry that we want. It might just take out the top as strong as this sucker is. And Affirm, Affirm just wants 34 at this point. So I have, like my level 2s right now are ARM, MLGO, Affirm, and I do have one up of Apple, just checking in on that one, but Apple's not doing anything. I might put that to another stock at this moment. But right now, we're looking at Affirm 34, MLGO, hold that bid. Now they're starting to retest the 13 even pretty decently here. And those buyers have not stepped back up. They're still hanging out down around 13 flat. So there's a test of 13 even. If they step right back up, I'd probably go for a 10 long, stop just underneath the 13 level. So here it comes, break 10, break 10, break 10. Do I even get it? Not chasing, there we go. And then if it doesn't hold this 13 here, then I just quickly jump out. So it's just like last time when it retook that 11, We got the dip. It was a little faster to do it, I feel like, when it broke 11, came back down. But I'm doing the same thing in here at 13 with a relatively tight stop. And if, like I said, if it gets to $15, I'm thinking this stock is a short regardless of the setup. So I at least will not be any longs. Every 50 cents is a thing for me. And Affirm 34, I don't want Affirm to go down. I'm not here hating on the stock. But that's that level on the daily chart. If it gets up there and shows me a curl, I want to short it. So the only new position is MLGO. We're in ARM to 134, and Affirm is 20 cents away from the $34 level. Looks pretty spicy up there. Nvidia is going as well. I know Sean's in Nvidia, as I can look over and see it. VWAP could come into play for that stock as well. But ARM's already at VWAP, or not really. It's like 50 cents from VWAP. I got 30 short, 34 is the big level on that one. It's just MLGO when it's flying around like this. I always have a stop. But if it does a wick of the high, break the high, fill 50s, and then immediately fail back in, I might just want to jump right out of that trade under 13. The higher it goes, the halt bands also move with you. I never want it failing a top, and then my stop is outside of like a halt band. So once it's like $1 away, I want to make sure that I'm protected. For now, underneath 13 is good, and I have no worries about it. But if it gets to that 14 level, you know how I roll. I'm just going to get out in front of the 14 and then hold the rest for a 14 break on MLGO. Oxy apparently is really strong according to Benton. I'll have a look at Oxy. You know what's interesting is I didn't buy Oxy this last round, and I'll get there in a second. I just want to see if I can get the fill at the 75. There's a stacked offer, 75s to 78s. I should just take 70s if I can here on MLGO. That micro algo just continues to go higher and higher and higher. There's that 70 seller again, so I just jumped in front of them at 70 even. Doesn't matter. Like if I'm thinking out is at 13 3/4 at 75, and somebody shows up on the offer at 74, then I'm just offering 71 or 72 in that situation. Like, who cares? My stop is now going to go right underneath that 13, almost to a T, as we rang the register there. And no, Danny C, I will not check out SoFi because I value my own sanity.
Yeah, watch out for SoFi.
You know what? Actually, you know what? No, that's silly, because I actually made a decision on SoFi on my personal account that I'm going to go over here, because SoFi has been an absolute dog. I know it's bounced today, but when it made this move today, my daily chart doesn't want to. Oh, come on, Dave. There we go. So when it made the move just today, like it broke this November low right in here. And then this is the hold. So it's recovered back above this November 2023 low. If it loses $6, I'm just dumping half of my personal account. Like, I don't want to say like F it, but like that's kind of what I feel about it right now. Like, I can just put that in the bloody Qs at this point and would do a heck of a lot better. I'll find a better shot play on something that's depressed. It's just, if it can't make a turnaround after this hold, get past the 50, get past the 200, then I don't need to be, having this one in my shot play account, which is like our TFSA account. So my frustration with SoFi is that it'll do like this. It'll give like one good day, maybe 2 good days, but there's zero follow through to break the trend out. So I'm frustrated with the stock. It is what it is. I hate its guts. But I shouldn't avoid talking about it just because my personal account is like the shot play that didn't work. Doing better on Tellurian than I am in SoFi. Sheesh.
Yeah.
Tellurian's a penny stock. Oh, there's the Huadong play. There they did it. I'm not short the stock. Just very, very quickly here. This is not a short. I had a take profit on MLGO. And then if you have a take profit for the rest of your shares and then you punch out, it's just going to code it as short. This was me getting out when it came through the break-even price on MLGO. So I'm not short the stock. You'll be able to see in the position board I'm only in ARM right now. But this is why we get out in front of the 14, because it can do this at any moment. And I fit 15 was going to be the high, 14.25. That's close enough. I'm not hunting longs through the high anymore on MLGO. We're going to take the money and run. I'm not looking to gift horse in the mouth. 250%, it can go further without me.
All right, good job there on MLGO, putting another positive name on the board. I like that one. Okay, so I was just looking at Nvidia, and I'm going to take a piece out here in the 40s if it comes back up. I thought I was offering 40. I am. I don't know why. Okay, 37s, 39s, 40s. Okay, good. We just get the 40 right there. So it's just another 40 cents. It's just kind of like, whatever. Let's wait to see how far it goes now. We'll just take out some more profit there on Nvidia and just start to, stack up a little bit here as we get into the close. I was just looking at some names that were positive or negative today. I mean, obviously Coinbase, that was a name that we had written down as a short, but again, left it alone. We were looking, actually, I think it was around this 213. Yeah, that's where VWAP is. So we are coming back up to the upside right now on Coinbase. So something to look at here as we approach VWAP. So, all right. Crypto, we normally have it at the bottom. What is that? 61 or 60,100. Yeah, this looks like a decent opportunity, right? So again, besides the spread, which doesn't look too bad right now on Coinbase, 30 cents, maybe when it opens up, maybe a little bit more than that. You still have it underneath VWAP. I mean, I would much rather not have to fight 200 and the 50 period. I'm almost thinking about a break lower would be better at this point if it does come through, like a break of 211 to the downside. That doesn't give you any trade idea right now, but that is something that could come through if the Bitcoin, I guess, loses this level. But then you might just want to be short up here anyways into VWAP. So we could put a trade on. That's 214 or so for Coinbase. Apple, again, we'll leave that alone. 213.90s or so. Let's see if we can get something. We'll put an offer up there for Coinbase. So right around here, and then that stop is 214.30. So some opportunities to do something with Coinbase if it does come. We'll try to short against VWAP and then get out if it breaks too much higher than that, maybe even a 215. Like worth holding $1. You know, if crypto loses at the end of the day, we can come into 210. I feel like that'll be a good, $4 for $1. Pretty good. Like I said, we're pretty much at the highs for ourselves all day. You guys were mentioning there for Tesla, keeps on going. Yeah, I mean, we had the bottom there and nothing else I can do about that. I've reloaded the Hydration Nation. So where is it? Here it is right here as we still have that headache. Normally the weather looks nice. I didn't sleep. I slept maybe a couple hours last night, so that's probably why. But it doesn't really bother the performance out here. Just give me a headache right now. We'll still do the market recap show. And then, I don't know, figure it out. My daughter wants to do swimming or something after. So we'll figure out that. 120.35 coming upside for Nvidia. So I have no more offers. If the market wants to rally, I feel like it might be on the back of Nvidia. So we're above the 50 period. Let's go. We're in this name. We're now in the money 40 cents. It's the name that I'm going to wait for. It's Nvidia to the long side. And then maybe we're able to be lucky enough and buy some Apple on a dip. I just don't know if it's going to get into there. Tesla continues. And then the other trade that I had set up was Coinbase. So if Coinbase can come into 214, then we'll take that. But right now it just dripped off since we talked about it. I guess we should have just punched in. Oh, well. See ya, coin. Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that, John. I mean, it is downside. We could have just punched the short on that when it was up here, but I don't know. Down 80 cents from that level. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, coin taking it on the chin a little bit, but that's 60,000. I don't wonder if there's like a failed break set up there. I'm going to look at IBIT in a quick little second, although I realized, in this case, a failed break would be a long. You don't have to. We have to pay for locates on IBIT here at Real Trading, but a failed breakdown would be a long off of that 60,000 level. But Affirm did get to 33.95. It's set up, basically set up here. There's the push in the 95, then wicked it, came back and consolidated. So I'm short here at 90. If it breaks the top, we get out. Try to keep it simple. That MLGO, I think we made the right call. Obviously, you could get it all out at 14 even, but I was holding some for another push. Now you're getting that lower high. I don't want to say it's going to dump into VWAP, but if I was still long in this thing and asking myself where could it go to the downside, the whole price is $10.70 and VWAP is $8. So you try to use your imagination as to how far this could drop in to the downside if it does start to give it up at the end of the day. Will it go underneath $10? I don't know. If I was completely convinced that were true, I'd be willing to short it and give it $1 to the high. But I'm not that convinced that this is the spot. I want to see it put in a lower high, which it really hasn't been doing yet. Every single dip kind of gets held and it holds a previous level, like it holds a previous breakout, it breaks it out, it's still holding this kind of previous support level. Show me that you've stopped doing that, and I would look for a short trade in MLGO. A little too parabolic for now. DJT was one of the other ones. Kind of wanted to replace that Apple level 2. But DJT, no, it's not up at the high of the day yet either. But it's getting there. It's trying. It's making its best effort to get up to that high of the day. And Affirm, we took our one swing at the 34 level. That's going to be it. Probably should have got that dip by at 33.50, but I elected not to chase. If you chase it up at 70, Then all of a sudden I'm risking 25 cents to make 20 to 25. I don't like that risk to reward on Affirm, so I'd rather look for the short opportunity at that 34. And if it goes, I don't mind if it goes without me. Just try to stick to your plan. 34 was a level that I had all day long to look for that short. I'd rather have been long into it, but you can't go back in time. You just got to make that next trade, right? Like to focus on the next trading opportunity wherever it happens to be. It could be MLGO. It could be back in DJT up at that top. Maybe it's still over on AMD, which I always say it's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. Didn't quite get to 163. Someone had asked, is it time to short it? Well, if you were listening to me this morning, 163 is that level. 162.5 is not where I want that thing. It's at 63. Super strong name today. And it's gone red to green several times. Adara?
Another small cap here on the move, popping into high of days here on strong volume. As we get into the close here, Soluna, SLNH. This one had an Nvidia-related catalyst earlier today, unleashing its first batch of Nvidia GPUs, looking for $80 million in revenue over 3 years. Worth noting as well, this one has a float of about 2.74 million shares. Pretty small float for SLNH, guys.
I want to thank you, Adara. I'm trying to buy some different names. I want to buy some Caterpillar. That's pulled back. That's into 330. So is this name right here. These guys have everything, man. I went to Home Depot yesterday. I want to make sure we got that in there so you can see the Canada flag and the beautiful weather that we had. I actually showed this to Randy, who was like, oh my God, we didn't have any sunshine at all this weekend, but there it is right there. We went there and we got one light bulb. It was 94 cents for an LED light bulb. I was like, okay, all right. One of the light bulbs in the bathroom went out. So my kid was like, Dad, I can't see anything. Give me a break. But anyways, there it is right there. Let's go. So we just take 50 cents on Coinbase. I mean, it's not Bizarro World. This is actually happening. We talked about shorting Coinbase at 214. There's the take at 213.50 to take that. So I guess it was 40 cents or so. Did I get 50s exactly? Yeah, so 40 cents on this take. We're only out of a third. Let's see if it wants to drop back in. So that's just one quick trade. Playing the spread. We said last week that although Meadow, that one day was an amazing trade, the spread is just gets a little wild. So this Coinbase might not be a win. At the end of the day, I have no idea, but we sat there and got ran over. So we'll take that. And now let's just see. I'm trying to, now that we're out of a third, I've sort of changed the stop. I don't want to wait for this 217. I mean, you can't take 40 cents and then lose $2. So obviously that's not going to be happening. But I want to try to give this a little bit of room. So I was going to give it to 215, which is right here. So it's a little bit higher than that, 215.20 or so. We'll give it to that break. It still could turn out to be a losing trade, but we have taken some risk off of it. So at the end of the day, just trying to see what Bitcoin does here into the cash close for the NASDAQ. So we'll see if it can hold up to 60. We're at 60 right now. Obviously, if it loses it, I feel a lot better about this position. But as a Bitcoin bull myself, I don't want this position to fall out. I have to talk to Michael Noss about this. He's going to be on the recap show because... And this is what I mean about knowing your own game. You know, he called Coinbase and crypto one of the best looking charts. It's now down 20% from that call. You know, it's like you have to be able to get in and out. Now, I talked to Michael about this.
Did he say it was a buy? It was very...
Yep. And that's the thing, right? So it's like you got to look out for those things and you got to trade your own stuff. You know, so that's the one important thing because everybody can call shots, but at the end of the day, the only shot that matters is the one that you guys take, right? Because it's your own account, so that's exactly. you want to make sure that
it's like what's your trade? Because like I remember him saying it, but I actually don't remember what his exact trade thesis was, so I couldn't even say. Because it does matter. Like you could maybe it's a huge swing that hasn't even broken a support level. Maybe you liked it to 58. He's risking 20%. I have no clue. But you got to know your time horizon. Like if your time horizon is long enough, maybe you could be long at like 62 or 63. Say I'm giving it to the big massive 58 level on the daily on Bitcoin. I was just tracking IBIT. If it false breaks the bottom here, I do like a reversal. So when I mean false break, 34 is the actual low. If 60,000 gets wicked underneath, which it's underneath 60,000 right now, if it holds that level, then I want to look for a rebound trade on IBIT. So we've done this before, but I just need to see it actually breaking the low, which is not happening yet on IBIT. I don't have to pay for locates because it would be a long false bottom break, which is oddly enough 33.98 exactly on IBIT. So it would be a pretty clean opportunity, I think, on IBIT if it does happen. MLGO still trending higher. I don't know if we're going to get the short opportunity in this. I'd love it to fail this top again. Like ideally, it would break the high, turn at 15, and then short back underneath 14. Doesn't matter what I want to happen in terms of a setup. Either you get it or you don't. So that's what I'm looking for. If we get it, then fine. ARM, we're into this one off 154. It's been sideways most of the afternoon off this level. But if it breaks 154, that's a pretty decent trend break with like a triple bottom at 151. Just to give you an idea of how big a deal 151 is, this is 151 on ARM. So at this point, like I've gone from green to red on ARM, but we're down about 1/5 of my best day on ARM last week, and I'd say about half of my second best day on ARM. So when it comes to ARM, I know you got to give it a little bit more, and it's at a pretty big level. So I want to respect it, but the 154 is going to be the stop. And yeah, I'm probably taking a 150 break anytime it happens this week. The more I look at this, I just feel like it's like the 120 when it happened. It's like you just want to be there. When it broke that 120, you saw what happened to it. The 150 is feeling eerily similar for ARM.
All right. Yeah, look, I mean, I like ARM there today, too. They're being added to the NASDAQ or something, aren't they?
Well, they got added to the NASDAQ 100 today, effectively today.
Okay.
Effective today, not
Effective
effectively
today, okay. So some good catalysts there for
Good
sure.
juju.
So hopefully Coinbase will hit 213. I mean, that's where the 50-period moving average is. We'll take $1 if we can get that. I'd be happy with it. Again, the market, I'm watching Bitcoin right here, so it's not like we don't have it up. Hopefully it will crack lower, and we will be able to get that fill in and around 213.10s. So if that can push back, we would definitely appreciate some love on that one there, Bitcoin and Coinbase. It doesn't have to be for a long time, it just has to be for a good time. Okay, so Nvidia, again, it's really just doing this. You know, a break below maybe where we even got in is not looking good. You never like to see a sort of this kind of happening and then break lower, because you're definitely going to test a 200 period, which is 119.80. Where am I long at? 120. All right, look. It did not work out as good as I thought. I mean, we don't even have that many winning trades. Well, we do. Nvidia, like I said, is the #1 stock. But at the same time, we want to make sure that, you know, we have it the right way. We were short. All my money today, all the money made on Nvidia today, short, except for now. So now we're long, we're going longer, but it's just stopping out here. So I feel like this break of 119.85 or so, let me switch where my stop is. Actually, my stop is already at 119.75. So, okay, we'll just keep it there. I see it's like I've already had that idea. So we'll wait for it. Hopefully it goes back up to the upside. And as I say that, of course, props it up for holding it, I guess. It is now a little bit in the money, not enough for us to be super happy with it, but there it goes, back up to those highs again, into the 50s and 60s. Let's see if it wants to break higher. That ultimately is the play for me on that one. Palantir is really, it should be P&L #1, but unfortunately that move didn't continue, so we weren't able to put any damage on this name. We punched a big position, long through, and then it just faded back out the rest of the way until eventually we lost VWAP and lost patience with it. And it kind of just stopped. Again, you know, when you look back, trading always seems easy, but it stops again right at sort of that level that we created in and around 940. So we'll have to look at that, man. 2360, 2370, silly me. Like that 200 period really has been respected the whole time. Look, I have notes. Like, these are notes for myself, the sticky notes that I give to everybody, my trade ideas. But then I'm also making more and more notes to make sure that mentally I can trade off different strategies every day. So we're going to now look at maybe the 200 period a little bit closer on plays like this, and you know, something to do. So we'll try to get better on that. We should have made more money there on Palantir. So it looks like crypto's holding 60,000. I don't know. I'm still going to give this a 215. It might not be a great trade, that's for sure. So we'll wait on that one as it's trying to go higher and higher right now. Still in the money and still pretty happy with it. I just want to show you Apple just collapsed. So boom. So right there goes Apple. Apple's starting to go lower right now. So, okay, I'm going to get out of Nvidia. There we go. I'm out of Nvidia. We'll take 25 cents on that one and get out of it at 30s. Let's just wait to see if something else cracks lower right here. Out of Apple. Market trying to go lower right now. What's up, Adara?
Let's take a look at some of the names on the S&P 500 making larger moves to the upside or downside today. There are kind of a few interesting ones here, including Target. Target to the upside here, about 2 and 0.4% here, teaming up with Shopify for some new merchants coming to Target Plus. So Shopify helping with that team up there. Good look for TGT here, guys. Next up, we have OXY. This and many other oil and gas names trading higher as we have some tensions in the Middle East leading to an increase in crude oil prices. Nice look as well for OXY and some other names there, Occidental. Last but not least here, RMD. This one decidedly to the downside. We're down about 12% right now for ResMed. This one traded lower initially on Friday after this news came out with Eli Lilly's sleep apnea data. This company, ResMed, basically does a lot of sleep apnea related treatments. So the success for Eli Lilly, not a great look for RMD here. Also getting a downgrade this morning from Citigroup, guys.
Like what don't they do? Like it's just like,
Citigroup?
No, Eli Lilly.
Oh, Eli Lilly.
Yeah,
Oh
it's
my
like
God,
you kind of eventually get to the point where it's like, okay, well, Eli Lilly is like, they're just a bully at this point. You don't want them in your space. You don't want them competing with you. And yeah, that's not good for RMB. But great for Eli Lilly shareholders as always. But that stock just continues to fly. Super strong name. Oxy. So Occidental's up that 4%. The only thing I want to mention is I know I've said that I've been buying the stock in the 50s every time it gets there and doing, like buy it in the mid 50s and then takes them out when it gets into the high 60s, 70s in the daily. I did not get in this time because I felt like this consolidation under 60 was next step 56, 57. So I'm not in it and I'm kind of disappointed because the breakout looks like it's pretty real here on Oxy. Unfortunately, it's doing so without me. For the MLGO crowd, it's trying to go. I think the notion of any kind of a short setup off the 15 might not happen. I think if there's a test of 15 at this point, it's starting to look like it could be in the aftermarket, right? So, and we talk about this all the time. You have halts and you have liquidity in the regular market, and then the market closes, and a stock like this has a much easier path to go $1 or $2 at a time. So it might be making that move. I guess we might not have any short, which is perfectly fine by me. If it doesn't set up, we don't have to take it. ARM is still holding this consolidation under 153. Not really flushing, but the market's also going sideways in this range. Affirm, good thing we got out of that one. It's just gliding higher off that 34. So we took our shot when it made a top. Unless I see weakness selling underneath 34, like what are you going to do? I have it up that if it fails back down under here, I'd take another shot because it's at the right level on the daily chart, where it's at that resistance spot, but I don't want it breaking out. I want it turning at that level. So all we got is ARM. Would love to be in MLG if it's going to do something. DJT, which we had earlier, it turned off the 35 level. I mean, I wasn't really fast enough to get over to it. I put that level 2, my DJT level 2 went over to MLGO when we're trading it. I don't regret that, but it was still on MLGO when this curled at 35 even. So if you're trading DJT, 35 clearly still has some big sellers on it from before. But it's just ARM. It's in the money about 20 cents, but I wanted to go 50 before we get any out. And Elon in the chat saying PanW a dip buy opportunity. I have not traded PanW in at least a couple of weeks.
I don't know what's that.
Yeah, dip buy like now, because it's not on the daily chart. It's not really at any of the key levels it's had before. Like 260 has been a big one. The 200 period's now being respected in here. So that would be like 290, 295. There's kind of a 310 level. The 50 period's at 300. But I don't see a dip buy on PanW. I see it rejecting 325. I don't love what's happening at 325 here. After the earnings bounce, stall at 325. In May, stall at 325. A couple weeks ago, stalled at 325. Then today, it stalled at 325. So I think this could be a breakout through 330, but not really liking what I see on the daily chart. It would have to pull back to the 50 period for me to like any kind of dip buy on PanW. Not as healthy as it was, but 260 is still a good level.
All right, just so everybody's aware, we did get out of the other third of Coinbase. We only have a third left. If it breaks view up, we're out, which looks like it's going to happen right now. There it is. We are out and still up on Coinbase. Wow, that was pretty lucky that we're able to get that fill. I just looked down and was like, we're not breaking. If we break 60, we're breaking 60, but not for right now. And just real quick, I also see somebody in the chat saying, hey, what do I think about tomorrow, right? So this is it already. So I wrote this today when the NASDAQ was flat. Still feeling slightly bearish today. We wrote this at 8:30. So the NASDAQ was, I think, down 0.15 or something like that. The NASDAQ went down over 1%. And we were feeling bearish, so stay tuned for tomorrow. I'll tell you how we feel about that tomorrow. I am still feeling bearish for the rest of the week, but we'll wait to see my true opinion tomorrow when we see the setup and how some of these stocks react to said bullish or bearishness. So what just happened there? Oh, shoot. All right, we don't mean to be short there. Coinbase, that was an old trade. So, okay, what's up, Adair?
Another name moving around here late in the day is Blackline, BL. This one got a little bit of a pop-up here and then fell a little bit, circulating around here on social media. This report from Street Insider saying that Blackline is apparently the target of this PE takeover approach. So potential takeover rumors going around here for BL Blackline, guys.
Blackline, eh?
I always find it, like, it's not funny.
Damn you, Nvidia.
It's not funny for anyone that bought that, but when I see like a deal speculation, it breaks out on deal speculation, and then 10 minutes later it's underneath the price when they announce the news. I never see that as a good thing. You want stocks to continue when they break, especially on something like that, because that means the premium might not be good. Kohl's, shout out to anyone that's been looking at Kohl's today. KSS, 30% short float, I want to say, and in the midst of another break. We probably could have been looking at this in lieu of MLGO or something else that's been parabolic, but it just took out the high. It's a little bit high for a chase, but the reason I was looking at that 15-minute, pulling to the 3 minute to show you guys, I don't know if I'd be going long here at 337. It's just way too close to the top. But when you look at it on the 15, as long as it's holding this 24.40 tomorrow in the 24 area, I think you could look for a continuation tomorrow. It's trying to fill in a gap, which started at like $27. So as long as it's in that pocket, hey, you got a short float that big and you want to run, well, when the market is weak, show me a stock that doesn't care. And that's a stock that at least the next day I'm going to look for a long setup. Doesn't mean I'm going to find one, but at least I'll be looking for it over there on Kohl's. So shout out to, and I appreciate everybody in the chat. It's what I love about the community and the realest thing about trading is you can't look at every single stock. Like this stock is up 8%, have been trending all day long, and I think that's like the first time I pulled it up today. So thank you everybody for pointing this one out. I'm going to put it on my list to go over tomorrow morning. The only thing I'm in is ARM. That just pulled back into the 153 even, so I took some out at the $0.50 as it's starting to go now, but I feel like this should really be falling, and I don't wonder if that 150 level is looming. And the bounce off 151 is just at such a big technical level that there's buyers here again on ARM. Part of the issue for ARM is even when it's overvalued and it starts to fall, so much of this is like institutional. It's like major companies that own this thing and they're not selling. Like Intel's got a piece, Nvidia's got a piece. Nvidia wanted to buy them out outright and they weren't allowed to. So like they're not selling their shares. Intel's not selling their shares. Most people that own this stock, the companies that do and the institutions that do have no intentions of ever selling them. So when it gets to a big level, kind of tends to hang out for a while. I still like the short, but I think that's why it's not following through the 151.
Yeah, I like ARM a little bit for sure. At some point, obviously, they will get sold off. The price to earnings right now is 500. So, yeah, this name will come down and might be down the worst out of all of them. So be ready for ARM. I
think you could get to 80 again.
I think you can go lower. It's just a matter of SoftBank, right? I mean, they're gonna want to unload all that. So, we'll wait. Yeah, 80 would be great. Actually, I haven't even looked at the chart, but just when you said it, I was like, 80 seems a little bit lower, but we could get there.
I tried the dip buy before.
Yeah, we could get there. Yeah, on earnings, right? It went to 91 or something like that.
It actually went to 86, and I was very stubborn about it and didn't buy. So.
So there it is, man. We did get out of Nvidia for great out there. It did go back up to VWAP. We panicked when Apple sold, but there it is, a nice little dip down in for Nvidia as well. So just a lot of volume picking up here into the close. Now there is not a rebalance, or there's nothing like that happening today, but volume definitely starting to pick up now in many of these names. Apple, again, we'll save ourselves on this one because this could have been disastrous. We're able to get out there at 208.40. And it went all the way down to 207.85. So I feel like what I mean by saving some cash there is like, it wouldn't have been disastrous, but I would have used 208 as my out. So the fact that we're out there saving ourselves about 40 cents and didn't have to panic when we went right into the low of the day. And then it was bought up. So it was bought up into, and we guess the low of the day, right off open, we did crash even into 206.50. I was just sort of meaning this area where we opened up. So 207.75. I'm going to leave Apple alone now. I don't, if we're able to find something else, great. I wanted to look at DraftKings earlier.
Every now and then, only because, look, Apple had that redonkulous. I didn't see the trade, but I saw the trade. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that was a good one.
I saw that breakdown on Apple.
There could be a big sell coming.
That's what I'm saying.
I
Like,
have literally no idea.
quarterly rebalances, not quarterly, semi-annual rebalance happens third Friday. Sometimes on the Monday or like the first trading day after that, you can see some imbalances that are not as big as they were on Friday, but every now and then you can see a little bit of something. So I'm going to have my eyes on Apple for that reason, and probably Apple and Nvidia in that case. I don't think that's not going out on a limb. Like, those are the two names that have had those big imbalances
Coinbase
almost
right
every
back
single
down.
day. So if ARM bounces off 152, I'm going to respect it and jump out. I'm not going to trade MLGO. There's only 8 minutes left before 350. I think it's late in the day for me. But the trail's in on ARM. If it gets back above 152.5, we get out of this one with 8 minutes until the imbalances. There's nothing, I shouldn't say nothing, but nothing of significance on the early look. For names like Visa's there, ASTI, it's there all the time, but it's a penny stock, so 9-cent stock, 2.5 million to buy. That's nothing for that. Like the buying, there's just no buying power whatsoever. And then Kenvue's always there. There's not a significant name, maybe like an HPE, but I promise you. Well, I don't want to say I promise you, but there's a very strong likelihood you're going to see a few things over $1 million. I think at 350, and I think the first culprit would be an Apple or an Nvidia. So I'm going to be geared. I'm not saying Apple's going to flush. Shoot, I was still offering 210 on Apple. All right.
Offering? Yeah.
I don't even know why I had that order out
that'd
there.
be nice.
I know why I did, but that was like 2 hours ago, so I don't need it anymore. But if we get up here and it pops, like if it has a buy imbalance that at 355 you can curl into like it pairing off and sell off of VWAP, that would be the idea on Apple. I want to participate, not anticipate. If there's no imbalance, I don't want to be sitting there gambling that there is going to be something here. I'll just react to what I might see. And ideally, it would be a short setup, but you never know.
Yeah, so just looking back here in our chat, it was only 718 million to buy and 1 billion to buy on the NASDAQ on Friday. So it turned out to be a big nothing burger on that day. There was some great trades. Nvidia, the Apple trade was,
What did Nvidia do?
I
only saw the
It was a sell imbalance, but it wound up going up.
Okay. I only saw the Apple one that you showed. I just never saw Nvidia.
Yeah, no, the Apple was like pretty epic.
Because Nvidia only moved like $1 or $2.
Yeah, well, again, it did 400 million shares on the day. It's like it's already 400 million again today. I thought Nvidia would slow down, 400 million again. All right, you know what? Whatever. We're up on the name. Look at Coinbase.
Another one.
We're short 214. We got out at 214.50. We got a lucky short back in there. We were actually offering more. We were offering up here at 70 because we were going to use 215 as our stop. It looks like we should have used 215 as our stop and taken that average in, because then we'd be averaging it all the way to the bank right now back in. So, but again, it did take 60,000. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh man, I wanted to hold that, because I told you why. Broke 60, held it. I got out when it was like at 60,100. I think we mentioned that. And straight back to the downside. So crypto, again, leads to be a little bit of a problem spot there. Holding below 60 is not good. So we'll wait on that one. I'll talk to Michael about that. If you guys want to hear more about Michael Noss and his crypto talk. We talked about this last week when it broke through. I believe what he was talking about was he was out of the trade. So we'll wait to see it. And again, you know, time frame matters and everything like that. So we'll wait to see if he reversed into the short or if there is another name that he does like. All right, so yeah. I still want to buy Nvidia, but it's not near it, right? It has to be 118.50 or so, especially with only 5 minutes to go before those imbalances that Neil just mentioned about as well. So you can check that out. If you do want to learn more about some lessons, less trading, but more lessons based, check out Adara and Sharif there on the midday show. So you can go check them out and see if you have some good stuff. Thank you, Nunya Biz, for the talk there. Meta gonna pop. It looks like Nvidia might pop off this 200 period moving average. I'm just a little hesitant to do anything with these imbalances coming in. Like I said, it's gonna be a big day, and it won't be if I lose everything. So let's just stay with it, stay in the pocket, and see if we can just sort of, you know, be comfortable and make a play off of those imbalances. Neil's already mentioned SoFi. I'm just seeing some of these names moving around now. Why is SoFi moving?
Like, I crapped on it, but SoFi is up like.
Yeah, okay, but it's not really moving around too much now. Okay, so that was a bad
SoFi
bad
needs
take.
a 10% day, not a 3% day.
SoFi, yeah, SoFi needs.
By the way,
and it will have that kind of a day.
I've trailed out of ARM. It's close enough to that 350 level. If I see it making a bottom off that 151 this many times, and it's been a key level on the daily chart, the second it got in here and pulled back and couldn't hold 152, we're out of it. We shorted it into VWAP. We had to wait for this one. So, Affirm didn't work, ARM did work, MLGO did. Although, I got to say, this is kind of impressive for MLGO. Like, usually when you get to a top like this, you don't consolidate right up at 13. Like, if it fails the $14 level the way that it did, and then holds underneath $14, and VWAP's at 8, I'm not expecting this thing to be hugging 13 the way that it is. So anyone that's in the long, I think that's probably good for it, but anything can happen in 15 minutes when the market closes. It could rip to 15, it could fall to 10. And I will not be involved in either one of those things. Maybe there's a trade tomorrow. The Piper, why is Rivian strong? Because it bounced off $10 in the 50-period moving average. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Because everything else about Rivian has not been strong. But look at the 50-period on the daily, and look where it bounced today. And look at how it rid it before. The only problem with that trade is it never really gave you that dip. Like, it's kind of a false dip. It all happened in the pre-market where it was trading close to Friday's lows. It was really a breakout trade through like 1040. Like, you needed to take this as a breakout, not really a dip buy into support, because look at this, there's no liquidity, no volume, then it just kind of goes off of the open. So unless you were looking for a breakout trade on Rivian, you couldn't really buy off support. If you could have bought in front of 10, I would have done so. Let's go to Adara before the imbalances come out.
We also had a catalyst on Rivian coming out around, it looks like 130 here, but the stock was trading higher before that on RIVN. Reuters reporting that the company is looking to simplify its output and cut costs so that it can make its first profits. So nice look here for RIVN, guys. Just wanted to add that note.
Yeah, thank you, Adara. And sometimes it is technical, and then the continuation can be new. So good for Rivian. I still think it needs to break that 12 level. Until then, it is 10 or nothing. And there goes MLGO. Roscoe in the chat saying, yeah, what are you going to do? There it goes, right through another fresh high, and they're holding the bid above 14. So it's going without me. I'm not touching this thing with a 10-foot pole. I know I said I would look for short at 15, but not at 349. I want there to be time for it to like show me a lower high, show me a more nuanced setup than just standing in front of a moving freight train. Like, I want it failing the top, making a lower high, and jumping into a short. There's almost no chance that it has the time to do that with what we're looking at here. This was not a short. That was me getting out of that long. Just, I'm not sitting short this stock. That'd be insane. If it halts now, it still might have a chance to reopen. Nope. Yeah, it's going to go into a halt. It won't open until 4 o'clock if it does halt here.
Right, yeah. It'll be one last print at 4 o'clock, then go into after hours rules and everything like that, where it cannot halt, of course. Nvidia's getting absolutely clocked. Look at this Coinbase trade. Oh, yeah, about that Coinbase. About $2, $3 now. All right, well, that stock is definitely not like us, and it's going to definitely ruin the tour, this stock. Oh, man. Okay, so Coinbase coming through again. We'll look at that. Apple, come on, 207. I hear some people in the chat wanting some 207 lows. I don't know if you're going to go long on that or not. But it's Nvidia right now. My number one stock today, my number one stock since it's split. And here we go, man, breaking through these lows. We saw it flush already a couple times. It's already been down here. This is where we went long on that breakthrough. The 50 period actually got out and then went long on the 200 period, my bad, actually. And then that's right there, 1830. So it looks like that's coming in hot right now. 118.30 is the level to look at. This is near the split adjusted prices of 118. So it did come over at 118. It's coming right back in. And by the way, like, I've already messaged and warned about all of this happening. So we know that NVIDIA is going to pull back at least 20-25%. Okay, here it is. There's NVIDIA. Yeah, big sell, 6 million shares. Better's on there. Apple's a buy.
It's a buy, hands off.
So NVIDIA is a sell of 6 million shares into the close.
So MLGO halted. Obviously, it's not going to open. That Better is the other. It's a penny stock, so that 2 million on Better, like, who cares? It's not going to move the stock, although it's only done 700,000. But Apple came out a buy, and it is pressing higher. What would have to happen is at 350, if it's 354 or 355, and Apple's at VWAP, I think I'd look for a short if it's starting to pair off. Whoops, I don't want to draw a line there. So as long as it's starting to pair off, I'd look for a fade at VWAP. But if it grows at a balance of 1.7 million, if it's growing, hands off. hands off on Apple. But VWAP is a ways away at this particular point. Nvidia, just because it's $5 million to sell, doesn't necessarily mean it has to break the low of the day. In fact, since the imbalance came out, it's actually bounced off the low of the day. So like, it's not like a carte blanche, hey, big sell imbalance, the stock has to go down. It's trying to make a bit of a bounce here. 355 is a major pairing event, so usually imbalances will shrink in size in a general sense. If an imbalance that's big gets bigger at 355, that can also be a decent trading opportunity. So eyeballs for me, I guess we shouldn't have got out of ARM. ARM just tagged the 151 level, is what it is. I got out with a trailing stop, but I think ARM 150, we might have to have it, and it could be as early as tomorrow morning. And it wouldn't be alone.
Coinbase would be 450 right now, would be 450, is not. We do not have it. I know Neil said hands off of Apple, but we put hands on Apple. It doesn't sound very good right there, but it was not what's for lunch. We already know what's for lunch. This is take a bite of the apple. If you didn't have lunch, go take an apple. Right there, we get some out at 50. If this breaks 209, then we will get out of that one. But there's a quick little trade, a short 209, out 208.50, and here we go. Coming back in for Apple. I mean, we're doing it again. I mean, you guys can clearly see what's good. Apple 208.20s, 208.30s. We'll see if we get something out into the bottom here for Apple. Could still take out 209. If it does, we'll get out of that one. But so far, just sort of stacking it up here. And we could get unstacked, reverse Uno if it takes out 209 right there. But I mean, so far so good. Spider 1 billion to buy, NASDAQ 360 to buy. Let's have a quick little look again at these imbalances, which are over here right now. So Nvidia still with the sell. Yep, boom. I mean, what a good, I mean, come on. Like getting out at 120.20. I mean, that just saved ourselves $2. Of course, we could have reversed it into it, but we did not. Ford Amazon with the sell as well. Oh, yeah. Look, man, it takes some people, again, depending on your style of trading, 20, 30, 50 cents in the money for Apple. Like, this is why we talk about trading at the certain times of day, right? Like, there it is, Apple right there, 40 cents in the money immediately for this trade. Not immediately, but within a minute. So we'll put a bid out there and see if we could take something out into the low 30s, 34, 35. I'm actually at 34. So there it is right there, and that's it right there. So let's go. This time it is another one. It's a couple of them today, man. We've given you Tesla, we've given you Nvidia, we've given Apple right now. Not only that, we gave this name. Oh man, Fabian, look at this trade here on Coinbase. But what happened? That we didn't even mean to get that trade. It was this one and then stopped out at VWAP all the way back down. Hey, look, it's a positive name. There's like 6 positive names here today on the floor. Happy to put Coinbase into that, but would have liked to have held on for even a little bit more than that. Good out for Apple right there. If it takes 209, we will get the rest out. It's 353, man. It's been a good one there. I should have a headache more often, I guess.
No, I would.
I hate having a headache.
I never
I'm lucky
believe
to never have migraines.
I never believe in like that whole if something weird or bad happens and it happens to correlate with something decent. It's like nah, it doesn't usually work that way. I'm so thankful. My mother has migraines. And
I'm just so thankful not to.
I'm I know people that dealt with it in the family. I had one time. At least
got to go in like a dark room.
No, it was exactly that.
I know I just didn't get enough sleep.
It was exactly that. Sleep matters. It does. 355 is not hit. Someone said in the chat that NLGO was going to open at 348. I think I know where the confusion came from potentially for you. If you're ever confused about a halt, just go to the NASDAQ Trader Halt page. It gave a quote resumption time of 348. So I saw it gray out. Usually that means it's going to open up at the end of the 10 minutes. But my understanding is usually it won't open until 4 o'clock. I think it's a distinction without a difference. Who cares if it opens at 3:59 or 4 o'clock at this point? It's opening at the close, right?
Right.
So it's an aftermarket trade one way or another on this. And at 355, it looks like we just had the full pair. Nvidia paired off. Apple flipped to a sell at 355. 1.2 million to the sell side.
We did it again. There it is, man. We just averaged it in again to 209. Now we've got $1 on Apple right there. So although I am out of Hydration Nation, we will still shout out the Hydration Nation members as it goes. Yeah, so, man, there it is, 208. Boom, kaboom. Oh, yeah, a little late. And again, this is a $1 winner, and it took 37 seconds for $1 there on Apple. So again, time of day, right? I mean, you could be sitting this trade the whole time. and wondering like, when is this thing going to move? And then boom goes the dynamite all the way to the downside. All right, I'm getting bored. All right, we'll punch out there at 1670. We are now out. Good day today. It's going to be another one of those days for us over here. What's up, Abe?
Following NXL, just be aware here. I just saw this coming through as according to an SEC filing, Nexalin Technologies, NXL, filing a prospectus for the sale of up to $7 million in comic stock. It's basically announcing a $7 million public offering. Bit of a drop here. Keep an eye on NXL if you're following that stock, guys.
Yeah, look, we've said this before. If you are trading a small cap name like this that does a run, an offering can happen. Oftentimes they do have to, if they've previously filed for it, then they can drop it at any time. Otherwise, it has to hold up for a while. The stock was 60 cents 2 weeks ago. So if it goes 4x and you don't like it, then this is what can happen. It's been up here before, and it turned at exactly the same price. $3 before, $3 again, and they dropped the offering. Smart by the company, that's what you got to do. So they take advantage of it here. Like I said, Mogul will open up literally at the end of the day. I'll have a quick look-see just to see what does happen with it. Whether or not it can continue for a couple of days, we'll find out. If you're wondering why, like earlier today, I kept saying $15, $15, $15. This is why I kept saying $15. It's got like $10 here, $15 there. There's really nothing else on this unless you're looking at like tight setups, like a tight consolidation 11 break, and then a similar thing happening at $13. So this should open at a monster level, I think, at 4 o'clock. And probably worth a look. There's not a heck of a lot in terms of earnings this week, but we do have a couple of decent ones later on in the week. But today it'll be relatively light. But lots of fantastic trades and stocks to go over, including sectors to go over as well. Because energy we barely even look at. I think that's worth it. Starting to show some strength. We were talking about XLE last week a couple of times, and once at least in the aftermarket show when I was on. So hopefully you guys get a look at some energy. I know Oxy had a good day, but maybe seeing how XLE did, whether it continued that break, would be interesting to see.
Yeah, XLE is a big holding of mine. One of the only oil names I have, to be honest with you. Okay, so we'll watch out for XLE. Trying to get back up. Yeah, $88 at the bottom there. All right, 358, ready to go. I will flip over there and go over to the other desk in a minute and get going on that. So Ford right here, better, Kenview. Yeah, nothing really happening there. Tesla's was a great trade today until it wasn't. Faded out there at the end of the day. We had that long. And again, it's like, this is the life of scalping. It's why I lose hair, gray hairs, have no idea where I am half the time. It's like this 183, like you take it up, it hits your levels, then you get out. Like if you're holding on to this, you're like, what have I done? And you're always second guessing. So I'm always trying to scalp some out. Tesla, again, a big, one of the positive names here. DNA, all right, just a small little 30-cent stock. Let's just check out Nvidia. Nvidia trying to hold, wow, look, lots of sellers everywhere here on this thing with tons of volume. This has done 417 million shares, and look at the volume coming in at the end of the day on Nvidia. Will close near its lows. So again, another sort of a disaster striking there for Nvidia today here at the close into 118. There's your 117, and this is why I don't want to give my opinion. I mean, I already talked about this at 8:30 today that I was feeling bearish. I mean, why would I change my opinion 7 hours later? I mean, the market did exactly what I wrote down here today, and then we had it. Number one trade today, Nvidia, but the other way to the long side. Let's see what happens, or to the short side. Let's see what happens now with only 20 seconds to go. Glad to be here for the next 3 days.
Yeah, that's not, someone said in the chat, that's not a halt. Nvidia would have to move a lot faster to the downside for it to halt. The halt bands are not just a percentage on the day. It also has to do it in a specific time, usually about 5 minutes. But the bell is about to get rung by Adara in 3, 2, and 1. Ring it. And as I said, MLGO would open at 4 o'clock. It's open above the $15 level, so there is your 15. Congratulations, you got it. Who knows how long this thing is going to last above $15. There is nothing standing between it and moving dollars at a time. It just tagged 16 even, and then was right back at 15, and is right back up trying to test 16. And it's a stacked offer at the 16 level as well. So a big mover today with 127 in volume. I wouldn't touch it in the aftermarket unless you have a very specific plan. Maybe you're already in the long, good for you. But the market trending into the downside, down 1.1% on the NASDAQ. The ES only about 1/3%, but you saw where the damage was. A lot of the chip names looking weak. at the end of that day there. And we're going to have some big levels tested. 150 tomorrow on ARM, 117 on Nvidia, very likely coming to be tested tomorrow morning, which should be a lot of fun if you like trading. Sometimes you just got to be looking for the shorts. Big shout out to Fabian and Ramin on the 1s and 2s, as always, making us look and sound good. And I want to give a personal thanks to Obi for stepping in when I've been unable to. He's going to do another one later in this week when I have my MRI, and he's been fantastic. You know, we don't deserve him. He steps right in there. Next man up, which we absolutely love. Shout out to also Adara and Sharif on the lesson of the day. Always doing a fantastic one and learn to trade, knocking it out of the park. Want to thank Michael Noss for coming on, but you know what? Michael Noss is going to be back on the recap show to talk a little bit about crypto, because that did not have a good day whatsoever. Pretty much across the board, getting the old smackdown, regardless of what you looked at. If it was in the crypto space, it was getting hurt. Let's get to the desk. We've got Sean, Adara, special guest Michael Noss for your market recap.
Guess Michael Noss coming through. Oh, man. Welcome to the Market Recap Show. How you doing, Adara?
Good, how are you?
Doing pretty good. Yeah, lots pretty good. I got a little bit of a headache. I was wondering what was up with that.
Yeah.
The weather's really nice outside. We don't never use excuses of getting not enough sleep, but I feel like I didn't yesterday. I don't know why. Nvidia down 7% today, not looking good. But you know what was up? And we have really ignored this. MSOS, some of these cannabis names starting to go up to the upside there today as well. Up 5.71% for cannabis. So that's nice. We'll see what happens with that trade and take out $8. What else, man? Some of the metals upside right there. Oil and gas upside. This COPX, which is copper upside today. OIH. So we get a little bit. Neil sort of had teased some of the energy names today as well, heading back up to the upside. What a bad day it was for the SMH, of course, because of Nvidia. And we talked about how the mighty might fall. And we knew that it would eventually happen for a name like Nvidia. I don't know why people are surprised. I don't know if anyone's actually surprised.
Just that daily chart is like such a stark look, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know where we're back down to where we were 2 weeks ago. So let's wait to see if we do hold some of these levels. I think it will not. And I already said that we could probably come back into 100 at this level, which is where you're going to want to buy, in my opinion, some Nvidia. But we could even get lower than that. And same thing for Apple. Was the trade of the week coming back into 202. If we get Apple back to 202, we'll be backing up the truck there as well. Apple, actually a positive name today. I want to thank everybody for coming through and joining us one more time here today, as I will load it all up and see how many people are here with us. We do have Michael Noss coming through. He talked about it earlier today that he wanted to look at Nvidia as insider selling with the CFO and CEO, and that appears to have, I don't know if that's what's sparking this, but nice downside move there today. Really no individual news about Nvidia, but if we do get a chance to go over the sticky note, I'll tell you, it was on there and it was a short, and it was the number one trade there for me today, Nvidia to the downside. I mean, Berkshire today up a little bit. I mean, maybe did we get some bank strength today? Yeah, banks up 0.58%, so not all is the same. If you're gonna look at the triple Qs, right? The triple Qs down 1.3%. So if you look at what happened there after the open, let me go into a 3-minute chart just real quick to show you. You know, we were talking about this being a bearish day. We wrote that on the sticky note up here around 8:30, 479. It ends the day at the bottom. So that's never a good sign. Someone asked me in the chat, hey, Sean, what do you think about tomorrow for the NASDAQ? And I was like, got to see what tomorrow brings, right? Because this, like, if I made a call and say, oh, I think we're going to go upside. Well, in that last half hour, we really gave up everything. The market wasn't that bad, down about 0.7, 0.8%, and then really gave it up there into the close. There's the XLK, there's the SMH, and of course, we've already highlighted what was going on with Nvidia, and I'll show you how I traded that today. And thank you so much to Brad Gober and everybody else that's in the chat today. Yeah, hey, what's up, my dog right here. He had good trades today, so good, Brad. Really happy with that. And I think that, like I was saying before, it was a tough day trading for many traders. But again, you had to have the bias early and then switch it up late, because if you got stuck long late, then you were in trouble. But there was some good long opportunities early as well. And I, quite frankly, this Palantir trade, I mean, we really like this one, man. We had this 24 break all the way up, but then it faded, see it, Fabian, right back into 23.75 before eventually catching a move up for Palantir. This name, I really like Palantir, Adara, as you know. But one other name, I'm going to actually say something to Mr. Nos right now. I see that he's in the green room, looking as handsome as ever, this guy.
Yeah.
This guy's killing me, man. This beard game and everything. I mean,
that beard game is strong. Yeah.
You know, I think the guy as a kid, you think your things would go downhill. This thing's going uphill. I mean, what's up with that? Only getting better for Michael Nos. So congratulations again to him. And he's already talked about studying over 150 charts. What about Snowflake is what I want to ask him. So when he comes on there, Snowflake right now, 52-week lows, going lower. Their quarter was bad, but was it this bad? Giving everything up. There's not many names that you're going to see all the way down there. And the reason why I want to ask him about it is because I bought some at 150. I feel like I've bought some here recently in this area, which would be right where it is right now. I'm going to have to double check, but I like Snowflake for the long term. Again, data security, and the management and analyzing of big data. So it's one of the reasons why I like Palantir, but Snowflake, and especially if we're going to call up a weekly, I could drop an anchor if you guys want, but what I was going to do is look at a weekly chart for Snowflake because, again, this was one of those IPO darlings that really got going, IPOing around $200, all the way up over 400, completely came back to 400. And now, actually, that I zoom this out, if you get rid of my mug here, Ramin, quickly, you can see that there is some kind of support down here, but I'm going to ask Michael about this. What does Snowflake look like right now? Because it's just teetering on support. And if you like the story, I think you buy the name.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to dig a little deeper into Snowflake right now to see what's going on. All right, we can sort of maybe even pop this out. All right, wheat was red today. Oh, the TAN ETF on the weekly. This looks like it's getting hit downside as well as, I guess, a lot of consumers out there. Look, if the consumer is not very strong, then you're not going to get good retail pull. And you actually saw today, we can throw this back into here. I guess I have to put it back in. Amazon, again, good start to the day. Not a great finish. Amazon today, let me call this up to a 3-minute chart again. Finishing, I believe, at its lows, and yes, sir, right at its lows, Adara. You an Amazon shopper?
Not really. I dislike online shopping because I don't know. I guess I have technology issues, so I just would rather buy in person. But I've used it occasionally. What about you? I know you use Amazon, right?
I'd rather not talk about our Amazon bills.
Apologies for this subject.
Actually, don't get a bill. They just charge my credit card, and that's that. So, yeah, no, look, I love Amazon.
Yeah.
I probably bought something yesterday. Like, we get at least a package a day delivered.
I know you mentioned you use it a lot.
Yeah, it's like whatever. I get like cashews delivered there once a month. I get like, we'll buy like some toiletries maybe. I don't know.
There's some stuff there's good.
Replace those toothbrush heads.
Nice.
You know what? You have to replace those things like every 6 months?
I did not know that.
I know. I went to the dentist and I was like, I switched over to the electronic, the Philips, the one that's at Costco, whatever one that's.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's intense or not, but yeah, pretty intense, I guess. And then they were like, oh yeah, that's good, because I used to just do the manual, and then we got it for our kids for like Christmas, and they loved it. Picked one up for my brother. They must have been on sale. Picked one up for everybody, and then the wife really liked it as well. There's some knockoff ones you could get on Amazon, but apparently you got to change those bristles every 6 months. Or else, I mean, that makes sense, doesn't it? I thought that made sense.
It does.
You throw out your toothbrush, right? So
yeah.
you got to throw.
That makes sense.
You got to throw some of that out. You can't be there forever. Okay, so that was a little talk there. I wish there was a stock we could look at. Procter and Gamble, maybe.
Yeah.
For that kind of stuff. The one thing that another thing I want to look at was Caterpillar. Talk about XLI getting into some of the industrials. I really think Caterpillar could be at a spot here on the daily as well, coming into the 200 period down here at $300. I really like Caterpillar to come into play on that. First Solar is FSLR, but for solar, I like Enphase possibly coming in here to $100. Again, good earnings report, got it bumped up again, but then faded. What is the story with solar? Because it's been down for a little bit of time here over the last little while. So we'll find out more about that. FSLR, when the big guy moves, that's when there's generally even more of a problem. So First Solar was really holding up this whole sector, now coming back into 250. We'll check out that. Michael and I have gone back and forth, not about your URAZ, of course, but URA. Uranium, again, another one. If you like alternative energy, try to pick something up in uranium. Brendan asked me if I was going golfing today. No, I'm not. I'm getting in the spirit,
I thought you were going, because I said I like the golf outfit, yeah.
Thank you for that. I got on the Lululemon pants.
Oh, nice.
Am I allowed to say that?
Yeah.
Is that not manly enough?
No, I was at, my friend works at Lululemon, and she and I were hanging out yesterday, and we went by a couple of the stores, and she was like, yeah, like there's like the men's section, she's like, there's a lot of pants that people wear to work now. So yeah, shout out Lululemon. I was looking at some of those pants too, yeah.
Yeah, they've got some pants going on there for sure. I like Lululemon. Good name. But you know the chart of Lululemon, man, oh man. I mean, this one is very depressed. You want to talk about a name? Like I was just like sort of poking fun at some of the solar names there, but there is definitely something going on with Lululemon here, down into $300. Earnings faded right back down into that level. So we're definitely going to have to take a look on that. Let me just get rid of this negative screener here quickly. We'll just reload it in a second. KRE, the banks. Again, we've had Raider Trader, a couple different traders come on the show and talk about strength and possibly KRE as the regionals get sorted out, especially if real estate can start to figure itself out on the commercial side. I know there's a lot of regional banks that are into commercial real estate, especially in NYSE, Boston proper, Philadelphia. Some of the bigger metropolises there, Atlanta and whatnot. If we can get some of those buildings fill, KRE definitely helping out with some of those banks. And again, you're going to get First Republic that goes bye-bye, but some other one, NYCB Bank, New York Community Bank, some good opportunities going through there. Man, I'm lucky that I filled up at 155 over the weekend because it looks like oil's trying to go back up. The oil services sector, OIH and XLE, both back up. But I didn't see USO on this list, so let me just check out what United States Oil is doing, up to $80 goes USO. So, yeah, man, so good. Thank you to everybody in the chat. Thank you for all the kind words as well. MLGO, do I think it will go down tomorrow? This is the 200 period? Okay, well, you're right at the 200 period on the chart, on the daily chart here. Come over here quickly, Ramin. I just want to show everybody this. Like, that's kind of strange. We've topped out on MLGO a couple times in and around this level. Does it have a chance to go? Yes. The float, though, the change since January, up 54%. We're looking at the short float, just 2%. I think that's probably wrong, probably higher than that. It's this number that's really rallying everything, 4.5 million share float. So we got to take that in consideration. MLGO, watch out for a share offering on this name as well, as there's only a few shares outstanding. So no doubt something that's on everybody's radar as we look for that. But all right, too much crime for commercial property, unfortunately. Yeah, you might be right about that. Simon Property, SPG. This was the only property that's up. I've sold, I'm out of this name. This was a name that I was in big during COVID, and I think Daryl in the chat knows about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was a huge dividend. I think they wound up cutting it. But again, look at the weekly chart here for Simon Property. Let me just scan this over again. If you're looking for, again, I always thought this was really high quality name. So look at this drop, Adara. And instead of like buying the tech, look, I was buying a lot of tech. Mug removed, if you can, Ramin, just real quick, just to show people this dropout right there. So we're buying this name at $50, $60, using these bottoms as the bottom. You could see this 60 really held, nice move back up for Simon Property, did fall back in, but came back to 150. So you ever, I asked you if you're holding stocks.
Yeah, I have. My financial advisor and I chatted actually a couple weeks ago, and so that was nice. It was, I feel like I can definitely have those conversations better. So yeah, I have rotated a couple of things. Yeah, definitely looking at some energy names right now. So nice look. Hopefully we'll see how that goes. Yeah.
So my question to you is, do you think energy is a good long-term play?
Well, it's like shorter term. Like there's like basically a lot of it's through notes.
Yep,
So there's
okay.
there's an automatic endpoint, and they were all names that, like, I made sure I looked at the charts myself. I wasn't going to not look at the charts and let things happen, right? So yeah, bit of shorter term plays. Yeah.
I was gonna, so my advice on this, and this is not financial advice by any stretch of imagination, because you're clearly seeking that, but don't look too much, like if you're gonna pay somebody to give you advice, then if you're gonna look at a chart, what's gonna wind up happening is you're gonna be like, I don't know. And then when it works, you're gonna be like, okay, well, like my chart reading was maybe off. And then when it doesn't work, then you're gonna blame the guy and you're gonna trust yourself anyways.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, because they have like little packets with the fundamentals. So
Right.
the fundamentals.
I like the fundamental part of it. There's somebody that I know that can look at charts for days.
That is true.
And he's coming up right now. It's
Look at
Michael
that.
Noss. Let's go. What did she just show there? Nah, nothing. Okay. Hey, Michael Noss, how are you?
Hey, I heard some talk of fundamentals before I got on here.
Boring.
Hope we're growth.
forget about fundamentals. No, but I think that's true, and that's what I was trying to tell Adara is that you really got to try to figure out sort of what style of trading, of what trader you are, especially for what we're doing here, whether it's swing trading or day trading, or if you're just piling into a 401k or something like that, completely different strategies to go. And that's why, again, everyone can find you at Michael Noss over there on X. Google, search out Michael Noss to get some ideas, and you stream every weekend, right? Or you try to, and go over charts and what you're looking for weekly plays. Is that something that you still do Saturdays and Sundays?
Videos for now until the house calms down a little bit. But yeah, I do a nice write-up on Substack and just kinda give everyone my thoughts if you're interested.
Perfect. So go find out more about Michael Noss's Substack, of course. Great content as we go. Did you hear what I was talking about with Snowflake there a little bit? So I like the name because I'm thinking it's like relatively new technology. Frank Slootman was the head of that. He was part of ServiceNow, and he really got that name going. He's now out of there. So I feel like some of the problems here could be management related. But this name, we never like to catch falling knives or anything like that, but this is almost much more than a knife. I feel like this is a guillotine about to chop off anybody's head that's standing in and around this 124. Pardon me for the gruesome details here, but Snowflake can't be something that we can recommend at these levels, can we, Michael?
No, and actually, when you mentioned that, when I was in the green room, it reminded me of this study that I read. So I did a presentation recently at a Long Island Investment Club university thing. You can see up on my screen, and it was all about my concepts of relative strength and how investing in the strongest stuff, although it's generally painful to do, we always want to buy things at a bargain, end up working way better than investing in the weakest stuff. And just to explain this chart real quick, the top line is essentially what would happen if you invested in the strongest third names of the S&P 500 from 1980 until 2014. So a real long study. And then this line is if you invested in the bottom third names of the S&P 500, just to show that trends persist. And if you want to ride this kind of curve, then you're better off looking at stocks that are going up. And if you want to ride the lower part of the curve, then you're better off at stocks looking down. Now, that's for trend trading and trend investing. If you're someone who knows more about the fundamentals and the story and you want to take a shot on this because you believe it for the future, go right ahead. Again, in my perspective, the way I look at it, I want to be on that equity curve pointing up as opposed to the one pointing down. So that's why I'm always going to invest in stocks in uptrends and avoid stocks in downtrends.
Florida Panthers or Edmonton Oilers?
Exactly.
So which one would you choose, Florida or Edmonton for tonight's game?
But I know. You can come get me. I know I'm up here in Canada. It's almost like they should take my passport away. But there is what you think statistically is going to happen. But hey, sometimes you got to take the long shot.
Yeah, exactly.
And that might be a good example for Snow. If you want to take the long shot, maybe this is the one for you.
Yeah, I was going to say Florida again was up 3-0, right? And so everything looked like it was all good to go, and then all of a sudden things change, and I think that's probably what's happened here with Snowflake as well. So okay, one thing that we have to talk about, because you sort of highlighted this when you were on the show earlier at 8:40 this morning, and that is, I mean, used to be a friend of mine, Nvidia. I mean, we still really like this name, but Michael, congratulations. Let's go bang on that one. As you had brought to everyone's attention, let me go to a 5-minute chart. Insider selling again, potentially rotation out. Nvidia was starting to sell off. We did have, I mean, this happens all the time. I feel like when you get to these highs, there is going to be a little bit of a pushback in. I don't think any of these moves are surprising you at all, because you had talked about this on the show for a minute. We've had Brian Shannon on and stuff like that to talk about relative strength and weakness. And I mean, this market was really lifted by very few names just recently in the NASDAQ. But now when we come back down, you can see what can happen. NASDAQ down there 1.3% today. Apple all the way up to 220. That's pulled back. Isn't it funny how we always talk about these names going upside, but if you told somebody that Nvidia right now, as it prints 117, actually, is in like an 18% drawdown from its highs, and then Apple, very, very similar. Its high was 220, now printing 207s. Like that's, again, almost a 7-8% pushback. That's always really quiet when that happens, isn't it? But on the charts, they kind of look dramatic, and we tend to panic a bit. What do you think here about Nvidia? I feel like breaking this gap off that reverse split or not reverse split, off that split was 118. I'm a little nervous, Michael, and I'm actually thinking like 103, 104, 105 if this momentum continues southbound here.
Yeah, and the point that I had, and I think is holding true here, is that we are seeing rotation, which is fantastic. It's what we want to see. Ralph Alcampora, who created the CMT, talks about rotation being the lifeblood of the bull market, and it could be what we're seeing, and that's what I was talking about this morning. So, yes, we will take a look at Nvidia and kind of what we're seeing there, but what I want to show is the strength of the overall market. So I have the S&P 500 up here just with the SPY, and this is heavily weighted to Nvidia. Had another down day. We're now down 3 days in a row, down 2%, not that big of a deal. But I wanted to show RSP, which is the equal weighted version of the S&P 500. So you can look at this as everything else except Nvidia and Microsoft and Apple and those big names. And we are up a few days in a row. And although we sold off like the rest of the market into the end of the day, actually was able to close positive. So yes, Nvidia is selling off a little bit. A lot of these tech darlings are selling off a little bit. In the grand scheme of things, we're still up 2,700% here. So that's not that big of a deal. But we are seeing people that are taking profits in this name and they're applying it other places. And like I was talking about this morning, kind of bored with Nvidia.
Yep.
So I'm excited to see other names potentially rebound and to have some trades there. So I think Nvidia, it could get cut in half here and go to $50, and it's still going to be up multi-1,000% over the last 5 years. So this is going to flush people out.
Yep.
Luis Yamato, which is another titan of technical analysis, she always said, the faster the drop, the longer the need for repair. So I'm not in buy mode on this yet, but I don't think Nvidia is going to zero or anything crazy like that.
No, could you imagine? Zero. All right. So not to beat another dead horse, I'm sure you're not tired of crypto because there's so many opportunities, so many different things happening in crypto. And today we had a great short near the end of the day on Coinbase as it really gave it up. It's broken below the 50-period moving average. Look, you and I have talked about this and we've highlighted that the chart looked great and then we bailed on it. Now we're starting to come back in. For me, I only think there's one ring to rule them all. And honestly, if we're going to trade crypto and we think there's going to find a bottom, I actually like Coinbase at some point here. Is that an idea that we need to wait for? Where are you on all of that? And have you heard of any studies or anything sort of correlating the movements with Bitcoin and Coinbase? Am I off by thinking that they move together? What are your thoughts about sort of maybe that relationship, if you've read anything, or even just Coinbase by itself?
Well, a buddy of mine who's, there's not enough data to do any, real scientific studies on these, but a buddy of mine that I was talking to, JC at All Star Charts, I think you've had him on once or twice, brought up a good point where he said there's stocks that the crypto miners and MicroStrategy, that they're Bitcoin plays, and they'll do well if Bitcoin does well or if Bitcoin does poorly. But Coinbase is kind of an everything crypto play. So let's say a Bitcoin 2.0 comes out and it's better than Bitcoin in some kind of way and it picks up all this traction. Well, Coinbase is still there to win off that. Right. So one thing that's kind of interesting is, yes, we're having this dramatic sell-off in Bitcoin today. I just have the chart of MicroStrategy. It's breaking out of that little handle that we talked about last week. It can still reclaim this quickly, so I'm not completely abandoning it, but I'm not in anything right yet. But if we go to Ether, I'm just using ETHE as a proxy. This, ever since the sell-off in Bitcoin has started, Ethereum has had amazing relative strength. With Bitcoin down 7%, I'm looking down here now, and Ethereum only down 3%. Ethereum is usually something that moves more than Bitcoin, but it's holding up really well. So Coinbase could be a winner, again, if we get some sort of flip between Ethereum and Bitcoin being the ones in charge.
Hi, Michael. Thanks so much for being here. Hope you had a good weekend, a good week so far. I was wondering, last week you mentioned XRT, specifically in relation to what held up with all of the GME excitement and also with Best Buy being pretty strong on Monday. I was wondering if you have any more thoughts on that, if there's anything else you're looking at right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is a sector to watch. I have the chart up here for XRT. It's continuing to hold strong. Again, we have the market selling, we have big tech selling, and then we have this name holding strong, which again, as a relative strength trader, I love market sell-offs because all I have to do is look for stuff that's not selling. So XRT looks amazing. It's holding the $75 level very, very well. I like the look at that. Looking at some of the names under the hood, like BJ Wholesale Club, full disclosure, I own some of this from around 86. That actually held on pretty well today, was able to close positive. And JWN is actually something I was watching before the show, where that's holding on really, really well, has a 16% short float, which is 8 days to cover, and is sitting around this $22 area. So I'm watching these. So a lot of these names, again, even with tech selling off, look good. And, you know, call me old fashioned, but I look at retail and I look at financials as an overall health of the economy. I don't think you can think the whole market is going to sell off dramatically if people are still spending money and retail still holding strong.
Yeah, I think, where are we going? To Dare, to myself? Where are we, Ramin? Where are we, Ramin? Oh, here we are. Hey, Michael. Yeah, good talk to you. And I know Carvana was another one of those names that was in XRT as well. So I know Adair and I had talked about that. Look, I just called up the chart of BTC, actually, and I actually just wanted to, I mean, this candle here, I didn't even realize, like, so you are actually getting into a decent amount of volume here as well on the daily. It looks like we'll have one of the largest volume candles. This is just a daily chart. I didn't even realize how dramatic of a move this was today from 64. Right now we're printing 59.2. We can't lose this 56, can we, Michael? Because I feel like the next move then is definitely a test back into 50 right now. And I don't mean to like just keep on talking about crypto, but honestly, this chart breaking back in right now, I don't know, like now that I was looking at Coinbase and looking at crypto, this might be early days of a move back in here into 50. Not necessarily your opinion on this, but that's with volume today. That's something that I feel like is a little bit of a warning signal, right? When stocks are floating around, and you talk about this all the time, look, the market's going up, but it's on light volume. So what does that mean, right? And I feel like this is going down, but on heavy volume, all of the big daily candles here, Michael, in crypto, all these big candles are sell. Like the only green days in here are basically less than half, maybe 20, 30% of the volume. And again, this is on Binance, so it's, every exchange is going to be a little different. Binance, a major one. Doesn't that concern us a lot that most of the big days here are coming on sell candles?
It does concern. Now, while you have that up, actually bring up the Ethereum chart, and it will demonstrate, I think, a little better what I was talking about. Where, again, as a relative strength trader, I take a look at the different types of market out there, and I look at Bitcoin as like it's the S&P 500.
Well, here's Ethereum,
and then I'm looking for things that are stronger and weaker. Yeah, I think this is a great look. If you look at that same moving average, I'm assuming that's like a 50-day or something like that you have up there. It's weak and it's not a great looking chart, but the strength is just dramatic considering Ethereum generally moves more than Bitcoin. Now, call this the ETF news or whatever it is, but it may be time, just like we talked about, where people are selling Nvidia and they're buying Nordstrom's. Are people going to be selling Bitcoin and buying Ethereum? And generally, when Ethereum rallies, you have what the crypto nerds called altcoin season, where you have a lot of these smaller coins start to move. So is it time where some whales are going to sell some Ethereum or sell some Bitcoin and buy some Ethereum? I don't know, but that's where my eyes are looking at. I'm not really interested in buying Bitcoin right now, but that ETHE ETF, if it's going to move, I'm going to get involved there for sure.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out, because here we are with ETHE, and one of our friends, a friend of yours as well, Brian Shannon, really nailed that one. We had him on the show down here, and he was talking about any kind of an approval, you'll get that sort of bump up here in ETHE, and that's exactly what it has. There was a premium baked in to potentially it faltering, but that doesn't look like it. And yeah, you're 100% right, man. Just even here on the daily, well above still the 50 period on ETHE, and not even anywhere close to the 200 period. So, Mr. Michael Nosh, you got it again, man. That's another good one. Let's focus on Ethereum and not on Bitcoin for now. The king will have its day at some point very, very soon. All right, Michael, look, it's 4:30. We don't want to keep you too long here. Was there any other, like one other name maybe that we can review with you maybe later on in the week or next time? You've been sort of giving us a couple names back and forth now. Anything that's interesting right now?
I'm going to go back with natural gas. So I have UNG up here. We talked about this guy all the way when it was bouncing off this $15 level.
Yep.
It did a great job of holding that. I got a great trade from 15 to 20. I'll take that all day long.
Yep.
We're noticing that XLE, if you look up in my top winners, you can see UNG's up there,
Yep.
OIH, all of these oil and gas names looking strong, and a really strong candle on UNG. So I'm going to watch natural gas tomorrow. If we break through 20, I'll probably get involved. Who knows? Maybe this thing's going to take a shot at 25. I know right where I'm wrong, and that's around
Yep.
$18 a share.
Yeah, I like that one. And that, a great point there again. Why not just trade the stuff that's strong, right? I mean, your board is lighting up. USO, XOP, the miners, everything, XLE, XB, like everything's blowing up energy side right now. So again, a very, very good luck. Hey, Mr. Nos, thank you so much again for your time. That's twice today. Everyone loves you. They can go find you at Michael Nos CMT over there on X and find you all over the place. Get that Substack, get subscribed today. Thank you, Michael, and have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you for having me.
Ciao,
Talk to you
that's
soon.
one of the best. That's Michael Nos.
Yeah. Yeah. It was like so many great trade ideas.
Yeah.
Written that accidental pun there. Shout out to Trade Ideas.
Oh yeah, shout out to Trade Ideas.
Yeah.
Trader TV 20 on Trade Ideas will get you that 20% off.
Yeah, lots of ideas there for sure. Excited to check in next week and see how those are shaking.
And he's just a real one. Like, he really does look at all those charts.
Oh, he
like,
loves the charts.
you know,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? So
Exactly.
again, thank you, Michael, and go make sure that you do check him out on his Substack and all over the place. Look, we can't do anything without a roll call. So before we do that, the biggest trade of the day for me was this Nvidia. And look, we put it out. I'm not even logged into Twitter. You guys can go find the sticky note at Trader TV Sean if you want to. Here it is. Looks something like this. There it is. Almost exactly like that.
Yeah, there's like 4 of them.
There's like
That's
4
a whole
sticky notes
collection
right there.
of them.
Yeah. Okay. What do they say?
It's a shortened week worth of sticky notes. I've never.
Oh, we're having pork tenderloin for dinner, by the way.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, Marissa was like, hey, what do you guys want to have? I was like, yeah, you know what, let's have some pork. I threw down some ribs yesterday, so it's back-to-back pork days, but the ribs were, oh my God, fall off the bone.
But they're prepared differently. So
Oh
it's
my
like
God, yeah. Tonight, yesterday was very windy, so unfortunately, I had the barbecue going, but it kept on going out.
Oh, okay.
Because it's on my deck and it's not really surrounded. I got to sort of get like a little bit of a wind situation
wind
there.
protector.
Yeah, anyways, I had to do it in the oven, which the oven is still great, but it
Sounds like it was good.
heats the house.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like I know, like when the kids are like, more ribs, I didn't have enough at the end of the day. What am I talking about? Oh yeah, pork tenderloin.
tenderloin.
Where'd that come from? I don't know.
You were looking at the fake sticky notes on the screen. And
Oh yeah, and I was saying, oh yeah, it reminded me of writing down like a shopping list. What the hell is going on?
But yeah, the awesome Nvidia trade, which is on the sticky note, which they can find at Twitter, Trader TV Sean.
Oh, pork is on sale at Sobeys. Well, okay, maybe that's where she went. We don't have a Sobeys around. Maybe a Loblaws. Well, I know there's a lot of
We have
people.
Sobeys in Winnipeg. That's a Winnipeg thing.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Sobeys in Metro. We have Sobeys.
Oh
here.
yeah. I don't.
But they're just not as frequent.
Yeah, like
It's not kind of like your 7-Eleven in Winnipeg.
yes, that's the Winnipeg reference. Yeah, they're everywhere in Winnipeg.
Although it's funny that there's a 7-Eleven right across the street.
There is, and I live near, I think, the only ones in Toronto. I live weirdly like around all of them.
You
so
are
I
just
feel
attracted to 7-Elevens.
Like, yeah, it's I feel very lucky.
Seems like, I don't know if that's a good thing or not. Okay,
Okay.
So we wrote down today that we wanted to fade Pops and Nvidia. We were lucky enough to get the high of the day, basically, right? This short right here is real. 124.30, shorted it again as it popped back up, and boom goes the dynamite all the way back in there. We reshorted again on VWAP, and then we look where we got out right there at the 50 period, finally breaking back up. And then we decided to go long, and that was fun until it wasn't. But look where we got out, Adara. It broke some levels. We were able to get out of that, and we didn't have any short back in. But right now, at the end of the day here, it is 117.14
Wow.
for Nvidia and going lower. I said 14 there. Oh yeah, it is 117.14 going lower and lower and lower. This is that buy zone that Neil had mentioned. We'll see if he is a buyer here. But look, it was already down 9%. Add 7 onto that right now. You're down 16%. It's a bear market at what percent?
The bear market at 20%?
Say it with more confidence.
It's a bear market at 20%. There we go.
Thank you, Ramin, for staying late for us. That's Trader TV
Thank you,
Adara.
Ramin.
I'm Trader TV Sean. My headaches kind of got away ever since, we're here, we're feeling good. I took one from you. So I ran out of ibuprofen, but I had that around 1 o'clock-ish. When I came back, I was like, damn, I got a headache.
Yeah.
But then I took a acetaminophen, which is Tylenol.
Oh, so you switch it up. Yeah.
I did, because I'm out of ibuprofen. And and Ramin's like, you're not supposed to switch it up. I think
I
you're
had Advil, but you didn't hear me say you were over there, and I said, I have Advil. Next time,
That's okay.
I usually have Advil.
The switch up apparently seems to work. All right, it's 4:35. I got to go. So I'll see everybody tomorrow. That's Adara. I'm Sean. Have a great rest of your day. You'll see us both tomorrow at 8:30. Rise and shine with us and Trader TV Live. Ciao, everybody.
Have a great day, guys.